Ling Yun, after 10 days, and the Chen family. That night, the two of them drove around together for more than 6 hours. Of course Ling Yun told Mo Wudao everything that happened during the day. Ling Yun drove the car and said with a calm smile, "Don't worry, 100%. If you are worried, you can tell me a fortune." Mo Wudao almost vomited blood, and quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm so full, even this is counted? Do you know that if I want to calculate all the hexagrams related to you, it will be more or less the same? Are you going to vomit blood?" The last time Mo Wudao counted Ling Zhao's whereabouts, he clearly felt the cover of Tianji. In other words, it was more like blocking him. Now if Ling Yun is counted directly, it is estimated that he would not be able to stop vomiting 3 mouthfuls of blood, and it may not be possible to calculate it yet. Of course, Mo Wudao had long been certain that Ling Yun would win this battle, and he didn't need fortune-telling at all. Ling Yun chuckled and didn't explain much, just said, "Whether you can win or not, you will know soon." After finishing speaking, he slammed down the accelerator, and the van drove forward. After the two returned to the Ling family's ancestral house, it happened to be dawn again. Ling Yun planted the ghost willow in the original place again, and then directly pulled Mo Wudao, sat down on the spot, and began to practice cross-legged. Now in the Ling family, not only Ling Yun and Mo Wudao are cultivating, but the entire Ling family, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the younger generations of the Ling family, all of them are sitting cross-legged and meditating without sleep. The realm that has just been promoted strives to adapt to the powerful power that has just been acquired as soon as possible. Only when there is pressure can there be motivation. In the face of life and death, what flows in the blood of the Ling family is rapidly awakening. No matter men, women, young or old, they are all cultivating desperately. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Ling family, and now that everyone was in the Ling family's ancestral house, except Ling Zhen was not there, he couldn't help feeling a little more worried. Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that if there was one variable in the Ling family, that variable must be Ling Zhen. Of course he knew that his uncle Ling Zhen had a problem. When Ling Yun killed Ling Hao forcefully at the beginning, he also had the idea of forcing Ling Zhen out, but Ling Zhen's performance was impeccable from the beginning to the end, so that Ling Yun couldn't catch him at all. Therefore, there is no better way at present. Ling Yun can only wait, and hopes that Ling Zhen will not become his enemy as he thought. During this morning, Ling Yun spent all of his practice on the Diyan gathering stars treasure Ju, and it didn't come to an end until the sun was 3 poles, around 8 o'clock in the morning. The signs of a breakthrough in the Great Evolution gathering stars treasure Ju are becoming more and more obvious. But Ling Yun knew it in his own mind. Although the signs were obvious, it would take at least 3 weeks to break through the 3rd stage of the Great Expansion gathering stars treasure. However, he didn't care about it, because in this battle, he didn't intend to rely on the defense of the Great Evolution gathering stars treasure at all. After the morning practice, after breakfast, Ling Yun came to the courtyard of the second uncle Ling Yue, and called the second uncle in the yard. After saying hello, "Go straight into the house. Yuner is here, come in and sit down." When Ling Yu saw Ling Yun coming, he was all smiles, let Ling Yun to the sand, and wanted to make tea himself. "Second uncle, don't bother me. I just had breakfast. What kind of tea should I make in the morning?" Seeing Ling Yu busy before and after running, Ling Yun couldn't help persuading him immediately. "Hee, Yuner, it's because you don't know Bo well, you don't like this tea, but uncle can't live without this tea." Regardless of Ling Yun's persuasion, Ling Yu carefully brewed a pot of good tea. He is a person who loves elegance. Ling Lai's 3 sons are in public, and they are the most bookish. They read poems, songs, piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This also led to the fact that among Ling Lai's 3 sons, he was the one with the lowest cultivation level. Without him, with a wide range of interests and hobbies, there will be more distracting thoughts in his mind. Of course, Ling Yu can't concentrate on cultivation. Yuner, this is the Yuqian Longjing treasured by Erbwa, try it, how does it taste? After the tea leaves were brewed, Ling Yu poured a cup for Ling Yin himself, and the two of them sipped the tea before getting into the main topic. Ling Yin came to find Ling Yu early in the morning. Naturally he had important matters to discuss. He didn't beat around the bush, and asked straight to the point, "Second uncle, when I came to the capital last time, I asked the family to prepare a few things. I wonder how your preparations are going?" When Ling Yin came to the capital for the first time, he used to give advice to the Ling family, and he had already made some arrangements in advance. Now that the battle with the Chen family was imminent, he needed to make arrangements. At that time, Ling Yin asked the Ling family to prepare the following things. Ling Yin wanted to set up multiple phantom formations and killing formations in the ninefold courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house to enhance the overall defense strength of the Ling family. Therefore, he asked his family to prepare hundreds of iron ingots or shot puts for the formation. Secondly, he personally contributed 200 million yuan to let the Ling family continue to purchase a huge amount of Chinese medicinal materials for him, and also asked Ling Yu to help him purchase 1 or 2 medicinal material companies. The requirement is that the factory building and warehouse should be large. It is used to store a huge amount of purchased medicinal materials. In addition, he asked the Ling family to help him acquire a metal smelter and a coal enterprise in Zhangjiago. The larger the scale, the better. These few things are all major events that Ling Yin asked the Ling family to prepare in advance, and they are all of great use to him. Array formation, alchemy, talisman making, and weapon refining are all indispensable. These are all methods used by Ling Yun cultivator. Of course, he needs to make preparations in advance, so as not to be caught blind now. Of course, in addition to the above 3 things, Ling Yun also proposed to build a Ling family courtyard for him to live in the capital in the future. These matters were undoubtedly handled by Ling Yu, which is why Ling Yun came to ask. Ling Yu took a sip of tea, then smiled and said, "Yuner, last time you came to look for me and saw your aunt was there, you didn't open your mouth, but I know that you must ask these few things. Don't worry, the few things you said have already been prepared for you. For the iron ingots or shot puts you want, my second uncle asked someone to prepare more than 1,000 for you, and each one is as big as this." As Ling Yu was talking, he stretched out his arms and hugged them in the air, gestured at the size, and said, "Each one weighs about 300 to 400 caddies, is it enough?" Ling Yin asked puzzledly, "Second uncle, I remember that back then, I didn't specify the size of the shot put. How did you know that?" Ling Yu laughed loudly, "Boy, did you underestimate your second uncle? You forgot about Mr. Chui." Ling Yin suddenly realized that Ling Yu saw that he wanted a shot put, but he didn't know what it was for, so he had to ask Mr. Chui, and Mr. Chui had spent a long time in Qingshui City, so he naturally knew what Ling Yun wanted these things for. "So you asked Mr. Chui?" Ling Yin smiled casually, and said that the second uncle is indeed the brains of the Ling family, and he does everything without leaking, which is really reassuring. Hearing that Ling Yu had prepared 1,000 shot puts for him, Ling Yin was completely at ease. With so many shot puts, the Ling family's ancestral house would only use half of them at most, and the other half would be of great use to him now, which would save a lot of trouble. Ling Yu smiled and nodded, "Are you relieved about this? As for the medicinal materials you mentioned, our Ling family has not been idle for a while, and has been helping you purchase all kinds of traditional Chinese medicinal materials all over the country. In the warehouse of our medicine company." Speaking of this, Ling Yu seemed to think of something, and added, "Oh, by the way, our Ling family really doesn't know how to buy these medicinal materials, so we asked people from the Shui family to buy them for us." Ling Yin was surprised and said, "Oh? So this transaction was given to the Shui family?" Needless to say, Shui's family is naturally the medical industry of Master Shui in the north of the Yellow River, and it is currently managed by Shui Mining's father, Shui Qingya. Ling Yu couldn't help laughing loudly. "What do you think?" You have such a good relationship with Dr. Shui in Qingshui City, and their two precious granddaughters are pestering you every day. Who will this deal go to? Could it be more appropriate? What? It's called the fat water, does not flow to outsiders' fields. Ling Yin smiled awkwardly when he heard this, a little embarrassed. Hey, second uncle, why do you know everything? Ling Yu laughed and said, nonsense, you are the baby of our family, and now you are the head of our Ling family. Your grandfather asked me to help you. If I don't know anything about you, how can I help? Second uncle, has the Shui family asked us for money? Ling Yu smiled and said, money? What kind of money? You mean OEM fee? How is that possible? Old Shui heard that you wanted to buy medicinal materials, so he took care of all the work without saying a word. They also paid a lot of transportation fees. Speaking of this matter, Ling Yu couldn't help laughing happily, because he had never done such a comfortable business in his life, and the Shui family was completely rebellious, and they served to the end. Ling Yin blushed quickly and shouted to stop. Okay, I understand, second uncle, can you stop making fun of me about this? Let's get down to business. Okay, second uncle will stop talking. Ling Yu also knew that it was almost done, so he continued the original topic. As for the metal smelter and the coal company, our Ling family also quietly bought them, which are located in Zhangjiago City, and they are the largest among the local counterparts. Take you to see. For the three major events that Ling Yin asked to prepare for, Ling Yu has done everything properly, and everything is ready. This made Ling Yin feel excited. In this way, many of his plans could be implemented immediately, saving a lot of trouble. Ling Yu said again, oh, by the way, there is also the Ling family courtyard you mentioned. As for the suitable addresses, I have selected a few for you. As for which place you want to buy, you have to decide by yourself. Ling Yin nodded, I know second uncle, the last matter is not urgent, it's just a place to live. According to Ling Yin's plan, there is no Ling family courtyard that cannot be built in 2 or 3 years, so there is really no rush. Picking a place is easier. With him and Mo Wudao around, the two must choose a place with good geomantic omen. After the matter was finished, Ling Yin didn't waste any more time. He stood up and said, second uncle, where are those iron ingots and shot put now? Ling Yin must set up the formation immediately. To be continued. Phone reading. Ling Yin was in a hurry to leave, but Ling Yu sat still. He waved his hand and said with a slight smile, Yuner, don't bother, it's just some solid shot puts, what's so interesting about those? As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed to the north direction, and said, it's just to the north of our house, near the 6th Ring Road, in an old factory building, more than 1,000 shot balls, fully loaded into 20 large trucks. After you bought it, you didn't even unload the car, it's just waiting for you to use it. You tell Air Bo, where do you want to use these shot puts, and I'll just arrange for someone to transport them over. Ling Yu had a plan in mind, so he persuaded Ling Yin with a few words. Ling Yin thought about it too, it was just some shot puts, why would he need to go there himself? So he turned around and sat down again. He let go of his consciousness, and happened to cover the entire Ling family's ancestral house, carefully observing the architectural layout of the entire Ling family, and performing rapid and careful calculations in his mind. All formations need to be calculated. After knowing the structure of the formation, it is necessary to calculate the exact position and distance, and add the formation I to form the formation. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness is now concise and powerful, and it only took less than a minute to calculate the result. Then he said, second uncle, I need a total of 512 shot puts, and I will transport them all to our Ling family's ancestral house today. Ling Yu nodded, okay, 512, right? Then, 10 truckloads will be enough. I'll call them now. Just do what you said. Ling Yu immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call to have 10 carts of shot puts delivered to the Ling family's ancestral house as soon as possible. After finishing the call, Ling Yu put down the phone, looked at Ling Yun with a smile and said, "Yuner, this matter is over, is there anything else?" Ling Yun saw that Ling Yu had prepared things so perfectly. He was not in a hurry anymore. He glanced at Ling Yu, smiled and said, "There is something else, but it's not our family's business, it's your second uncle's business." Ling Yu was taken aback for a moment, looked down at himself, and asked wonderingly, "Me? What's the matter with me?" Ling Yun said, "Second uncle. Anyway, it will take half a day to transport those shot puts. How about I help you wash your tendons and cut your marrow during this time?" Ling Yu was even more puzzled after hearing this. "Help me wash my tendons and cut my marrow?" The second uncle has been promoted to Xiantian, and he has already opened up the second channel of Ren and why do I need to wash my tendons and cut my marrow? However, Ling Yun shook his head again and again. "Second uncle, your kind of muscle washing and marrow washing is actually because your body naturally becomes stronger and purer with the improvement of your skills. The muscle washing and marrow washing I said is to completely remove your blood impurities in the body. It can make you reborn, truly cleanse the muscles, and cut the marrow. Our Ling family, except for my grandfather, everyone has to do it all over again." This was something Ling Yun had thought about a long time ago. Before he came to the capital, he specially refined the elixir, among which were 150 marrow-washing elixirs. These pills are of course useful. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Yun to use these pills for Ling Zhen before he knew the details of Ling Zhen. "Oh? There is still such a saying? That's fine, Erbo listens to you, it's just. When shall we start?" Ling Yu had heard of the name of immortal physician Ling Yun long ago, and knew that what he said must be right. Ling Yun looked at Ling Yu and smiled again, and said with red lips and white teeth, "It's now." As he spoke, he already had a marrow-washing pill in his hand. The pill was the size of a soybean, round and crystal clear, exuding a faint luster. Ling Yu asked, curiously, "Yuner, what is this?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "This is the pill for washing the marrow, Erbo, you don't need to ask, just find a place quickly, and I will wash the tendons and cut the marrow for you." "Well, how about going to my bedroom?" Ling Yun shook his head resolutely and smiled, "It's absolutely not on the bed in the bedroom." He raised his head slightly, pointed to the marble floor in the middle of the living room with his chin. With a smirk all over his face, he said, "You might as well just sit on the floor, it will be convenient to clean up later." Ling Yu didn't know, so he had no choice but to follow his advice. Under Ling Yan's urging, he went back to the house and took off his jacket and trousers, and walked out wearing only shorts. His handsome face was unavoidably slightly embarrassed. "Hey, come on, second uncle. There is no one else in this yard except our uncle and nephew, so why not be embarrassed?" Ling Yan teased Ling Yu, and at the same time handed the marrow-washing pill to Ling Yu, and let Ling Yu sit directly on the floor. He handed the Shisui pill to Ling Yu and told him to swallow it immediately, and then flew to sit behind Ling Yu without any hesitation. Ling Yu swallowed the Shisui pill into his stomach, and felt that the elixir melted in his mouth, and a strong force of the medicine quickly penetrated into the major meridians in the body, and then went straight into the dantian. At this time, Ling Yan's palms were already attached to Ling Yu's back, helping him stimulate the medicinal power of the marrow-washing pill, and began to cleanse the tendons and cut marrow for Ling Yu. This time, Ling Yan spared no effort to use a drop of divine essence to transfer his own aura into Ling Yu's body, guiding the massive xuanhuan aura stored in Ling Yu's body to carry out a great cycle in Ling Yu's dantian and meridians. The night before yesterday, the Ling family received a huge amount of gifts from the willows of ghosts and gods, and they all stored a large amount of xuanhuan spiritual energy in their bodies, almost bursting their dantian and meridians, and Ling Yu was no exception. In order to improve the strength of his family, Ling Yin has spared no effort, and he is doing everything he can. Under the three major effects of the medicinal power of the Sui Sui pill, Ling Yan's spiritual energy, and the Xuanhuan immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yu finally got the real muscle-cleansing marrow this time. Soon, a layer of jet-black impurities began to ooze out from the surface of his body, and more, until it was as black as ink, completely turning Ling Yu into a black man. How strong is Ling Yin now? It only took him a few minutes to help Ling Yu wash his tendons and cut his marrow, then withdrew his palm and asked Ling Yu to take a shower. Ling Yu felt that his body had become a lot lighter. It was indeed a wonderful experience. He could feel that he was really reborn. But when he opened his eyes and saw his own image, he was also taken aback, and said in shock, "I never thought that I have advanced to the innate realm, and there are still so many filthy impurities in my body?" No wonder Ling Yin asked him to take off his clothes and pants, and sat on the living room floor to wash his tendons, otherwise, the sheets would be useless. Ling Yu loves cleaning very much. He didn't care about other things. He rushed into the bathroom to rinse, and didn't come out until it was completely rinsed. After being completely reborn, the skin on Ling Yu's body has revealed its brilliance, and his whole body is even more radiant, and the feeling is different. "Second uncle, how do you feel?" "Comfortable, light and agile. It feels like this body can float up at any time, and, just now, I have broken through a realm, as if I have reached the peak of the 5th innate level in an instant." Before the change of Ghost Willow, Ling Yu was only at the 1st level of Xiantian. On the night he received the gift, he went up 3 levels in a row and reached the peak of the 4th level of Xiantian. Feeling the changes in his body, Ling Yu looked at Ling Yin with admiration in his eyes, nodded and said, "My boy, this time, second uncle really has confidence in the life and death duel 10 days later." Ling Yin smiled and said, "Hey, second uncle, within 3 days, you should be able to reach the peak of the 6th innate level. At that time I will give you another elixir, allowing you to break through the 7th innate level immediately. First of all, everyone under the 7th level is an ant. As long as Ling Yu breaks through the 7th level of innate, and Ling Yin imparts exercises, he will have a certain amount of self-protection power, and Ling Yin will be a little relieved. Ling Yin has his own plans for the Ling family. The one who can really fight the Ling family depends on himself, then Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, these 3 people. And when the 3 of them are fighting, the rest of the Ling family must at least have the power to protect themselves. However, it is not difficult to achieve this. You know, what the Ling family currently stores in their bodies is the aura of the Xuanhuan immortal. As long as Ling Yin can take advantage of the situation and successfully make the mysterious and yellow immortal aura in every one of the Ling family play its most effective role, then the strength of the Ling family will naturally increase a lot. Just like Ling Yu now. However, Ling Yin understands that although it is urgent to wash the Ling family's tendons and marrow, the improvement of the realm must be done step by step based on personal qualifications, and cannot be overthrown. For example, now, Ling Yin can completely force Ling Yu to devour the Dragon Spirit Pill and Dragon Tiger Pill, allowing him to break through the innate 7th level realm in one fell swoop, but if that is the case, it will really backfire. It was natural for Ling Yu to rise to a higher realm just now, and the most important thing was the effect of Xuanhuangshan's aura. But in just 2 days, Ling Yu even crossed 4 realms. He needs to stabilize and adapt anyway. Otherwise, he will have no realms. Not only will he not be able to display his combat power, but it will also have adverse effects on his subsequent cultivation. Positive effect. Ling Yu sighed excitedly, "Hey, second uncle really didn't expect that our Ling family's inheritance is so powerful. Ghost God Willow only gifted the Ling family once, and it brought infinite benefits to the Ling family." Ling Yin smiled and said, "Second uncle, this is just the beginning." Ling Yu asked, "Yuner, do you have anything else to do?" "If not, second uncle will go get dressed first. This is really outrageous." Ling Yin shook his head, "Second uncle, I'm fine for the time being." In the next few days, you should get used to the new realm first, and we'll talk about the rest after a few days. Ling Yu knew that Ling Yun had something to leave, so he said with a smile, well, second uncle will listen to you. In these 10 days, no matter what you have, you can come to me, and I will help you deal with it. Ling Yun nodded to express his understanding, then bid farewell to Ling Yu and left Ling Yu's yard. On this day, Ling Yun can be said to be very busy. He walks through the halls of Ling's house, sweeping the yards one by one, starting from Ling Yu, doing the same thing, washing the tendons and marrows of Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and others one by one. In the afternoon, even Mo Wudao and Ling Yun, who were still sleeping, did not let go. However, there were 3 people Ling Yun deliberately avoided, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiu, and Ling Shui. As for how to improve his father, Ling Yun has a complete plan, and he is not in a hurry right now. As for Ling Xiu and Ling Shui, it was inconvenient because they were girls. After this time of collective cleansing, the realm of each member of the Ling family has once again been improved to varying degrees, and their strength has skyrocketed again. To be continued. Book from Phone Reading. Attention all subscribed book friends, don't forget to come and claim the light of the great God. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao, the chicken and the dog ascend to heaven. This statement is true. Ling Yun is now at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi training. After he recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, he caused the ghost and god Willow to undergo a mutation. Let the realm of all the bloodlines of the Ling family skyrocket. Now there are only 9 days left before the decisive battle with the Chen family. During these 9 days, the stronger the Ling family becomes, the more at ease Ling Yun will be. In just 9 days, it was already too late for Ling Yun to teach the Ling family some fighting skills, so he had no choice but to take the next best thing and seize the opportunity to raise the level of the Ling family. At least, this allows him to focus on fighting without any worries. Moreover, such things as washing the tendons and cutting the marrow are actually imperative. The Ling family had no inheritance in the past, but they could not use it, which led to the decline of the Ling family. Not to mention comparing with the Long family and the Yi family, even compared with the Sun and Chen families, the Ling family also lost at the starting line. Now that the Ling family happens to have xuanhuan spiritual energy stored in their bodies, this is the best opportunity to cleanse their tendons and cut their marrow. It can be said that if you miss this village, there will be no such store anymore. In case one day, the Emperor's Book of the Earth shows its power again and takes in Ling Yun's other ghost Willow, then Ling Yun will be about to cry without tears. Especially xuanhuan's aura, if it can't be guided in time, cultivated improperly, and can't be used effectively, it will be wasted in vain. Therefore, after Ling Yun finished worshipping ancestors and sweeping graves, and cultivating ghost willows, the first thing that Ling Yun thought of was to give the Ling family a collective cleansing. The busy day passed, and the time soon came to the evening. After dinner, Ling Yun deliberately practiced for 3 hours. Completely replenishing the consumed true energy, at 10 o'clock in the evening, he walked out of the house, came to the courtyard, and let go of his tyrannical consciousness. The more than 500 large shot puts that Ling Yun wanted had all been transported during the day, and they were piled up in the corners of each courtyard by the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Because these big shot puts are specially customized. So each shot put is the same size, all solid. Each has a diameter of about 35 centimeters, which is only 10 centimeters larger than the diameter of a basketball. Sensing that Ling Yun came to the courtyard, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and all the juniors of the Ling family, as well as Qingyao, Mo Wudao, and Chui Lao and others. They all walked out and came to the courtyard where Ling Yun was. Seeing Ling Yun's solemn expression, Ling Lai couldn't help asking, "Yuner, are you going to start forming the formation?" Ling Yun nodded to express his acquiescence, and then shouted in a low voice, "Heir to the family master's order, all the idlers of the Ling family, etc., are all returned to the house. Within half an hour, they are not allowed to walk around in the courtyard at will. Ling Yan's words were addressed to the dead soldiers of the Ling family, the cooks of the Ling family, and some servants. He wanted to set up an army in the Ling family, so he naturally didn't want to be influenced by these people. Today's Ling Yun. If you want to set up the formation again, of course you don't have to bother to ask someone to move the shot puts one by one to find the position. Because he has enough divine essence. Grandpa, Father, and all of you, stand closer to me, don't block the position. Everyone in the Ling family looked at each other in blank dismay, wondering if Ling Yun was going to set up in formation. There are so many shot puts, each of which weighs nearly 400 caddies, does it depend on him to carry it by himself? They came out to help Ling Yun. Only Mo Wudao basically guessed what Ling Yun wanted to do. He stepped forward without hesitation, and took the initiative to stand behind Ling Yun. In Qingshui City, on the night when the fairy lighted Qingshui, Ling Yun fought against the Grand Duke Dracula. There was an extremely shocking scene. Hundreds of shot puts or iron balls were all floating in the air, and they were arranged and combined in an instant, and they landed in formation. Mo Wudao will never forget it. Ling Yun didn't intend to ask for help, and everyone in the Ling family didn't ask any more questions. Seeing Mo Wudao approaching, they also came around Ling Yun one after another to see what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Under the shroud of spiritual consciousness, all the dead men and servants of the Ling family returned to the house, and the whole Ling family became extremely silent, except for the sound of some insects. There was no other noise. Ling Yun calculated again in his mind to confirm the direction and distance, and when he was confident, he consumed 9 drops of divine essence, without hesitation. Boom! Using 9 drops of divine energy at the same time, Ling Yan's realm instantly soared in a short period of time, and he suddenly had the spiritual consciousness and mana in the middle stage of Qi training. The burning of the gods is mana. At this moment, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness became unprecedentedly powerful, but it did not spread, but still enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral house. Get up! Following Ling Yan's yell, a scene that stunned everyone in the Ling family suddenly appeared. In the 9 large courtyards of the Ling family, those big shot balls piled up everywhere suddenly lifted off the ground at the same time and floated in the air. Fuck! Ling Yongling, Feng Lingli shocked. Wow! Ling Shou Ling Shui exclaimed. This. Yuner, this is. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. At this time, all the people standing in the yard were stunned, wondering whether it was a shot put or a balloon, and what kind of power could make these shot puts weighing hundreds of caddies look like balloons, slowly float up, stagnate in the air. However, this is just the beginning. Move me! Ling Yun let out another soft shout, and under the urging of his mana, the shot ball floating above the Ling family's 9-fold courtyard moved quickly and horizontally in the air, circling and crisscrossing, performing a series of dizzying permutations and combinations, and then stagnated again. Don't move. More than 500 large shot puts were flying at the same time, but none of them collided. Ling Yun possesses the soul of the tribulation period, and his deep understanding and control over the use of mana has already reached an unbelievable level. Of course, the premise is to have mana. He didn't have it before, but now Ling Yun has reached the peak of the 2nd level of Qi training, and he can condense 72 drops of divine essence every day between his brows. He now has mana. After more than 500 large shot puts were quickly positioned in the air, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness seemed to be a perfect combination of formations. This time, Ling Yun placed a total of 3 formations at the same time. Outside the courtyard of the Ling family is the great formation of Gathering Spirits, surrounded by the 1,000 Chances and 9 Killing formation, and in the 9th level courtyard where Ling Lai lives is the Heavenly Confusion formation. Fall! Ling Yun shouted again. I saw those shot puts began to fall slowly, and after landing on the ground, they seemed to be as light as a feather, without making a sound. When the shot put hits the ground, the formation will be completed. Boom! The moment the formation was successfully arranged, the spirit-gathering formation first played its role. With the Ling family as the center, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 kilometers. They began to gather towards the Ling family's ancestral house. As for the 1000 chance 9 killing formation, as long as no one triggers it, it will not be triggered, so other than Ling Yun, other people can't feel anything. But at the same time, the Ling family's 9th courtyard, due to the successful layout of the cloudy sky maze, has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, as if in a white thick fog. Call. Ling Yun finally let out a long breath. He clenched his fists and raised his arms lightly. It's done. Formation Master, that title is not for nothing. At this time, except for Mo Wu Dao, who had already experienced it, everyone in the Ling family was dumbfounded. Finished? Just, so fast? Yuner. This is the end? It took Ling Lai a long time to react, and he couldn't help asking. Well, it's just a few small formations, it's not difficult. Ling Yan raised his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled casually. After having xuanhuan. For Ling Yan, formation has become an easier item for him to operate. Alchemy, talisman drawing, and weapon refining are more troublesome because of the complicated procedures. Grandpa, just now I set up a total of 3 large formations for our Ling family. They are the spirit-gathering formation, the 1000 chances and 9 killing formation, and a cloudy sky maze formation. Let's see. Ling Yun began to explain to the members of the Ling family the respective uses and methods of use of these 3 formations, especially the 1000 chance 9 killing formation. Since it is a killing formation, as long as someone triggers it, it will be a fatal end, so he focused on the description. Soon, Ling Yun led everyone to the 9th courtyard of the Ling family, looked at the already white courtyard, and said, "This is the confusing array. Grandpa, this is a phantom array. It is used to prevent the invasion of real powerful enemies. If our Ling family encounters a real powerful enemy one day, if we lose, everyone will quickly come here to hide, and the enemy breaks in. To have one is to become blind, you can kill as you like. But usually, when it is not needed, the shot put in the eye of the formation can be removed, and the formation is naturally closed, and it looks like just some ordinary shot puts. The spirit-gathering formation automatically absorbs spiritual energy, the 1000 chance 9 killing formation is triggered passively, and the cloudy sky maze formation can be used by controlling the eyes of the formation." Ling Yun led everyone into the white mist. Along the road he walked, everyone in the Ling family was surprised to find that after entering, the white mist disappeared, and Ling Lai's courtyard changed again. Became the usual appearance. The eye of the cloudy sky maze is right here. Ling Yan came to the east side of Ling Lai's door, pointed to the shot put, and said. After finishing speaking, he lightly lifted his foot and kicked the shot put slightly to the side. As soon as the position of the shot was moved, the effect of cloudy sky disappeared immediately. Everyone must remember this position. Once a strong enemy comes, everyone just needs to hide here and activate the formation. While Ling Yun was talking, he repeatedly kicked the shot put to roll back and forth in that position, and demonstrated it to everyone, amazed by everyone. As for the 1000 opportunity 9 killing formation, there is no formation eye and it is triggered passively. Only the main gate and the side entrance of our ancestral house are life gates. From now on, we can only enter and exit through those 2 gates. A shot put close to 400 gene, as long as a master below the 7th level of innate ability tries to force it, even if he does not die, he will be seriously injured. This night, Ling Yun burned his divine essence and used his mana to form 3 large formations in an instant, which directly improved the Ling family's defense. The Ling family has no worries anymore. To be continued. Book from. Attention students, Book friends who have fully subscribed, remember to receive the light of the great God. It's easy, no trouble. Greater than or equal to it's the end of the month, please subscribe. Come on, I'll take everyone to walk through this cloudy sky maze a few more times. After demonstrating to everyone, Ling Yin reopened the formation and led everyone in and out of the formation 6 times. In fact, as long as you understand it, the movement is not difficult to learn, even for ordinary people. As long as you walk back and forth 3 or 5 times, you can firmly memorize it. And as long as a person knows how to move, this cloudy sky maze is just an ordinary yard for him even if it is turned on and used, but there are 36 more large shot puts in this yard. The sky is lost in the formation, and those who are confused are those who don't understand. Once the formation is opened, someone rushes in randomly, and the surroundings are instantly covered in whiteness, like being in a thick fog, and they become blind immediately, even if others standing in front of your eyes, you can't see it. Soon, everyone expressed that they had completely memorized the movement of the cloudy sky maze, and there was no need to leave. Seeing that everyone had memorized it, Ling Yin looked serious, and said seriously, "The movement of the Huntian maze formation is indeed not difficult, but you have to remember that once the formation is activated, you must not go wrong. As long as one wrong step is taken, this maze will become a killing formation." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the big shot puts around him. "See, as long as these shot puts are not broken, those who go wrong will always be hit by these shot puts." Hearing this sentence, Ling Yong suddenly looked shocked, and asked a question. "Ling Yun, then if this is the case, everyone will come in and take the same road, isn't it too crowded, and everything will be difficult? Cannot do this?" He raised a fatal question. Although the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence is large enough, with thousands of square meters, if many people come in at the same time, everyone can only have one way to move, and they cannot move freely in the courtyard. What's the point? Brother, it's a good question for you to ask. Ling Yin glanced at Ling Yong in surprise, but secretly smiled inwardly, and explained patiently, all the formations in the world, after they are activated, are always related to the way of movement, not the position. As long as your moves are correct, you can go to any corner of this cloudy sky maze. Are you relieved now? All the formations in the world are only related to the way of walking, and have nothing to do with the position of the person in the formation. Ling Yong was stunned, and couldn't help opening his mouth wide enough to stuff an egg. So that's the case, then I don't worry." Seeing Ling Yong like this, everyone couldn't help laughing, but Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the others quietly put down a big stone in their hearts. Ling Yong is not the only one who has this kind of worry. Ling Yunfei stepped forward, removed the shot put in the eye of the cloudy sky, removed the formation, and said to Ling Lai, "Grandpa, I placed this eye at your door. With your level, as long as the Ling family is invaded by a strong enemy, the formation can be opened and closed at any time." Ling Lai had been overjoyed for a long time, and he nodded happily. "Good boy. What a good boy. Our Ling family now has an extra killing formation and a life-saving maze, and the defense has increased dozens of times. 100 shot puts is no less than 508 masters. At this time, in the hearts of everyone in the Ling family, Ling Yin alone is worth 1,000 troops." Ling Yu couldn't help but asked again, "Yuner, can ordinary people be able to decipher this formation you arranged?" Hearing this, Ling Yin stared contemptuously, and said with a proud smile, "Second uncle, don't worry, let alone ordinary masters, even ordinary masters of formations will be difficult to crack." When he was in the great world of cultivation, Ling Yin was a character who successfully broke through the immortal killing formation, and he was absolutely proud of the formation technique. Ling Yu laughed happily, nodded and said, "Then the second uncle knows it well." Ling Yong was so happy that he carried himself away, and shouted, "Fuck, then our Ling family is still afraid of the Chen family's eggs? Isn't it like playing for fun when we destroy the Chen family? In my opinion, since we can choose the location, we will set the place for the life and death duel at our house, and kill as many as you come." After hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but rolled his eyes, completely speechless towards Ling Yong. The formations are also divided into levels. When a supernatural power level 1 master comes, as long as he is given enough time, no matter if it is the Tianji 9 killing formation or the chaotic maze formation, they can easily break through it. At most, it was just a waste of time. For example, Qin Jingxian, it is impossible for a shot put of several hundred caddies to kill him, and as long as he knows that this is a formation, he will knock all the shot puts that hit him into the distance. Puzzled. Ling Yong is not the only one who thinks this way. The rest of the Ling family seem to think so. They look at Ling Yun expectantly, thinking that Ling Yun is setting up a large formation to deal with the Chen family. Ling Yun had no choice but to smile and explain to everyone, saying that these two formations are not omnipotent, and then said, "The decisive battle with the Chen family must not be fought in our house. Because, if he chooses to stay in our house, Qin Jingxian will definitely increase his vigilance 100 times, making him even more vigilant, which will be detrimental to us. On the other hand, although our Ling family's ancestral house is outside the 5th Ring Road, it still belongs to the urban area of the capital city. If the two families are going to have a life and death battle, it will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. Our Ling family has no secrets at all. Thirdly, this is our home. After all, it's still the place where our family lives. It's really not good to look like it's been slaughtered all day long, with blood flowing all over the place." Ling Yun put forward several reasons, and everyone in the Ling family nodded in agreement, and finally said, "Actually, I have already chosen the location of the decisive battle with the Chen family, so you can rest assured." Speaking of this, Ling Yun kept silent, but he didn't say any more about the specific location of the decisive battle. It's not that Ling Yun doesn't trust the people around him, nor is he trying to show off, but his principles. If the ruler does not keep secrets, he will lose his country. If the ministers do not keep secrets, he will lose his body, and if everything is not kept secret, it will cause harm. How important is the life and death decisive battle with the Chen family? No matter how competent Qin Jingxian is, facing someone like Ling Yun, he has to carefully consider where the Ling family will choose the decisive battle location. Even, the Chen family will do everything possible to get it, so as to know themselves and the enemy, and make arrangements in advance. How could Ling Yun speak out so easily about matters of life and death? But according to the rules, the address of the life and death decisive battle must be notified to the other party at least 3 days in advance, but with the next 6 days, Ling Yun has already arranged everything, and he is not afraid that the Chen family will find out about the investigation. Ling Yun didn't mention the specific place he chose, and the Ling family understood it, so they didn't rush to ask him. If the Ling family had these 2 large formations back then, even if my sister was pregnant with Liujia, she could kill all the enemies by herself. Bluebird stared blankly at the big shot puts in the yard, and muttered to himself. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the others were all taken aback when they heard this, and then they sighed unavoidably. Yes, if the Ling family had such 2 large formations back then, with Yin Qingshuan's skill, no matter how many people came from the good and the evil, they could calmly defeat them one by one. How could the Ling family be destroyed? How could they be forced to separate? Ling Xiao stepped forward and softly comforted him, "Sister Qingmiao." But he only said one sentence, "Sister Qingmiao," and he became speechless. He was the person involved. When talking about the events back then, his mood was 100 times more complicated than that of Qingmiao. How could he comfort Qingmiao for a while? It was Ling Yun who stepped forward and persuaded, "Aunt Qingmiao, what happened 18 years ago has already passed, so we don't need to mention it anymore. Next, we will find out the enemies and kill them one by one, to take revenge." Ling Yun knew that in the past 18 years, no matter how other people who experienced it would feel now, but to Qingmiao, who had just recovered her memory, those scenes seemed to happen yesterday. Because in the past 18 years, besides blindly chasing and killing Seekong too, Qingniao has no other memories at all. Now that she has regained her memory, all she can remember is what happened 18 years ago, so can she not say anything? Qingniao nodded, gritted her silver teeth, and said, yes. Revenge. Revenge must be done. Bluebird remembers the most clearly, but the hatred in his heart is the heaviest. My sister said at the beginning that as long as she can get out of trouble one day and come out of the main altar of the demon sect, she will definitely kill all her enemies. While speaking, Qingniao's body automatically exuded an extremely fierce murderous aura, which made the surrounding juniors of the Ling family couldn't help but shudder. Ling Yan felt Qingniao's strong murderous intent. He stepped forward slowly, held Qingniao's hand, and said lightly, Aunt Qingniao, don't worry, I don't need my mother to take action. I will avenge the revenge of the Ling family and parents. However, the life and death battle with the Chen family is just around the corner, and it is still too early to find out the matter of revenge for the enemy, so after everyone comforted Qingniao, they stopped mentioning it. Elder Cui, please teach us the dead soldiers of the Ling family about the usefulness of these three large formations, as well as the movement of this killing formation and maze formation. After Ling Yan comforted the blue bird, he turned to tell Mr. Cui. Patriarch, don't worry, I understand. Ling Yan nodded, and said, tomorrow night, you gather the dead soldiers of our Ling family and all the trusted servants, and I have something to say then. Now that he is the head of the family, he must of course do the work of the head of the family. Ling Yan is too busy these days, and he hasn't had time to meet the dead men of the Ling family. Elder Cui said excitedly, Patriarch, we Ling family dead men all respect you very much. They have been waiting for you to speak for a long time. In front of so many people in the family, being praised by Mr. Cui so much, even with Ling Yan's thick skin, he was a little embarrassed. He chuckled and said, okay, let's make it tomorrow night. After ordering Mr. Cui, Ling Yan turned to Ling Lai and said, Grandpa, I need your help tomorrow night. Ling Yan wanted to summon the dead men of the Ling family, of course not just for the purpose of giving lectures, he wanted to wash the tendons and cut the marrow of the 36 dead men of the Ling family one by one. To be continued. After finishing the formation, Ling Yan asked everyone to disperse to practice on their own, while he led Qingniao and Mo Wudao to the 6th courtyard and came to the place where ghost willows were planted. Originally, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li and others were very curious and wanted to follow Ling Yan to see what he was going to do, but he told him off with one sentence, hurry up and go back to practice, otherwise, be careful of the effect of today's muscle cleansing discount. Ling Yan's words are more effective than anything else. I heard that the effect of washing the tendons and cutting the marrow will be reduced. The three guys ran away and disappeared in a hurry, and went to meditate in a hurry. Boom. After the three of them left, with a thought, Ling Yan took out the Emperor Green Jadeite King Dragon Stone, and threw it on the ground, making a loud bang. Holy shit, such a good jade. It's really, really big. Mo Wudao looked at the Emperor Greenstone King, which was the size of a giant urn, his eyes lit up, and he was stunned in shock. Hey. Ling Yan smiled triumphantly, but didn't say much, and directly took out the dark blood demon knife. Laugh. Ling Yan chopped the blood demon knife into the Stone King, turned his wrist, and suddenly drew a big circle, and dug out a large ball-shaped emerald from the Emperor Greenstone King. The spherical jadeite was about the same size as a large shot put on the ground, with a diameter of 35 centimeters. It was crystal clear and emerald green. Under the surrounding lights, it looked green and radiant. After watching this scene, Mo Wudao couldn't help asking excitedly, Ling Yan, what are you doing? Holding the spherical jadeite in his right hand, Ling Yan pointed at the only big shot put on the ground with the tip of his knife in his left hand, and said, this shot put is the eye of the entire spirit-gathering formation. However, if the dueling formation uses shot puts as the eyes of the formation, the effect will be too bad. I have to pay it back. When Mo Wudao heard this, his eyes popped out, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, you're really willing to spend your money." Ling Yin chuckled, and thought to himself, what is this mere imperial green, compared to aura? For any formation in the world, the method of setting up the formation is the same, the only difference lies in the materials used for the formation, which determines the level and energy of the formation. Apart from the real spirit stones, the best material for the formation is jade, which is many times stronger than using a large shot put. However, if such a large formation were to use all the jade stones of the same size, even if the entire Ling family was emptied, it would not be able to set it up. Therefore, Ling Yin had to settle for the next best thing and only change the key formation materials. Ling Yin moved his thoughts again, and began to take out the spirit-gathering talismans from the space ring, each of which was a 6th-level spirit-gathering talisman, then turned the jade ball with his left hand, and covered the surface of the jade ball with the spirit-gathering talismans. The spirit-gathering talisman is a passive talisman. If the person holding the talisman does not use it, it can passively absorb and condense various auras around it for a long time until it is full. Now, the 6th-level spirit-gathering talisman covered the whole body of the jade ball, and the aura in the surrounding air immediately began to gather, and the effect was very powerful. Next, Ling Yin came to the eye of the spirit-gathering formation, kicked the shot ball aside lightly, then took out the dark blood demon knife, and quickly dug a hole more than 1 meter away with the magic knife at the original position. Deep pit. Then, he carefully placed the jade ball, which was 35 centimeters in diameter and covered with 6th-level spirit-gathering charms, into the pit. Ling Yin stepped on the ground and silently performed the xuanhuan to huang kung fu, and then, a scene that shocked Qingniao and Mo Wudao appeared. I saw that all the soil he dug out from the hole just now started to move, and it was automatically filled into the deep hole. This is absolutely too bad. Fuck. Mo Wudao was inexplicably shocked, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes almost popped out. Of course, for Mo Wudao, seeing a ghost would be calmer than seeing a person. He is a psychic, born with yin and yang eyes, and seeing those things is really common. Qingniao was also very shocked, although just now when Ling Yin raised his hand and let more than 500 large shot balls float into the air at the same time, it had already shocked her hard enough, but now the soil is automatically filling the hole, which makes her even more dumbfounded. But Ling Yin was incomparably indifferent, because this was an ordinary thing for him. Xuanhuan to Wanggong is also a top-level method of cultivation. This method is a method of controlling earth and rocks. It pays attention to communicating with the earth and controls the movement and changes of earth and rocks. It is similar to the water control power of xuanhuan Ju practiced by Ning Lingyu. Of course, the premise is that the state has been obtained, and one must have spiritual consciousness, divine essence, and magic power. Ling Yin has now reached the peak of the 2nd level of Qi training, so it's no problem to use this kind of means. Soon, all the excavated soil was filled back into the hole, completely burying the jade ball. Looking at the surface of the land again, the soil is very solid, as if no one has touched it at all. Damn it. Ling Yin, who the hell are you? Is there anything else you don't know? Mo Wudao was really excited, Ling Yin was really against the sky, there were endless ways and methods, and Mo Wudao's thinking limit was constantly being raised. Ling Yin laughed aloud, haha, this is a cultivation technique called Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu. It is a method of controlling earth and rocks. You can learn from me slowly. Boom. After replacing the new formation eyes and successfully rearranging the formation, the entire spirit-gathering formation instantly took effect, and it is more than 100 times stronger than before. At this time, with the Ling family's ancestral house as the center, the range of the spirit-gathering formation absorbing spiritual energy was enlarged to a radius of 30 kilometers, completely covering the entire urban area of the capital. Over the entire capital city, those invisible and intangible auras, as if swept by a strong wind, rushed towards the Ling family continuously, as if they had been summoned. Ling Yan was very satisfied. Well, this is right, this is the real effect of gathering spirits, and now the Ling family can be regarded as a small paradise. As long as it is a place with sufficient spiritual energy, it can be called a blessed place. Now that the Ling family has this great spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy of the entire capital gathers here. Isn't that enough? From now on, as long as the Ling family cultivates in the Ling family's ancestral house, no matter what kind of physique they are, or which 5-element aura they prefer, they can get twice the result with half the effort, and their progress will definitely be rapid. After finishing all this, Ling Yan lifted his chin slightly, pointed to the big shot put that was replaced, and said with a smirk to Mo Wudao, "This shot put, I won't need it in the future, I'll let you use it to practice." Mo Wudao was stunned for a moment, looking at the shot put which weighed nearly 400 caddies. He said dumbfounded, "Use it to practice? What to practice? How to practice?" Ling Yan laughed and said, "You don't need to ask, just practice strength. Of course, you can also use it as a basketball to practice breath and technique." When Mo Wudao heard this, he almost ran away in fright, waved his hands and refused. "Damn, such a heavy guy, I don't want to practice." Ling Yan stared, "Are you practicing or not?" Mo Wudao shook his head, "If you say you don't practice, you don't practice." Humph. Ling Yan stomped his feet suddenly. "Perform Huangquan Ta Wanggong again." Chi chi. The ground under Mo Wudao's feet split open suddenly, and an earthen sword rushed out of the ground under his feet. Fuck. Mo Wudao closed his eyes subconsciously, and leaned back suddenly. The soil sword almost brushed the tip of his nose and passed. The smell of earth was strong. Mo Wudao was so frightened that he raised his hand to beg for mercy. He was still in shock and said, "I will practice. I will practice. I will practice whatever the fuck you ask me to do in the future." Ling Yan subdued Mo Wudao, and laughed happily. After a long time, his smile subsided and he said, "I have also taught you the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure, and today I will really cleanse your tendons and marrow. You want to say no now? Practice, it's late." Mo Wudao wanted to cry, but if he knew it would happen, he wouldn't even come to live in the Ling family ancestors' house. How comfortable is it to live alone in a 5-star luxury hotel? Next, Ling Yan brought Qing Miao and Mo Wudao to the 5th courtyard of the Ling family, and found the Eye of the Thousand Chance 9 killing formation in an extremely secret place. He did the same thing, dug up another emerald ball of the same size, and covered the jade ball with 6-level defensive talismans and magical amulets. Then dig a hole and bury the jade ball in the hole, to replace the shot ball. In this way, the level of the 1000 Chance 9 killing formation in the Ling family's ancestral house has been greatly improved. When someone triggers the killing formation, those shot balls will fly up and hit, and the flying speed will be several times faster, and the impact force is extremely heavy. It will not be easily knocked into the air, or chopped into pieces, by a high-level innate master with a sword. With Ling Yan doing this, the Ling family's spirit gathering formation and 1000 Chance 9 killing formation are more powerful than before, and the defense power has increased several times again. From then on, the Ling family has become an impenetrable paradise. What the hell, the Qin family still wants to have a life-and-death battle with you, so they are looking for death. After Mo Wudao watched Ling Yan's series of arrangements, he knew that the Qin family would definitely lose without a super powerful helper. Since Ling Yan can arrange it like this in the Ling family, then of course he can also arrange it in other places. In that case, if the Qin family is gone, can there be a good thing? Ling Yan put away the dark blood demon knife, put away the Emperor Greenstone King, then stretched out his hand to grab the big shot ball, sucked the big shot ball into his hand, and played with it like a basketball. He smiled faintly. The Qin family is looking for death. I told you a long time ago, but you still don't believe me. Then he turned his head, looked at Qing Miao, and said softly, Aunt Qing Miao, I want you to watch these with me. Yuner just wants to tell you that we want revenge. It's not difficult. Facts speak louder than words. Ling Yun used several of his tricks one after another to show Jade Bird, just to reassure her. Qingyao nodded heavily. Zhang smiled and said, "Good boy, if Miss knows that she has a son like you, I don't know how happy she would be." After waking up, Qingyao thoroughly understood Ling Yun's strength, and she was very happy. Holding the shot put weighing several hundred caddies in Ling Yun's hand, he spun it at will, playing with it as a toy, and led the two of them out of here, returning to the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. He casually threw the shot put aside, and then asked Qingyao, "Aunt Qingyao, now, can you take back the life and death companion goo?" To be continued. Phone reading. Well, it's the end of the month, please ask for a monthly ticket and subscription. Thank you all. Now, one of the things Ling Yun must do every day is to torture the father and son Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuji in the Ling family's dungeon, which is simply more attentive than his cultivation. He tortured these two people for no other reason than revenge. However, Xikong Tu had already been crippled by Ling Yun's dantian, and now he has completely become a useless person. Although Ling Yun would treat him more or less every time after torturing him, so that he would not die while holding his breath. However, this kind of treatment is very casual. Ling Yun treated Xikong Tu in order to keep him alive and continue to torture him, so of course it is impossible to put his heart into it. Xikong Tu suffers from such torture every day, not to mention his body is riddled with holes, even his whole spirit has completely collapsed, he is going crazy, he is not long to die. Of course, Ling Yun tortured these two people so much. Apart from taking revenge, he also pried out a lot of useful information from the father and son, which was of great use to Ling Yun. For example, from Xikong Tu's mouth, Ling Yun asked a lot of secrets about the main altar of the demon sect, the elders of the demon sect, the Haisha sect, the Nether sect, and so on. In the same way, Ling Yun kept the man Xikong Wuji, and he had already asked all of Xikong Wuji's secrets, including the Tiansha Hudong branch and the distribution of some overseas forces of the demon sect. Now that they had opened their mouths and Ling Yun got everything he wanted, it would be meaningless to keep these two alive. Then, next, apart from continuing to torture them, the only thing left for Ling Yun to do to them is to kill them to take revenge, so as to save Night and Dream and cause future troubles. But if you want to kill Xikong Tu, you must first let the blue bird take back the life and death accompanying Gu. Otherwise, if Xikong Tu died, the blue bird would also die. After Ling Yun had completely cured Jade Bird, through observation these few days, he found that Jade Bird had not only completely healed, but also remembered everything before, whether it was physical state or mental state. They all faintly returned to their peak. Moreover, Jade Bird is now half a step ahead of 9. At any time, it is possible to make further breakthroughs and reach the first level of the supernatural powers. Ling Yun felt that the reason why the blue bird could not break through for the time being should be related to the life and death companion Gu she had planted on Xikong Tu. Life and death go hand in hand. Over there Xikong Tu was tortured terribly, almost to death. Of course Jade Bird's side would be affected, and naturally he couldn't break through. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Yun's question, Qingyao Lu frowned, and after pondering for a while, nodded, and said, "It should be no problem to withdraw the life and death accompanying Gu now. However, Auntie still needs your help in the future. Life and death go hand in hand Gu, good seeds are hard to reap. It is planted in Xikong Tu's body, and it can make the blue bird that has lost his memory chase and kill him for 18 years. It can be seen how overbearing this kind of Gu is." Ling Yun looked solemn, nodded and said, "Okay, then let's try it now. If you need me to do anything by then, just tell me." "Okay. Yuner, then take me to see him now." For the past few days, Qingyao has been shutting herself in the room, trying her best to restore herself, so she didn't bother to trouble Xikong Tuesday. Now that she was going to see Xikong Tu, a look of hatred appeared on her pretty face. An evil spirit flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her voice was even colder. It just doesn't consider her sister in Qingxian, Ling Yun and his son, but from Qingyao's personal point of view, she brought Ling Yun out of the main altar of the demon sect, but was chased and killed by Xikong Tu all the way, and finally forced Qingyao to use the demon to disintegrate. The method caused her face to be completely destroyed, her meridians to go retrograde, and she lost her memory for 18 years. This in itself is an endless blood feud. Ling Yun nodded, and immediately took the blue bird into the dungeon of the Ling family, and the two soon arrived at the place where Xikong Tu was being held. Kill me. Kill me. I want to die. I want to die now. At this time, Xikong Tu was nailed to the wall of the dungeon room alive, just like he nailed Ling Xiao to the wooden frame back then, except that there were more nails on his body. His current appearance was already horrible, there was no whole place on his body, and his whole body was bloody and bloody. Under the light in the dungeon, he looked even more terrifying and infiltrating than the evil spirits crawling out of the blood sea hell. Xikong Tu has almost experienced all the tortures in the world, and he has long since lost the arrogance of the past, and he can't live without dying. And next to Xikong Tu, his son Xikong Wuji was not much better than him, also covered in blood and flesh, lying motionless on the ground, and could only maintain weak breathing. Xikong Tu was almost completely insane from the torture, and the only thing left of him was to be sober, which made him beg for death. After Qingyao walked into this room, she only took one look at Xikong Tu, and her delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly. Even if she was once the #1 voodoo girl in the 18 villages of Miaojiang, even if she followed in Qingxian, the saint of the demon sect, she had seen countless unimaginable and terrifying methods by the Mazong, but after seeing the current Xikong Tu, she couldn't help being shocked. It can be said that, except for not skinning Xikong Tu alive, all the tortures Ling Yun could think of were used on Xikong Tu. After seeing Xikong Tu's miserable appearance, Qingyao immediately lost the idea of torturing him with goo worms, because it was completely unnecessary. Qingyao quickly adapted to this scene, but didn't say anything to Ling Yun, because Ling Yun was taking revenge. Even if Ling Yun didn't do this, after she met Xikong Tu today, she would definitely do her best and use goo skills to deal with him. The blue bird said, "Xikong Tu, widen your eyes and see who I am. I don't care who you are, kill me quickly, please kill me quickly. You are Qing, blue bird." Seeing that Xikong Tu still recognized her, Qingyao saw murderous intent in her cold eyes, but she said indifferently, "Yes, it's me, Qingyao. Now, I'll take back my things." After finishing speaking, the blue bird stepped forward, stretched out his index finger, and struck like lightning. The fingertip touched Xikong Tu's forehead in the middle of the brow. Yuner, my life and death accompanying Goo's goo worm is under Xikong Tu's heavenly spirit cover at this time. Now I want to communicate with it and let it slip back into Xikong Tu's heart from here. During this period, you just need to protect it. Keeping Xikong Tu's heart, so that he won't die from the severe pain, that's enough. Life and death accompanying goo. When planted, the goo worms are injected into any place in the opponent's body, and then the goo worms will penetrate into the blood vessels, go straight to the heart, and then from the heart, directly invade the human brain, and finally hide in the human body. Under the cover of the sky. This is the seal, goo, life and death follow each other. This kind of goo worm, not to mention Xikong Tu at the second level of supernatural powers, even Ling Yun today, with his condensed spiritual consciousness, it is impossible to force the life and death follower goo out of the sky. In the past, Qingyao planted this kind of goo on Xikong Tu out of resentment, which shows her hatred and determination. Don't worry, Aunt Qingyao, I can do this, there will be absolutely no problem, just do your best and just take back the goo worms. With a solemn expression, Ling Yun completely let go of his powerful spiritual consciousness, enveloped Xikong Tu, and then cast his yin and yang eyes, looking directly into Xikong Tu's skin, observing his physical condition. Then, Ling Yun also came forward, and put his palm on Xikong-Tu's heart, in case of a critical moment, to protect him from death. After finishing all this, Lingyan gave Qingniao a look, indicating that she can collect the goo worms. Qingniao's fingers were on Xikong-Tu's forehead without moving. She began to close her eyes slightly, chanting something. Obviously she was chanting some kind of spell to communicate with goo insects. This was a very complicated and lengthy process. After more than 20 minutes, fine sweat had already oozed from Jade Bird's smooth forehead, and Lingyan hadn't felt any movement yet. Lingyan frowned slightly, and thought to himself, sure enough, this goo worm has stayed in Xikong-Tu's body for too long, and he definitely doesn't want to move its nest. Even the blue bird is its master, and now it won't let it come back. Lingyan was thinking like this, and another 7 or 8 minutes passed quickly. At this time, Qingniao was already dripping with sweat, her hair was sticking to her cheeks, and her expression gradually became fierce. At the same time, Qingniao's speed of chanting the incantation was also speeding up. Lingyan couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Suddenly, Qingniao stretched out her finger, and lightly poked at Xikong-Tu Tianlinggai. She scolded sharply, "Come out." Lingyan knew that this was the critical moment. He didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately burned a drop of divine energy. His spiritual consciousness skyrocketed, and the powerful wood spiritual energy entered Xikong-Tu's body to protect his heart veins. And he naturally took this opportunity to widen his eyes, wanting to see what the goo worm hidden in Xikong-Tu's head looked like. Unfortunately, even so, he still couldn't see anything. The Miajiang goo technique naturally has its mysterious and unique features. Yuner, it's willing to come out, you get ready, Xikong-Tu will be very hurt later. While doing its best, Jade Bird did not forget to tell Lingyan to be more careful. Don't worry, Aunt Qingniao, Xikong-Tu won't die for a while. Before Lingyan finished speaking, he saw Xikong-Tu's body suddenly trembling violently, bouncing crazily, shaking after shaking, and at the same time, he let out a howl like a ghost crying. Lingyan used his sharp eyesight and tried hard to see what the goo worm looked like, but before he saw anything, he felt that there was something extra in Xikong-Tu's heart. Unfortunately, he can only feel it, but can't see anything. The moment the goo worm appeared in Xikong-Tu's heart, Lingyan felt that Xikong-Tu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, the blood in his blood vessels accelerated, and the heart also violently expanded and contracted, as if it was about to explode at any moment. At this time, Lingyan finally understood why the blue bird asked him to protect Xikong-Tu's heart with all his strength. If he didn't protect it, Xikong-Tu would have died countless times at this time. Brush. It didn't take long, and with the blue bird screaming again, a bluish-white light suddenly rushed out of Xikong-Tu's chest, and in a flash, it penetrated into the blue bird's body and disappeared. Life and death accompanying goo, successfully recovered. To be continued. Book from Phone Reading. Lingyan has a new supernatural power. On the last day of the month, ask for a monthly pass. Note that everyone keeps the guaranteed monthly pass. Tomorrow night, there will be a rainstorm with monthly pass red envelopes, all of which are 6 yuan. That bluish-white light is of course the life and death accompanying goo. It seems real and illusory, only the size of a needle tip, and its speed is unbelievably fast. It was still inside Xikong-Tu's Tianling cap just now, but it entered Xikong-Tu's heart in the blink of an eye, and was mixed with blood. With Lingyan's powerful eyesight now, he couldn't find it, and couldn't see it clearly. Before the life and death companion goo rushed out of Xikong-Tu's body, I don't know what talent it used to make Xikong-Tu's heart beat wildly in an instant, and the blood in his whole body almost boiled. Lingyan looked at Qingniao again, and saw that Qingniao's pretty face suddenly turned pale, her delicate body shook suddenly, and a strange bright red appeared on her pale pretty face. Puff. Suddenly, the blue bird opened its mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Lingyan knew very well in her heart that this mouthful of blood was not ordinary blood, but Jade Bird's own blood essence, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days for her to recover from spitting out such a big gulp. Even if Qingyao is the number 1 goo girl in Miaojiang, if she forcibly withdraws this life and death companion goo, she will suffer backlash and pay the price. It's just because this life and death accompanying goo is originally a kind of goo insect that is hard to get back after planting, and the longer it takes, the harder it is to get back. Especially this kind of goo worm is very spiritual. It feels that Seekong too is about to die, so it is even more unwilling to come out of its body. Goo insects are all living things, and living things with extremely spiritual intelligence. Once they find a chance, they naturally don't want to be controlled by others. As long as Seekong too dies, the blue bird will die, and this life and death go hand in hand. Goo will naturally gain freedom. Well, you can go anywhere in the world. That's why it took so much effort for Jade Bird to communicate with it just now. Aunt Qingyao. Are you okay? Ling Yin immediately withdrew the palm of Seekong Tu's body, and at the same time another hand imprinted on the back of the blue bird, sending a spiritual energy into her body. Qingyao raised her hand, gently wiped the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand, and said lightly, I'm fine. This life and death companion goo is easy to grow but hard to reap. It is very spiritual. It is waiting for Seekong Tu to die. As long as Seekong Tu dies, I will die, and then they will both be free, so this one is not willing to be killed. I take it back. But just now, when I communicated with it, I threatened that if it doesn't come out, I will kill the goo worm in my body first, and then they will die in front of me instead, so it had to come out in the end. Now, since it's back, it's all right. Afraid that Ling Yun would not understand, Qingyao explained it to him in detail, and then sighed. This kind of goo worms are born in pairs, live together when they live, die together when they die. There is no exception, no matter how far apart they are. As long as they are alive, they will definitely look for the other one. That's why life and death go hand in hand. Ling Yun nodded, and suddenly remembered the forgetfulness and biting heart goo that Miao Fenghuang had planted in divine Dr. Shue's body, and couldn't help sighing in his heart again. Before leaving Qingshui City, Ling Yun was 100% sure that he could force the goo worms out of divine Dr. Shue's body. But both he and Dr. Shui were worried that Miao Fenghuang would suffer a backlash, so they didn't do it. Ling Yan also agreed to Miao Xiaomiao, and when he was done with the important matters at hand, he would accompany her to Miaojiang to solve the matter thoroughly. Qingyao turned her head slightly, suddenly showing surprise on her face, and said in amazement, Hey! Unexpectedly, before the life and death following goo came out, he had already absorbed most of his body's blood essence, and he was still alive. How could Ling Yan care about Seekong Tu's life and death now? He asked curiously, Aunt Qingyao, can this life and death accompanying goo still suck human essence and blood? Bluebird nodded and said, That's right, and it's not just the blood essence, it can also feel the host's memory. This life and death goo is originally the imprint of blood essence, and with this kind of innate ability, the natural memory is strong. So if one stays away, the other will definitely be found. It is because of the memory of that goo worm in my body that I have been chasing and killing Seekong Tu for so many years. Ling Yun. Listening to what Jade Bird said, this life and death follow-up, goo should be love and goo. Seeing Ling Yun's strange and silent look, Qingyao's pretty face flushed suddenly. Don't guess, this is the most overbearing love and goo in Miaojiang, but before I planted the goo for Seekong Tu, I used a secret method. Let me just chase him down. Although Ling Yan had already guessed what was going on, he was still very shocked, and at the same time, he was extremely moved by what Jade Bird did. Aunt Qingyao, I made you suffer. Qingyao smiled sweetly, patted Ling Yan's shoulder lightly, and said softly, My good boy, if you are alive, Auntie has not let you down. Now that you have achieved such success, Auntie is very happy. What? At this moment, Seekong Tu's voice suddenly sounded, Ling Yun, Bluebird, kill me. Ling Yun and Qingyao turned their heads at the same time to look at the dying Seekong Tu. After only one glance at him, Qingyao turned to look at Ling Yun and gave him a questioning look, as if to ask him how to deal with it. At this time, Xikong too, although he was dying, his eyes were exceptionally bright, and his mind became extremely clear, but there was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at this world from another world. Don't ask, it's a flashback. Ling Yun knew it in his heart. At this time, his heart was clear, but he said indifferently, Xikong tu, I tortured you to avenge my Ling family, my parents, my aunt Qingyao, and myself. Now I have tortured you. You are enough. However, I will not kill you. I am not the one who sent you on your way. It's Ling Xiao. The person most qualified to kill Xikong tu for revenge was not Ling Yun, but Ling Xiao. Ling Yun decided not to care about Xikong tu's life or death, but let his father kill him personally to avenge him. Before then, you can fend for yourself, and no one will care about you if you want to die. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun made a move, and sent out a violent wind to the man on the ground, Xikong Wuji, which shattered his internal organs and killed Xikong Wuji on the spot. Xikong Wuji was Ling Yun's enemy. Ling Yun hacked him into a pig, tortured him for so long, and finally sent him on the road with his own hands, letting him die in front of Xikong tu. This time, seeing his son die, Xikong tu didn't show any expression, his eyes still showed no emotion, as if it wasn't his son who died, but an ant that had nothing to do with him. Aunt Qingyao, let's go. After finishing these, Ling Yun helped the blue bird to leave the dungeon of the Ling family. Ling Yun sent the blue bird back to the room, he took out a jade bottle, filled it with dragon saliva, and handed it to the blue bird. Voice transmission into the secret said, Aunt Qingyao, this is ambergris. In the next few days, you need to take care of your body. Drinking it will have the best effect. Qingyao was shocked, her lips moved, and she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She took the jade bottle over, nodded, and said, Yuner, with the life and death following Gu taken back, Auntie can finally have nothing else to do. I think this time, as long as the essence and blood are replenished and the body returns to its peak, it will be possible to make a new life. Break through further and reach the realm of your mother back then. Half step verse 9, if you break through again, you will naturally be at the first level of the supernatural powers. Ling Yun chuckled, thinking that it was more than that. He still had the dragon spirit pill and the dragon tiger pill in his hand, and when Jade Bird breaks through, let her eat 2 of them, the effect will definitely be good. Maybe there is a chance to directly hit the supernatural power realm, the peak of the first layer. But he looked at the blue bird, hesitated to speak, and finally said, Auntie Blue Bird, you must not practice Xikong tu's black evil magic skill. He heard it clearly just now. The life and death accompanying Gu that flew back into the blue bird's body carried a lot of memories of Xikong tu over the years. Qingyao glanced at Ling Yun, and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry about it, brat, Auntie learned all of her martial arts from your mother, and I won't even practice that black shattering magic skill. After the life and death follow Gu was withdrawn, Blue Bird's personality began to recover, and became obviously cheerful, and her tone of voice was different. Only then did Ling Yun feel relieved, bid farewell to the blue bird, and left the blue bird's room. However, that night, Ling Yun did not go back to his room to rest, but returned to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, sat down next to Ghost God Willow, and practiced earnestly all night. This time, what he practiced was Yin-Yang Ju of 1 Qi, Yin-Yang, True Qi. At the peak of the 2nd level of Qi training, Ling Yun's Yin and Yang True energy can already flow out of his body at will. At this time, Ling Yun's whole body becomes hazy and ethereal, with a kind of immortal energy that floats out of the world. And his control over Yin and Yang Qi has now reached an unimaginable level, and he can display more magical effects of Yin and Yang Qi. 1 Qi Yin Yang Ju, practiced to the extreme, can evolve the holy law of the infinite universe. Using this holy law of the infinite universe, any skill of the enemy, Ling Yun does not need the magic formula. As long as the opponent performs it once, it can be simulated by the holy law of the infinite universe. the effect is almost the same as the opponent's original technique. The holy law of Qiankuan Wuji is the holy law of battle. Now, his spiritual consciousness covers a radius of 2,000 meters, and he releases the green shadow flying sword. Without using the divine essence, he can control the flying sword with his divine sense to kill enemies within 200 meters. This is true for Feijian, and of course it is even more true for his own true energy. Ling Yin sat cross-legged, releasing the yin and yang zhenqi out of his body suddenly. Under the control of his thoughts, the zhenqi overflowing from his body began to change endlessly, sometimes turning into a knife, sometimes turning into a sword, and sometimes condensing into a giant axe, or a long spear, halberd, and so on. In the end, Ling Yin actually transformed yin-yang qi into 2 tens of meters long chains that were visible to the naked eye. Each chain was as thick as a wrist, interlocking. But the head of the chain has turned into the head of an ancient cold weapon spear, which looks extremely sharp. One black and one white. Hot and cold. Yin-yang true qi chains. This yin-yang chain, with Ling Yin's body as the center, is like 2 tens of meters long living dragons. They sometimes entwine each other layer by layer, and sometimes turn into tens of meters long sticks, shooting straight into the sky, playing to their heart's content. That scene is absolutely against the sky. Hey, the chain of yin and yang zhenqi can be attacked or defended, it can be far or near, this can be regarded as my ancient martial arts. To be continued. Book from. In the middle of the night, Ling Yin practiced the yin-yang ju of I Qi, using the yin-yang true qi to evolve his own combat supernatural power, the yin-yang true qi chain. www. DODTW. COM. This chain of yin and yang zhenqi is formed by the condensed yin and yang zhenqi in Ling Yin's body. Ling Yin manipulates them with his mind, which can be long or short, thick or thin, sending and receiving urges, completely with one mind, like an arm commanding. Ling Yin practiced the chains of yin and yang zhenqi repeatedly, letting them fly all over the sky, changing endlessly, like 2 living dragons circling and dancing. It's so easy to use. With the rise of Ling Yunlian, he used his mind to activate the chain of yin and yang zhenqi, passed through the high walls of the 6th and 7th courtyards, and found the big shot put that he had just thrown in the 7th courtyard. The chain of yin and yang infuriating energy went straight to the big lead ball, and suddenly, the black and white chains visible to the naked eye wrapped around the big lead ball layer by layer until it covered its entire surface. Get up. Ling Yan's mind moved again, urging the yin-yang chain to pull suddenly, and the big shot was instantly lifted off the ground by the yin-yang zhenqi chain, and came to the sky above the Ling family's ancestral house, where it stopped in the air, suspended in motion. If anyone saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. You know, Ling Yan is sitting under the willow of ghosts and gods in the 6th courtyard at this time, and has not moved, and the big shot put in the 7th courtyard weighs nearly 400 caddies. He was completely using his consciousness and thoughts to activate the yin-yang true qi chain, and to be able to have such an effect, that scene was really too heaven-defying. This is of course supernatural powers. However, this is only the beginning. Ling Yin used the yin-yang zhenqi chain to wrap around the big shot, and suddenly threw it high into the air, and at the same time withdrew the yin-yang zhenqi chain from the big shot. The 400 gene shot put shot straight into the sky, and after reaching the apex, it was about to fall downward. Ling Yin smiled slightly, and used the head of the yang energy chain, from left to right, to hit the big shot put in the air. The big shot put was hit by the huge force of the chain head, and immediately flew sideways, and when it was about to fall, it was completely castrated. Ling Yin moved the yin qi chain again, from right to left. Another slap in the face, and the big shot put was pulled back in the opposite direction. Next, under Ling Yan's deliberate urging, the yin qi chain and the yang qi chain turned out to be like 2 living dragons. Facing the big shot put, they played a double dragon play over the Ling family's ancestral house. Beads. The chain of yin and yang Zhenqi is facing the big shot put. Repeated impact, hard pumping, winding, and fighting, never let the big shot fall to the ground. A big shot put of 400 caddies is played like this. What if it is a big living person? Ling Yin used this big shot put to practice his yin-yang Zhenqi chain repeatedly. It wasn't until he became more and more proficient, more and more free-spirited, until when he moved his mind, the yin and yang chains were as flexible as his fingers, and then he used 2 chains to entangle the shot put again. Let it slowly fall back to the ground, and it fell to the ground like a feather, without making a sound. Mo Wudao, this lazy pig, is actually sleeping late again. Ling Yin put down the shot put, his consciousness swept away, and found that Mo Wudao was sleeping soundly in his room. He immediately smiled wickedly. Urging the chain of yin and yang Zhenqi with his thoughts, he turned into 2 long snakes and suddenly entered Mo Wudao's room. Hey, if you hang out with me, you're out of luck. Ling Yin chuckled, and suddenly, he activated the chain of yin and yang Zhenqi, entangled the sleeping Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao weighed less than 130 caddies, and his weight was only 1/3 of that of a shot put. Pulling Mo Wudao with the chain of yin yang Zhenqi, Ling Yin felt extremely relaxed. Brush. Ling Yan's thoughts urged the yin-yang chains to pull and pull suddenly. Mo Wudao was entangled in layers of Zhenqi chains. His body was directly pulled off the bed, and Ling Yin forcefully dragged him out from the open window. Fuck, what the hell is going on? The yin and yang Zhenqi has temperature, one cold and one hot. It can be said that as soon as it wrapped around Mo Wudao's body, he had already felt it, and he opened his eyes immediately in shock. But Ling Yan's speed was really too fast. Before he could react, Ling Yan had already dragged him out of the room and threw him into the sky. What? Mo Wudao couldn't even dream of such a dream. His feeling was that he was sleeping on the bed, but suddenly he was entangled by the hot and cold ropes, and then he was pulled out of the window and flew directly into the night sky. This scene was not experienced personally, so I can't imagine how terrifying it is. He fell asleep well, but he flew into the sky for no reason. Who wouldn't be scared to death? Haha, I'll let you be lazy again. Ling Yin laughed out loud, just like the big shot put just now. He mistook Mo Wudao for a trapeze man and started teasing him back and forth. Damn it, Ling Yun, you're insane, what the hell is this? It took Mo Wudao a long time to react from the fright. After being teased in the sky for a long time, he finally found Ling Yun, the instigator, and immediately flew into a rage, shouting at Ling Yun. Do you still dare to be lazy? If you are lazy, I will let you fly in the sky. Look how beautiful the night is, how fresh the air is, and how good it feels. Ling Yun didn't pay any attention to it, and continued to go his own way. Okay, I won't sleep anymore, I won't be lazy anymore, please let me go. Although Mo Wudao knew that even if he fell, he would not die, but he was too embarrassed in his current state, so he didn't think much about it, and begged for mercy. This is what you said, hurry up and practice for me, otherwise, be careful that I will deal with you like this every day in the future. Ling Yin smiled slightly, and then he wrapped Mo Wudao and let him fall back to the ground safely. Damn, Ling Yin, what are you? You are too majestic, too awesome, right? Mo Wudao didn't feel sleepy at this time. He fell in front of Ling Yin, and only then noticed the chains of yin and yang Zhenqi dancing around Ling Yin's body. He couldn't help but stunned and exclaimed. Under the control of Ling Yin's mind, the yin-yang chain is alive. Even if it is retracted, it is still entangled in layers, spinning non-stop. It looks like a domineering majesty. Ling Yin flew up, and said with a smile, this is my newly practiced supernatural power, the yin-yang true qi chain, how about it, is it cool? Mo Wudao's jaw almost dropped from the shock. He nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and said in admiration, handsome, so handsome, this is a supernatural power. Ling Yin looked up to the sky and laughed, and then said seriously, if you want to reach my level, you should practice quickly. In order to get Mo Wudao to practice diligently, Ling Yin used all means to coerce and lure him. Seeing Ling Yan's majesty and domineering appearance, Mo Wudao felt envious in his heart, and finally stopped arguing with Ling Yan, and practiced honestly on the spot. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, "I have worked so hard to create such good cultivation conditions for you, but you still want to sleep all day long. Do you feel sorry for me?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yan no longer cared about Mo Wudao, but concentrated his consciousness, thinking about the appearance of the wings, and carefully controlled the yin and yang zhenqi outside his body, trying to evolve them into yin and yang wings. How strong is Ling Yan's yin and yang zhenqi in his body now, after overflowing his body, since it can transform into a chain of yin and yang zhenqi, it can naturally condense into a pair of wings. Ling Yan wants to evolve a pair of wings and try to fly. Although the yin and yang zhenqi that Ling Yan used to evolve the chains is already strong enough, but this zhenqi is far from enough to evolve into a pair of wings. Without hesitation, Ling Yan frantically operated the yin-yang ju, forcing the yin-yang true qi out of his body continuously, and at the same time let them accumulate layer by layer on his back, trying to evolve the shape of wings. With enough qi, it is not difficult to evolve wings. A pair of wings seemed to grow out of nowhere on Ling Yan's back, one black and one white, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. Ling Yan had wings. This is the yin and yang wings. Ling Yan can now materialize the true energy, so this pair of wings can be seen by ordinary people with naked eyes. Ling Yan used his true energy to transform his wings into substance, and then controlled them with his thoughts, wanting to fan the air, and use the reaction force of the airflow to fly like a big bird. Try. After the wings transformed into shape, Ling Yan began to urge his mind to flap the pair of wings on his back, wanting to fly. Ling Yan fluttered his wings, and the fanning air brought a strong reaction force, causing his body to slowly leave the ground and float across the sky. He did not hesitate to speed up the fanning frequency, and his body was raised again, 8 meters above the ground, but soon, Ling Yan felt a little strenuous. This is not light work, but to really fly by flapping the wings of yin and yang zhenqi. Even with Ling Yan's strong spiritual consciousness and tyrannical soul, at his level, the difficulty is really too great. Because he must first ensure that the yin and yang wings are always cohesive, and he must be distracted from urging the wings to fan the airflow. After tossing hard for a long time, Ling Yan still couldn't fly, so he had no choice but to fall back to the ground. With a wingspan of 4 meters, my true energy is barely enough, but my spiritual sense is not strong enough. At present, my spiritual sense can barely keep the pair of wings in place. If I get distracted, it will break, and I can't fly much at all. It's high, and it can't fly too far. Not to mention flying like this to fight. Glamorous. Ling Yan knew that his current state was not enough, and it was too early to transform into wings to fly, so he gave up decisively. Ling Yan doesn't do things that are thankless. Never mind. The first attempt to fly failed, but Ling Yan didn't feel too disappointed, because he knew that as long as he broke through the 3rd level of qi training and his spiritual consciousness tripled again, he would have no problem if he wanted to fly again. The 4th level of qi training can fly with the sword. In this case, as long as Ling Yan reaches the 3rd level of qi training, he can fly in advance. Hey, when the time comes to fly with 5 blood races, that scene will be more exciting. It's better than running on 2 legs. Ling Yan chuckled, and made up his mind about the scene of flying in the sky, and then stopped thinking about it. He calmed down and sat down. He began to practice the Great Expansion Ju Xing Ju. To be continued. Book from Phone Reading. Attention, students, there are still 4 hours, midnight tonight. Yes, it is 2400 hours. Our Dragon Emperor Martial Arts Federation will have a rain of monthly pass red envelopes. Everyone keep the guarantee, come and get it. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan stopped practicing the Dian Gathering Stars treasure, and slowly recovered. He opened his eyes, looked up to the east, and sighed silently in his heart. The capital city is much more prosperous than Qingshui City, with row upon row of high-rise buildings. The Ling family's ancestral house is blocked by these high-rise buildings. When the sun just rises, the sunlight can't reach here at all. And the same, because it is in the capital city, Ling Yin can't fly to the roof to practice at will like in Qingshui City. If that happens, people on the surrounding tall buildings will think him as a lunatic. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect the cultivation. Ling Yin thought in his heart, as long as the life and death battle with the Chen family is over, he will not be able to live in the Ling family and will have to change places. Now that the transportation is developed, as long as you have money, it doesn't matter where you live anyway, everything is about cultivation. This time, Ling Yin ended his practice an hour and a half earlier than usual, because he found that Ling Xiao had already woken up. He finished cleaning the Ling family ancestral hall without hesitation, and then went to the practice room in the 8th courtyard, where he was practicing. Ever since the father and son met, Ling Yin had never been to Ling Zhao's yard to avoid embarrassment, and the father and son had never had a serious chat. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately call him over. From this point of view, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, the father and son, really understood each other very well. What are you looking at? You can practice here until 7:30, otherwise you won't even think about eating. Ling Yin stood up, glanced at Mo Wudao, who opened his eyes when he heard the movement, and said with a smirk. Then, he left Gui Shenlu and went straight to the practice room in the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. The 8th courtyard of the Ling family. There is an independent large courtyard, separated by a courtyard wall, which is mainly used to practice martial arts for the Ling family. People from the Ling family usually come here to practice or discuss. Of course, the dead soldiers of the Ling family practiced, but they were not here. But somewhere else, otherwise. With so many people practicing and shouting together, the Ling family couldn't live anymore. Ling Yin stepped into the practice room and greeted Ling Xiao, "Father. Yun'er is here?" Ling Xiao seemed to have expected that Ling Yin would come. Not surprisingly, he stopped practicing and stood up. Since the change of the ghost willow, in the past few days, apart from worshipping the ancestors and sweeping the tomb, Ling Xiao has been cleaning the Ling family's ancestral hall. "I hardly do anything, just practice every day, in order to consolidate and adapt to my new state as soon as possible." Innately at the peak of the 6th level, after a few days, he has almost adapted, and there are faint signs of breaking through again. The fact that the Ling family can enter the realm so quickly is the effect of Xuanhuan's aura. It is far from comparable to the xuanhuan that the Ling family usually cultivates. Ling Yin stepped forward, scratched his head and said, "Father, my son has too many things to do these past few days, and I haven't been able to come to see you. Please don't blame me." Ling Xiao smiled slightly, came over and patted Ling Yin on the shoulder, needless to say. "You child, I understand what you want to say, it's fine. This is the father and son, connected by blood and mind, although they just met each other not long ago. There is no need to talk nonsense. Tell me. Come and find me today, what's the matter?" Ling Xiao pressed Ling Yan's shoulder with one hand, and said with a smile. His son brought him too many surprises, and pride. Ling Xiao was naturally relieved when he saw Ling Yun. Ling Yun said, "Father, after these few days, you should be about to break through, right?" Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right, my father was able to make a breakthrough on the day when the ghost and god willow changed, but at that time, he was afraid that the realm would be unstable, so he deliberately suppressed it and didn't immediately break through. I estimate that tonight at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest, I can successfully break through." Ling Xiao broke through again. Even if he reached the 7th level of Xiantian, he would enter the late Xiantian stage. He is looking forward to it now. But Ling Yin said, "Father, I came here to look for you this time, just to remind you not to rush to break through for the time being. Ling Xiao was surprised. Oh? Why? Ling Yan explained directly. First of all, your old injury is just right, your dantian and meridians have just returned to normal, and your foundation is not stable enough. In addition, with the gift of Ghost God Willow, you have broken through from the acquired 5th floor to the peak of the innate 6th floor in one breath. This progress is really too fast. Only a few days of adaptation is not enough. Although there is no problem with breaking through, it is easy to cause the foundation to be weak, which will cause future troubles. In addition, if the breakthrough is the first 9 in the future, there may be false breakthroughs and false situations. Ling Yan talked eloquently and expressed his worries. Ling Xiao nodded his head when he heard that. Of course he understood the meaning of Ling Yan's words, but the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family was imminent, and he was anxious. Ling Xiao frowned and said, but, in another week, we will have a life and death battle with the Chen family. If father doesn't make a breakthrough, it will hold you back. Ling Yan smiled slightly. It turns out that father is worried about this. You don't have to worry about the life and death battle with the Chen family. 2 heads-ups and 1 team battle, I alone will be enough. Ling Yan had just practiced Yin-Yang True Qi Chain supernatural power last night, and now he is full of self-confidence, and he didn't take the Chen family's life and death duel at all. What he was always worried about was that after the Sun and Chen families were wiped out, at that time, the Longye family would be the ones he would face again. At that time, it was time to really fight for the background and power, so Ling Yan is now non-stop helping the Ling family to make various improvements. Ling Xiao was startled and tongue-tied. Son, are you alone? Fighting 3 times in a row? Ling Yan nodded and smiled. That's right, I can deal with them alone. Ling Xiao was in a hurry and said worriedly, then, what about us? Ling Yan laughed and said, you just need to give me a little fight. When the time comes, the Chen family loses. If you want to go back on your word, just don't let them run away. Since ancient times, fighting has always been a means, and they are all for a certain purpose. This kind of life and death duel, once one side really loses, they will definitely regret it, and there is no need to ask. Beg for mercy and run away. It is also possible to find a powerful person to suppress the Ling family. Ling Yan didn't believe that after the Chen family lost the life and death battle, they would obediently be slaughtered and let the Ling family slaughter them. Father, I have already planned in my heart about your realm breakthrough. Don't be in a hurry, you just need to firmly establish your current realm. The more firmly you fight, the better it will be for you in the future. Ling Yan finally revealed his purpose. He didn't want Ling Xiao to rush through the barrier now, for fear of endless troubles in the future. Seeing the anxious look on Ling Yan's face, Ling Xiao knew that his son was worried about him, so he smiled casually. Okay, since you said so, then father will listen to you and stabilize the realm. Don't make a breakthrough. Ling Yan was finally relieved, and he smiled happily. Father, there are some combat exercises I gave him at Grandpa's place. If you have nothing to do these days, you might as well take a look and find some suitable ones. Just practice for a while. Fan. Before leaving the capital last time, Ling Yan specially taught Ling Lai a lot of combat skills in order to improve the Ling family's combat power. Phantom Fish Dragon Step, Tiangang Fumo Fist, Sky Nirvana Palm, Wind and Thunder King Kong Legs. Raging Waves, Internal Strength, Little Wuxiang Swordsmanship, 9 Kills Swordsmanship, Mietian Swordsmanship, Ling Si Ju, Dian Gathering Stars Ju, and so on. Mysterious Dragon Elephant Power. Footwork, Boxing, Palm Technique, Leg Skills, Internal Skills, 2 sets of Peerless Swordsmanship, 1 set of Saber Techniques, 1 Consonance Formula, 1 set of Heaven-defying Body Training Formulas, plus a set of secret techniques that can increase combat power multiple times. Ling Xiao can't pass the level now, but there is no problem in practicing these combat skills. After hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Oh, your grandfather has already explained all those martial arts to me in detail. it's just that my father just wants to improve his realm these days, and he hasn't started to practice yet. When Lingyan heard this, he became anxious. That's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to fight if you have a realm. Father, you still listen to me, practice martial arts first, and then talk about realm. If you don't know how to fight, and your realm has improved, it's just that your internal strength is deeper and your lightness skill is a little higher. You will still suffer a disadvantage when you meet a master of the same realm. Lingyan's combat martial arts are all top skills that can leapfrog to kill people. Once they enter the room, the effect is far more effective than raising the realm. Seeing Lingyan teaching his father a lesson in a hurry, Ling Xiao couldn't help being amused, so he nodded and said, "Okay, listen to you, father, first practice those martial arts, and then talk about the realm." Lingyan finally finished talking about this matter, and then said in a deep voice, "Father, succumbed to in our dungeon, I have tortured him almost to the point of being useless, and he is dying now. What do you think? Deal with." As expected, when Ling Xiao heard Xikong Tu's name, his face changed instantly, and his sword eyebrows were tightly locked. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and completely enveloped Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to be negligent, because he knew that Xikong Tu was Ling Xiao's inner demon. It was like this 18 years ago, and 18 years later, Ling Xiao was kidnapped and tortured again by Xikong Tu for so long. Of course it was even worse. This was Ling Yun's real worry, and it was also the reason why he stopped Ling Xiao from raising his realm. If you don't kill Xikong Tu, Ling Xiao's demons will be difficult to get rid of. If you can't face the enemy, of course you won't be able to face yourself. In fact, it was true. Xikong Tu had been imprisoned in the dungeon of Ling's family these days, but Ling Xiao had never been in the dungeon. He just wanted to prevent his emotional fluctuations from causing instability and affecting his cultivation. That's why Ling Yin kept Xikong Tu Busha, just to let his father get rid of the serious trouble of inner demons. Yuner, the life and death battle between us and the Chen family is imminent. Father doesn't want to affect his mood because of this person. I want to wait until after the battle to kill Xikong Tu for revenge. Ling Yin sighed in his heart, but he didn't say much. The inner demon is in everyone's heart. No matter how powerful Ling Yin is, he can't help Ling Xiao. The child obeys his father's arrangements for everything. Then I'll let him live another 10 days. After the matter with the Chen family is over, let's kill him for revenge. Ling Xiao is so smart, he can probably guess Ling Yun's intentions. His tiger eyes showed emotion, and said, "My good boy, it's my father who made things difficult for you." Ling Yin smiled and said, "No embarrassment. As long as Ling Xiao can successfully get rid of the inner demons and let Xikong Tu live a few more days, this matter is nothing to Ling Yun." To be continued. Book from. After breakfast, Ling Yin first called Mr. Cui over, and ordered him to send someone to the courtyard outside the Ling family's house, and bring the medicinal herbs in the yard to the Ling family's ancestral house today. When Ling Yin came to Beijing for the first time, he asked Tang Meng to send over a batch of medicinal herbs. Those herbs were the elixir that he had absorbed spiritual energy for a long time in Villa No. 1, and Ling Yin had never had time to use them. After refining the talisman, it will naturally come in handy. Elder Cui asked respectfully, "Patriarch, are you bringing them all back?" Ling Yin said helplessly, "Old Cui, didn't I live with you? When there are no outsiders, you can just call me Ling Yun." Old Cui chuckled, "You don't know, I feel very comfortable when I call Patriarch." Cui always looked forward to Ling Yun's position as the patriarch of the Ling family. Now that Ling Yun is the patriarch, he seems to be 10 years younger. Ling Yin had no choice, so he had no choice but to stop talking about it, and instead answered Cui Lao's question, "Yes, bring those medicinal herbs over here." Now, the Ling family's spirit gathering array has been set up, and the effect is several times better than that of Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. Even if Ling Yun doesn't need those herbs, he has to put them here to continue absorbing spiritual energy. One more thing, Chui Lao, you call Tang Meng today and ask him to talk to Divine Dr. Shui or Miao Miao. I want some spiritual grass seeds and send them here as soon as possible. That's what I want. The 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family. All the plants are landscaped flowers and trees. It would be a waste if such a large area is not used for planting spirit grass. Okay. Chui Lao took the order and left. After arranging the affairs of Mr. Chui, Ling Yun immediately came to the front yard and found the elder sister Ling Xiu. Ling Xiu's house in Ling's ancestral home. It's in the first courtyard. It is an independent courtyard. Hey, brat, you finally know that you came to find me? I thought you wouldn't recognize me as a big sister after you got home. Seeing Ling Yun coming, Ling Xiu was happy, but couldn't help teasing him. Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed, his handsome face flushed slightly. Hey, look at eldest sister, how can I do that? Am I here? Ling Xiu looked at Ling Yun's blushing. She giggled coquettishly all the time. Well, come to me at this time, there must be something wrong. Sister, you are really good at predicting things. You guessed it right. Ling Yun flattered wildly first, and then said, Sister, let's go shopping today? What? Ling Xiu almost doubted her own ears, she widened her beautiful eyes, and repeated again, shopping? Ling Yun chuckled, that's right, I went shopping and called after I arrived in the capital. I haven't really gone out for a stroll yet. Ling Xiu still didn't believe it, and asked in doubt, do you really want to go shopping? Do you really have that leisure time and time? Ling Yun was speechless for a moment, wondering if my image doesn't look like a shopper. Okay, what do you want to buy? Ling Xiu knew that Ling Yun suddenly proposed to go shopping because he had something to buy. Buy a ring, a platinum ring. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't hide it, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. Ling Xiu was extremely surprised, with a strange expression on her face. She glanced at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes and said, buy a ring? A token of love? Tell me honestly, which girl do you fancy again? Ling Yun is sweating madly. I'm so sorry, what do you mean again? He quickly explained, Sister, it's really not what you think, let me tell you the truth, I plan to make a few new space rings. Have you checked? The one I wear on my hand, you can store things in it, there are also for you. Ling Yun is now at the peak of the 2nd level of Qi training, and he happens to have a large amount of xuanhuan aura in his body. These xuanhuan auras can be used, and together with the divine essence he has stored, it is enough to refine a bunch of ordinary space rings. Ling Yun wants to refine weapons. And since the weapon refining, the first thing to bear the brunt is naturally the space ring. This time, Ling Yun plans to make 10 or 8 of them in one go, and give one to each important person around him, so that it will be convenient for everyone in the future. Hearing that Ling Yun was going to make a space ring, Ling Xiu's mouth grew wide all of a sudden, she was dumbfounded. The storage ring, what a heaven-defying ring, and Ling Yun has hers too. Let's go, let's go. Ling Xiu quickly recovered from the state of shock, and was so anxious that she pulled Ling Yun and ran outside. However, as soon as the two of them ran to the gate of the courtyard, Ling Xiu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and asked Ling Yun, Skunk, who are you making space rings for? Ling Yun broke his fingers and started, well, one for Grandpa, one for Father, one for second uncle, and you, Sister Ling Xue, well, Aunt Qingyao also has one, and Mr. Chui. Also, Yi Xingchen, Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan. However, among these few people, Ling Yun did not come out directly. He was afraid that Ling Xiu would make fun of him again. Of course, Ling Yun decided that this time, Yi Xingchen and Ning Lingyu's space rings should be made similar to his, and they had to be made with the Taishu stone of the god of refining, and there was no need to buy platinum rings. Ling Yun has his own 99 in his heart, but Ling Xiu doesn't care about that much now. He just frowned and asked, then have you measured their size? Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, then said in astonishment, "Size?" Ling Xiu chuckled, "It's the thickness of the fingers. Everyone's fingers are different in thickness. A space ring is also a ring, and girls are naturally more sensitive to things like rings than boys." It was only then that Ling Yun suddenly realized. He shook his head and said, "I really don't have this. Why did I ignore this matter?" Ling Xiu finished listening. He let go of the hand holding Ling Yun's arm all of a sudden, giggled and said, "Fortunately, I asked one more question. Otherwise, I would have bought it for nothing. If it doesn't fit, I have to go back and change it." Ling Yun smiled awkwardly. "Hey, it's still the eldest sister who was considerate, so what should I do now?" Ling Xiu patted her proud chest. He said hurriedly, "Okay. Don't worry about buying the ring. You just need to make a list for me and tell me who I need to buy it for. I'll take care of the rest." Ling Yun thought carefully, and reported the names one by one. Finally, he stared at Ling Xiu's bare hands and said, Besides these, elder sister, please help me buy some more. The size is big, just follow your finger, just come." Ling Xiu's fingers are like spring onions, slender, like Ling Yun. The rings for Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan and others were bought according to Ling Xiu's size, and they must not be much different. Ling Xiu heard that Ling Yun wanted to buy a few more, but she didn't give her name. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "You bastard, there are still some for other girls, right?" Ling Yun was helpless. Had no choice, but to acquiesce. Seeing Ling Yun's confession, Ling Xiu couldn't help laughing, punched Ling Yun in the chest, and said, "I knew it was like this. Okay, don't worry, I promise I won't miss your business." Seeing that Ling Xiu took care of buying the ring, Ling Yun thought it was a good idea, and saved himself a trip instead. He took out a check worth tens of millions of yuan, and stuffed it into Ling Xiu's hand. "Don't save me money, just buy the best material, but don't ask for anything fancy or patterned on the surface, it looks simple and generous." "That's fine, because you have to engrave a lot of formations on it. To make a space ring, of course, space formations must be engraved on the ring, and the more the better. If the ring already has many patterns, then it is useless to buy the ring." "Understood." Ling Xiu Bingxue is smart, so she understands it as soon as she hears it. She took a look at the space ring in Ling Yun's hand and said, "Just buy it according to the style you have in your hand?" Ling Yun nodded and smiled, "That's it." But Ling Xiu glanced at the check in his hand, and immediately gave Ling Yun a blank look. "Okay, bastard, if you give Ling Yong and the others 100 million, you can give me 10 million. Ling Yun laughed and said, "If my sister needs money, don't let it be 100 million, even 10 billion will be fine." Ling Xiu was overjoyed at this sentence, and she didn't bother with Ling Yun anymore. She greeted Ling Yun and said, "I'll go find Grandpa and the others to measure, and I'll give you the ring before dinner." Then she actually used her body skills directly and roared away. Looking at Ling Xiu's beautiful back, Ling Yun couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Sister Xian was really straightforward in handling things, and she acted swiftly and resolutely. After Ling Xiu left, Ling Yun found a quiet place alone, took out the communicator, and called Yi Xingchen. "Why are you looking for me?" After the two connected, Yi Xingchen didn't have any nonsense, and just asked when he came up. Ling Yun originally prepared some opening remarks, but after hearing this sentence, he resolutely gave up, and then went straight to business. Yujin demon silk, or cloth made of Yujin demon silk, do you still have it? Last time, Ling Yun and Sikong Tu had a life-and-death battle, and 3 major problems were exposed. The space ring was not enough, the Wujing demon silkworm night clothes had insufficient defense, and the Qingying Feijian's attack power and speed were problematic. Now, with the improvement of Ling Yun's realm and the skyrocketing spiritual consciousness, the problem of Qingying Feijian has been solved, so the rest, of course, is the need to refine new space rings and make new clothes. Whether it is refining space rings or making magic weapon clothes, they all belong to the scope of refining tools. Ling Yin originally had 2 sets of Wu Jing demonic silkworm night clothes, but in order to save his father, Ling Xiao put one on. The one Ling Yin was wearing had already been cut into pieces by the Haisha demon blade. Only Yi Xingchen replied, "Also, there are ready-made cloths, but there are not many of them. If you wear them, there are only enough to make 20 sets." The night Ling Yin captured Sikong Tu alive, he finally left shirtless. Of course Yi Xingchen knew what Ling Yin wanted the black gold demon silk for. When Ling Yin heard this, he was overjoyed. 20 sets. That's enough. I'll ask Xiao Mimi to pick it up and deliver it to the Ling family's ancestral house at night. Yi Xingchen was silent, and said leisurely after a while, "You come and get it yourself." I'm too busy here to have a life and death battle with the Chen family. It's about the Chen family. To be continued. L3 L4. No pop-up ads forever. Please bookmark and recommend to your friends. Hearing that Yi Xingchen wanted to tell him about the Chen family, Ling Yin knew that she must have found out important news, so he immediately agreed, and the two agreed to meet tomorrow night. The life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family is just around the corner, and Ling Yin is making intensive arrangements. Of course, he knows that the Chen family must be planning everything in secret, just like him. Completely trampled the Ling family. Chen Jingxian is not a fool. If he is not very sure, how could he take the initiative to propose a life and death battle with the Ling family? The only thing he didn't know about the Ling family was that he didn't know Ling Yun's true strength and whole cards. In the decisive battle of life and death, although Ling Yun was confident, he did not dare to hold back the slightest bit. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can win 100 battles. At this critical moment, the information provided by Yi Xingchen is very important. Hey, one light and one dark, it seems that the effect is good. After finishing the call with Yi Xingchen, Ling Yin stood alone and thought for a long time, then said with a smile. With a thought, Ling Yin took out the god of refining Taishu stone, held it in his hand, and held it up to his eyes. When he looked carefully, a tinge of pain appeared on his face. The god refining Taishu stone is a meteorite from outside the sky. Practitioners can use it to test and cultivate their spiritual consciousness, so that their spiritual consciousness will become stronger and purer step by step. Ling Yin has now reached the Qi training stage, refining Qi to transform into a god. In the Qi refining stage, with the help of this stone, Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness cultivation will definitely make rapid progress. Moreover, not only the realm of refining Qi and transforming into gods, this kind of stone, when practicing the stage of returning to the void, the speed of cultivation will be even more terrifying and the effect will be even better. It can even be used at the stage of refining emptiness and combining Taoism. Moreover, this kind of Taishu stone is a kind of space spirit stone with ingenious uses. There is no need to engrave the formation. And Qiankuan bracelets, etc., are all made of this kind of stone. Because the properties of this kind of stone are so against the sky, it is very rare in the entire vast universe. Powerful cultivators often search for a star field and cannot find one. Ling Yin can find such a large piece of God Taishu on the earth. Sure, I always thought it was a miracle in my heart. For Ling Yin, and even for any cultivator, this is a real treasure. But all things that can be related to space and time. It is a real treasure for practitioners. And now that Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness is strong, he found through detection that the texture of this god-refining Taishu stone is still excellent, almost reaching the top grade. It's good, it's a pity that there are too few. Ling Yin looked at the Taishu stone of refining God, the flesh pain on his face became more and more intense, and he couldn't help sighing. Because he is about to use this god-refining Taishu stone to make a space ring, and he needs to cut a piece down for use. Although for this palm-sized god-refining Taishu stone, it only takes a tiny bit to make a few interspatial rings, but even this is enough to make Ling Yin feel distressed for a long time. After watching for a long time, Ling Yin gritted his teeth and became cruel. He held the stone in his right hand, took out the dark blood demon knife with his left hand, aimed at a sharp corner of the stone, and cut it down suddenly with all his strength. Brush. A stone about the size of a ping-pong ball was chopped down by him. Ling Yin retracted his knife instantly, and grabbed the chopped-off god-refining Taishu stone in his hand. Good steel should be used on the blade. No matter how good things are, they are for use, and only when they are used can their value be displayed. It's enough to make 3 space rings. The pained look on Ling Yan's face disappeared. He said something casually, then opened his mouth, and unexpectedly threw that small piece of god-refining Taishu stone into his mouth. As if he was swallowing an elixir, he swallowed it directly into his stomach. Swallow gold fossils. The second peak of Dian Juxing Baojue, the peak of the second level of Qi training. Ling Yin not only has a tyrannical body, but also has the real fire of Samadhi in his body. He can already swallow gold fossils. For a true cultivator to cultivate, these must complement each other, otherwise, many methods of a cultivator will not be able to be used even if you have reached the realm. In terms of complementary cultivation, Ling Yin can be said to be a master. He started his career as a doctor, and he has reached the level of a master, no matter whether he is refining alchemy, drawing talismans, or arranging formations, without any shortcomings. Ling Yan's cultivation speed is far faster than countless other cultivators. The sky-defying physique is only one reason. The other reason is that he is diligent, studious, knowledgeable. Whatever is useful to him, he must find a way to learn it. Into one's own ability. If a person wants to be successful, it is not enough to rely on talent alone, but also needs to have other elements of success. Of course, with Ling Yan's current state, he can only swallow gold, but not fossils. He still can't really refine this god-refining Taishu stone. He just swallows this stone into his stomach, and first uses the Samadhi real fire in his body to calcine it to remove impurities and warm it up. The god of refining Taishu stone is different from the Qingying Feijian. It cannot change in size, it can be what it is swallowed, and it stays in Ling Yan's stomach at this moment, and Ling Yan's spiritual sense is so strong that it can still be detected. It feels weird. Ling Yan swallowed the stone, feeling the strangeness in his belly, couldn't help rolling his eyes. However, for Ling Yan, this strange feeling only lasted for a while, and soon he got used to it, and began to operate the yin-yang art of Qi, urging the true fire of Samadhi in his body, and calcined the Taishu stone of refining God. Ling Yan's weapon refining method mainly relies on this Qi yin and yang formula, and his weapon refining method is called yin and yang refining. Well, 2 days should be enough for warming and nurturing, and then the refining will start. Ling Yan felt the degree of warmth and nurturing, and made a rough judgment. Then he didn't put away the big piece of god-refining Taishu stone, just held it in his hand, and returned to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. In addition to the courtyard where the Ling family practiced, there was another courtyard in this courtyard. Most of the Ling family's dead men lived here. It turned out that there were almost 100 people living in this yard, but after the Ling family was attacked by the Oriental ninjas sent by the Chen family at night, more than 100 Ling family soldiers died, and more than 60 people died tragically. Now only 36 people remain. These 36 people, because they need to perform various tasks every day, it is difficult to get all of them together. If there are more than a dozen people living here in one night, it is considered a lot. However, last night, Ling Yan told Mr. Cui that he decided to wash the tendons and marrow of the 36 Ling family dead men tonight, and Mr. Cui had already given the order. Therefore, today, the dead soldiers of the Ling family began to rush back from the outside in 2s and 3s, and entered the Ling family through the hidden side door. At this time, they all gathered here, and the courtyard was no longer deserted, but began to be lively. With a sweep of Ling Yan's consciousness, he investigated the situation in the yard clearly, then smiled slightly, and flew into the yard. Hey, everyone is back? It's very lively. At this time, there were quite a few dead men of the Ling family in the yard, and they saw that there was an extra person in the yard in a blink of an eye. After everyone was stunned, the next moment, all the dead soldiers of the Ling family in the courtyard knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yi greets the patriarch. Ling Qi pays homage to patriarch. Ling Jiu. More than a dozen dead men of the Ling family shouted in unison. Seeing Ling Yun coming in, the eyes of the dead soldiers of the Ling family were filled with sincere respect, gratitude, excitement, and even fanaticism. Of course, this has something to do with Mr. Cui. Mr. Cui is a loyal servant of the Ling family and the chief steward, but his other identity is the head coach of the dead men of the Ling family, that is, the leader of the dead men of the Ling family. Ever since Mr. Cui met Ling Yun in Qingshui City, in his heart, Ling Yun has become the best candidate for the future head of the Ling family. After communicating with Ling Lai and obtaining Ling Lai's permission, since then, Elder Cui has been silently establishing Ling Yun's position in the hearts of the dead of the Ling family step by step. Of course, Ling Yun's own deeds and his contributions to the Ling family are all investigators of the Ling family, and they have all witnessed it with their own eyes. Coupled with Cui Lao's deliberate operation, the current Ling Yun is in the hearts of the Ling family, is simply a godlike existence. That's why Ling Yun's sudden appearance at this moment caused such effects. If it were the former Ling Zhen who came in, at most the dead soldiers of the Ling family would kneel on one knee, but it is absolutely impossible to have fanatical eyes. Everyone get up. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled slightly, opened his arms, palms up, and lifted slightly towards the sky. The dozens of dead soldiers of the Ling family who were kneeling in the courtyard suddenly felt a gentle force, lifting them all up from the ground. They looked at each other with shocked looks on their faces. With a serious expression on his face, Ling Yun began to speak. Everyone survived the last battle. I know that each of you is loyal to the Ling family. Our Ling family needs you. I also thank you for your dedication to the Ling family. If our Ling family wants to rise, I can't rely on me alone. To be strong alone, we can only strengthen ourselves. Only when each of us becomes strong, can the Ling family really rise. Our Ling family needs you. I also thank you for your dedication to the Ling family. Old Cui must have told everyone that tonight, in this yard, I will give you a real cleansing of the tendons and marrow. After this cleansing, I guarantee that everyone present will advance to the innate realm. After Ling Yun finished speaking, there was a complete silence in the courtyard, and the drop of a needle could be heard. All the dead soldiers of the Ling family present were stunned. 36 Ling family dead men, all advanced to the rank of innate? But soon, the shock turned into ecstasy, and excited cheers of surprise sounded in the yard, one after another. Ling Yun raised his hand and pressed falsely to calm everyone down, then smiled again. However, since everyone is here today, I need a little help from everyone. Ling Yi is one of the big bosses of the dead men of the Ling family. When he saw that Ling Yun still had something to order, he immediately rushed to say, the patriarch has an order. The dead men of the Ling family will go through fire and water, and they will not hesitate. Ling Yun laughed, he raised his hand and pointed to the front yard. You all go now, and pull out all the flowers and plants in the 5th and 6th courtyards. Attention students, the 600 monthly ticket red envelopes are always being distributed, everyone hurry up to claim them. Pull it? When the dead soldiers of the Ling family heard that Ling Yun had asked them to pull weeds, they didn't realize it for a while, and couldn't help but look at each other in blank dismay. Mop novels, the fastest and most complete free novels. After a long while, Ling Yi suddenly raised his hand and scratched his head with a confused expression. Patriarch, those flowers and plants, but... Ling Yi wanted to remind Ling Yun that the flowers and plants in the 5th and 6th courtyards were collected by Ling Yu from other places and planted by himself. Ling Yun saw Ling Yi's hesitation, and smiled slightly. Why, as the patriarch, it's not easy for me to give you an order for the first time. After finishing, with a smile on his face, Ling Yin raised his eyes and looked at the dead soldiers of the Ling family in the courtyard. Hearing these words, Ling Yi was shocked and threw Ling Yu, the mountain, out of the sky. He waved his hand abruptly. What are you doing in a daze? Follow me, to pull weeds. So, more than a dozen dead men from the Ling family rushed out of this courtyard, rushed to the 5th and 6th courtyards, and began to clear those flowers and plants. Hey, that's why the old ones don't go, and the new ones don't come. Letting go of Ling Yan's spiritual sense, he couldn't help laughing as he watched those Ling family dead men uprooting flowers and plants in full swing in the 5 or 6 courtyards. In the morning, he had already greeted Mr. Cui and asked Mr. Cui to contact Tang Meng in Qingshui City to get some spiritual grass and elixir seeds. According to Tang Meng's personality, as long as he got them from Master Shui and Miao Miao, the seeds must be transported by air. The seeds will reach Ling's house by tonight at the latest. Each courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home is over 1,000 square meters, and the area of the 2 courtyards is not large enough for Ling Yin to grow a lot of rare medicinal herbs. Only in this way can the spirit-gathering formation that he worked so hard to arrange play a more powerful role and not be wasted. People are alive, and they always need to go out for activities. Naturally, it is impossible to stay in the Ling family's ancestral house to practice every day, but once the medicinal herbs are planted, they can absorb the aura of this gathering spirit formation for a long time. When they grow up like this, they will be full of aura and the medicinal power will be doubled tough. In this case, if Ling Yin is making alchemy, or making is all equal to is all equal to is all equal to is all equal to, m uptack. C less than over equal to om talismans, if he needs any elixir. It can be used anytime, which is very convenient. After arranging missions for the dead men of the Ling family, Ling Yin didn't have any urgent matters at hand. After thinking about it, he went to the dungeon of the Ling family, used the methods of immortal doctors, and simply treated Sikong Tu to ensure that he could live another half a month. Only then did I feel relieved and left the dungeon. Next, Ling Yun returned to his room. He floated onto the bed, sat cross-legged, held the god-refining Taishu stone in his hand, and began to cultivate his consciousness, practicing silently, waiting for the night to come. Hey, brat, I bought something for you, come out and see if it suits you? In the evening, Ling Xiao, the eldest sister of the Ling family, came outside Ling Yun's room, and called Ling Yun to go out. Hearing the shout, Ling Yun opened his eyes slightly. With a thought, he took back the yin and yang zhenqi overflowing from his body, and said with a smile, "Elder sister, the door is open, you can come in and talk." Ling Xiao came in response, and when she came in, she saw Ling Yun sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her eyes immediately showed admiration, and she sighed sincerely, "You bastard, when it comes to hard work in cultivation, no one in our Ling family can match that, you." Facing Ling Xiao's admiration, Ling Yun rarely had a playful smile on his face. He smiled casually and said, "I'm used to it." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yun's serious look, she nodded deeply, and seemed to realize something in her heart, and then said, "Neng, this is something you asked your eldest sister to buy for you, let's see if it suits you." While speaking, Ling Xiao poured out all the platinum rings she bought out of her bag. Ling Yin scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Ling Xiao had bought back a total of 16 rings, all of which were made of platinum, and all of them were beautifully packaged. Ling Yin has divine sense, he doesn't need to open the packing box, he knows that these rings are obviously carefully selected by Ling Xiao, high-end and elegant, very classy, but simple in style. The inner and outer surfaces of the rings are as smooth as a mirror, which is convenient for him to carve formations. Ling Yin took a look at the size of those rings, and knew that they were indeed similar to the one he was wearing. With his current consciousness, it would not be difficult to carve 5 space formations on them. "Hey, it's troublesome for my eldest sister, these rings are very suitable." As if Ling Xiao didn't hear it, she buried her head in the pile of rings and searched for a while, finally picked up a box, raised it in her hand and said to Ling Yun, "Nong, look carefully, this ring belongs to me, you have to give it to me. I've done it well, and I can't let my eldest sister run errands for nothing." Ling Yun laughed happily. "Hey, how can it be? Don't worry, big sister, how about I make it for you now, and let you wear it?" Ling Xiu was shocked, and said in amazement, "Do it now? No, don't you need to prepare?" In her heart, making a space ring is very troublesome, at least it is a big project, how can it be done just by doing it? Ling Yun said with a smile, "When you buy the ring, it means that you are ready." As he spoke, Ling Yun took the box in Ling Xiu's hand, opened it directly, and took out the exquisite platinum ring. Then with a thought, he opened his mouth and spat out, and the green shadow flying sword flew out of his mouth. The Qingying Feijian is unparalleled in sharpness, and can be transformed into a large one at will according to Ling Yun's will. With Ling Yun, there is no need to use Renhuang's brush to carve space formations anymore. Ling Yun didn't care about Ling Xiu, who was stunned. He kept Qingying Feijian's embroidery needles big, threw the platinum ring in the air, and then activated his thoughts. Qingying Feijian flashed in the air, and quickly met the ring. It was carved directly on the surface of the platinum ring. Last night, after Ling Yun cultivated the supernatural power of Yin Yang Zhenqi Chain, his control of Zhenqi has reached a subtle level. The platinum ring does not need to be held by hand, it is completely lifted into the air with a trace of true energy, and it rotates slowly without falling to the ground. At the same time, the blue shadow flying sword with the size of an embroidery needle is rapidly engraving a space formation on its inner and outer surfaces. Ling Yun is doing two things at once. The whole process didn't take long. In less than 2 minutes, Ling Yun carved 5 space formations on the platinum ring. Therefore, this ordinary platinum ring was just a bought decoration just now, but now it has become a priceless space treasure. After the production was completed, Ling Yun retracted the Qingying flying sword, stretched out his hand to grab it, and took the brand new space ring in his hand. Ling Yun took the ring, and with a slight movement of his mind, he immediately penetrated his spiritual consciousness into the ring, and found that the space in the ring was 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 3 meters high, and the inner space was larger than the one he was wearing now. It will be much bigger. Then he turned his hands over, spread his palms upwards, and sent them to Ling Xiu. Ling Yun smiled slightly, "Sister, it's already done." Ling Xiu was dumbfounded, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the platinum ring in Ling Yun's hand, with an expression of disbelief in her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly reached out her hand, as if grabbing the ring, snatched the ring in her hand, and then put it on her hand. Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing and said, "Eldest sister, don't worry, this interspatial ring is still an ownerless thing, it's not for you to use it just by wearing it. This ring was made by Ling Yun, and the current owner is still Ling Yun." Ling Xiu said anxiously, "You son of a bitch, don't be impatient, tell elder sister what I should do." Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. You just need to bite the tip of your tongue, dip your fingertip in a drop of blood, and then smear the blood on this ring, and it will truly belong to you from now on. The blood on the tip of the tongue is the essence of the human body. Generally speaking, if you want to play the game of confessing the Lord with blood, you have to use the blood on the tip of the tongue." "Oh, that's the way it is, I know it." Ling Xiu suddenly realized, and after she understood, she bit the tip of her tongue without hesitation, bit the tip of her tongue, dipped her hand in a large drop of blood, and wiped it directly on the interspatial ring. The blood stained the surface of the ring, was immediately absorbed by the ring, and quickly disappeared. The next moment, Ling Xiu felt that she had established some kind of mysterious connection with the ring. However, Ling Xiu was not in a hurry to experiment, but asked in confusion, "Hey, bastard, this ring is obviously platinum, how can it still suck blood?" This shows how clever Ling Xiu is. Ling Yun shook his head secretly, he smiled slightly, and explained, "Sister, now, the ring in your hand is already at the level of a magic weapon, and it is a rare treasure in the world, so that drop of blood, it can absorb. Just kidding, if such a precious treasure can be used by everyone, isn't it the same as the money you have in the bank, where everyone can take it? Simple, Ling Xiu's drop of blood is her code to use the space ring. From now on, this interspatial ring can only store things in it, or take things out from it. Understand? Ling Xiu said. She had already put the space ring on her hand, and then, like Ling Yun usually did, she grabbed a teacup on the coffee table and was about to put it into the space ring. However, even after she tossed about for a long time, the teacup was still in her hand perfectly, but she couldn't put it away. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled wryly. Eldest sister, what's the use of using your bare hands over there? This is not physical labor. Then he said seriously, use your thoughts, first feel the space inside the space ring, and then use that space to wrap this cup, and you can take it in with your thoughts. Mind? Then I'll try again. After finishing, Ling Xiu held the teacup again, and at the same time communicated with the space in the space ring with her mind, until she felt that space completely covered the teacup, with a thought, take it. Brush. The teacup disappeared. My God. It's amazing. Ling Xiu exclaimed in shock. You son of a bitch, I'm just like that with your ring. How can I usually put such a big thing in the ring, so it's like this? Ling Yun grinned and nodded. Although the ring has a large space, as long as the thing to be contained in the space of the space ring, it can be put into it with a movement of thought. This is the trick. Sister, try to take it out again to see. So next, Ling Xiu began to repeatedly put the visible things into her space ring, and then took them out again. This cycle was repeated, and she had a lot of fun. It wasn't until she was thoroughly familiar with all these things that she finally stopped, turned her head, and fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Yun without blinking. Then, she said something that made Ling Yun want to cry. Bitch, I finally know how you cheated those girls' hearts. Brother Yun's heart ached when he heard that. Eldest sister, if you talk like that, it will capsize the boat of our family relationship. After a pause, Ling Yun yelled bitterly again, it's too hurtful. Your brother and I have always behaved in a good and honest way. What is cheating? Ling Xiu covered her lips, and giggled coquettishly until she leaned forward and back together, and finally her flowers trembled wildly, and she almost lost her breath from laughing. In the end, she supported Lu's waist, panting, cast a white look at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, Stinky boy, where did you learn the witty words? Ling Yun raised his head. Besides, although I dare not say that your brother is Yushu Linfeng, at least he is handsome, right? We are so handsome and have such great abilities. It is normal for a few girls to like you. Brother Yun turned a deaf ear to Ling Xiu's words, and just kept defending himself there. After hearing this, Ling Xiu smiled coquettishly and quickly waved her hands. Stop, 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 it's really unbearable, it's okay, it's not a lie, right? Then she calmed down, pointed to the remaining rings on the tea table and said, then when do you plan to refine these rings? Ling Yin also stopped joking. He smiled and said seriously, you don't need to ask, just refine it now, anyway, it won't waste much time. Reads, Miss the richest man in the world. While speaking, Ling Yin picked up another platinum ring, opened the packing box, followed the same method, and refined the interspatial ring again. If you don't do it, you won't stop. Ling Yin knew that even though he was at the peak of the second level of Qi training, compared with when he was in the big world of cultivation, both his strength of true energy and the degree of condensed spiritual consciousness were far superior to those at that time. Because he has the soul of the transcending tribulation period, and it is the second time to practice, so he can be said to be familiar with the way of cultivation, and there is no need to take a detour. Moreover, although the earth's spiritual energy is extremely scarce, Ling Yin obtained a large amount of dragon spiritual energy through the dragon's water absorption when he first practiced. He was instilled with the aura of the Renhuang Pen Fairy, and he went down to the Tianqing to get the dragon's saliva, and with the help of various spirit-gathering formations, spirit-gathering talismans, pills, talismans, etc., he has built a very solid foundation after practicing all the way. After all, when he was cultivating the great world, Ling Yin did not receive such good treatment before the foundation period, and he did not make the talismans when he started cultivating, including pills and formations, all of which were practiced. When you reach the realm, you have deliberately learned the skills that are useful for cultivation. Therefore, there is no need to compare with others, only compare with yourself in the same period. Ling Yin is in the same realm, but stronger. For example, when he was cultivating the great world, Ling Yin didn't know how to refine space rings before the foundation building period, because he didn't know space formations at all. But now, he refines the interspatial ring at the peak of the second level of Qi training, and he doesn't even need to consume divine energy, and he can easily complete it with only his own spiritual consciousness. Those who are difficult will not, and those who will meet are not difficult. For Ling Yin, refining the space ring is really a laborious task now. So, under Ling Xiu's watchful eye, Ling Yin quickly refined 7 more space rings. He picked and refined the rings according to the size of the rings. From big to small, he refined 7 of them in total, each of which was engraved with 5 space formations, and the space inside the ring was 3 meters square. There is no doubt that those rings with large diameters are of course worn by men. Then, Ling Yin glanced at Ling Xiu. Sister, which of the remaining rings belongs to Aunt Qingniao? Which one belongs to Ling Shui? Ling Xiu bowed her head, and carefully selected again, found out the ones of Qingniao and Ling Xue, and handed them to Ling Yin respectively. Neng, these 2 are. Ling Yin quickly made these 2 rings into space rings, and then he stopped refining, but put the remaining 6 platinum rings into his own space rings. When you're done, Ling Yin smiled, pointed to the 9 interspatial rings lined up on the coffee table, and said to Ling Xiu, Nong, big sister, they are all measured by you, so you can give them to them, and then teach them how to use them. That's it. The method of using the interspatial ring is actually very simple. As long as the principle is explained clearly, it will be easy to learn. The better something, the easier it is to use. If a good thing is troublesome to use, the effect of using it will be greatly reduced, and it will be discarded instead. For example, human beings invented the electric light. You only need to press a switch to turn it on for lighting at home, but if you use the electric light every time, you have to get a generator to generate electricity, and then you need to set up the wiring or something. See if you can do it. We'll use it for lighting. It is better to light the wax reeds. Ling Yin asked Ling Xiu to give the ring. The meaning is self-evident. This day's big favor was given to Ling Xiu. Ling Xiumei's eyes blinked repeatedly, but what she said made Ling Yin vomit 3 liters of blood again. Brother, just now my sister said that you can lie to girls, and you still quibble. Now it seems that the eldest sister is right? Here we go again. Ling Yin was furious this time. You don't send me. Ling Xiu quickly waved her hand. Hey, don't tell me. Why are you still annoyed? I'll send it off. Can I take back what I just said? While talking, Ling Xiu giggled coquettishly, put all the 9 interspatial rings on the coffee table into her own interspatial rings, and disappeared as soon as she turned her head. After Ling Xiu ran out, Ling Yin smiled. Hey, who are we? If you really want to cheat a few girls, it's not easy. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu's voice came from afar. That's not necessarily true. Ling Yin sat down on the sofa. Then he couldn't help laughing again, and said to himself that his eldest sister is really different from other girls, very different. Although Ling Yin's newly made interspatial rings have a larger internal space than the one he wears, Ling Yin is very indifferent and doesn't care at all. Because he knew that in the future, if he used the Taishu stone for refining the gods, and added the space ring made by consuming divine energy, the space would be astonishingly large. Now he used these platinum rings to forge the interspatial rings, just for the convenience of his family members, and at the same time, it should be practiced in advance. Ling Yin swept across the 5th and 6th courtyards with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help laughing. These guys, let them pull out the flowers and plants, but they really only pulled out the flowers and plants. I don't know if there are those big trees blocking the growth of the elixir. What? It turned out that during the time when Ling Yun closed his eyes and practiced, the dead soldiers of the Ling family had already cleared away the flowers and plants in the 5th and 6th courtyards, but strictly followed Ling Yun's instructions. Only the flowers and plants were pulled out, and the trees did not move at all. Hey, it seems that I have to do it myself. Ling Yun sighed, shook his head, flew out of the house, and in a flash, he came to the 5th courtyard. He didn't move after he landed, but he let out his Yin and Yang Zhenqi, and used the supernatural power of Yin and Yang Zhenqi chains. He casually entangled a big tree as thick as a bowl with the Yin and Yang chains, urging his mind to pull it out suddenly. The big tree with the mouth of a bowl was directly uprooted, and the head of the tree fell down with a bang and fell to the ground. What sound? What happened again? When the dead soldiers of the Ling family heard the noise, they ran out one by one, and followed the sound to the 5th courtyard. Then everyone was dumbfounded again. They happened to see the trunk of a big tree being entangled in layers by 2 huge black and white chains, and then it rose from the ground, and the tree head fell to the ground. And the person who played this trick is officially the head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't say a word. He deliberately showed his skills to the dead of the Ling family, so he did a lot of things. Sometimes when the mood came, he even pulled out 2 trees at the same time. Soon, as long as Ling Yun felt that the big trees in the 5 or 6 courtyards were in the way, he would pull them out. Ling Yi, you lead everyone to clear out these trees, and then find tools to dig up all the exposed places in the 2 courtyards. Ling Yin finished everything within a few minutes without any explanation, but issued a new command reads, Nian Fei evolution record to the dumbfounded Ling Yi and the others. I only heard the voices around shouting in unison, yes. Now, in the eyes of the dead of the Ling family, Ling Yun is the real god. Before dinner, Mr. Cui returned to the Ling family's ancestral house, found Ling Yun, and reported to him. Patriarch, according to your order, all the medicinal herbs in the courtyard have been transported here. Ling Yun nodded, indicating that he already knew. Then Elder Cui yelled, and asked the 3 dead men of the Ling family to carry a snakeskin bag and walk in. Patriarch, these are all kinds of elixir seeds that Tang Meng had sent over by air, and they were just delivered home. Ling Yin swept his consciousness, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. Well, yes, it's really complete, that's all right. After the 5th and 6th courtyards are dug up, we will plant them. Elder Cui smiled and waved his hands, making the 3 Ling family dead soldiers back out, then turned to Ling Yun and said, Patriarch, the foundation you built in Qingshui City is really solid enough. What Mr. Cui was talking about was the efficiency of Qingshui City's work under Ling Yun's order. Ling Yun smiled and said, of course, that is our base camp, and now, what I want to do is to build the Ling family into a real base camp in the capital. Ling Yun wants to make the Ling family impenetrable and unbreakable, and make it a paradise that everyone envies. Elder Cui followed with a smile, and asked again, Patriarch, now, the 36 Ling family dead men have all returned to the Ling family, what about cleansing their tendons? Ling Yin said solemnly, just tonight, after dinner, you ask everyone to gather in that yard. While talking, Ling Yin took out 2 medicine bottles and handed them to Mr. Cui. 2 kinds of elixirs, Shisui pill and Longling pill, give each of them one, and distribute it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Cui, you can also get one for yourself. Cui Lal smiled openly and took the 2 small medicine bottles without being polite. After dinner, Ling Yun and Ling Lai came to the courtyard where the deceased of the Ling family was. After Ling Yun explained everything clearly, he asked the dead soldiers of the Ling family to take off their coats, and to get ready, let them eat the marrow-washing pill first. Ling Yun and Ling Lai attacked at the same time, washing the sinews of all 36 Ling family dead men. After washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, Ling Yun immediately let those people take the dragon spirit pill. Ling Yi breaks through. Ling Qi breaks through. Ling Zhou breaks through. The dead soldiers of the Ling family are all breaking through the realm crazily. In the end, the realms of these Ling family dead men all reached the early Xiantian stage, ranging from the first level to the third level, but most of them were above the second level. As for Mr. Cui, he naturally also received special care from Ling Yun. He first washed his tendons and cut his marrow, then ate the dragon spirit pill, and finally Ling Yun gave him another dragon and tiger pill. Ling Yun did not hesitate to use his divine essence to detoxify Cui Lao Lao, and he rushed to the peak of the 7th innate level in one fell swoop. So far, the strength of the entire Ling family has skyrocketed once again, which can be called against the sky. Ling Yun is a person who defies the sky. What he does is naturally against the sky. To be continued. With the help of Ling Yun and Ling Lai, at midnight, all the 36 dead soldiers of the Ling family had completed their promotion. All of them have been promoted from the late stage of acquired state to the early stage of innate state. Everyone has opened up the second channel of Ran and Du, and their energy and spirit have reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone is excited and their morale is skyrocketing. After each person's state was raised, they automatically got up, stood silently, and formed a line of their own, 6 people in a row, until the last dead man was promoted, and finally stood in a square line with 6 horizontal lines and 6 vertical lines. These Ling family dead men all had excited and expectant eyes. They were waiting for the words of the Ling family's grandparents and grandchildren. Ling Yun smiled and turned to look at Ling Lai. Ling Lai opened his arms, he laughed loudly, and said to Ling Yun, "Now you are the patriarch of the Ling family, and they are all your subordinates, so you can do what you say." Hearing this, Ling Yun didn't refuse. He took a step forward and said, "Since everyone is a dead soldier of the Ling family, they are all members of our Ling family. When you see me in the future, you don't have to be so rigid, just be more casual. Looking at everyone like this, I hope I can say a few words, so let me chat with you a few homely words. What is a dead man? A dead man is someone who is willing to sacrifice his life for you. A person, no matter what, is willing to sell his life to you, even if this person is not a relative, he is already better than a relative." Such a simple truth, Ling Yun naturally understood better than anyone else, so he never treated these Ling family dead men with superiority, but treated them like his own family. Sure enough, after Ling Yun finished speaking these few words, after the Ling family's deceased had experienced excitement, and gratitude, everyone's eyes showed emotion again. This is because Ling Yun treats them as human beings, not as servants who come and go. First of all, what I want to tell everyone is that although my grandpa and I used means this time to raise everyone from the acquired state to the innate state in such a short period of time, it seems to be counterproductive, but in fact it is not. I can guarantee that none of you will have any sequelae after this promotion, because you are taking the elixir that I refined. I have full confidence in the marrow washing pill and long ling pill that I have refined. The foundation of each of you now is actually several times stronger than that of ordinary innate masters in the world. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun smiled and said, "You are all cultivators. If you don't believe me, you can practice your own exercises and feel the movement of true energy, and you will understand." Ling Yun's dragon spirit pill is refined with dragon spirit grass as the main material. He took out 36 pills at once tonight, which is definitely bloody. These Ling family dead men rely on dragon spirit pill raising the realm. Of course, there will be no sequelae. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, Ling Yi took the lead and shouted excitedly, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate absolutely believes in the patriarch." Ling Yun nodded with a smile, and said, "Secondly, our Ling family is actually a blessed place full of aura, and everyone must have felt it when we came back this time. Whether you meditate, breathe out, or use your true energy, it is the same as before. Is it different? The dead soldiers of the Ling family were all nodding their heads desperately. Ling Yun didn't need an answer at all. He still said to himself, so, when you have no tasks in the future, when you stay at Ling's house, you should seize the time to practice and improve yourself as soon as possible, which is the reason. The dead members of the Ling family said in unison, yes. The momentum is soaring into the sky. Ling Yun smiled and said, very good. Then for the next period of time I will not assign any tasks to you, and you can stay at the Ling family to practice, consolidate your realm, and improve yourself. Besides, although there are dead men in the big families in the entire capital, and our Ling family also calls you dead men, but I, Ling Yun, will regard each of you as my brother. From now on, I don't need everyone to do it for me. To die, each of you, as long as you can do what I want you to do. I have already said during the day that our Ling family needs you, and I need you too. We brothers share the blessings and share the difficulties. Ling Yun's words are really too powerful. Therefore, before Ling Yun finished his last sentence, all the dead soldiers of the Ling family fell to their knees on the ground with tears in their eyes. I'm waiting for the dead men of the Ling family, and I dare to ask the old patriarch and the patriarch to rest assured that we are willing to serve the Ling family to the death. We will go through fire and water, and we will do whatever we want. This sentence was uttered by a dead soldier of the Ling family kneeling on his knees with tears in his eyes. Although everyone's wording was different, the meaning in the words was roughly the same. Behind Ling Yun, Ling Lai and Shui Lao couldn't help but look at each other, and their speeches to Ling Yun were full of admiration. What Ling Yun said was not deceitful, what he said was the truth, and he didn't play the trick of sensationalism, but the same sentence, when he said it, the effect was different. It cannot be said better, and it is impossible to say it better. Ling Lai was so happy that his beard was almost up to the sky. He grinned and said to Chui Lao, through voice transmission, Old Chui, how is it? If my precious grandson goes to lead soldiers to fight, what do you think will happen? Elder Chui is also a person who has received countless benefits from Ling Yun, he said with a smile. Don't ask, if Ling Yun goes to lead troops to fight, he will definitely be invincible and invincible. After hearing this, Ling Lai grinned even more exaggeratedly. He smiled triumphantly and said, that's right. At this time I heard Ling Yun say again, okay, tonight, everyone will slowly understand the new realm. Starting tomorrow, I will let Mr. Chui teach you some martial arts. When you are successful in cultivation, you will go out to face, for those dead soldiers from other families, it's not a problem, for one, to beat 5 of them. Wow. 1, hit 5? The dead soldiers of the Ling family were completely shocked. Ling Yun chuckled, raised his finger and pointed at himself, why, with those martial arts, I can beat dozens of people of the same level by myself without any problem. If you say that you can fight 5, it is just saying that it is too little. After speaking, Ling Yun asked Chui Lao to stay and guide these dead men to understand and adapt to the new realm, while he left the courtyard with Ling Lai. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Ling Lai had an extra bottle of old-fashioned mitai in his hand. He couldn't help but pass Ling Yun a bottle, and then with a thought, another bottle appeared in his hand. Good boy, come, have a drink with Grandpa. Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart, knowing that Ling Lai was overjoyed. He glanced at the space ring on Ling Lai's left hand, and said with a smile, Grandpa, is the ring useful? Ling Lai didn't answer. He unscrewed the cap casually, took a big gulp of wine from the mouth of the bottle, gulped down, then twirled his beard, shook his head and said, Grandpa never thought that he would be able to drink alcohol in his lifetime. With such a magic weapon, you can carry whatever you want with you. This feeling makes me 30 years younger and I won't change it. After finishing speaking triumphantly, he glanced at Ling Yun and found that Ling Yun hadn't opened the wine, and immediately glared and said, why, let your boy accompany me to have a drink or two, and you still dare to refuse? Grandpa can't control you anymore, right? Do not? It can be said that since Ling Yin returned to the Ling family to recognize his ancestors, rescued Ling Xiao, stepped on the sky to kill, successfully opened the Ling family inheritance, cultivated ghost willows, stepped on the two big families of Sun and Chen, and set up 3 heaven-defying formations for the Ling family's ancestral house. Then to improve the realm strength of everyone in the Ling family, so that the power of the Ling family has skyrocketed again and again. In almost a short week, it can be said that the overall strength has skyrocketed by more than 100 times. Compared with before, the spirit of the entire Ling family is completely turned upside down. These are all miraculous changes, brought about by Ling Yin alone. Mr. Ling Lai saw it in his eyes, and was delighted in his heart. This kind of joy can no longer be described in words. As the saying goes, when a family has a big happy event or a great talent, it is said that the ancestral tomb of this family is smoking. Now the Ling family, the ancestral tomb is not smoking, but the colorful light is blooming. Although Ling Yin killed Ling Hao for revenge, Ling Hao deserved to die. Although the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family is imminent, Ling Lai now firmly believes that the Ling family will win. Just like what Ling Yong said, the Ling family is already like this, so why are you afraid of the Chen family's egg? Ling Lai even thought that even if the Chen family invites a living god down from the sky now, Ling Yin can still defeat him. Unspeakably happy, Ling Lai let go of his worries and just wanted to drink. Seeing Ling Lai's appearance, Ling Yin knew that he couldn't do without drinking, so he had no choice but to unscrew the bottle cap and drink with the old man. Hey, that's right. Seeing Ling Yin drinking, Ling Lai was as happy as a child and laughed. But the next moment, Ling Lai stared again and said, "Stinky boy, you made a space ring for Grandpa and I didn't even know to tell me, and even asked that girl Ling Xiao to bring it to me, it's extremely rude." Ling Yin muttered something in his heart, saying that the old man is relying on the old to sell the old. I give you a treasure, but you are fussing over the details. He chuckled and said, "Grandpa, it's the same if I asked my eldest sister to send it to you." Ling Lai pretended to be angry and said, "She is her, you are you, can it be the same?" At this moment, Ling Yun finally realized that the old man was catching him here to make fun of him, and it was completely unreasonable. He glanced at Ling Lai, and couldn't help teasing, "Grandpa, such a good baby, it's a pity that you use it to hold wine." Ling Lai raised his head and said triumphantly, "Besides, the space inside is the size of a room. If I put a few boxes of wine in it, I won't even use a corner." Speaking of this, Ling Lai finally looked serious, and said seriously, "Stinky boy, I heard that girl Ling Xiao said that you have refined a lot of this kind of treasure at once, and you can send out so much in one go, it won't be wrong. Are you making an impact?" Ling Yin smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, if it really has a bad influence on me, I won't do this either. I just want to create convenience for the core members of our Ling family. However, Grandpa, these interspatial rings are truly priceless treasures. You have to help me remind them that this is our family's top secret. If outsiders find out, our Ling family will become the enemy of the world." Ling Lai nodded her head. "It's up to you to say. When Ling Xiao gave me the ring, I have already ordered it to go on. These interspatial rings, except you, are not allowed to be used by outsiders. Their level of secrecy is just like the inheritance of our Ling family." Ling Yin laughed and said, "Grandfather is wise, I can rest assured." After that, the grandfather and grandson chatted for a while, until they each finished a bottle of mitai. Ling Lai asked, "Stinky boy, what do you plan to do for the next few days?" Ling Yin had planned a long time ago. He said with a slight smile, "Grandpa, tonight and tomorrow, I still have some things to do. Just wait until tomorrow night is over, I will conduct a retreat." To be continued. Ling Yin accompanied Ling Lai to finish drinking and chatting, and the two separated. He went straight to the 6th courtyard and came to the place where ghost willows were planted. At this time Mo Wudao was sitting cross-legged under the willow tree of ghosts and gods, closing his eyes and practicing seriously. Mo Wudao is really convinced by Ling Yun now, knowing that he can't do without practice, so he doesn't dare to be lazy anymore. He knew that if he was lazy again, he would definitely be thrown into the sky by Ling Yun with the chain of Yin and Yang Zhenqi. Of course, there is another more important reason for Mo Wudao to practice so actively, that is, to practice really good exercises. Once you get started, you will be addicted. That kind of successful breakthrough, after the improvement of the realm, the body and spirit suddenly improve, and the new changes brought to the whole person will make people want to stop. This guy has a special physique and is at the peak of the acquired 9-level realm. After being washed by Ling Yun, he practiced the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju at a rapid pace, and now he has reached the first level of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju. 3 small realms. Seeing Mo Wudao's earnest cultivation, Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart, knowing that he is now on the way. Hey, Mo Wudao, get up, stop practicing. Ling Yun called Mo Wudao and got up. When Mo Wudao's training was interrupted, he unexpectedly frowned slightly, showing a bored look on his face. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. That kind of situation is like a very sleepy person who just fell asleep and was woken up by someone. It's so noisy, why don't people practice hard at night? Mo Wudao flew up, stared at Ling Yun and said. Ling Yun laughed happily, okay, don't pretend to be with me here, let's go, I will take you to a good place. Good place? When Mo Wudao heard this, his whole body became energetic immediately, and his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. Kindness? Come with me. Ling Yun left as soon as he said that. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the Willow of Ghosts and Gods, put it directly into the space ring, and then took Mo Wudao straight to the gate. When they came outside the gate, the two got into the black van again and drove directly to the suburbs. Hey, Ling Yun, where are we going? Mo Wudao didn't know where Ling Yun was going, so he couldn't help asking. Don't talk too much, you will know when you get there. In such a late night, the place Ling Yun took Mo Wudao to was, of course, the Ling family weapon workshop. After leaving the 6th Ring Road, Ling Yun let go of his tyrannical consciousness, confirmed that no one was following him, and stepped on the accelerator to the end, galloping all the way, and soon arrived at the destination. From the outside, the Ling family weapons workshop is a dilapidated factory in the outskirts of the capital, and looking in from the door, the yard is just a few old factories. The area is not small, but it is very dilapidated. It seems that it may close down at any time. People care about it. This made Mo Wudao feel disappointed, he was directly discouraged, and said depressedly, damn, what are you bringing me to such a crappy place at night? Ling Yun ignored him, and drove directly into the courtyard, and parked the car in a corner. Get off. After the two got out of the car, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness to survey the surroundings again, and then led Mo Wudao straight to the warehouse, passing through the huge and tight transportation passage. I rely on it. I wipe. High technology. This is also okay? Following Ling Yun into the real Ling family weapons workshop, Mo Wudao was shocked all the way, until he saw the scene of the inside of the weapons workshop in full swing. He was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yun glanced at him triumphantly, and said with a smile, it's rare to see. Ling Shiqi had already been waiting inside, and when he saw Ling Yun coming in, he immediately stepped forward to meet him. Ling Shiqi pays homage to the patriarch. Ling Yun waved his hand casually and said, excuse me. Ling Shiqi straightened up, and he carefully glanced at Mo Wudao, beside Ling Yun, with a trace of vigilance and hesitation in his eyes. According to the rules of the Ling family, outsiders are not allowed in this Ling family weapons workshop, let alone a strange outsider. Mo Wudao was stunned by Ling Shiqi's unemotional gaze. He could feel that although the person in front of him was limping, he could explode at any time, like a poisonous snake, and deal him a fatal blow. Ling Shiqi stared at Mo Wudao for a long time, then returned to Ling Yun, hesitant to speak. Ling Yun naturally saw Ling Shiqi's worry, and introduced with a smile, "This is Maoshan, Taoist Mo Wudao. He saved the lives of me and my father. He is my brother." Following Ling Yun's introduction, the indifference and vigilance in Ling Shiqi's eyes quickly turned into respect and gratitude, and he bent down slightly. As for the matter of the Ling family, as long as it is not a special and confidential task, the dead members of the Ling family will communicate with each other, in case there is a situation where information is not smooth and leads to mistakes. Therefore, Mo Wudao successfully calculated the whereabouts of Ling Xiao, and Ling Shi 7 naturally knew. Ling Shiqi paid homage to the Taoist priest. Due to his duties, he was disrespectful to the Taoist priest just now. I hope the Taoist priest will forgive him. It's not just a random person who can be called a brother by Ling Yun. Mo Wudao didn't care at all. He waved his hands loudly. It's okay, those who don't know don't blame it. Mo Wudao was talking, but his eyes were rolling around, looking around this place full of modern high-tech, with a surprised expression on his eyes. For him, this place is definitely a novel place, which opened his eyes. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled and said to Ling Shiqi, "This is a kid from the mountains. He has never studied, let alone seen anything in the world. Don't worry about him." Ling Shiqi pursed his lips, nodded, and let Mo Wudao watch. "Patriarch, I have prepared all the things you asked 17 to prepare, so I will show you." Although Ling Shiqi was crippled, he was in charge of taking care of the Ling family's weapons shop, so he was naturally the core figure among the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Of course, Ling Yun also has his contact information. Once something needs to be arranged, there is no need for Mr. Cui to relay it, but to order directly, which is very convenient. This time, what Ling Yun asked Ling Shiqi to prepare was a special furnace that could produce a temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees. If Ling Yun wanted to refine a new space ring for himself, he needed to use the god-refining Taishu stone as a material, and this god-refining Taishu stone does not have a high temperature of 10,000 degrees, so it cannot be melted. Is this the furnace? How big is the weapons workshop? Ling Yun followed Ling Shiqi not far away, and saw the special furnace. Ling Shiqi nodded in agreement, and then he began to introduce Ling Yun how to use the furnace. After the introduction, Ling Shiqi asked, "I don't know what metal the master is going to melt. When will the melting start?" "Well, I'm just going to melt a rock, and I'll start tomorrow evening." Alchemy Taishu stone, although it is called a stone, is actually a kind of metal. Ling Yun wants to make a new space ring, which is different from directly engraving the space formation on the platinum ring. He first needs to melt the refining god Taishu stone, then shape it into a ring shape, and finally engrave the space formation. Melt the god refining Taishu stone, cool it down and condense it into a ring shape, and burn the space formation. There are only 3 steps in total. But now, the small piece of god-refining Taishu stone in Ling Yun's belly has not been warmed up yet, and needs to be warmed up for a day and a night, so he can only wait until tomorrow night. The owner next? Ling Yun smiled and said, "Do you still need to ask? Since I'm here, of course I'll stay here with you. You are as usual, busy with your work, don't worry about me." Mo Wudao came over and asked in a daze, "Then what should I do?" Ling Yun laughed, "Don't you want to practice? Then practice here, watch as you want, practice as you want, it's up to you." Mo Wudao was completely dumbfounded, damn it. The Ling family weapons workshop started to operate normally, the heat was scorching hot, and the heat was steaming, and people would sweat profusely if they stayed for a while. How could Mo Wudao bear it? But Mo Wudao raised his head, rolled his eyes and said, "This weapons workshop is completely closed, without the sun, moon and stars, how do you want me to practice the Diyan Ju Xing Ju?" Ling Yun chuckled, "I'll teach you something else." For the next night and day, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, regardless of food, lodging and training, stayed in the weapon shop and did not leave half a step. Holding a large piece of God-refining Taishu stone in his hand, Ling Yun is cultivating and strengthening his consciousness, and at the same time, he is trying his best to warm and nourish the small piece of God-refining Taishu stone in his body, using yin-yang alchemy to heat and nourish it. In the evening of the next day, Ling Yun woke up from his cultivation state. At this time, both his body and his consciousness were at their peak state. In the center of his eyebrows, more than 200 drops of divine energy have been accumulated. And the Taishu stone of refining God in the belly has also been warmed up. Ling Yun opened his eyes. While exercising, the muscles in his abdomen squirmed as if they were alive. He opened his mouth and spat out a small piece of God-refining Taishu stone, and held it in his hand. The heat is just right. Ling Shiqi, turn on the furnace. Ling Yun needs Ling Shiqi's help to refine the space ring this time, and he has been waiting for a long time. Less than half an hour after the furnace switch was turned on, the interior had already reached a terrifying high temperature of 10,000 degrees. After Ling Yun felt that it was almost done, he directly threw a small piece of God-refining Taishu stone the size of a ping-pong ball into it. The temperature around the furnace was too high, and Ling Shiqi didn't dare to approach it. He watched from a distance, and found that Ling Yun was only trying to melt such a small piece of stone. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled and didn't say much, thinking that you will be dumbfounded later. Under the terrifying high temperature, the Taishu stone of alchemy god in the furnace began to melt slowly, and gray liquid metal began to appear from the surface of the stone. When a thin layer of liquid appeared on the surface of the alchemy Taishu stone, the liquid metal began to change, and they turned into countless fine gray foams at the same time. And complicated. Countless fine bubbles piled up, arranged, and quickly reorganized, and finally, the collectively boiled. Boom! There was only a loud explosion, and those fine bubbles enlarged at the same time, and exploded together. Emma Wu Dao and Ling Shiqi in the distance were all dumbfounded. Well done! Ling Yun, however, smiled and drank, burning 18 drops of divine energy in an instant, causing his spiritual consciousness to skyrocket, and at the same time releasing the yin and yang zhenqi of his whole body, directly enveloping the refining god Taishu stone, preventing those bubbles from escaping after exploding. The Taishu stone of refining gods has its own space inside. After melting, each of these bubbles actually contains a small space. Once it explodes, it will turn into void and can never be found again. Otherwise, why would it be called Taishu stone? Ling Yin used the yin-yang zhenqi to condense into a spherical air bag, completely enveloping these bubbles, and began to squeeze them inwardly, and at the same time performed yin-yang refining to refine them again. Otherwise, they cannot form. In the furnace, the high temperature of 10,000 degrees is still continuing, and the refining god Taishu stone is also melting layer by layer. New liquid metal seeps out, and dense bursts of explosions occur. However, during the entire melting process, Ling Yin used his tyrannical divine sense to tightly wrap the boiling and exploding bubbles with the airbag formed by yin and yang true energy, preventing them from escaping at all. The most critical step is to use the refining god Taishu stone to refine the space ring, let it melt and form it. Soon, the small piece of god-refining Taishu stone was completely melted, but after melting, it was not in a liquid state, but in a gray chaotic gaseous state after it exploded. Give me a party. Ling Yin crazily burned his divine essence again, and began to use his spiritual thoughts to squeeze this large mass of gray airflow, and then condensed them into a liquid state without foam. As he squeezed with all his strength, Ling Yin was also using the cold air in his body to cool down the airflow, allowing them to return to a liquid state. After a large cloud of gray airflow recondensed into a liquid state, Ling Yin drank again. Give me points. Nearly half of the liquid metal was wrapped and pulled away by Ling Yin with yin and yang zhenqi. Form. Ling Yin is now burning his divine essence, and his divine sense is strong. He doesn't need a model at all, he can make those liquid metals into the ring shape he wants. The ring took shape in no time. The ring took shape and slowly rotated 1 meter in front of Ling Yun's eyes, half liquid and half solid. Ling Yun used yin-yang alchemy and started refining. It wasn't until the ring was completely solid that Ling Yun started the final step, burning the formation. He spit out the blue shadow flying sword, and at the same time burned his divine essence again. Using his soaring consciousness, he carved space formations on the inner and outer surfaces of the ring with all his strength. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Ling Yun actually carved 9 space formations in one go. This is Ling Yun's limit. After he carved 9 formations, he stopped immediately, and then used the cold air to completely cool down this new space ring until it was frozen and solidified. Puff. Ling Yun grabbed the ring, bit the tip of his tongue, sprayed a drop of blood on it, and then put it on his right index finger. Regardless of observing the size of the space in the ring, Ling Yun followed the same pattern and began refining the other 2 rings. This was refined for Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen. In the end, Ling Yun successfully refined all 3 space rings. He was already exhausted and sweating profusely. This refinement took 2 hours, and the more than 200 drops of divine energy that Ling Yun had accumulated in the past few days were all consumed. After refining, Ling Yun didn't care to wipe off his sweat, and immediately checked his new space ring to see the size of the space inside. Then, Ling Yun was dumbfounded. Fuck, there is such a big space? Ling Yun was extremely shocked. Because the newly refined spatial ring has a diameter of nearly 50 meters, which is too large. The next moment, Ling Yun's eyes showed ecstasy. The God-refining Taishu stone is indeed the best. Then this ring should be called the Taishu ring. To be continued. It broke out today, the first update. Attention, students, all the monthly ticket red envelopes of 700 coins are issued by C-League now. Please subscribe and get it quickly, don't be snatched away by others. There are at least 2 more updates today. Big, high, tide begins. The reason why the space inside the Taishu ring is said to be the size of its diameter is because this space is no longer a regular cube. In Ling Yun's original ordinary space ring, the internal space was about 2.5 meters in length, width and height, presenting a perfect cubic space. In addition to the perfect spherical shape, the cube is the most standard, perfect, and simplest spatial structure in 3-dimensional space. It is precisely because it is the simplest, so the space formation that Ling Yun needs to describe on the surface of the ring is also the simplest. It is also the easiest to make a space ring in this way. Although Ling Yun possesses a powerful soul in the transcending tribulation period, his current realm is still too low. Even if he burns his divine essence to increase his spiritual consciousness in a short period of time, Ling Yun can only burn 9 space formations on the surface of Taishu ring. For the current Ling Yun, this is already his limit. Of course, when making the first interspatial ring, Ling Yun had reached the 9th level of Qi training in a short period of time through the infusion of immortal spirit energy from the Xuanhuan pen. A space ring whose internal space is many times larger than it is now. But the problem is that at that time, Ling Yun didn't have the Taishu stone for refining the gods at all, and at that time, the fairy energy in Ling Yun's body was almost exhausted. He came up with the idea in a hurry and took Tang Meng's platinum ring. It only had time to engrave 4 space formations, and the human emperor's pen immortal aura in his body was absorbed back by the human emperor's pen, completely returning to its original shape. At that time, Ling Yun had just started to practice, but at the peak of the 3rd level of body training, he was poor and empty, and had nothing but the human emperor's brush. It turns out that the interspatial ring was made too hastily. But this time is different. This time, Ling Yun had reached his realm, and he was fully prepared and made a decision before starting to refine the space ring. And the main material for refining the ring is no longer platinum, but the refining god Taishu stone. The materials are excellent top-grade materials, but this time Ling Yun's realm is relatively low, Simply put, in the last refining, Ling Yan's realm was high enough and his spiritual sense was strong enough, but unfortunately the materials were not good and the time was short. This time, after Ling Yan burned his divine essence, his state could only reach the middle stage of qi training in a short period of time. The state could only be said to be barely enough, but the materials were good and the time was sufficient. He had enough time to carve the space formation. This time, Ling Yan carved a total of 9 space formations. But these 9 space formations are not placed side by side and engraved on the space ring, but intersect, cover, overlap, and have various accumulation combinations. In other words, Ling Yan may only need to draw a line on the Taishu ring with the Qingying Feijian, but this line can simultaneously become a component of 2 or more space formations. This principle is the same as that you only need to draw a horizontal or vertical line from the middle on a rectangular figure to turn it into 2 rectangles. The size of a storage magic weapon depends only on 2 aspects: the material used to make the magic weapon and the space formation engraved on the magic weapon. Of course, the level, complexity, and number of space formations also determine the internal space of the space magic weapon. It is the God-refining Taishu stone as the material, together with the 9 space formations that are perfectly combined, that makes the internal space of Ling Yan's Taishu ring reach an astonishing 50-meter diameter. And it is also because of these 2 points that the shape of the inner space of Taishu ring is no longer a standard cube like Rubik's cube. The inner space of the Taishu ring presents an irregular hemispherical shape. It looks like a big bowl on the table. To put it more vividly, it should be a spherical honeycomb, which was cut in half from the middle and buckled to the ground. That's right, the inner space of the Taishu ring is a hemispherical honeycomb-shaped space, and the inner wall of the space is not smooth, but is piled up with countless honeycomb-like spaces of different sizes. There is no doubt that such a space structure is more suitable for effective storage and retrieval of items. In the future, if Ling Yan wants to store items, he can directly put them into a suitable hive according to the size of the items. When he needs to use them, he only needs to sweep his consciousness and move his mind to take out the items directly. It is as precise and efficient as searching for something out of a capsule. Of course, the hemispherical shape of the inner space was intentionally created by Ling Yan, and he had thought about it when he was recording the formation. Because although the cube is perfectly symmetrical and beautiful, it is not practical for storing items. It's like a house where people live, or a storage room where things are stored. It is understandable that you are 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, but you don't need to be 10 meters high at all. That would be a waste of space. As for the hemispherical space with a radius of 25 meters, the area of the circular section is almost 2,000 square meters. Such a large area for placing things is completely enough for the current Ling Yan. As for the densely packed honeycombs of various shapes and sizes on the inner wall of the space, Ling Yan was not surprised at all. Because this is the spatial characteristic of the Taishu stone of refining gods. Hey, this space is really too big, it's twice as big as the best result I expected. Ling Yan scanned the space inside Taishu's ring with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help being elated. But that's right, 50 meters, just in line with the number of Dian. Thinking of this, Ling Yan stared at the Taishu ring on his right index finger, and couldn't help muttering. Next, Ling Yan quickly observed the inner space of the other 2 rings, and found that they both had a diameter of 25 meters. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking that such a large space would definitely be enough for Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen for the time being, will not need to be replaced for a long time. Ling Shiqi, turn off this furnace and put it here, I will still use it in the future. Ling Yun put away the 2 rings, turned around and told Ling Shiqi to say. Then, Ling Yun came to the pile of sharp weapons picked up from Tiansha's capital branch, and put them all into the Taishu ring. Now, let alone this pile of weapons, all the dozens of tons of gold in the Tiansha branch in the capital are put into the Taishu ring, which at most occupies a small corner of the Taishu ring's internal space. At this point, Ling Yan's purpose of coming to the Ling family weaponry workshop has been achieved. He explained a few words to Ling Shiqi, and let him start preparing to make various arrows again, in case he needs it at any time. At around 9:30 in the evening, Ling Yan and Mo Wudao boarded the black van again and drove away from the Ling family weaponry workshop. Hey, don't tell me, humans' high technology is more or less effective. On the way back, Ling Yan couldn't stop laughing from ear to ear, and couldn't help sighing. Mo Wudao's eyes were burning. How do you say that? He knew very well in his heart that Ling Yan had gained a lot from this trip to the Ling family weapon workshop. Ling Yan smiled and said, if there is no furnace that can reach a temperature of 10,000 degrees, I will not be able to melt the Taishu stone of refining gods. Ling Yan was so happy that he almost slipped his mouth. In fact, what he really wanted to say just now was that if Ling Yan did not reach the golden core stage or the fourth realm of the Shenwu Qinyang Xianjue in the cultivation world, he has no way to melt the god-refining Taishu stone. That is to say, before the golden core stage realm, or under the fourth realm of Shenwu Qinyang Xianjue, Ling Yan didn't even have the ability to melt the Taishu stone of refining god, and was stuck at the first step. Because the refining god Taishu stone does not have a high temperature of 10,000 degrees and will not melt. You know, the temperature on the surface of the sun is only about 5 or 6,000 degrees. If you can't even melt it, how can you use the refining god Taishu stone to refine a space ring? Mo Wudao thought it was right. He nodded, but he was puzzled and said, what kind of stone is this? Why did it explode after being melted? Of course Mo Wudao remembered the shocking explosions from the furnace in the Ling family weapons workshop just now. Ling Yan drove the car and turned on a fork road heading northeast, then he took out the god-refining Taishu stone, and replied with a smile, that's not an explosion, it's actually a turbulent flow in space, this kind of god-refining Taishu stone, it was formed from the most violent spatial turbulence. Mo Wudao asked curiously, what is space turbulence? I told you that you don't understand. Go and read the book yourself. Ling Yan didn't answer Mo Wudao, but started to concentrate on driving. Mo Wudao identified the direction, and then he asked wonderingly, where are you going? Why are we getting farther and farther away from the capital? Ling Yan said, the place to save my father is the heavenly killing Beijing branch. At the junction of Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain, that deep house compound. Here, Ling Yan had chosen in his heart, the place where he would face the Chen family for a life and death battle. Before the decisive battle with the Chen family, Ling Yan must make some arrangements for this place. But before that, Ling Yan had to pack the dozens of tons of gold away. In the past, this would undoubtedly be very troublesome, but now with the Taishu ring, taking away the gold is simply a piece of cake. Ling Yan drove the car along the mountain road, and soon came to the vicinity of Longyun Mountain. He stopped casually, and after calling Mo Wudao to get off the car, he directly stroked the roof of the van. With a thought of Ling Yan, close it. The space of the Taishu ring opened, and the huge space directly covered the body, and Ling Yan was instantly included in the ring. Fuck, this is okay? Mo Wudao looked at it and sat down on the ground, dumbfounded. Ling Yan turned his head and smiled, see, if you dare to be lazy in the future, I will take you in too. Of course Ling Yan was trying to scare Mo Wudao. Although the space ring is against the sky, it can only accept dead things or animals without spirituality. If Ling Yan really wanted to use the space ring to take in living people, or take in spiritual animals that could run and jump, and put them in it to suffocate them to death, they would be punished by heaven, even if the opponent was Ling Yan's enemy. It completely violates the way of heaven. That kind of catastrophe will come down at any time, even if it is over the period of catastrophe, there will be no scum left. Seeing Ling Yan's half-smile, Mo Wudao suddenly had the urge to run away. He squeezed out a smile uglier than crying, brother, are you kidding? Ling Yan chuckled, am I joking, you just need to be lazy again and you will know? After finishing speaking, he kicked Mo Wudao. Okay, don't pretend to be stupid there, hurry up to the mountain, there is still a long way to go. In the pitch-black night, the two of them used their movements to rush into the deep mountains and old forests, and climbed 4 mountains in a row before arriving at the deep house compound. Regardless of Mo Wudao's exclamation, Ling Yun led him directly to the backyard. Edward, Jester, come out. The next moment, 2 blood races hidden in the underground secret room opened the secret room from inside and flew out. Boss. Ling Yun nodded, then smiled and asked the dumbfounded Mo Wudao beside him, there are your favorite things down here, do you want to go down and have a look? Mo Wudao suddenly became bright-eyed. Ling Yun didn't say much, and flew into the secret room with Mo Wudao. Wow, this, so much gold? Under the dazzling light, the light of dozens of tons of gold reflected the whole underground secret room in yellow. The strong visual impact directly made Mo Wudao dumbfounded. It took a long time for Mo Wudao to recover from the shock. He rushed towards the largest pile of gold bricks without hesitation, threw himself on it, spread his hands, and lay on the pile of gold bricks, afraid of a piece was robbed by someone else. Mo Wudao murmured, Ling Yun, brother, so much gold, can you share some of it with me? Ling Yun laughed and said, okay, you can take whatever you want, as much as you can take away, it will be yours. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun no longer cared about him, and let him hold the gold intoxicated by himself, but he opened the space of the Taishu ring, and his thoughts moved, and the neatly stacked gold bricks and gold bars in the secret room began to disappear silently, and all were collected by Ling Yun the Taishu ring. Hey, I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time, it's really enjoyable. To be continued. I'm sorry to say that the next big plot is not easy to write. Lao Bu was seriously stuck yesterday and his condition was not good, so I have been thinking about the outline. I owe everyone 2 updates, and I will make up for it. Ling Yun hadn't experienced this kind of exhilarating feeling of being able to put a huge amount of things, or super large objects, into his pocket with a single thought, completely belonging to himself. Ling Yun remembered that when he was cultivating in the Great World, he once used his immortal level space ring to collect 81 top-quality immortal spirit veins that were thousands of miles long in a row in a prehistoric land. At that time, although Ling Yun was about to cross the catastrophe, those fairy veins were of little use to him, but the sudden satisfaction of collecting those fairy veins at that time still made Ling Yun's heart tremble, and he remembered it for a long time endlessly. If those 81,000-mile-long fairy veins were still there, it would be enough for hundreds of Ling Yun to cultivate to the tribulation stage again. But now, let alone 81 fairy veins, it is difficult to find a top-quality spirit stone on Earth. Hey, this gap, as expected, the past can only be recalled. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, and he sighed, but his divine sense flickered again, and soon he plundered all the gold in the room, and put it all into his Taishu ring. Only the pile of gold bricks that Mo Wudao pressed under his body remained. At this time Mo Wudao was still lying on top of the pile of gold bricks, and he hadn't gotten up. His arms were wide open, his hands were sliding around on the surface of the gold bricks, and he kept muttering to himself, these are all gold bricks, they are all mine, these are all mine. Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Edward and Jester, who were behind him, and the 3 couldn't help but smile at the same time. Jester shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and said, obviously it's all mine. Edward didn't even look at those gold bricks, and said indifferently, it's just something outside of the body. Then he turned his head to look at Jester, and added very seriously, it's all about the master. Ling Yun laughed, and flew forward, facing Mo Wudao's ass, which was vividly displayed in the image of a miser, raised his leg and kicked it hard. This kick was quite heavy, which made Mo Wudao's body come into closer contact with the pile of gold bricks, and slammed into the gold bricks that were half as tall as a person. The neatly stacked gold bricks were almost knocked over by the huge force. Ah, who kicked me? Emma Wudao was in pain, and was finally kicked awake. He turned his head and glared at Ling Yun. Didn't you say that all these belong to me? Why did you kick me? Ling Yun stretched out his hand, pointed to the pile of gold bricks, and said, yes, you can take all of them, and you can take them away if you have the ability. Emma Wudao was dumbfounded. That pile of gold bricks must weigh at least a ton, and they are piece by piece. Hey, Brother Yun, dear brother, let's discuss whether it's okay. This pile of gold bricks belongs to me. Can you take them back for me? Emma Wudao changed into a flattering expression on his face, begging Ling Yun, and said. Ling Yun shook his head like a rattle. There is no way. If you want, you can bring it yourself, hee hee. Emma Wudao immediately scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks anxiously, staring, and said, what kind of brother are you? Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, and continued to tease him, saying, you can take so much gold as you like, isn't that enough for brothers? These words were so powerful that Emma Wudao was speechless in an instant. He looked at the pile of gold with great nostalgia, and finally gritted his teeth and said fiercely, take it yourself, you can take it yourself, you really can't help it? While talking, Emma Wudao quickly took off the Taoist robe on his body, spread it on the ground, then grabbed the gold brick and put it in the Taoist robe. But after picking up a gold brick, Emma Wudao's arm sank suddenly, and he was stunned. So heavy? The density of gold is very high. A piece as big as an ordinary brick weighs about 50 caddies, so it's no wonder it doesn't sink. When Ling Yun Clinic opened, Miao Xiaomiao gave him 6 gold bricks as a gift. The 6 pieces weighed more than 300 caddies, and they were still placed in Ling Yun's space ring. These gold bricks are about the same size as the gold bricks that Miao Xiaomiao gave to Ling Yun. Ling Yun folded his hands on his chest, looked down at Emma Wudao, who was dumbfounded, and said with a smile, little Taoist priest, I advise you not to be greedy, just take 2 pieces. This is pure gold, and 1 brick is worth more than 7 million yuan. Now I know why you were asked to practice. If you don't cultivate well, let alone fight, you don't have enough strength, even if money is under your nose, you can't take it away. Ling Yun looked at Emma Wudao, who was completely stunned, and began to teach by example, and finally revealed his purpose. This world is dominated by the strong. If you are not strong enough, even if you are given something, you will not be able to get it, accept it, or keep it. Emma Wudao blinked, his eyes suddenly became bright, he threw away the gold brick, stood up silently, and put on the Taoist robe again. With Ling Yun around, Emma Wudao knew that it was impossible for him to be short of money. He wanted to get gold bricks, but he wanted a psychological satisfaction. After all, this is a gold brick. Who wouldn't want it? But what he wanted was psychological satisfaction, but what Ling Yun told him was the profound truth in the world. Ling Yun brought Emma Wudao by his side, and what he wanted to break was his heart barrier, leading him to the Tao of cultivation. Until one day, Emma Wudao really realized the importance of cultivation, and began to be like Ling Yun, willing to take the initiative to cultivate. Seeing Emma Wudao's enlightened look, Ling Yun smiled. Why, no more? Emma Wudao glared at Ling Yun fiercely, and said insincerely, besides, we Taoists have already seen through the world of mortals, and money is something outside of us, so it's not rare. However, despite what he said, he couldn't help but grabbed a gold brick with one hand, pressed it tightly to his chest, and said ruthlessly, I'll take this one, and when the time comes, I'll go back to Maoshan. How about showing off to my poor ghost master? We are also people with gold bricks. Ling Yun laughed aloud, thinking that it is true that Maoshan is so rich, how could it be possible to be poor? Emma Wudao carried a body-fixing talisman with him, and it must have been his master who asked him to take it down the mountain to protect himself and save his life at critical times. That body-fixing talisman can be sold for more than 10 million yuan, how could Maoshan be poor? Allowing Emma Wudao to take away the gold brick, Ling Yun swept away the rest of the gold brick and put them all into the Taishu ring. For Ling Yun's hand, Emma Wudao was extremely greedy. He knew that the space ring in Ling Yan's hand was the real treasure. Ling Yan finished collecting the gold, and said lightly, I have made a lot of this kind of ring in the past 2 days. I originally had one of yours, but your level is not enough. Wearing it is also a disaster. When your level is enough, I will give it to you. One is. Ling Yan said it calmly, but Mo Wudao was ecstatic when he heard it. For the space ring in Ling Yan's hand, Mo Wudao has not been greedy for a day or two, he wants to have one even in his dreams. Mo Wudao couldn't believe it, and asked in shock, really, really? Of course Ling Yan was not joking this time, he nodded firmly, and said with a smile, as long as you reach the 4th floor of Xiantian, I will give you one. Mo Wudao was confirmed by Ling Yan, and he immediately jumped up and shouted, damn, what's the delay, go back quickly, don't delay my cultivation. There has never been a moment when Mo Wudao was so impatient to cultivate and improve his realm. No rush, I'll leave as soon as I make arrangements. Ling Yan waved his hand and called Edward over. Owner. Ling Yan ordered, after the gold is taken away, there is nothing worth protecting here. However, a week later, we will have a life and death battle with the enemy here, so, Edward, you have to stay here for a while, help me look here. Edward nodded happily and said, Edward will follow your orders. Ling Yan smiled, he remembered something, and asked again, how do you feel with your blood yuan beads these days? Ever since the night of rescuing Ling Xiao, Ling Yan had injected the blood orb into Edward's body, and never got it back. Edward said excitedly, Master, this magical bead is amazing for our blood clan. I feel that the speed of cultivation is several times faster, and the effect of using the blood clan's secret method is also many times stronger than that of the same realm. Speaking of the excitement, Edward bowed to Ling Yan excitedly, Master, Edward is sincerely grateful for your selfless help. Now I feel that I can upgrade my level at any time. Edward is the pinnacle of the Marquis, and if he improves further, he will be the real Grand Duke. Ling Yan smiled casually. Blood Yuanzhu, Blood Clan, on the right way. The Chen family asked Chen Jiangui to worship the Blood Demon sect first, and then let him go to the west to become a Blood Clan. It seems that it was premeditated, and they wanted to find a new way to maximize the effect of their family inheritance. It's a pity that this plan met Ling Yan and was completely aborted. This bead is called the Blood Yuan bead, so you can continue to practice, while wearing it, for a few days. Take care of this place. After Ling Yan finished explaining, he waved his hand directly, Jester, let's go. Ling Yan, Jester, and Mo Wudao flew out of the underground secret room and came out to the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there is a bright moon in the sky, the Milky Way is bright, and the sky is full of stars. Without waiting for Ling Yan to greet him, Jester took the initiative to transform into a humanoid bird, spread his wings, fluttered across the sky, and waited for Ling Yan to come up. Ling Yan was also polite, and dragged Mo Wudao to fly over to Jester's back. Mo Wudao was shocked, he hugged the gold brick with one hand, and tightly held Ling Yan with the other, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. Ling Yan frowned slightly, please, can you stop grabbing my waist and support my shoulder? If it was Yi Xingchen or Chao Shanshan, Ling Yan would have wished for it, but Mo Wudao would have avoided it. Mo Wudao quickly raised his hand and grabbed Ling Yan's shoulder vigorously. Seeing the nervous look of the little Taoist, Ling Yan laughed. He raised his finger and pointed to the south direction, then smiled and said, come on, let me take you and pretend to fly with you. Ling Yan's current location is in the northeast of the capital, and he is going to Jingnan now, so he naturally has an appointment to go to the eastern suburbs of the capital to meet Yi Xingchen. To be continued. Start to make up the update, the first update. In the sky, 1,000 meters above the sky. Above the lofty mountains, Jester has been accelerating, but he flies fast and steadily. The gust of wind hit his face, making Ling Yan's clothes rattle. Stepping on Jester's back, Ling Yun is like walking on the ground, his expression is better than strolling in the garden, looking left and right. There is always a charming smile on the corner of his mouth, and the whole person is in high spirits. Because he will see Xingchen soon. However, Mo Wudao, who experienced this kind of flight for the first time, let alone appreciate this wonderful night scene, his eyes were closed tightly in fright, his legs were trembling, and one hand was tightly around Ling Yun's neck, hanging on Ling Yun. However, the little Taoist also performed a classic interpretation of the proverb that people die for money and birds die for food. Although he was already frightened like this, his left hand still held on to the gold brick tightly. If Mo Wudao dared to open his eyes at this moment, he would be shocked by the terrifying scene on Ling Yun's body and fall directly into the air. Unknowingly, Ling Yun fell into a strange state, because he was practicing the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art. Now, Ling Yun has reached the peak of the second realm of Dayan Ju Xingbao Ju, and has touched the threshold of the third realm, touched that barrier, and may make a breakthrough at any time. The Milky Way in the sky is bright, the bright moon is in the sky, the Milky Way is bright, and billions of stars are shining brightly. The moonlight is like water, and the stars are shining brightly. Ling Yun is running the Dayan Ju Xingju, absorbing the power of the moon from Yuehua and the power of the stars from billions of stars. I saw a streak of moonlight, like a long river, and like a divine rainbow, hanging down from the limit height visible to human naked eyes, covering Ling Yun's whole body. At the same time, the star power of hundreds of millions of stars was also pouring into Ling Yun's body crazily, falling from the sky, and the starlight turned into countless silk threads, pouring into Ling Yun's body, refining his body. Looking at this scene from a distance, it seemed that Ling Yun emitted countless threads of starlight, directly shooting into the night sky, connecting hundreds of millions of stars. At the same time, it also emitted a huge light curtain, filling the sky like a divine rainbow. This is a scene visible to the naked eye. Jester is flying. Ling Yun moved quickly in the sky, wherever he went, that prickly moonlight and countless threads of starlight followed him, never leaving him. Consciously or unconsciously, Ling Yun seems to have turned into the center of the entire universe. He is receiving the worship and baptism of the moon and billions of stars. Dayan Gathering Star Treasure Art. Even if this kind of exercise can only be used for body training, it can definitely shock the world. Now that Ling Yun has achieved great body training, he has already advanced to the treasure body, and there are no impurities in his body anymore. Moonlight and starlight shine on Ling Yun, injecting them into Ling Yun's body without any obstacles, and he has repeatedly refined Ling Yun's physical body. The upgrade breakthrough is just a matter of time. Feeling the force on his neck getting heavier, Ling Yun frowned. Let go. Mo Wudao, you're going to strangle me to death. Mo Wudao still kept his eyes closed. Don't let him go. Even if you beat him to death, you won't let him go. Everyone will die together. The little Taoist never dreamed that Jester would fly to such a high altitude. If he had known earlier, he would not have come up if he was killed. Ling Yun laughed loudly after hearing this. Don't worry, I'm here. I promise I won't let you fall to your death. Ling Yun now possesses the supernatural power of Yin-Yang True Qi chains. Even if Mo Wudao really falls into the air, Ling Yun can immediately bring him back. Mo Wudao closed his eyes and shouted strangely, "Ghosts will believe you." Mo Wudao refused to let go. Ling Yun had no choice but to say earnestly, "Little Taoist priest, at this time, it's not bad to practice the Great Expansion Gathering Stars treasure. Practice the Great Expansion Gathering Stars treasure. The higher your position, the better the effect of the practice." Ling Yun's words are true. If in space, without the layers of barriers of the atmosphere and smog, the power of the sun, the power of the Yin, and the power of hundreds of millions of stars will not be consumed, and they will directly enter the body and cultivate the great evolution. With the treasure of gathering stars, it will get twice the result with half the effort. Of course, for a monk to reach this point, he must meet 4 conditions. He must be able to live without food and air for a long time, he must not be afraid of extreme cold and heat, and he must be able to fly with his own ability. Bigu, internal breathing, not afraid of cold and heat, can fly in the air. All of these are necessary means for a true cultivator, and they are indispensable. Practice is for use is also for practice, complement each other. That's why Ling Yun took the extremely difficult Dian Gathering Star's secret art as his unique body training method. Who knows that Mo Wudao completely ignored Ling Yun's advice, and Ling Yun was completely speechless with a single sentence. No time. Between saving his life and practicing, the little Taoist decisively chose to save his life first. Hey. Boss, this is the first time for this little Taoist to fly like this, and you are too demanding of him. Mo Wudao does not practice, but it does not mean that others do not practice. Now, Jester is enjoying the process of flying with Ling Yun more and more, because whether it is purely flying or fighting side by side, he can get countless benefits. Ling Yun's practice of the xuanhuan mantra is of great benefit to Jester. His practice of the Great Evolution Gathering Stars Treasure Ju is also of great benefit to Jester. Because the blood race is active and practicing at night, the only way they can actively cultivate is to absorb the moonlight, and the blood race is naturally a close relative of the moon. In short, human beings depend on the sun, and blood races depend on the moon. Now, it is a critical moment for Ling Yun to practice the Diyan Ju Xing Ju. The moonlight is like a rainbow covering his body, and Jester is at Ling Yun's feet. It's fun. Originally, Jester was much younger than Paul, and his strength was naturally a little weaker, but because he spent more time with Ling Yun, absorbed Xuanhuan Zhenqi, and accelerated the absorption of Yuehua, his current strength has completely surpassed Paul, and can be promoted to Marquis at any time. They have become Ling Yun's servants, but they are becoming more and more loyal to Ling Yun. Even if they become the big princes and lords of the blood clan in an instant, they will not change if they leave Ling Yun. Because following Ling Yun, they have received too many benefits. Their bloodline is now the most noble blood master, with purple eyes and purple wings, and their future achievements are limitless. Moreover, Ling Yun's growth rate is too terrifying, and new abilities and methods are emerging one after another. While Jest, Paul and others secretly shocked the abilities of cultivators, they also respected Ling Yun more and more, even worshipped Ling Yun, and swore to serve Ling Yun to the death. Seeing Jester interjecting, Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Jester, are you about to break through?" "Yes, boss, your servant can break through to the Marquis at any time." Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Well, I guess the 5 of you should be about to advance, so you should practice hard during this period of time, and when I am busy for a while, I will use the blood element beads to help you all break through." Edward, Pierce, Els, Paul and Jester, these 5 blood servants, have been of great help to Ling Yun, so he decided to train them well. Moreover, this is a servant who can die for Ling Yun at any time. He is loyal and devoted, and he is more at ease to use than a dead soldier. Ling Yun has no worries in promoting them. Ling Yun is also very curious, with the mysterious physique and ability of the blood race, what will it be like if it is cultivated to the extreme? The time Ling Yun chose for the collective advancement of these 5 blood clans is the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. Of course, it may be earlier, but that depends on their respective cultivation conditions. "Thank you, boss, but where are we going now?" Jester asked happily. Ordinarily, Jester is Ling Yun's servant, and Ling Yun has orders, and they only have to execute them, so they shouldn't ask questions. But now Ling Yun is obviously in a very good mood, and they have been together for a long time, so they are naturally familiar with each other, so Jester was very happy, so he asked one more question. Ling Yun smiled and replied, "Oh, I'm going to meet an acquaintance, Yi Xingchen." Jester immediately stopped talking, and the rapidly flapping wings also froze suddenly, slowing down. He is not afraid of anything. Beside Ling Yun, the 2 women Jester fears most are Baixianer and Yi Xingchen. Baixianer is a 9-tailed celestial fox, and a fire fox, so she is naturally restrained against blood races, which is quite normal. And Jester is afraid of Yi Xingchen, because he is completely afraid of her powerful aura and her disdainful personality. Jest couldn't hold back anymore, and asked with a bitter face, "Boss, why do you take me with you every time you go to see her?" Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and when he thought about it carefully, it was Jester who negotiated with Yi Xingchen and Xianrenling. After saving Ling Xiao, it was Jester who gave Yi Xingchen a gift. Now he was going to see Yi Xingchen again. Ling Yun still let him carry it on his back. It can only be said to be a coincidence, or is it that you are extraordinarily lucky? Jester couldn't help but roll his eyes strangely when he heard that. Ling Yun was obviously perfunctory. Ling Yun found a reason casually, and then said with a smile, "You don't have to cry, can't you see it? Yi Xingchen is the mistress of our family. It will benefit you in the future if you get in touch with her more now." It's okay if Ling Yun didn't explain this sentence, but Jester almost cried when he heard it. Whose servant is not afraid of the mistress? But Ling Yun was the master. Of course Jester didn't dare to have any opinion, so he had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky, bite the bullet and fly forward. Fly quickly, it will arrive soon. Ling Yun turned on the communicator, looked at Yi Xingchen's location navigation and positioning, and then urged. 4 or 5 minutes later, this strange trio came to the sky above the eastern suburbs of the capital. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and saw a small independent farmyard appearing below. Ling Yun stopped practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju, and the moonlight and starlight threads covering his body disappeared instantly. He pointed to the small farmyard below, and said to Jester, "That's the small courtyard, let's go down." Jester stopped flying forward and immediately began to slowly descend. Emma Wudao was frightened all the way, and now he finally dared to open his eyes a crack. He was covered in cold sweat, and he only felt a chill on his back. For him, this difficult journey was finally over. To be continued. Starting to make up the update today, the second update. The eastern suburbs of Beijing. 50 kilometers to the east from the center of Beijing, and about 60 kilometers to the south from Miyun Reservoir, there is a secluded small mountain village. The mountains around here are all kind of unknown wild mountains. Although the mountains are low, they have the meaning of continuous ups and downs. The greenery is also very good, with dense vegetation and green trees. At the foot of the mountain, a clear river flows slowly around. It is green mountains and green waters. Among the green mountains and green waters, there is an independent farmyard with beautiful scenery. This farmyard is one of the temporary footholds of the demon sect Saintish Yi Xingchen in the capital. This place is far away from the bustling city. Even if it is 30 kilometers away from the East 6th Ring Road, it is 45 kilometers away from the nearest road, and it is blocked by wild mountains. It is a place like a paradise. As the saying goes, Shaoyin hides in the wild. With Yi Xingchen's special status, this place is naturally the most suitable for her. Usually, it is impossible for anyone to come here to investigate, and with Yi Xingchen's lightness skills, it is only half an hour's journey to the capital, and if he wants to leave, he can just leave without any worries. Different from the villas in Qingshui City, this farmhouse is completely made of wood, and the internal facilities are also made of bamboo and wood in the mountains. It is very simple, but it gives people a fresh feeling. At this time, the gate of the farmhouse was closed, but the windows and doors were wide open. Yi Xingchen was not in the courtyard, but in the room, sitting on a bamboo chair, facing the window, enjoying the cool night. The wind blows, waiting for the arrival of Ling Yun. On the wooden table in front of Yi Xingchen, there was a long and narrow jade box, which was the one Ling Yun gave her, and the jade box was opened. Inside the jade box lay 5 sets of jadeite jewelry quietly. Under the moonlight, they radiated colorful brilliance, dazzling and beautiful. Next to the jade box stood 2 green crystal clear sculptures, which were gifts from Ling Yun to Yi Xingchen. The statues of Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen stood opposite each other lifelike. On the bamboo bed behind Yi Xingchen, the clean quilts were neatly folded, and there were 2 piles of clothes on it. One pile was pure black cloth, which was woven from Yujin demon silk. Another pile was 3 complete suits. The clothes were also neatly folded, and the clothes were black and shiny, and they were actually shining with light. It seemed that the quality of the clothes was excellent. Yi Xingqian didn't wear a black veil, and showed her magnificent appearance to the fullest. For some reason, there was a smile on the corner of her beautiful mouth, and she let out a chuckle from time to time. For Yi Xingqian, this is her rare leisure time. The last time she tracked the blue bird, she went to the Tiansha branch in the capital. She did not expect to catch up with Ling Yun to save her father, and reunited with Ling Yun by accident. It was precisely because of this that she confirmed Ling Yun's true identity. She was a descendant of the Ling family, her master's son. Confirming Ling Yun's identity was the most important thing for Yi Xingqian. She hoped he was, she was afraid he was not, and in the end he was. After receiving Ling Yun's gift and separating from Ling Yun in the past few days, Yi Xingqian's state of mind has changed drastically from before. Because he lifted her veil with his own hands, from now on, Yi Xingqian no longer needs to use a veil to cover her face. Ling Yun is strong enough, many times stronger than Yi Xingqian imagined. From now on, she doesn't have to take matters of the Ling family on her mind all the time. Ling Xiao has been successfully rescued, Jade Bird has regained his sanity, and their common enemy, Sikong too, has also been given the head. Ling Yun recognizes his ancestors and returns to the clan, the Ling family will rise, the master will be rescued, and it is just around the corner to escape from the prison of the demon sect. After Yi Xingqian separated from Ling Yun, Yi Xingqian passed the news back to the main altar of the demon sect through a secret channel immediately, and reported it to Yin Qingxian. Yi Xingqian didn't know how Yin Qingxian spent that day, but she knew that after hearing the news, Yin Qingxian found a place by herself, spent a day and a night alone, and drank 8 jars of old wine. Then, Yi Xingqian received a message from Qinghuan. Yin Qingxian asked her to fully support the Ling family and assist Ling Yun with all her strength. Gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Ling Yun wants money, give it to him. Ling Yun needs resources, give them to him. Ling Yun needs manpower, give it to him. Give people, give money, give what you want. Pfft. Yi Xingqian suddenly chuckled, blinked her beautiful eyes, and murmured, if he asks for me, I wonder if your old man will give it to me? While thinking about it, Yi Xingqian stood up and looked out of the window with her beautiful eyes. It was already approaching midnight and Ling Yun hadn't arrived yet. Why hasn't that guy come here? I don't know what he's waiting for. Coming. I only heard a chuckle in the air outside the courtyard. Ling Yun's voice rang in my ears, and the air outside the courtyard was flowing rapidly and dust was flying. Jester flapped his wings and shot down to the ground. Ling Yun flew down from behind him and fell into the courtyard. Seeing Ling Yun appearing like this, Yi Xingqian's pretty face blushed, and he said in his heart that luckily he didn't say the word anxious at the end, otherwise the guy would have heard it and would have made fun of him again. Brush. After Ling Yun landed, he ignored Jester and Mo Wudao who were behind him, and came to the room with a change of shape, staring at Yi Xingqian with burning eyes. He laughed and said, Are you impatient to wait? Did you miss me? Yi Xingqian glanced at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, and she was secretly happy, but said indifferently, Cut, stop being so sentimental, I'm just impatient waiting. Brother Yun was hit hard immediately. However, Ling Yun already understood Yi Xingqian's style, so he didn't mind. He glanced up, saw the bamboo chair in front of the window, and sat on it as soon as he floated. The body is slightly warm, with a hint of heat, and a particularly pleasant body fragrance lingers. Ling Yun was instantly intoxicated. He lay on his back slightly, narrowed his eyes, and enjoyed the place where Yi Xingqian had just sat. Seeing the jade box and the 2 statues on the table, Ling Yun said wantonly, You still said you didn't miss me, so why do you take out these things to see? Seen through by Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen felt ashamed and flustered. She said indiscriminately, "Don't be so stinky, after I brought these things back, they haven't moved anywhere." After finishing speaking, Yi Xingchen was even more depressed, because she didn't even believe what she said was a lie. Ling Yun laughed when he heard this, and didn't expose it face to face. Outside the courtyard, Mo Wudao was swayed in the air by Ling Yun, and he caught the air with one hand. He lost his balance, and finally flew to the ground, almost fell on his back. After he stabilized his figure, he immediately yelled strangely, "Damn, you didn't tell me when you came down suddenly, you almost threw me to death." While talking, Mo Wudao was about to rush into the room. He wanted to settle accounts with Ling Yun. "Little Taoist priest, come with me." It's just that before he could move, he was picked up by Jester, who held him with one arm, flew out of the yard with his wings, and disappeared without a trace. As Ling Yun's loyal servant, Jester's awareness is much stronger than that of Mo Wudao. He vowed not to be a light bulb. Yi Xingchen in the room was amused by this scene and giggled. The flowers trembled wildly. She turned her head and asked, "This little Taoist is the one who figured out Uncle Ling's whereabouts, right?" "It's called Mo Wudao?" Ling Yun replied lazily, "Since you have investigated everything clearly, you still come to ask me what I do." "Yes, it is him." Yi Xingchen curled his lips and reminded Ling Yun, Mao Shanjingi is actually very strong, and its hidden power is not much worse than that of Longhushan Tiancher Mansion. It's just that their people like to travel around the world and pay attention to practicing in the world, so they don't stay on Maoshan. That's all. Ling Yun gave a gratuitous nostril, expressing his understanding. Yi Xingchen kindly reminded him, but seeing that Ling Yun was always lazy and didn't respond, he immediately became angry and cursed angrily, "Hey, my aunt is talking to you, look at your half-dead look." Ling Yun finally turned his head, stared at Yi Xingchen's stunning face for a long time, and then said, "I've been really busy these few days, and I'm also exhausted. Why don't I rest here for a while?" What Ling Yun said was true. Since he and Yi Xingchen broke up last time, Ling Yun has been busy with non-stop work and has never had a good rest. Although this period of time has been fruitful, even if Ling Yun is a cultivator, his body would not be able to bear such consumption. Moreover, just tonight, in order to refine the 3 interspatial rings, Ling Yun used up all the more than 200 drops of divine energy he had accumulated these days. He was already exhausted and in fact urgently needed to rest. Being with Yi Xingchen is one of the reasons why I really like it in my heart. Another aspect is that every time Ling Yun is with Yi Xingchen, he feels inexplicably at ease in his heart. I was so down to earth that I couldn't lift up my energy at all, I just wanted to lie down lazily. After hearing this, Yi Xingchen finally took a serious look at Ling Yun, and found that Ling Yun's complexion was indeed a little pale, and there was a deep sense of tiredness between his brows, and she was inexplicably distressed. Yi Xingchen floated forward and said softly, "Are you really tired?" "Kindness. So hard, can you not be tired?" "No way, who called me a man?" I know, after this match with the Chen family is over, I should be able to rest for a while. How about you sleep with me for a while?" Ling Yun didn't respond, and after chatting with Yi Xingchen for a few words, he actually fell asleep just like that. This time, he didn't perform any exercises, let go of all guards, even withdrew his consciousness, and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Xingchen was stunned, momentarily at a loss. This guy. While Yi Xingchen's heart was surging, his figure suddenly fluttered, and he came to the bedside, took a thin blanket, and gently covered Ling Yun's body. Then, she just stood beside Ling Yun, guarding him, carefully helping him drive away the mosquitoes. This time, Ling Yun slept for 5 hours, and Yi Xingchen stood beside him for 5 hours. Until 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright. Ling Yun finally woke up, and he slowly opened his eyes. The bright light outside the window was very dazzling. Ling Yun blinked again, before opening it again. "Hey, I've slept for so long, it's already dawn?" Yi Xingchen chuckled, rolled his eyes at him, and said coquettishly, yeah, you slept so soundly, I wiped your hala for you several times. To be continued. Started to make up the update today, the third update. Ask for a monthly pass, ask for a subscription. Ling Yun suddenly uttered a strange cry, impossible, right? I'm going to make a fuss? If that's the case, Brother Yun's face will be lost to Java, how will he face Yi Xingchen in the future? Besides, Ling Yun is a cultivator and has reached the peak of the second level of Qi training. Even if he retracts his consciousness and falls into a deep sleep, his body still has a certain amount of self-control, and he will definitely not be like ordinary people. Sure enough, when Yi Xingchen saw Ling Yun exclaiming, he laughed, and it took him a long time to stop laughing and said, idiot, I'm just kidding you. Depend on. Ling Yun nodded bitterly when he heard this, and he almost gritted his teeth and said, okay, Yi Xingchen, remember it for me, if you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. If you have the ability, don't let me watch you sleep in the future. When Yi Xingchen heard it, 2 red clouds flew up on her pretty face, and she stomped her feet and scolded, go, can you speak human words? The ghost made you sleep watching. As soon as Ling Yun spoke, he immediately realized the ambiguity in the last sentence, and he also felt a little embarrassed. How can you watch Yi Xingchen sleep? At least you have to hug him. When Ling Yun lowered his head, he noticed the thin blanket covering his body, and couldn't help being moved. This deep sleep lasted for a full 5 hours. Although he hadn't practiced, he was full of energy now, and most of the consumed consciousness had recovered. Of course Ling Yun knew that the blanket was covered by Yi Xingchen after he fell asleep. Moreover, Ling Yun naturally noticed the tiredness in Yi Xingchen's expression that could not be concealed. It was obvious that she had guarded her all night. Ling Yun straightened his expression, and said with concern, why don't you sleep for a while, catch up on your sleep, and let's talk about business again. Feeling Ling Yun's concern, Yi Xingchen was secretly happy. But she shook her head, no, I've had a good rest these days, and I'm not very tired. Joke. Even if Yi Xingchen is really sleepy, it's impossible to sleep now, otherwise, wouldn't it be just in response to Ling Yun's words, let him watch him sleep? Okay, then let's talk business. While speaking, Ling Yun stood up, took the thin blanket to the bedside, threw the thin blanket on the bed, and then said to the 2 piles of clothes, is this the cloth made of Wujing demon silk? Yi Xingchen floated over and followed, and said with a smile, well, this pile is all cloth, all made of the best black gold demon silk. There are 4 bolts in total, which can make at least 20 sets of clothes. Ling Yun nodded, pointed to another pile of clothes and asked, what about these? I think the quality of these clothes is several times better than these cloths. Yi Xingchen glanced at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, you have good eyesight, this is a cloth made from the silk spit out by the silkworm king of the Wujing demon silkworm. Of course, the quality is much better. Then it was made clothes, try wearing them to see if they fit you well? Yi Xingchen is really embarrassed to say that these 3 sets of clothes were sewed for him by herself overnight after she saw Ling Yun fighting, her clothes were torn and shirtless, and she came back overnight. This is the silk spit out by the silkworm king of the Wujing demon silkworm. It is rare in the world. There are only so many Yi Xingchen in total, and they are all used on Ling Yun, and they only made 3 sets. Ling Yun grabbed his clothes, turned his head to look at Yi Xingchen, his eyes were burning, is it really for me? Did you make it? Yi Xingchen's heart beat wildly, and she shook her head desperately, Che, you think beautifully, Aunt is so busy, how can she have time to make clothes for you? Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't admit it, Ling Yun secretly smiled, glanced at the jacket in his hand, and said casually, oh, let me just say, this workmanship is really bad, of course it can't be done by you. Yi Xingchen secretly stomped his feet angrily, almost hating Ling Yun to death. In terms of female celebrities, Yi Xingchen has learned from xuanhuan since she was a child. It can be said that since she was a child, she has made her own clothes by herself and has never bought them. For her female celebrities, Yi Xingchen is simply, he is more confident than the heavenly demon policy he cultivated. Now Ling Yin said that his workmanship is poor, can he not be angry? But she couldn't refute it at all. If she refuted it, it would be tantamount to admitting that she did it. So he said angrily, you should wear it first and see if it fits you well. Ling Yin laughed, thinking that Yi Xingchen could really bear it, why bother? It was a standard samurai uniform, similar in style to the one Ling Yin wore before, but when it comes to female celebrities, Ling Yin has to admit that Yi Xingchen's female celebrities are better than Aunt May of the Qin family. He was not polite, he took off his shirt in front of Yi Xingchen, quickly put the jacket on his body with quick hands and feet. Well, although the workmanship is poor, it fits very well. It seems that it is made according to my figure. So, it's okay. It really fits well, not only does it fit well, but it also fits very well on the body. Ling Yin put on the clothes and stretched his arms, moved a bit, and praised Yi Xingchen in his heart. These words finally completely angered Yi Xingchen. She pinched her waist with both hands and said, Ling Yin, if you dare to say that your workmanship is poor, just take off your clothes and leave me. My aunt is not serving you anymore. The lion roars in the east of the river. Brother Yun was scared immediately. He spread his hands, and hurriedly made amends. It was just a joke, why did you get so angry? Well, frankly speaking, the handwork of this dress is the best I have ever seen in my life, bar none. Yi Xingchen chuckled, it's not too bad. But in the end, Yi Xingchen did not admit that these sets of clothes were made by herself. Since the tops fit well, let alone the trousers, Ling Yin didn't need to try it, he put all 3 sets of clothes into the tai shi ring at once, and then moved his mind to put the 4 pieces of cloth into it. Yi Xingchen asked, why do you need so much cloth all of a sudden, who are you making clothes for? Taking other people's things for nothing, Ling Yin always wants to explain the use of this thing clearly, so he replied with a smile, well, of course the main ones belong to the core members of our Ling family. Everyone must at least have a set of self-defense. What else? Of course it's the 5 blood races. As you can see, those 5 guys have to transform back and forth every day. Once they transform once, their clothes are completely ruined. After seeing that look, it's really embarrassing. So you had to make them some really stretchy suits. Of course the elasticity of the silk is excellent, Ling Yin thought of this, and asked Yi Xingchen for this black gold demon silk cloth. In this way, Jester and others can wear it without changing their shape, and the clothes will not be broken after turning into a humanoid bird, which naturally avoids a lot of embarrassment. Yi Xingchen smiled and said, you, master, are thoughtful enough. Ling Yin sighed and said, hey, if you are not in charge, you don't know that Chai Migue is expensive. Since I am their master, I must always think about them. Yi Xingchen knew that Ling Yin was always talking nonsense, so she didn't mind it, and said with a smile, it's just that, these 4 bolts of cloth are not enough, we have to go to the Guwu auction house to buy another 10 or 8. Row. Ling Yan's heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Guwu auction house? Is this kind of cloth really sold? I thought only your demon sect had it. Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yin a blank look, are you finally willing to admit it? Let me tell you, an idiot like you doesn't even know where the door of the Guwu auction house is open. How could you buy this from the Guwu auction house? Seed cloth. After grabbing Ling Yan's words, Yi Xingchen explained again, Wujing demonic silkworms are not only available in our demon sect, but also in other places, and there are people in Jianghu who specially train them, and then take them to the auction house in exchange for the resources they need. The modern age is different from the ancient times. The modern age is not only prosperous in commerce, but also very convenient in information and transportation. Therefore, although everyone is an ancient martial arts practitioner, they are also advancing with the times. The various auction houses in the Jianghu are actually very prosperous. Ling Yan was excited when he heard that, and asked, "Then where are these ancient martial arts auction houses hidden?" Yi Xingchen said with a smile, "Too many. Every once in a while, it may be in a certain ancient martial arts sect, it may be in a certain hidden family. Of course the most important thing is those who specialize in auction house business, they may be anywhere, conduct a large ancient martial arts auction. And most of the relatively small ancient martial arts auction houses don't need to hide at all, anyway, ordinary people can't get in touch, such as you." Yi Xingchen was obviously taking revenge for what Ling Yan said about her female celebrity just now. Ling Yan couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard this, thinking that he just didn't know before. How did he become an ordinary person? Then is there such an ancient martial arts auction house in the capital? At the foot of the emperor, the prosperous imperial capital, of course there is. Ling Yan nodded, his thoughts flashed, and he asked again, "Who controls the ancient martial arts auction house in the capital?" Yi Xingchen finally showed admiration in his eyes. Ling Yan asked around, and finally got to the point. She didn't hold back, and immediately replied, "Huaxia Group, Long Family, Yi Family." Among them, the Yi family's auction house is the most mysterious and the largest, slightly better than the Long family's. Ling Yan's heart trembled when he heard this. Because there are such things as auction houses in the world of comprehension, Ling Yan understands that anyone who can open an auction house is the most top-notch force. To run this kind of auction house, you have to entrust two companies with one hand, and you must ensure that both the money and the goods are cleared, and for some very large transactions, you must keep the identities of the buyer and the seller confidential, and you must be responsible for the personal safety and security of both buyers and sellers in the auction house. Cargo safety. Only if you can do this, can you dare to hold an auction house. Otherwise, as long as something happens once, the organizer will lose its reputation and it will never be able to do it again. The Yi family's auction house in the capital is the most mysterious and the largest. What does that mean? Everything is self-explanatory. The background hidden by the Yi family is absolutely super strong. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and Yi Xingchen said again, "If my predictions are correct, you might be able to buy what you cultivators need at the Yi family's auction house." To be continued. What? Ling Yan was shocked once again when he heard this. In the Yi family's auction house, can you buy what a cultivator needs? With Yi Xingchen's words, too much hidden information was inadvertently revealed. If this is true, then Ling Yan can at least confirm three things. First, it is further confirmed that there are cultivators in China, and the number of cultivators far exceeds his estimate, otherwise it would be very difficult to auction magic weapons. Second, since the Yi family can get the magic weapon or spiritual treasure of the cultivator for auction, then the Yi family must have close contact and frequent exchanges with the cultivator. Third, the Yi family is very powerful, even terrifying. So even cultivators have to give them face. Thinking of these 3 points in an instant, Ling Yan's soared eyebrows were deeply knit together. Because these 3 points are not the most important. Indeed, if the Yi family's auction house can provide what a cultivator needs, it will undoubtedly provide great convenience for Ling Yan's future cultivation. The things he doesn't need in the future can be sold through the auction house, and the things he needs can also be bought by going to the auction house, and he may even get a surprise. But the first thing Ling Yan thought of was not himself. Since people who buy and sell things have to go through the auction house, the organizer has the qualification to inspect any goods because of its proximity to the water. What is the advantage of this? They can even sit in the dealership, first buy important or scarce goods in person, and then hoard them, and when the time is right, they can find someone of their own to sell these goods at sky-high prices in order to obtain huge profits. What's more, holding an auction house is actually second to making money. The most important thing is to communicate with people, control resources, and collect information through the auction house. Because those who have resources and want to sell, and those who urgently need some kind of resources for cultivation, the organizer can know through the auction house. Networks, resources, information, profits. The four kinds of things can all be controlled by the auction house. So over time, the organizers, such as the Long family and the Yi family, have such a terrifying background that they can't even imagine. In this case, although Ling Yun will be able to practice in the future. But facing the Long family and the Yi family, he will become very passive. At least for a while, it sure will be. Unless he has the ability to overthrow the Long family and the Yi family in one go. Ling Yunjian frowned, and suddenly thought of a deep level. This is because he really knows things like auction houses too well. When he was in the great world of cultivation, Ling Yun had been a master at manipulating the auction house from the Qi refining period to the tribulation transcendence period, and the benefits he had earned through the auction house were simply innumerable. Ling Yun started his career as a doctor, and he is also a master of alchemy and talisman formations. He has sold too many of them through the auction house. What? You wouldn't really naively think that you are the only cultivator in this world, right? Could it be that your mysterious master didn't even tell you this? Seeing that Ling Yun's brows were furrowed and he was silent for a long time, Yi Xingchen thought that it was because he heard about the existence of other cultivators that caused him some kind of worry. Ling Yun, I don't know who your mysterious master is, and he doesn't even tell you the basics. But, let me tell you, in fact, to many people, it's no secret that we have cultivators in China. It is universally recognized that Mount Zhongnan is the gathering place for Chinese cultivators. Many people who have achieved success in the mundane world will choose to go to Mount Zhongnan to continue their cultivation. Moreover, there are sword immortals in Shushan, secret realms in Kunlun, and it is even said that there are immortals in Punlai, East China Sea. Exist. Even if our Mazong is called Mazong, it is not referring to those decent martial arts people in China at all, but relative to those cultivation sections. Yi Xingchen obviously misunderstood. She was busy explaining to Ling Yun, but she didn't know that Ling Yun was thinking about the auction house right now. Oh, no, there are a lot of cultivators in this world, I've known for a long time. Not only are there many cultivators, but there are also many powerful existences against the sky. Ling Yun knows this better than anyone else. The Human Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book on Ling Yun's body, the Shenong Ding, Badizi, Green Lantern Buddha beads, and Magic Gourd and the Space Ring are all treasures of the fairy level. These treasures are undoubtedly used by the ancient master's magic weapon. The real dragon, the Vajra glazed body, the willow of ghosts and gods. He also saw them all with his own eyes. Moreover, on the night of July 14th, Ling Yun caused a tremor in the Yin-locking dragon formation in Yenyuan, and the man in Xing Yi who attracted him was a true cultivator, and Ling Yun had already seen it with his own eyes. But it was the first time Ling Yun heard about the secrets that Yi Xingchen said later, and he thought that this was the case, and it seemed that many of the legends were true, which instantly opened up his heart a lot, and he suddenly became enlightened. Doubt is doubt, guess is guess, imagination is imagination. But now, there is no need for these, Ling Yun has thoroughly confirmed. At the same time as confirmation, Ling Yun also felt a strong sense of urgency in his heart, as well as an extra sliver of striving for supremacy. Ling Yun came from the big world of comprehension, and practiced against the sky all the way. From the beginning of comprehension to the stage of crossing the catastrophe, he was almost invincible in the world, so it is the same here. Ling Yun's eyes became brighter than ever before, radiant and full of anticipation. Seeing Ling Yun's strange look, Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing and said angrily, "Since you know, why are you frowning?" Ling Yun smiled lightly, "I was thinking about the Guwu auction house just now." Yi Xingchen wondered, Guwu auction house? There are so many auction houses, what's the point? Strong confidence flashed in Ling Yun's eyes, and he said with a mysterious smile, "You don't understand, since I'm here, it's impossible for the Long family and Yi family to continue to control the ancient martial arts auction house in the capital. Not to mention the Guwu auction house, but the cultivation auction house is all left over from Ling Yun's playing. Now that Ling Yun has enough power, if the Ling family is going to rise, how can it be possible for the Long family and the Yi family to continue to grow? Yi Xingchen is ice snow smart. After hearing Ling Yun's words, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and she said in shock, "Are you going to compete with the Long family and the Yi family for business?" Ling Yun laughed loudly, and raised his hand to pat Yi Xingchen's fragrant shoulder, but Yi Xingchen backed away, so he could only smile and said, "Smart. That's right, I just want to compete with the Long family and the Yi family for business." Grab business. Then even if you were not an enemy before, you will soon become an enemy. What's more, Ling Yun had already vaguely felt that the Long family and the Yi family were the biggest enemies of the Ling family, the real powerful enemies. Yi Xingchen is a person who is not afraid of anything. After hearing this, she immediately asked excitedly, "You really want to compete with them? Then what are you going to do?" Ling Yun shook his head and said, "It's not urgent right now, I'll talk about it after I destroy the Sun and Chen families first, and then we'll discuss it in detail." Speaking of the Sun and Chen families, the two finally got to the point of their meeting. The matter of the Guwu auction house is just a few digressions. Ling Yun came here last night to meet Yi Xingchen and take the Wu Jin demon silk cloth, which was only one of the reasons, but his real purpose was to inquire about the news of the Sun and Chen families. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy is invincible in 100 battles. Facing the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yun dare not take it seriously. He needs information from Yi Xingchen's side. This time it was finally Yi Xingchen's turn to have a serious expression. She was no longer relaxed, and a layer of deep worry shrouded her beautiful brows. Looking at Yi Xingchen's expression, Ling Yun knew that something was beyond his control, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xingchen nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Ling Yun, this battle with the Chen family is very difficult. You need to prepare carefully to be safe." When Ling Yun heard it, he laughed straight away. With a relaxed expression, he said casually, "I thought you were going to tell me something so important, so that's what you're talking about? Don't worry, I know this matter better than anyone else. A life and death battle is about the life and death of a family, so of course it's not easy to fight. Up to now, what Ling Yun should prepare is almost ready. After returning later, he will conduct a small retreat, refine some pills and advanced talismans, and at the same time adjust his state to the peak, and then meet the life and death battle with the Chen family." But Yi Xingchen still looked solemn. She slowly shook her head. "Ling Yun, things are not as simple as you think. As far as I know, Chen Jingxian has already found at least 4 helpers in the Tianzu, and all of them are peerless masters above Xianjiu. Including Chen Jingxian himself, this is at least 5 first-ninth masters. Moreover, on the day when Chen Jingxian decided to fight to the death with your Ling family, he had already sent people to Dongyang to invite senior Dongyang ninjas to help out, and the Dongyang ninjas he invited were also your mortal enemies. People from the Chuan family and the Yagyu family. If there is no accident, those Oriental ninjas will arrive at Chen's house today and tomorrow. 5 first-ninth masters, plus senior ninjas from the Toyo Tokugawa and Yagyu families. Ling Yun couldn't help being a little shocked when he heard this. Because in this case, let alone losing, even if Ling Yun really wins, he will completely offend Tianzu, and at the same time, he will become a sworn enemy with the entire Dongyang, and will never stop. Thinking of this, Ling Yun rolled his eyes and said, "Damn it, Chen Jingxian wants to bring hatred to me before he dies." Seeing Ling Yun's indifferent look, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but glared at Ling Yun and said, "Don't take what I told you seriously, because this time, the Oriental ninjas Chen Jingxian invited are all shadow ninjas. And the number is still unknown, but it will definitely not be less than 5 people." Ling Yun frowned suddenly. Shadow? Back then, Ling Yun had interrogated the 2 ninja leaders Yamada and Mitsui who had attacked the Ling family overnight in the Ling family dungeon. He successfully pried open Yamada's mouth and got a lot of information from the Toyo ninjas. Before he died, Yamada proudly told him that in Toyo, the Jonin who is stronger than the Chunin is the Jonin, and the one who is stronger than the Jonin is the special Jonin. Forbearance, further up, is the shadow. And the Tokugawa family has many shadows, and even has the most powerful and mysterious Kage. That is the most powerful existence among the Oriental ninjas. To be continued. These 2 updates are considered yesterday. Please ask for a monthly ticket to subscribe. If you subscribe to all, please receive the light of the great God. Thank you for your support. Since he had heard Yamada's detailed narration, Ling Yin had a deep understanding of Toyo's ninja power levels. Yamada, in the initial state of the 7th innate level, is just the lowest of the Chunin among the Oriental ninjas. In Zionrenling, Ling Yin once beheaded a Jonin from the Tokugawa family, named Tokugawa Muto, who had the half-step first 9 strength. Then there is no doubt that Dongyang's special Jounin should be a ninja who has just reached the innate 9th level. The strength of Shadow Ninja is even higher than that of special Jounin, at least at the 2nd level of supernatural powers. This is very clear. If Qin Jingxian can really invite at least 5 Shadow Ninjas, it will be 5 strong men of the 2nd level of supernatural powers. What I'm talking about now is just the pure state. Because of practicing body art, escapism, and illusion, Dongyang ninjas are also proficient in hidden weapons and various secret methods, and their fighting methods and tricks are endless. Their comprehensive strength is definitely among the masters of the same state. Belong to the strong. 5 masters of the supernatural power group, plus at least 5 shadow ninjas, made Ling Yun feel tremendous pressure in an instant. No wonder Yi Xingchen specially called him here to remind him that it's really hard to say who will win the battle with the current Ling family in a life and death duel with the Chen family. And this is only on the surface, just the news that Yi Xingchen found out. What about the secret? Ling Yun didn't believe that Qin Jingxian didn't prepare a backhand. Seeing that Ling Yun's face finally changed, Yi Xingchen smiled and teased, "Why, finally feel the pressure?" This time, Ling Yun could only nod honestly. He let out a snort, and asked back, "Damn, Qin Jingxian invited so many strong people, don't you feel pressure?" But Yi Xingchen's next sentence made Ling Yun almost vomit blood. That's not all, the above is just news on the surface. Now that the decisive battle is imminent, I'll just tell you all the news I found out. Ling Yun stared in astonishment. There is more? Yi Xingchen nodded, that's right. This time, in order to deal with your Ling family, the Sun family has chosen to join forces with the Chen family, and they have officially formed an alliance. The Sun family will not sit still. I know, to you, the Sun family's own strength is of course nothing, but the Sun family has ancestors, and they also invited a master of the supernatural powers of the Tianzu to sit in the town, and also an overseas hermit family has been invited. Among the people from the Hidden World family, there is also a master of supernatural powers. In this case, you will suddenly have 2 more powerful enemies at the supernatural power level. Ling Yun's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice, "You mean, the Sun family will also be involved in the life and death battle in a week's time, and the Sun and Chen families will jointly deal with our Ling family?" Yi Xingchen nodded and said, "Of course, because this is the only chance for the Sun family. If my prediction is correct, within 2 days, your Ling family will be able to receive the letter of war from the Sun family." In this way, what Ling Yun has to face is the 6 supernatural power masters of the Tian group, plus at least 5 shadow ninjas, and an overseas hermit family. A total of at least 12 supernatural powers masters. Ling Yun felt a little dizzy. He swallowed hard, searched left and right, and said, "What about the chair? Find me a chair, I have to sit down and digest slowly." Yi Xingchen lifted his chin and said, "It's right behind you." Ling Yun sat down on the chair. Yi Xingchen was right, this battle was infinitely more difficult than Ling Yun had expected. In addition to Qin Jingxian, Ling Yun also had to face 5 masters of the supernatural power realm of the Tianzu. If he really won, it would be tantamount to a complete enmity with the Tianzu. To trample over the Chen family, but offend the Tianzu, which is many times stronger than the Chen family, is not a good deal. Killing the Kagenan of Dongyang, the Ling family, is tantamount to challenging the entire Dongyang. If the Dongyang ninjas take the opportunity to attack on a large scale, with the current strength of the Ling family, can they resist it? Ling Yan tried his best to calm down, and after thinking for a while, he asked lightly, "The Sun family is calling for a fight, can our Ling family not accept it?" Yi Xingchen asked back, "Of course you can not accept it, but if the Sun family really declares war, will you not accept it?" Ling Yan curled his lips and said helplessly, "Of course I accept." You don't need to ask. If you don't accept it, the morale that Ling Yan has worked so hard to build up for the Ling family will be weakened by half, and the many arrangements he made these days will be in vain. Moreover, even if the Ling family didn't accept it, the Sun family could still fight, because according to the rules of life and death duels, Chen Jingxian could ask anyone for help. After a pause, Yi Xingchen reminded again, "Ling Yan, you have to be careful of that overseas hermit family, they actually have a lot of background." Ling Yan's head is getting bigger now. He bit the bullet and asked, "It's just a hidden family, what's the background?" Yi Xingchen said, "That hermit family is a big family belonging to the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance." Ling Yan was surprised. Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance? That's right, the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. Yi Xingchen explained, the distribution of China's ancient martial arts forces can be roughly divided into two parts, land and overseas. On land, you already know something about it, so I won't say much. As for overseas, it is mainly the East China Sea and the South China Sea. The East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance is a force jointly formed by many ancient martial arts sects and hermit families in the East China Sea. Above the East China Sea, there are actually many islands. For thousands of years, many ancient martial arts sects and hermit families, in order to escape the flames of war, or formed enemies with other ancient martial arts sects on land. In order to avoid the flames of war and avoid enemies, they left the land and moved to the sea as a whole to live in seclusion. Moreover, the legend of the Punlai Fairy Island in the East China Sea is too attractive, so some masters of the supernatural powers, as well as some undisciplined monks, they all went to the sea to search for immortals, hoping to get an adventure. It is these ancient martial arts sects, hermit families, and loose cultivators who have left the mainland for various reasons. They have formed an extremely large force, called the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance. Above the East China Sea, there are dotted islands with intricate forces, and domestic laws and rules can't restrain them at all. Therefore, in that kind of place, it is about respecting strength and the law of the jungle. A hermit family can seize territory above the East China Sea and survive, which shows that their own strength is very strong, and they must have strong connections. When Ling Yan heard this, his head was as big as a bucket. Casual cultivators in the East China Sea return to the alliance? These are all god horse stuff. What about the South China Sea? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but give Ling Yan a blank look. I really don't know what's going on in your head, you're so anxious. Do you still have time to ask Nanhai? However, she still explained seriously, the one in the South China Sea is of course the South China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. There are more islands over there, and various forces are more complicated. I can't tell you clearly at the moment. However, the development there is completely different from that of the East China Sea. Let's put it this way, the East China Sea still focuses on cultivating ancient martial arts and comprehension, while the religious forces in the South China Sea, such as Buddhism, Taoism, and Miaojianggu art, have you heard of witchcraft, Taigua's head-down master, and the supernatural master who raises little ghosts? Ling Yan was speechless again. The Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance can be regarded as a real alliance. Although there are constant internal conflicts and disputes, they can still be unanimous to the outside world when it comes to life and death. But in the South China Sea, it's just a general name. Because the sects are different and they have different beliefs, there will always be scuffles there. It's a mess. Hearing this, Ling Yun finally understood the situation, and he immediately asked, "Have you finished?" The above was originally off-topic. Yi Xingchen nodded and said, "It's over." Kindness. Ling Yun nodded and stood up again with a smile on his face. The Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance and the South China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance are very interesting. We will go to these places in the future. As for the hermit family, whether it's on land or overseas, it doesn't matter to me. If they don't come to mess with me, everyone will be safe and sound, but since they want to stand up for the Sun family, they should just kill them. This is Ling Yun's logic. If people don't attack me, I won't attack them. If people attack me, I will kill them. As Ling Yun spoke, he gradually released his powerful aura of the peak of the second level of Qi training. He looked domineering, full of confidence. Yi Xingchen looked at Ling Yun, his beautiful eyes sparkled, and he said in surprise, "I've told you so much, aren't you afraid?" Ling Yun smiled, "Afraid? To tell you the truth, the word fear has never been mentioned in my dictionary." Ling Yun received so much information from Yi Xingchen at once, he learned too many new things, he just needed to digest it, but he was absolutely not afraid. The cultivation base at the peak of the second level of Qi training has powerful spiritual consciousness, the green shadow flying sword, the Tai Shi ring, and the heaven-defying fairy artifact such as the human emperor's pen and the earth's emperor's book, and the Ling family's inheritance of ghosts and gods. Ling Yun's whole cards are really too many, he is afraid of being an egg. Seeing Ling Yun's domineering appearance, while Yi Xingchen was shocked, he couldn't help feeling admiration for Ling Yun. Only such a man is worthy of Yi Xingchen's heart. However, Yi Xingchen said with a smile, "It seems that you really don't pay attention to the Sun and Chen families. Then if I tell you again, the Long family and the Yi family may also secretly treat you in this life and death battle. How do you deal with it?" Ling Yun suddenly stopped breathing. He said in disbelief, "So fast? No way?" No matter how confident Ling Yun is and how well prepared he is, it is impossible for him to face Long Yi Sun Chen, plus the 6 major forces of Tianzu and Dongyang ninja at the same time. Unless, like on Daogui Island, when Ling Yun crossed the catastrophe and faced the terrifying 9-colored catastrophe cloud, all the fairy-level magic weapons in his body would collectively go berserk once again. Yi Xingchen sneered and said, "Of course not, but there will definitely be some small tricks secretly used to trip you up. These big families are already good at this." Call. Ling Yun let out a long breath, he patted his chest, stared, and said, "You almost scared me to death. Using small tricks? Then I will follow up." To be continued. Speaking of this, Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen called him this time, and what he should tell him was almost the same as what he had said. He suddenly took a step forward, only one step away from Yi Xingchen, lowered his head slightly, his handsome eyes were burning, and looked directly at Yi Xingchen's autumn eyes. Yi Xingchen was flustered by Ling Yun's gaze, and she couldn't help leaning back slightly, and said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" Ling Yun smiled brilliantly, showing his white and neat teeth, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Cut. Yi Xingchen's heart felt hot, but she couldn't help but spat lightly. She bit her lower lip lightly, turned her head to look outside the door, and said faintly, "I'm just arranging people to collect information." What's the trouble? Of course Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen had her own intelligence network in the capital, but she was able to investigate so much useful information in just a few days, one can imagine how much effort she had put into it. Ling Yun stopped talking, but stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbing Yi Xingchen's hand like lightning. "You." Yi Xingchen's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Ling Yun to come over and grab her suddenly, so she subconsciously used her movement skills, and her delicate body flew back. "Hey, did you run away?" Ling Yun took an empty shot, but he wasn't in a hurry, he just smiled and used the phantom fish dragon step to leap forward. Brush. Yi Xingchen's long hair was flying, and her delicate body was flying backwards again. Ling Yan didn't stop, he drove straight in, his hands kept grabbing towards Yi Xingchen. He looked domineering and powerful, he insisted on grabbing Yi Xingchen. As soon as the two retreated and advanced, their movements were like lightning, they were extremely fast, and they were actually playing hide-and-seek in this small room. However, when the two met for the first time, Ling Yan's body skills were already comparable to Yi Xingchen's. Now that he has reached the peak of the second level of Qi training, his body skills are at full strength, and he is of course able to chase Yi Xingchen with ease. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and in the end, Ling Yan almost stuck to Yi Xingchen's face. Ling Yan, are you finished? Yi Xingchen's bright and clean forehead was slightly sweaty. She was extremely ashamed and angry, and shouted angrily. Ling Yan smiled instead of answering, and suddenly reached out again, grabbing Yi Xingchen's catkin, and the two of them stopped instantly. Why are you hiding? It's not like I never grabbed your hand. After grabbing Yi Xingchen, Ling Yan held on to her tightly and joked with a smile. Yi Xingchen fought hard, wanted to get out of Ling Yan's control, but couldn't, so he said angrily, Ling Yan, I warn you, if you dare to bully me, be careful and I will report to Master. Unable to fight and unable to run away, Yi Xingchen seemed to have no choice but to use this move in his panic. But the next moment, Yi Xingchen's delicate body was shocked suddenly, and he was stunned. It turned out that after Ling Yan grabbed her hand, he directly injected a burst of true energy into her body, and that burst of true energy was very similar to the heavenly demon true qi cultivated by Yi Xingchen, and it did not conflict with her heavenly demon true qi. Then, the true energy passed through Yi Xingchen's meridian, went straight into her dantian, and then came out of her dantian, passed through her 8 extraordinary meridians, and went straight to the xuanhuan point on the bottom of Yi Xingchen's feet, and began to circulate. The movement of true qi in this way made Yi Xingchen feel light and illusory in his body that he had never felt before. Xingchen, remember this exercise route. It turned out that Ling Yan's arrest of Yi Xingchen was not to offend her, but to pass on the skills directly. Follow me. While speaking, Ling Yan took Yi Xingchen's hand, performed the phantom fish dragon step, and flew out of the house. God! What kind of lightness exercise is this? At this time, the heavenly demon true qi in Yi Xingchen's body had completely circulated under Ling Yan's guidance, which made Yi Xingchen feel an extremely strange feeling. She felt that her body became as light as a feather, and even merged with the surrounding air, becoming an illusion, and she could hardly feel the resistance of the air when performing light kung fu. This is my lightness skill, Phantom Fish Dragon Step. Once you learn it, you can perform shape-shifting. Xingchen, you are from the demon sect, you are the saintess of the demon sect, and you are not tolerated by the world's righteous way. You have learned the Phantom Fish Dragon Step, which can be used for self-defense. Yi Xingchen was already extremely talented, plus she had already achieved success in cultivation. The route of true energy circulation in her body only had 2 or 3 weekly cycles, and she had already memorized it by heart. Yi Xingchen scolded angrily, teaching people martial arts, just say it, why are you doing this, really? Ling Yan laughed straight, I'm afraid you won't learn it. Try running it a few more times yourself. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan still held Yi Xingchen's hand, stretched his figure again, and flew out of the farmyard. Why go? Yi Xingchen was forcibly dragged out of the yard by Ling Yan. As soon as she landed, she stopped moving forward and asked Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled brightly, raised his hand and pointed to a mountain in the east, and said, It's not far, just go to that mountain. Yi Xingchen looked up at the distance, and couldn't help but look back at the farmyard, struggling for a while. The gift Ling Yan gave her was still on the table. Yi Xingchen left worried. As if seeing what Yi Xingchen was thinking, Ling Yan smiled and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen, those things can't be lost. Seen through by Ling Yan, Yi Xingchen's face was slightly hot, and she said casually, "I want you to take care of it." Then she broke free from Ling Yun's palm suddenly, and rushed towards the mountain first. The body technique she used was exactly Ling Yun's Phantom Fish Dragon Step. The Phantom Fish Dragon Step is a lightness skill, a combat skill, and it is only related to the path of the true energy in the body, and has nothing to do with the true energy cultivated. Therefore, even though Yi Xingchen was cultivating heavenly demon true qi, he could still practice this kind of lightness kung fu. Ling Yun followed Yi Xingchen slowly, but didn't follow, but admired her graceful back, and couldn't help nodding frequently. At the beginning, Yi Xingchen used the Phantom Fish Dragon Step, which was a bit unfamiliar, but after a few ups and downs, Yi Xingchen has already used it very skillfully, and when she reached the peak of the mountain, she was able to send and receive freely. Yi Xingchen came to the top of the mountain, but didn't stop. She was still exercising her body skills, her body was erratic, coming and going like lightning, and she was groping for the knack of the Phantom Fish Dragon Step. Yi Xingchen got up to practice, and her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Taking a step was almost like teleporting, and the distance was getting farther and farther, leaving afterimages in place. This set of Qigong, practiced to the extreme, is to change form and change shadows. 36 phantoms can appear at the same time. Whether it is against the enemy or fleeing, it has magical effects. Ling Yun came to the top of the mountain, looked at Yi Xingchen flying around, and said with a smile, "Brush." Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped in front of Ling Yun, with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said coquettishly, "It's really a peerless light skill. No wonder there are so many masters besieging you, but they can't kill you." Ling Yun laughed loudly after hearing this. "Only by them? It's 100 years too early." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun straightened his expression and looked directly at the eastern sky. At this time, there was a lot of sunshine there, and a round of red sun was about to burst out. "Xingchen, listen up. The heaven and the earth are mysterious and yellow, the universe is prehistoric, the stars are shining in the past, the sun and the moon are shining today, the three lights are the sun, the moon and the stars, and the three talents are the heaven, the earth and the people." From Ling Yun's mouth, he slowly spit out a set of formulas and passed them on to Yi Xingchen. "This is the treasure of Dian gathering stars." This set of formulas is actually not long, only less than 1,000 words. Ling Yun recited it quickly, then he turned his head and asked, "How many do you remember?" Yi Xingchen was deeply attracted by Ling Yun's formulas of exercises, and as Ling Yun recited them, she was addicted to them and remained silent for a long time. After a long while, Yi Xingchen's expression was serious. He nodded solemnly and said, "I remember everything." "Just listen to it once and remember it all?" Ling Yun was very surprised, and thought that it was no wonder that his mother took Yi Xingchen as an apprentice. There is really no other one with this kind of cultivation talent. Of course, in Ling Yun's heart, there is still one person whose talent can be compared with Yi Xingchen, and it is naturally Ning Lingyu. At the beginning when Ling Yun taught Ning Lingyu the method, she could firmly remember at once. This is a top-notch cultivation technique. It relies on absorbing the sun's fine fire, the moon's yin power, and the billions of stars' star power. I'll teach you how to practice now. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen sat side by side, facing the east, facing the rising sun, sitting cross-legged, and began to practice the Dian gathering stars' secret art. Under Ling Yun's meticulous teaching, after 2 hours, Yi Xingchen thoroughly mastered this set of treasures, and reached the 6th small realm of the first major realm of the Dian gathering of stars treasure in one fell swoop. Compared with Qin Dongxue back then, he was more than a notch higher. The Dian gathering stars treasure has something to do with a person's physique, talent, and one's own cultivation realm. After the sun rose high, Ling Yun stopped practicing. He floated up, and said to Yi Xingchen, "This set of exercises, at the beginning, the defense and strength are improved. It is easy to learn, but it is extremely difficult to practice. After learning in the future, it will be a matter of time accumulation." Yi Xingchen opened her eyes. She felt the huge changes in her body. She only felt that in just 2 or 3 hours, her strength was at least several times stronger than before. Lightness, defense, strength. If she were to meet Sikong Wuqing again now, Yi Xingchen would definitely win. The Phantom Fish Dragon step combined with the Diyan Gathering Star Treasure was originally used to leapfrog battles. Yi Xingchen stood up silently, and when she looked at Ling Yun again, there was a trace of deep meaning in her beautiful eyes. Ling Yun smiled lightly. "It's not over yet, I'll teach you a heaven-defying secret." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately used sound transmission to enter the secret, and passed the formulas of Longxiang Shinjin's exercises, as well as some operation tricks and key points that need attention, to Yi Xingchen all at once. After Yi Xingchen wrote everything down, he was completely dumbfounded. When the Dragon Elephant's mysterious method is used, the combat power can be increased by up to 10 times. What a terrifying secret technique this is. After Ling Yun finished speaking, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes lit up, and he sighed quietly and said, "Now, I finally know why you are so confident." She suddenly asked, "It's just that these are untold secrets, why did you teach them to me?" Yi Xingchen had some expectation in his eyes. Ling Yun replied with a smile, "You guard me for one night, and I will guard you for the rest of your life." To be continued. Because the last chapter and this chapter are chapters 12-13 and 12-14, the homophony is love for a lifetime, so these 2 chapters are added. I hope you like it. You guard me all night, and I guard you all your life. Ling Yun answered this sentence casually, neither impassioned nor swearing. He seemed to be telling a very ordinary thing, but in his calm tone, there was an indescribable firmness. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen's breathing stopped, and her heart was shocked. Above the mountains and under the rising sun, Yi Xingchen, who has always looked at the world with contempt and confidence, suddenly became at a loss at this moment, and she was flustered for a while. Yi Xingchen didn't dare to look into Ling Yun's eyes. She turned her head in a panic, not knowing where to look. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and a girlish shyness flashed on her pretty face. It took a long time for Yi Xingchen to stabilize his mind. The expression on his face gradually calmed down, and he returned to his usual look. She suddenly smiled sweetly, turned her head and gave Ling Yun a white look, and said teasingly, "Stop using sweet words to deceive people." "Ling Yun, don't think that I don't know. You don't know how many girls you have cheated with such sweet words. Only ghosts will believe you. I grew up." Yi Xingchen suddenly stopped talking. Because Ling Yun grabbed her hand again. This time, Ling Yun's attack was not fast, it could be said to be very slow. Slow could be described as gentle, but Yi Xingchen did not dodge. It would be really hypocritical to hide at this time. "What are you going to do again?" Feeling the heat from Ling Yun's hands, Yi Xingchen felt his heart pounding like a deer, his big eyes flashed with vigilance, and there was a hint of inexplicable expectation. Ling Yun just smiled. He suddenly raised his left hand, a gray ring was added on his hand, pinched it with his index finger and thumb, and held it up to Yi Xingchen's eyes. "Which finger do you want to wear it on?" Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. She guarded Ling Yun all night. Naturally, he had already noticed the extra gray ring on Ling Yun's right index finger. The ring was not beautiful, but simple, unsophisticated, and grand, with complicated and mysterious patterns on it. And the extra ring on Ling Yun's hand is the same as the ring on Ling Yun's right index finger, the only difference is the size. Yi Xingchen's heart suddenly jumped up inexplicably, and she bowed her head, as you want. "Then it's the same as me, it's also the right index finger." As Ling Yun spoke, he raised Yi Xingchen's right hand, and gently put the gray ring on Yi Xingchen's right index finger. "Hey, the size is just right." Ling Yun greatly praised his spiritual sense and memory in his heart. Yi Xingchen suddenly withdrew her hand, she turned around suddenly, turned her back to Ling Yun, quietly raised her right hand, and took a closer look at the ring, and found that there was nothing unusual about the ring except for the mysterious pattern on the surface. It looks like an ordinary decoration. But even though it was just an ornament, it was a ring, and it was exactly the same as the one in Ling Yan's hand. To Yi Xingchen, it had a different meaning. What do you mean? Yi Xingchen was overjoyed, but she still didn't turn around and asked Ling Yan with her back. Ling Yan smiled brightly. Oh, I forgot to tell you, to use this ring, you need a drop of your blood essence. You have to suffer a little pain, bite the tip of your tongue, and then drop a drop of blood on the surface of the ring. The space ring still needs to recognize its owner. Although Ling Yan knew that with Yi Xingchen's ice and snow intelligence, she should have already guessed that this was the space ring, but he still deliberately didn't say it, making a fool of himself. Yi Xingchen was ecstatic in his heart, and without saying much, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and followed Ling Yan's instructions. When she dripped a drop of blood onto the surface of the gray ring, she was surprised to find that the drop of blood had penetrated into the ring immediately and disappeared completely. Then, Yi Xingchen felt that his thoughts had actually established some kind of mysterious connection with this ring. Ling Yan smiled and said, Xingchen, try to use your thoughts to communicate with this ring. So, Yi Xingchen tried to use his thoughts to communicate with the ring. My God! In less than 10 seconds, Yi Xingchen was suddenly stunned and exclaimed. This was a real exclamation. Yi Xingchen was screaming, the decibels were extremely high, and the sound could be heard for 3 miles. By communicating with that gray ring, she actually felt, and even saw an incomparably huge space. That magical space was 25 meters in diameter, like a half-spherical honeycomb turned upside down on the ground, and the inner walls of the space were densely packed with honeycomb-like spaces of different sizes. My God! This is of course the space ring, which Ling Yan spent last night to refine it with his own hands, and it was specially given to Yi Xingchen. Definitely a big surprise. Don't shout out. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and said through voice transmission, this is the space ring. I made it for you, it's brand new. Before the last time we parted, Ling Yan had promised to give Yi Xingchen a space ring, and Yi Xingchen had joked that he would give her a new one, and now Ling Yan has done it. Yi Xingchen suddenly raised his hand and covered his mouth. He didn't know whether it was to prevent himself from exclaiming, or because he was afraid that he would be moved by this huge surprise and cry out. She suddenly turned around, staring directly at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes, her breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell. Ling Yan smiled and said, I promised you last time. It's just an ordinary gift. You run around all day. After you have it, no matter where you go or what you do, it will be much more convenient. As he spoke, Ling Yan raised his right hand, estimated the height, and with a thought, the black van that he put into Taishu's ring last night unexpectedly appeared next to the two of them out of thin air. Sky. Yi Xingchen, who was still in the midst of great surprise and emotion, was instantly shocked by this scene again. Come on, Xingchen, just practice with it and learn how to use the space ring. This is not difficult to learn. Under Ling Yan's guidance, Yi Xingchen quickly learned how to use the space ring. She repeatedly put the van into the space ring, and then took it out with a thought. A van can be charged at will, and it is not a problem to charge other things. Just learn it, don't play. After Yi Xingchen took out the van again, Ling Yan directly put the van into his Taishu ring. Then he said sternly, Xingchen, you remember, there is another taboo for using this Taishu ring. This ring can only hold dead objects, not living objects, especially animals or living people. Not even enemies. The space in the Taishu ring is a different dimensional space opened up by the space formation. It is in a vacuum state. Living animals and people will suffocate to death if they enter it. Especially when facing the enemy, you must not use it as a trick, because the rules of heaven do not allow it, and you will be punished by heaven if you do so. Ling Yan's expression was solemn, even stern, reminding Yi Xingchen. However, live plants can be installed occasionally, but be careful not to take too long. Ling Yun was afraid that Yi Xingchen, who was pregnant with a strange treasure, would act smart and do something against the law of heaven, so he explained to her the precautions for using this interspatial ring in detail. At this time, no matter what Ling Yun said, Yi Xingchen just nodded her head, and her mind was already so happy that she didn't know where it went. How much space, how convenient. Yi Xingchen was overjoyed, so happy that he couldn't say anything. Okay, I've given you what I have to give, I've said what I have to say, and I'm leaving. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he saw that the sun had risen very high, so he stopped talking nonsense and proposed to leave. And many more. Yi Xingchen was still immersed in great happiness. When he suddenly heard that Ling Yun was leaving, he hurriedly shouted. Ling Yun stopped his steps, turned his head and asked, "What else is there?" Yi Xingchen woke up from happiness. She patted her bewildered forehead lightly, thought carefully, and then said, "You still have to go back to the yard with me. The softening potion for the Yujin demon silk cloth hasn't. Here you go." After finishing speaking, she stretched out her plain hand, took the initiative to grab Ling Yun's hand, and ran directly towards the farmyard. God is pitiful. Brother Yun put in so much effort to teach Yi Xingchen the phantom fish dragon step, the secret art of gathering stars, the secret art of dragon and elephant power, and gave her a peerless space ring. A magnificent beauty took the initiative for a while. Brother Yun said in his heart that he didn't lose money this time, it was worth it. Yi Xingchen grabbed Ling Yun's hand, her pretty face was also hot for a while, 2 red clouds flew up on her cheeks, she seemed to be fast but slow, and it became slower and slower, until finally she seemed to be taking a walk. Ling Yun left this time. I don't know how long it will be before seeing him again. But the distance was less than 1 kilometer, no matter how slow the two walked, they arrived quickly, and they flew into the hospital. Yi Xingchen went back to the house, took a few bottles of softening potion of Wujing demon silk cloth, handed it to Ling Yun, reluctantly said, 4 pieces of cloth, these softening potions must be enough, as for how to use them, Uncle Ling must know. Kindness. Ling Yunqin said that I also know. After you go back, you have to prepare carefully, don't be careless, especially beware of the Long family and the Yi family. No. Don't worry, I will send people to guard the Ling family on the day of the decisive battle, and I will also arrange people to pick you up that night. Clear. In the next few days, if I find out any new news, I will notify you as soon as possible. It is good. In the end, Yi Xingchen stomped his feet angrily, staring at Ling Yun with beautiful eyes, and cursed, "You will die if you say too many words?" Ling Yun laughed, and spread his hands together. It's not that if you say a few more words, you will die. I'm afraid that after you say a few more words, you won't be willing to leave? Humph. Use your rhetoric to coax other girls, but this girl doesn't like that. Get out. After Yi Xingchen scolded Ling Yun, he turned around and flew back into the house. Ling Yun was speechless. He touched his nose helplessly, thinking how could Yi Xingchen turn his face faster than turning a book. I'm leaving. Ling Yun waved his hand into the room, and then flew out of the yard. After Ling Yun's figure disappeared in the courtyard, Yi Xingchen floated into the courtyard with a disappointed expression on her face. She murmured to herself, "Master, I once asked you what it feels like to like someone. You said that you would be willing to sacrifice yourself for him and give everything for him. I didn't believe it at the time. Now, I believe it." To be continued. Ling Yun left as soon as he said he would, without any delay, and left the farmyard very quickly. He enjoyed spending time with Yi Xingchen very much, but the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family was imminent, and Ling Yun didn't have time for a long-term relationship. Counting it, it has been 3 days since I accepted Chen Jingshuan's appointment on July 15th. That day was August 20th in the Gregorian calendar, today is July 19th in the lunar calendar, and August 24th in the Gregorian calendar. In just 1 more week, it will be the day of the decisive battle of life and death. In the days to come, Ling Yan still needs to complete the final preparations, and the time left for him is running out, and time is pressing. After leaving the farmyard, Ling Yan let go of his consciousness, and soon found Mo Wudao and Jester, who were waiting for him. The three of them quickly climbed over two low mountains, and found a road between the mountains. Looking around, Ling Yan took out the black van directly on the road, and the three of them got into the car and drove towards the capital. On the way back to Ling's house, Ling Yan kept driving in a muffled voice, barely speaking, so the atmosphere in the van seemed a bit dull. In fact, after hearing Yi Xingchen talk about the Chen family's preparations, and that the Sun and Chen families have joined forces, and that the Long family and the Yi family are also about to make trouble, Ling Yan's mood is not as relaxed as he expressed. He faced not only the two families of Sun and Chen, but also the two behemoths of Long Yi. The hidden enemy was even stronger. Moreover, even if it's just the Sun and Chen families on the bright side, the pressure on Ling Yan is huge, at least 12 supernatural powers. How to fight this battle, and what preparations do we need to make? All the way back, Ling Yan was thinking carefully in his heart, his brows furrowed into knots. However, only when there is pressure can there be motivation. This time, the joint efforts of the Sun and Chen families also successfully aroused Ling Yan's fighting spirit. In 7 days, even if there is some consumption in the future, Ling Yan can still accumulate at least 300 drops of divine energy. With so much divine energy, it is definitely enough to face 12 supernatural powers. Ling Yan was full of confidence, all he was worried about was the occurrence of unforeseen accidents. All the way without words. At 8:30 in the morning, the three of Ling Yan returned to the Ling family's ancestral house. Ignoring breakfast, Ling Yan entered Ling's house. He came directly to the 5th courtyard. The new spirit-gathering formation set up by Ling Yan is extremely powerful. Although it only took 3 days to successfully deploy the formation, the spiritual energy gathered by the Ling family was already sufficient in just 3 days. Past Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. Feeling the dense aura around him, Ling Yan couldn't help nodding secretly, he was very satisfied. He first took the ghost willow out of the space ring, and replanted it back to the original place, and the wood spirit energy of the Ling family suddenly increased. Then, Ling Yan let go of his consciousness, and found that Cui Lao was practicing in the practice room at this time, so he immediately used sound transmission to enter the secret, and called him over. Elder Cui rushed over immediately and asked respectfully, "What is the Patriarch's order?" Ling Yan said with a smile, "Old Cui, you ask someone to get those elixir seeds, I will plant those elixir first." During the day and night that Ling Yan left, the 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral house had already been dug up. Now that he's back, he can just plant elixir. Elder Cui couldn't help asking, Patriarch, it's midsummer now, so planting spirit grass, I'm afraid the solar terms are not right? Ling Yan smiled, "It's okay, you just ask someone to bring those elixir seeds." He is carrying the Supreme Qing Emperor art, and he wants to plant elixir. So why do he care about spring, summer, autumn and winter? Elder Cui immediately gave orders, and soon, all 3 snakeskin bags of elixir seeds were brought to Ling Yan. The elixir seeds sent by Miracle Dr. Xue to Ling Yan were quite complete, there were dozens of them. As long as there were not 2 rare herb seeds in the world, he had more or less reserves there. Ling Yan asked people to open the 3 snakeskin bags, and took out all the various elixir seeds packed into small bags. He identified them one by one, sorted them into categories, and put them away. Looking at those seeds, Elder Cui felt a headache. "Patriarch, how do you plant so many seeds in such a big yard?" Each courtyard of the Ling family has more than 1,000 square meters, and the 2 courtyards add up to more than 2,000 square meters, which is an area of 3 acres of land. If it relies on manpower, it will take 2 days at the fastest. Ling Yan smiled calmly, "You don't need to worry about it, I have my own way. Come here, open all these small bags containing seeds." After all the dozens of small bags were opened, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness moved and directly burned a drop of divine essence. Rise. Following Ling Yun's soft drink, all the elixir seeds in a bag flew out of the bag with a pung, and shot straight into the air. In this scene, it was as if someone was holding a dustpan full of rice and suddenly lifted it into the sky. Minute. After those elixir seeds rushed into the air, under the control of Ling Yun's divine sense, they automatically lined up in the air. The distance between each seed was exactly the same, and they were lined up in rows for the people around to see. Stunned. Then, according to the growth habit of this elixir, Ling Yun moved them to a corner of the courtyard as a hole in the air. Fall. Chi 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 chi. Thousands of elixir seeds fell on the ground like raindrops. They had a force of their own, and they sank directly into the overturned soil, no more, no less, exactly 10 centimeters below the ground. This scene in the Ling family compound was miraculous. The 7 or 8 dead soldiers of the Ling family around Ling Yun were all stunned. In their eyes, this was simply a fairy trick. However, this scene, in the eyes of the Ling family who had seen how Ling Yun used hundreds of caddies of shot puts, was commonplace, so it was not surprising. With hundreds of big shot puts, Ling Yun can make them form in an instant, not to mention thousands of small elixir seeds. Next, Ling Yun didn't delay, and with the help of that drop of divine essence, he used it again and again, following the same pattern, and planted the various elixir seeds in the right place according to their growth habits. In less than 10 minutes, the 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral house had already been filled with elixir by Ling Yun, and dozens of elixir seeds had all been planted. Elder Cui, take everyone out and leave the 2 courtyards. After the planting was completed, Ling Yun asked everyone to leave. He floated up and came to the middle of the double courtyard, and sat, cross-legged. Still relying on that drop of divine essence, Ling Yun began to perform the supreme Qingdiju. Then, a truly terrifying scene finally appeared. The elixir seeds that had just been planted began to take root in the ground and germinated. Countless medicinal herbs quickly grew in the Ling family's double courtyard. It was like mushrooms after rain. Oh my God, this! Someone from the Ling family exclaimed. This is the first time Ling Yun has used the Supreme Azure Emperor art in the Ling family, and it is the first time for everyone to see it. It is really incredible. Ling Yun was not moved at all. He smiled and sat cross-legged as before, continuing to use the Supreme Qing Emperor art to ripen these medicinal herbs on a large scale. It wasn't until the drop of spirit energy that Ling Yun was burning was exhausted that Ling Yun stopped. He stood up, looked around and smiled. I saw the double courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. All the planted spirit grasses were growing luxuriantly, and some spirit medicines were even about to bloom, and they seemed to be ripe. That's what makes sense. Ling Yun nodded with great satisfaction and smiled happily. Regardless of the shock and amazement of those around him, he flew directly to the 7th courtyard. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and other core figures of the Ling family all followed closely behind, and they looked at Ling Yun with incredible eyes. They were not surprised by Ling Yun's method of planting spirit grass, because it was just a simple formation, at least much simpler than Ling Yun's instant formation on the night of July 16th. However, after Ling Yun planted the medicinal herbs, these elixir medicines took root and sprouted in an instant, and grew out of the ground, and all of them grew vigorously, which is completely incomprehensible. Ling Yun did it openly and didn't hide it from anyone in the Ling family. Everyone was startled, dumbfounded, and extremely shocked. Yuner, this. Ling Lai was shocked. After chasing him, he hesitated for a long time before he hesitated to speak. His precious grandson has brought too many shocks to the Ling family. He has been challenging the limits of everyone's cognition one after another. Destroying the 3 views is not so ruined. Ling Yun explained with a smile, Grandpa, this is the Supreme Qingdi formula. I have successfully practiced it. It can accelerate the ripening of plants in a large area and shorten their growth cycle. Supreme Qing Emperor Art. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and others, after hearing Ling Yan's explanation, couldn't help but look at each other. This kind of method is definitely a method of cultivation and has nothing to do with ancient martial arts, and the effect is too terrifying and amazing. After the shock, of course it is ecstasy. It is self-evident what Ling Yan's method means to the Ling family. Grandpa, next, I need to retreat for a period of time, 3 days at the fastest, and 5 days at the slowest. During this period, the family affairs are up to you. Ling Yan didn't explain much. After the elixir was planted, he needed to make final preparations. Adjust your own state, accumulate divine energy, make talismans, and carry out refining. Ling Yan had already told Ling Lai about the matter of retreat, and Ling Lai didn't ask any further questions, but just said, "Yuner, you can rest assured that retreat is just for you, and you don't have to think about family matters." Ling Yan nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, during the retreat period, I still need some people to help me, so let Elder Chui help me." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan glanced at his father Ling Xiao, then waved at Chui Laoi, and led him straight to the 8th courtyard, Ling's practice room. "This is Ling Yan's place of retreat." Ling Yan told Old Chui, "Arrange for someone to bring all the medicinal herbs brought back from the courtyard here. In addition, I still need a few big pots, and that guy Mo Wu Dao actually went back to sleep again, call him over." After Chui Lao took the order to leave, Ling Yan used sound transmission to enter the secret, and called the blue bird here. "Qingmiao, since she is the #1 Gu girl in the 18 villages of Miaojiang, there is no need to ask, her medical skills, Gu skills and poison are all above Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yan wants to refine talismans and start refining weapons." To be continued. Dozens of snakeskin bags were moved to the yard where the practice room was located by many Ling family dead men, and piled up according to the names of the herbs pasted on the snakeskin bags. These medicinal herbs were escorted from Qingshui City to the capital by Tang Meng himself 2 months ago, and they were stored in Villa #1 in Qingshui City for a long time, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, which can be called panacea. After being transported to the capital, these medicinal herbs were stored in the courtyard of the Ling family's outer house. Although Ling Yan had set up a small spirit gathering array around the storehouse in order to prevent their aura from being lost, the spirit gathering array was Ling Yan arranged it casually, but the effect can only be described as mediocre. It wasn't until 3 days ago that Ling Yan asked Mr. Chui to send people to transport all these elixirs to the Ling family's ancestral house and return them to the spirit gathering formation, so that these herbs could absorb new aura again, and the aura contained in the herbs began to increase again. During the period of retreat, Ling Yan had to draw talisman refiners, so of course he couldn't do without these elixirs. Taking advantage of the time when the dead soldiers of the Ling family were carrying herbs, Ling Yan went into the practice room alone, and with a move of consciousness, he closed the door. When he came to the practice room, Ling Yan raised his left hand, looked at the platinum interspatial ring on his left middle finger, and felt a little hesitant for a moment. Although the space ring was made in a hurry, in Ling Yan's initial stage, he rose all the way against the sky. It can be said that this space ring helped him a lot, and even allowed him to survive several times without any danger. Death crisis. Now that Ling Yan has the Taishu ring, this space ring is naturally unnecessary, so Ling Yan has to take out all the things stored in the ring and store them in the Taishu ring. Looking at this interspatial ring, Ling Yan couldn't help but see Tang Meng's appearance in front of his eyes. He couldn't help smiling, and thought that that guy, like himself, must be too busy right now, right? "Hey, Tiandi Group, but you insisted on establishing it after arguing, you deserve it if you are so busy." Ling Yan was talking to himself. But that's fine too, with the current situation in the capital, Tang Meng can't help him at all. It's better for him to sit in Qingshui City and try his best to develop the Tiandi group. If Ling Yun needs anything, just call him, and Tang Meng will naturally go all out. The next moment, Ling Yun's mind moved, and he began to take things out of the space ring. Dark Blood Demon Knife, Demon Sword Dark Storm, Magic Gourd, Shenong Ding, Bodhi Seed, Green Lantern, Buddha Beads. Emperor Greenstone King, that string of Super Candied Ha's Colorful Emerald Stone King. Yimingzhu, Gold Needles and Silver Needles, and the Psychic Jade Box, given to Ling Yun by Divine Dr. Shui. Jade bottles containing various pills, bundles of various talismans, various 1,000-year-old elixir brought back from Shenanjia, and rare medicinal herbs given to him by Divine Dr. Shui when the ordinary clinic opened. There are also Tai Xiaohu's 2 ruling weapons, the Golden Bow and Silver Arrow, the large amount of cash carried by Ling Yun, the bank cards of major banks, checks, mobile phones, communicators, etc. Of course, due to Brother Yun's personality, there are some necessary daily necessities in the interspatial ring, such as a complete set of picnic tableware, food and drink, and a few sets of clothes he usually likes to wear. With so many things, I have to say that Ling Yun's cards are definitely strong enough. In short, Ling Yun took out all the things stored in the space ring in one breath, and put them into the Taishu ring in an instant. In the past, these things filled the original space ring, but after they were all put into the Taishu ring, they only took up a very small amount of space. Fuck, this space is really too big. 50 meters in diameter, close to 2,000 square meters, and 25 meters high. Even if it is a villa of 200 square meters, it can accommodate 10 or 8 houses. Ling Yun was very excited. This newly made Taishu ring, even if it is used in the foundation building period, there will be no problems. There's just too much space in there. This feeling is really violent. After putting all the unnecessary things into the Taishu ring, finally, Ling Yun took out the remaining things from the space ring. There were dozens of writing brushes of different sizes, bundles of yellow paper, several bags of fine cinnabar, and the dog blood of the 2 big black dogs that he collected specially when he was in Qingshui City. Those 2 big black dogs, since Ling Yun was able to draw talismans, have been raised in Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City, absorbing spiritual energy all day long, and have already begun to psychic, and the blood on their bodies also has spiritual energy, which is far better than ordinary dogs. It is absolutely true that a person who attains the Tao can ascend to heaven. The brush is used to draw talismans, the yellow paper is used to make talisman paper, and the cinnabar and dog's blood are used to make talisman ink. These things will naturally be needed in the future, so it saves time to prepare temporarily. So far, the original space ring has been completely emptied by Ling Yun, and there is nothing left in it. This ring is useless to me, so let's return it to Tang Meng. It can be regarded as returning it to the original owner. Ling Yun took the ring off his hand, feeling a little bit reluctant, and said to himself. It was taken from Tang Meng, and naturally it must be returned to Tang Meng. With Tang Meng's ability, and the strength of his thoughts, he can just use such a large space. Thank you for the past 6 months. Ling Yun took one last look at this space, smiled slightly, and put it directly into the Taishu ring. Just waiting to meet Tang Meng again, give it to Tang Meng. After doing this, Ling Yun opened the door of the practice room and came back to the courtyard. At this time, the dead soldiers of the Ling family had already transported dozens of bags of spirit grass to the yard, and piled them up in different categories. In addition, there are several cauldrons with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, which have also been placed in the courtyard, lined up. Elder Chui, Mo Wudao, and the Blue Bird, specially called by Ling Yun, the 3 of them have all arrived in the courtyard. Aunt Bluebird. After leaving the door, Ling Yun greeted Jade Bird first. Jade Bird rested for a few more days. At this time, her overall state was at its peak. She was introverted, showing signs of a breakthrough. Cloud. Bluebird responded with a smile and stopped talking. Mo Wudao didn't sleep all night last night. He was sleepy and extremely sleepy. When he saw Ling Yun, he complained, "Ling Yun, you slept comfortably last night. I was blown by the mountain wind all night. Can you make people feel tired? Have a good sleep?" In Mo Wudao's mind, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen must have done nothing good last night alone. When Ling Yun heard this, his forehead was filled with black lines. What does it mean to sleep comfortably? However, to be honest, Ling Yun's sleep last night was really solid and comfortable, and Mo Wudao was right. Ling Yun sneered and said, "Mo Wudao, don't complain there, I called you over, of course it's for your own good." Before coming to the capital this time, Ling Yun used to specialize in alchemy and drawing talismans. At that time, he had consciously asked Mo Wudao to participate. Because Mo Wudao is an authentic Taoist figure, he has a good foundation in alchemy and talisman painting. In this regard, Ling Yun is teaching him by precept and example, deliberately training him. For two people bickering, Cui Lao has long been used to it. He laughed and said, "Patriarch, I don't know if you have any orders?" Ling Yun nodded, and said directly, "Have someone prepare a charcoal fire, boil a pot and boil medicine." The life and death battle with the Sun and Chen families was imminent, and Ling Yun was running out of time, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. "Oh, yes, and this." While Ling Yun was talking, he took out 4 bolts of black gold demon silk cloth and a few bottles of softening potion, and handed them to Elder Cui. "Old Cui, please tell Grandpa to use these cloths to make a set of clothes for the core members of the Ling family and the 5 blood clans as soon as possible." "Okay, Patriarch, I'll make arrangements now." Mr. Cui took the cloth and took the order to leave again. Soon, Mr. Cui returned to the courtyard with several dead men from the Ling family, and brought charcoal fire and other medicines for cooking. According to Ling Yun's request, everything was finally ready. Ling Yun asked people to close the gate of the courtyard, and did not allow any idlers to come in to disturb him, so he began to retreat. Now, Ling Yun possesses Yin Yang pill, Dragon Spirit pill, Dragon Tiger pill, Yang Qi pill, Shisui pill, etc. The pills are definitely enough. The most important thing for him to retreat this time is to concentrate on refining talismans and weapons. For the next 3 days, Ling Yun took Mo Wudao and Qingniao, and the 3 of them worked intensively and began to refine various talismans. Ling Yun is now, whenever he makes a move, the 6th-level talisman is refined. These include the Spirit-gathering talisman for absorbing aura, the Healing talisman for healing, the Fire talisman for combat, the Defensive talisman, the Diamond talisman, the Divine movement talisman, and even the Sharp gold talisman, etc., as well as Lightning protection talismans, Water avoidance talismans, all available. All the process of making talismans, from material selection, boiling medicine to drawing talismans, Ling Yun did not avoid Mo Wudao and Qingniao at all, and explained to them with all his heart, giving them detailed instructions, so that they could learn how to make talismans as soon as possible. These 2 people, one is the true disciple of Mao Shanjingi, the other is the #1 voodoo girl of the 18 villages in Miaojiang, together with Ling Yun, the talisman master. The 3 of them cooperate, and what they cooperate is called a tacit understanding. At the beginning, Mo Wudao and Qingniao were still very unfamiliar and needed Ling Yun's command, but after a day, the 2 were already very familiar with every link of making talismans, and Ling Yun didn't need to talk about when to do what and what to choose the medicinal materials, how to control the temperature of boiling the medicine, how to mix the talisman ink, etc., can all be completed independently. However, there is one thing that is indispensable in drawing talismans, that is, the drawing method of each talisman. This is not something that can be learned in a day or 2, and it needs to be copied for a long time, but Ling Yun is not in a hurry. For 3 days, Ling Yun's main energy was spent on making talismans. 5 or 6 bundles of each kind of talisman were made, and dozens of bags of spiritual grass were used up, and most of them were consumed. Moreover, in order to meet the decisive battle of life and death, Ling Yin did not hesitate to spend his divine energy, and made several 7th-level talismans for each type of talisman. A 7th-level talisman can no longer be called a spiritual talisman, but a magic talisman. After using it, it has mana, and its power is naturally several times stronger than that of a 6th-level talisman. This was specially prepared by Ling Yin in order to prevent accidents. Moreover, in addition to making talismans, Ling Yin also dedicated a day to refining weapons, mainly refining battle robes. Ling Yin performed yin-yang alchemy and used the blue shadow flying sword to make the 3 sets of Wujing demonic silkworm clothes that Yi Xingchen gave him. They were all engraved with various defensive formations and painted with Luyun talisman, making the clothes into real magic weapon. In this way, Ling Yin's new black gold demon silkworm clothing not only has several times stronger defensive power than before, but also, after wearing it, Ling Yin's lightness kung fu will be faster. 4 days later, on the night of August 27th, the courtyard where the practice room was located opened wide. After Ling Yin's retreat was over, he walked out together with Mo Wudao and Jade Bird. To be continued. Master. Ling Yin came out of the gate, and as soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Mr. Cui waiting outside the gate. Seeing his expression, Ling Yin seemed to have something urgent to report. Ling Yin nodded to Cui Lao, which was regarded as a response, and motioned him to wait for a while. He turned his head to look at Mo Wudao, smiled and said, Mo Wudao, now, go and have a big meal first, and then you can sleep well. I promise no one will disturb you. Mo Wudao's face was full of tiredness at the moment. He was about to cry. He complained with a bitter face, Ling Yin, you said that you closed a closed door, but tired me half to death. Is there anyone like you? Mo Wudao had no choice but to complain. Ling Yin started his retreat on the afternoon of the 24th, and left the retreat at 9 p.m. on the 27th today, a total of nearly 4 days. Apart from waiting for the medicine to be boiled, the 3 of them occasionally meditated to recover. The energy is almost non-stop. With Mo Wudao's current state, it is already a miracle that he can persist until now. Seeing Mo Wudao's tired and depressed face, Ling Yin laughed. He quickly changed his face, and said seriously, what are you complaining about? Do you understand the principle of bitterness before sweetness? Don't even think about it. How much have you learned and benefited during the few days of retreat with me? Among other things, you have stolen at least a dozen of each of the 6th-level talismans from me. Don't think I don't know. Being exposed by Ling Yin, Mo Wudao immediately stopped talking. No matter how thick-skinned he was, there was a trace of embarrassment on his face at this moment. Of course, when refining talismans with Ling Yin, Mo Wudao took the sheep by hand, took 10 or 8 talismans, and kept them for his own use. This was just a trivial benefit. In fact, Mo Wudao knew very well that Ling Yin's retreat this time was mainly to draw talisman refining tools, but he took the initiative to call him over, and let him participate in the whole process from the beginning to the end. It was false to ask him to help, but to teach him how to make talismans. Surgery. From choosing medicine, boiling medicine, how to control the heat, what kind of brush to draw and what talisman to draw, to how to mix talisman ink, making talisman paper, and the production principle, use, drawing method of each talisman, and cooling talisman, drying talisman, etc., Ling Yin is teaching him hand in hand. This is definitely a gift from the bag. Mo Wudao is a true disciple of Maoshan Jingyi. The Taoism of Jingyi is originally known for the technique of talismans. He has followed his master since he was a child, and he has been fascinated by it. Even if he is too lazy to learn, the foundation of making and using talismans is also laid. It is extremely strong. What's more, he is already very talented, and now Ling Yin is willing to teach him with all his money, and taught him hand in hand for 3 days. It can be said that Mo Wudao already knows the production methods of these talismans so well that he can hardly draw them himself. And in the past few days, Mo Wudao has also witnessed with his own eyes that Ling Yan's ability to make talismans is far superior to any old antique in Maoshan, and his control over every procedure is so wonderful that he's sincerely of admiration. As the saying goes, teaching a man to fish is worse than giving him a fish. Really mastering the methods of refining various talismans, this is the biggest benefit Mo Wudao has obtained in the past few days. What's more, in addition to making talismans, Ling Yan also taught Mo Wudao some basic knowledge of weapon refining. These skills are all at the master level, and they are of vital significance to Mo Wudao's future growth. Compared with the above, Mo Wudao didn't close his eyes for several days and nights, so what's the point of suffering and suffering? What are the hundreds of 6th-level talismans he stole? You know, the Ling family has a lot of people now, and they are all close relatives worthy of Ling Yan's trust. He can definitely take others to retreat. But he chose Mo Wudao. From this point, it can be seen how much Ling Yan cares about Mo Wudao, what kind of trust, what kind of brotherhood. Mo Wudao once used the method of calling the soul to save Ling Yan from the Ghost Gate, and also used divination to help Ling Yan successfully rescue his father Ling Xiao, so he was naturally very kind to Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan never said the word repaying his kindness, and he didn't have a good face towards Mo Wudao, but he silently used his actions to repay Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao is not stupid, this kid is a ghost, he knows all of this. Therefore, Mo Wudao was actually grateful to Ling Yan from the bottom of his heart. However, gratitude is gratitude, and it is true that Mo Wudao's body has reached its limit at the moment. He blushed for a while, and yelled with his thick neck, "Damn, what is stealing? Should I take it? I should take it. Besides, I have refined thousands of talismans with you. I have no credit and hard work. How many pieces can I use?" Mo Wudao didn't dare to look at Ling Yan, he rushed to defend himself, and then frowned suddenly. "Oh, I'm so hungry now, I have to go eat quickly. Goodbye, Aunt Qingniao, goodbye, Mr. Cui." After finishing speaking, Mo Wudao actually performed lightness kung fu directly, smearing oil on the soles of his feet and slipping away. Hee, this kid. After Mo Wudao slipped away, Ling Yan, Qingniao, and Cui Lao couldn't help but smile at the same time. Ling Yan swept his consciousness, and found that Mo Wudao went straight back to his room, rushed to the side of the bed, and then got down on the ground to check if the gold brick he had hidden was still there. Of course the gold brick is still there. Well, when it comes to money fans, this guy is on par with Tang Meng, and he is definitely on par. Ling Yan was secretly amused, and couldn't help shaking his head. He once again said to Mo Wudao through sound transmission, "Mo Wudao, you won't be needed for the next thing. You should rest for a few days and practice as soon as you need to, but don't rush to the level. Wait until the battle is over. I'll help you break through." Mo Wudao has already reached the half-step innate realm after being truly cleansed by Ling Yan. In the past few days, with Ling Yan's careful guidance, he has reached the limit and can break through the innate realm at any time. But Ling Yan still let him stick to the realm, deliberately suppressing him. Know it. Mo Wudao lay on the ground, looked at the gold brick still under the bed, and replied casually. He knew that Ling Yan would definitely be able to hear him. Aunt Bluebird. After making arrangements, Mo Wudao, Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Jade Bird. Through this retreat, Ling Yan and Jade Bird have been together for 4 days and 3 nights, and the two are now very familiar with each other, and they are true relatives. In Ling Yan's eyes, Qingniao is no different from his mother, and of course, Qingniao treats him the same way. Blue Bird looked at Ling Yan, with love and admiration in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Yuner, originally, your formation skills have already opened my eyes, but Auntie didn't expect that your accomplishments in medicine and talisman techniques would have shocked me even more. Now, Auntie is much more at ease. Good boy, you are really promising. If my sister knows this, I don't know how happy she will be." Ling Yan felt a little embarrassed after being praised by the Blue Bird. He scratched his head and said, "Auntie Blue Bird, you have been busy with me for so many days, and you have been troubled." Qingyao smiled and shook her head. "Silly boy, what are you talking about? Auntie is not tired, but very happy. Auntie is also very clear about your intentions. This retreat, you have opened another window for Auntie, which has benefited me a lot. To make elementary talismans, talisman ink must be used, and talisman ink must be prepared with various elixir, which has something in common with refining elixir, such as selecting and boiling medicine. Bluebird comes from Miaojiang. She is the #1 Gu girl. Her attainments in Gu art, medicine, and poison art can be said to have reached the pinnacle. But even so, Jade Bird still can't be compared with Ling Yun." Ling Yun asked Jade Bird to help this time. Naturally, the main reason is to let Jade Bird make further progress. Although Ling Yun didn't say it clearly, but after 4 days, Jade Bird has benefited a lot. How could he not understand? Besides, for a master who is half-step to 9, the hard work of these 4 days is really nothing. Ling Yun chuckled. "Aunt Qingyao, you should be breaking through soon, right?" In the past 4 days, apart from refining talismans, whenever Ling Yun had free time, he would tell Jade Bird about some combat skills. Jade Bird smiled and nodded. "Yes, if you want to break through, you can do it anytime." Then, "Aunt Qingyao, how about you take a good rest for a day, and tomorrow night, I will protect you and help you pass the test." As long as Jade Bird makes another breakthrough, Ling Yun will have a real master of supernatural powers beside him. It is impossible for him not to guard such a crucial matter. "It is good." Qingyao directly nodded and agreed. She gently raised her hand, patted Ling Yun's shoulder, and said distrustedly, "Yuner, don't just think about us. The life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family is about to begin. You also take a good rest. If you keep spinning like this, even your hardened body won't be able to stand it." Even Elder Cui, who was at the side, could tell that Qingyao's love for Ling Yun was more than that of his own mother. It was written on his face and engraved in his heart. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Aunt Qingyao, I know it well." This round of retreat, a total of 4 days and 3 nights, plus a night of rest at Yi Xingchen's place, after Ling Yun refined the 3 Taishu rings, all the depleted divine energy has been replenished. Although Ling Yun also consumed nearly 100 drops of divine essence to refine the 7th level talisman and battle vest during the retreat, but now, he still has accumulated more than 200 drops of divine essence in the sea of consciousness between his brows. Now there are still 4 days and 3 nights before the life and death battle with the Chen family, and Ling Yun can still accumulate nearly 300 drops of divine energy. A total of 500 drops of divine essence, definitely enough. Moreover, after 4 days of deliberate recuperation, Ling Yun is now full of spiritual consciousness, full of true energy in his body, and his whole body is at its peak. As for the lack of rest in the past 4 days, the physical fatigue is completely negligible to Ling Yun, who has mastered physical training. As long as he meditates seriously for an hour or 2, he will be able to fully recover. Next, Jade Bird gave Ling Yun a few more instructions, then nodded to Cui Lao, and went straight back to her guest room to rest. "Patriarch, a lot of things have happened at home during your retreat these few days, now." After Qingyao and Mo Wudao left, Elder Cui finally looked serious and wanted to report to Ling Yun. Ling Yun's face darkened, and he waved his hands lightly. "Needless to say, I'll go see Grandpa first, and then I'll go to the front yard right away." To be continued. After laying the groundwork for so long, the real big climax and tide finally came. The Long family intervened, Ling Yun went into a rage, and the following plot continued until the end of the month. The practice room of the Ling family is in the 8th courtyard, and behind it is the 9th courtyard. Accompanied by Elder Cui, Ling Yun soon came to Ling Lai's courtyard and met Ling Lai. At this time, Ling Lai was pacing back and forth in the courtyard alone. His face was livid, his eyes were full of anxiety and struggle, and when he saw Ling Yun coming in, his expression was slightly relieved. As soon as Ling Yun entered, he immediately greeted Ling Lai, "Grandpa. Yuner is out of the gate? Come in and sit with Grandpa." Ling Lai flashed forward, grabbed Ling Yun's hand, and strode directly into his room. Cui Lao naturally followed closely, and also came to Ling Lai's room. As soon as he entered the room, Ling Yun noticed that there were several things neatly placed on the 8 Immortals table in Ling Lai's room. It contained 2 thick documents, 2 letters, and several bunches of keys. Ling Yun's heart moved, and he immediately glanced at the 2 documents and the 2 letters with his spiritual sense. He had a clear understanding in his heart, but he didn't ask immediately. After Ling Lai entered the room, he went directly to sit on the Grand Master's chair at the east end of the 8 Immortals table, raised his hand, picked up the 2 documents, and handed them to Ling Yun. "Look, Yuner, this is the life and death battle document sent by the Sun and Chen families. The document of life and death battle is, of course, a document of war." Ling Yun held the 2 documents in his hands. The reason why he said so was, because the 2 documents were too thick. The sum of all the documents in each document was at least 7 or 8 centimeters thick. Very formal. Slightly heavy to start with. These are 2 letters of war, deciding the life and death of the 3 major families. Ling Yun held the 2 copies of the war book with one hand, freed the other hand, flipped through a few pages at random, and then unfolded his spiritual sense to read carefully for a while. He looked indifferent, very calm. "I only heard Ling Lai say, Yuner. This is the standard gambit for life and death battles, between big Chinese families. The basic format and content are similar. The document below belongs to the Chen family, the one above belongs to the Sun family. Both of these documents were drafted by your second uncle Ling Yu, and they were officially signed the day after you retreated. The content of the document is not important. After all, it's just a battle to determine life and death. The 2 sides are in a decisive battle, life and death don't matter. If you win, you will get what you want, and if you lose, you will naturally have nothing to say." Ling Yun nodded, gave a light N as a response, and then casually put the 2 letters of war back on the table. The more Ling Lai said, the more gloomy his face became. "That's not the point. The point is that everything is as you expected. The Sun and Chen families have arranged the date of the life and death battle to be on the same day, which is the end of this month." Before the official retreat, Ling Yun had told Ling Lai about the news he had received from Yi Xingchen, and he specifically told Ling Lai that if the Sun family really wanted to fight the Ling family, there was no need to refuse, and they would go on together. "That's fine. Now it seems that the information Yi Xingchen obtained is very accurate." Ling Yun smiled faintly, but a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and after a flash, he asked with a smile, "It's all August 31st? Ling Lai was obviously not as calm as Ling Yun showed. He nodded heavily, let out a long breath first, and then said, "Not bad." Then he gritted his teeth suddenly and slapped the table of the 8 Immortals angrily. The Sun and Chen families, after signing the letter of war, immediately announced the alliance between the 2 families. It is really shameless. It is too deceitful. Who knows that Ling Yu was having a good time, smiling brightly with red lips and white teeth. "Grandpa, since we have expected it, what kind of anger are you doing? It's not worth it." First persuaded Ling Lai, then Ling Yun's smile faded, and his tone became icy cold. "Since the 2 of them are willing to die on the same day, then I'll let them do it. It will save trouble." At this moment, Mr. Cui suddenly interjected and said, "Patriarch, you don't know. After the Sun and Chen families publicly announced their alliance, they secretly announced that they were going to have a life and death battle with our Ling family at the same time. Now, the situation in the entire capital is very unfavorable to our Ling family." Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Cui Lao, and asked with a smile in his eyes, "After these few days of fermentation, it has formed a one-sided situation, right?" Elder Cui gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly, "Exactly. Ling Yan listened, looked over from Cui Lao, walked through the door, and seemed to see the scene in the front yard. At this time, there were noisy quarrels coming from there, one after another, and the scene became a mess. Now, Ling Yu was dealing with everything by himself, and it was precisely because of this that Ling Yan's face suddenly became gloomy. It seemed that Ling Yan's calmness had infected Ling Lai, and after Ling Lai said something, his anger was also vented, and he gradually calmed down. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "Yuner, Grandpa knows in his heart that this battle is actually a battle for the rise of our Ling family. Since you want to rise, you must go through the baptism of blood and fire. Otherwise, there is no talk of rising. At this point, it's useless to say anything, and all that's left is to fight. These days, Grandpa has seen everything you have done for the Ling family, and knows that you are almost ready, but..." Hearing this, Ling Yan's heart moved. He noticed that the old man's body trembled slightly, and an inexplicable indignation appeared in his eyes. Ling Lai turned around slightly, raised his slightly trembling hand, picked up a thin letter on the table, and handed it to Ling Yun. Ling Lai avoided Ling Yun with his eyes, and said angrily with a trembling voice, "There have been some new changes in this matter. The Long family has intervened." Ling Yun sneered in his heart, took the letter with split hands, opened it, and pulled out a piece of plain white letter paper from inside. I saw that there were only 8 large characters on the plain white letter paper. I would like to advise the Ling family that peace is the most important thing. Further down is the signature, and the name of the signature is xuanhuan. The font is flamboyant. It is said that peace is the most important thing, but no matter how Ling Yan looks at it, he can see from these 8 characters that he is in control of the world and has a domineering meaning. Ling Yan frowned, didn't care about the content, just asked, "Grandpa, who is this xuanhuan? Why are you so arrogant?" Ling Lai remained silent. Elder Cui trembled when he heard this, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and whispered, "Patriarch, xuanhuan is the patriarch of this generation of the Long family." "Damn, the patriarch of the Long family is amazing?" Ling Yan rolled his eyes directly, and said with a sneer, "He is also the patriarch, I am also the patriarch, and everyone is the patriarch. Why is he more arrogant than me?" Ling Yan is very upset now, because he can see from Ling Lai's expression and Cui Lao's performance, how much pressure the Long family has brought to them by intervening in this matter. This kind of pressure is simply devastating. In the past 10 days, all the preparations that Ling Yan has worked so hard on, the brand new situation he has brought to the Ling family, and the soaring morale he has built up with great difficulty, may be completely destroyed by these 8 words of xuanhuan. Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly became furious. This is a side issue in the Long family. Ling Yan realized that if this matter is not handled properly, the Ling family will be in great trouble. He held the letter paper, shook it casually, and asked Cui Lao in a deep voice, "Cui Lao, who sent this letter?" Seeing Ling Yan's unkind expression, Mr. Cui knew that he was really angry, so he hurriedly replied, "Patriarch, the person from the Long family is a cousin of xuanhuan, named Long Haoqiang, who is a half-year-old. A master of the first 9 steps. Humph." Ling Yan snorted coldly, and scolded angrily, "Come to my house to send a letter and send a half-step first 9 over. This is obviously a demonstration. Why don't you break his leg for me?" That is to say, Ling Yan retreated. He didn't know about it. If he knew at that time, he would leave the closed door without hesitation. After reading the letter, the first thing he did was to break Long Haoqiang's 2 legs. Old Cui was sweating profusely when he heard it, and said to his ancestors, "The legs of the Long family can be broken if they are interrupted? Yuner can't stop talking nonsense." At this moment, Ling Lai finally spoke. He glanced at Ling Yun, sighed in his heart, and said earnestly, "Yuner, no matter what you say, the Long family is kind to our Ling family, but the Long family, the largest secular family in China, now that the 3 major families in the capital are going to fight to the death, it is only natural for the Long family to intervene at this time. Besides, the Long family didn't say anything specifically about our Ling family, they just wanted to persuade them to make peace. Ling Lai repeatedly explained that he wanted to appease Ling Yun's anger. But Ling Yun was in a fit of anger. He still snorted coldly after hearing this, and argued, "Grandpa, the Long family has done favors to our Ling family, so we will repay the favor. But they want us to value peace at this time, obviously it's just bullying our Ling family. Also, if the Long family really wants to make peace, it should be fair and reasonable to call the three major families together and persuade them at the same time. Why should he come to our Ling family alone to deliver a letter? Besides, what I'm most upset about is the tone of Long Hauren's letter. Why are you advising the Ling family that peace is the most important thing? What the hell is this?" Ling Yun immediately went into a rage. Hearing Ling Yun's rebuttal, Mr. Cui couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe his sweat again. He said in his heart that according to Ling Yun's temper, if he saw this letter at that time, he would definitely say it without any explanation. He broke Long Haoqiang's leg first, without a doubt. Ling Yun asked again, "Grandpa, Long Haoqiang's grandson, what did you say to you when he came?" Ling Lai knew that what the Long family did this time really angered his precious grandson. He thought hard, carefully chose his words, and said in a deep voice, "Long Haoqiang didn't say anything, he was just arguing that he must see you, but you were in retreat at the time, so I used this as a reason to stop you." Before he left, he said, "Let me read the letter and think about it for a night, and let us give the Long family an answer tomorrow." Ling Yun sneered after hearing this. "Very good, since the Long family is involved, I will give them an answer soon." To be continued. There was a vague sneer at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. While speaking, he carefully folded the letter paper again, put it back into the envelope intact, and put it in the taishu ring. "This letter cannot be torn up yet, even if it is to be torn up, it must be torn up in front of the Long family. Otherwise Ling Yun will not be able to vent his anger." Ling Yun looked at Ling Lai and said seriously, "Grandpa, my grandson dares to tell you that from now on, you don't have to worry about the affairs of our Ling family and Long family, let alone worry about it, and leave it all to me in the future, deal with." Ling Yun's attitude was very clear, Ling Lai must not be allowed to intervene in the affairs of the Ling family and the Long family. It's not that Ling Yun is arrogant, and it's not that he doesn't respect his elders, but that he has deeper considerations. Because Ling Yun completely understands, for the Ling family, except for Ling Yun, everyone else, from Ling Lai to Ling Xiao, to the younger generation of the Ling family, all have a kind of gratitude, even reverence for the Long family. As long as the Long family is mentioned, the expressions on the faces of the Ling family will become different. Gratitude, awe, hesitation, struggle, helplessness, any kind of expression will appear. For the formation of this situation, Ling Yun knew very well. First of all, the Long family had a great kindness to the Ling family, and everyone in the Ling family was grateful to the Long family, so when facing the Long family, they would naturally restrain their hands and feet. Secondly, after the Ling family fought to the death 18 years ago, the masters of the clan were slaughtered. In the past 18 years, there has not been a real strong man in the Ling family, and there has been a fault in the Ling family. Without making any progress, it declined day by day until it reached the end. This caused the Ling family to instinctively rely on the Long family, and the Long family used both kindness and power to the Ling family. Over time, the Ling family had an unattainable awe when facing the Long family. Although it is one of the 8 major families in China, the Ling family has to rely on others to survive. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of alliance, but to put it bluntly, it is actually a vassal. Even, in Ling Yun's personal opinion, the behavior of the Ling family in front of the Long family is a kind of slave mentality. Otherwise, when Long Hauren wrote a letter to the Ling family, he would never have written such words as advise the Ling family that peace is the most important thing. How high is this? What kind of arrogance is this? Moreover, this is because the Ling family has Ling Yun, showing signs of rising, and dares to challenge the alliance of the Sun and Chen families. What if Ling Yun didn't come out from the Ling family? It is estimated that Long Howren will not even bother to write this letter. At most he will send someone to say a word lightly, as long as there is an order to tell the Ling family to be more honest and not to cause trouble. The Ling family will not dare to move. By order. If you think about it the other way around, Long Howren's doing this shows that he has never looked at the Ling family directly for so many years, and he doesn't take the Ling family seriously at all in his heart. How terrible is this? But there is no doubt that Long Howren made a big mistake this time, because Ling Yun came back, not only came back, but now he is the head of the Ling family. In the past, Long Howren's move was absolutely effective for the Ling family, but now that the Ling family has Ling Yun, what Long Howren did would only arouse Ling Yun's anger. The Ling family will be afraid of the Long family, but Ling Yun will never. When Ling Yun does things, when does he want others to tell him what to do? If Ling Yun wants to buy Long Howren's account, unless the sun comes out from the west. Not only would Ling Yun not listen to the Long family, but he also wanted to let the Ling family completely break out of their psychological cage, and free themselves from the fettered feeling of gratitude and awe. Otherwise, even if the Ling family can win the next life and death battle, they will still be a vassal of the Long family, but become a more powerful vassal. If that's the case, the Ling family will never be able to get ahead, so why talk about rising? It was precisely after considering these things that Ling Yun decided to ask Ying, and asked Ling Lai to take over all the affairs of the Long family, and he wanted to face the Long family in person. Sure enough, after listening to Ling Yun's words, old man Ling Lai's face froze suddenly, and the expression of struggle and helplessness appeared in his eyes again. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he hesitated for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Hey! Also. Ling Lai agreed to Ling Yun, and after agreeing, it seemed that the burden on his shoulders was suddenly lifted, and Ling Lai's body, which had been tense all the time, visibly collapsed. Yuner, Grandpa is getting old and useless. We really have to rely on you for our Ling family's affairs in the future. Listening to Ling Lai's discouraged words, Ling Yun sighed in his heart. He once again deeply felt the suppression of the Long family by the Ling family, and felt how much pressure Ling Lai and others felt in their hearts when facing the Long family. That kind of pressure is heavier than Mount Tai, enough to crush Ling Lai and the entire Ling family. In this situation, we must use means to break it with force. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ling Yun stepped forward, grabbed Ling Lai's hand, instilled a huge amount of spiritual energy into his body, boosted the old man's spirit, and then said with a smile, Grandpa, you are a straightforward person who values love and righteousness. Thinking about the kindness of the Long family is the only way to be tolerant to the Long family, and it has also caused our Ling family to be subject to their Long family. But Grandpa, repaying kindness, that's not the way to repay. Ling Yun suddenly raised his head, and the aura of the peak of the second level of Qi training burst out suddenly, and the Qi machine enveloped the whole room, and said proudly, after our Ling family really rises, and even subdues the Long family, let's talk about repaying favors. It's not too late. As soon as Ling Yun's words came out, Ling Lai and Cui Lao were all dumbfounded in shock, and they were dumbfounded. After conquering the Long family, let's talk about repaying the favor. What kind of divine logic is this? Brother Yan's way of thinking is really shocking, and it's too heaven-defying. Seeing the shocked expressions of Ling Lai and Cui Lao, Ling Yan smiled lightly, and he talked eloquently. Grandpa, let me tell you a joke. When we were in Qingshui City, that boy Tai Xiaohu drove me out to run errands. He once parked illegally and was fined by the traffic police. Ling Yun glanced at the two of them again, deliberately putting off a trick. Guess what that kid Tai Xiaohu did? Ling Lai and Cui Lao were aroused by Ling Yun, and asked, at the same time, how did he do it? Hey. Ling Yun chuckled. because I didn't finish my business. Tai Xiaohu couldn't drive away, so he kept the car parked there, and asked the traffic policeman to post more than a dozen tickets in a row, and just said one sentence, "The car stopped here, you can be punished as you please." Elder Cui was stunned when he heard this, thinking that Ling Yun and the others would definitely be able to do this kind of thing. Ling Lai smiled wryly after hearing this. "Aren't you fooling around?" Ling Yun smiled and nodded. It was indeed a bit of nonsense at the time, but this incident, although small, illustrates a truth. It's true that we were wrong. It's okay to accept the penalty, because we can bear the penalty and afford the fine. After hearing these words, Ling Lai had a flash of understanding in his eyes. Ling Yun continued, "The principles in the world are the same, and the big can be seen from the small. Our Ling family faces the Long family for the same reason. Grandpa, we are in debt to the Long family, but their Long family can't rely on this to bully our Ling family everywhere. Once or twice is fine, but every year, every month, we have to think of them everywhere. The kindness of the family, and relying on it, let us listen to them in everything. This is absolutely impossible. Repaying kindness, our Ling family will definitely repay the Long family for this kindness, but when it comes to the relationship between the two families, what should be done or what should be done? Anything you can discuss with me, then I naturally respect you. 3 points, whatever you want. But if you feel that because I owe you, you will order me every day, plot against me, and bully me, then I will convince you first, and then talk to you about repaying your favor. Because of the kindness of the Long family, we can afford it now. If the Long family really clearly asks our Ling family to repay their favor, yes, they want my dragon saliva, right? I can give them all. Even if they want me to give them a real dragon, I can search all over the world. There is nothing wrong with the world looking for them." Ling Yun said these words firmly, and then he raised his neck and said sternly, "But their Long family has never mentioned the matter of repaying their kindness, and we only let our Ling family remember it in our hearts, and then rely on it. It's the Long family's fault for taking advantage of our Ling family, thinking of using us as gunmen, and even bullying us from above. This is called bullying with grace. Plus bullying with power, it's the behavior of a villain. For this kind of villain, I always just beat him up, and after he is convinced, we all sit down and have a good talk. This is Ling Yun's logic. There is no way to bully me." If it was said that Ling Yun was vaguely displeased with the Long family because of Long Tianjia's matter and the fact that the Long family had captured Long Kuan and Long Wu's father and daughter, then now, the letter from the head of the Long family, Long Hauran, has already made the Long family Ling Yun really developed hostility towards the Long family. At this time, Ling Yun's heart was full of fighting spirit, and he really had the heart to fight for the supremacy. He knew very well in his heart that the Ling family was so in awe of the Long family. Was it really just because of the kindness they had back then? Absolutely not. It's just 2 words to say 1,000 words, strength. The strength of the Long family made the Ling family look up to them, so they chose to bow their knees. This is like a migrant worker who earns thousands of dollars a month. Because of something, he owes a billionaire $1 million and can't afford it. He can only work hard to make money and pay back slowly. Then, in his daily life, when he faced the billionaire, he would naturally say what the other party said. For those who owed money, this kindness was too great. But if the other party is also a billionaire, who also owes 1 million, and can repay it at any time, or even double the repayment, will you try to kowtow to the other party every day? If the Ling family is strong enough that the Long family can only look up to them, then, do you think Long Hauran dares to write such a letter? Don't even dare to kill him. To be continued. The second update. Ask for a monthly ticket and ask for a subscription. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Book friends who have fully subscribed are requested to receive the Great God's light as soon as possible, and don't miss the event in a week's time. Ling Lai never expected that his precious grandson would say such a thing. At this time, in the eyes of Ling Lai and Cui Lao, what Ling Yin showed was 4 words: strong, domineering. They all realized that Ling Yin had truly become the pillar and backbone of the Ling family now. From Ling Lai's point of view, there is no doubt that there is another kind of temperament displayed by Ling Yin that shocked him even more and made him appreciate it. On July 15th, the Ling family went to the grave to worship their ancestors. Facing the relatively weak Sun and Chen families, Ling Yin was extremely strong, domineering and overbearing, and trampled the 2 families on the spot. But today, after Ling Yin left the customs, facing the behemoth of the secular family in China, the threatening letter from the head of the Long family, Long Harem, Ling Yin still showed incomparable strength without any compromise. This shows what? Ling Yin has the heart of a child. His attitude and way of doing things will not be shaken in the slightest by the strength of his opponents or changes in the environment. After Ling Yin recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, everything he did perfectly explained this point. Ling Hao deserved to be killed, even though there were all kinds of obstacles. Ling Yin killed him without hesitation. Xikong too has been reduced to a prisoner and has no ability to resist, but Ling Yin still wants revenge, still tortures Xikong too to death, and has not killed him so far. He has avenged the Ling family. The Sun and Chen families should be beaten up. In the prosperous imperial capital, at the feet of the emperor, and in front of the public, Ling Yin humiliated the 2 families to the point where he has no scruples. Facing the Long family now, facing the domineering letter of Long Harem, the head of the Long family, Ling Yin not only did not compromise, but acted even more domineering and powerful. The heart is like a child, worry-free and fearless, the belief is firm, and it is as firm as a rock. How commendable this is! Such a character is not only a genius, but also a peerless general. Absolutely no one in a million. In just half a year, Ling Yin single-handedly faced all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and was able to rise strongly. And let so many people follow him with all their hearts, this is the real reason. This kind of peerless temperament is very contagious. Ha 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 ha. Ling Lai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He stood up abruptly, flipped his wrist, and held Ling Yan's hand instead. Good. 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 Good boy, really good boy. The haze in Ling Lai's heart was swept away, and his aura recondensed and improved, and he was no longer affected by the interference of the Long family. Ling Lai praised Ling Yin first, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Yuner, I never imagined that you could teach Grandpa a lot today. Grandpa can finally hand over the Ling family to you with confidence. From now on, you can follow your beliefs and lead our Ling family to do whatever you want. Grandpa will only do his best to help you and never interfere." While talking, the old man picked up the last letter on the table and handed it to Ling Yin. "Yuner, the matter in the front yard is not in a hurry. This is a letter from your uncle. You should read it as well. 2 documents, 2 letters." The last letter on the table was from Ling Zhen. Ling Yin has spiritual sense. He scanned it with his spiritual sense just now, and he already knew that this letter was written by Ling Zhen, and he even knew the content. That letter was written by Ling Zhen to Ling Yin, to the effect that the Ling family was going to have a life-and-death battle with the Sun and Chen families, but he believed that Ling Yin could lead the Ling family and crush the powerful enemy. However, Ling Zhen himself was of a low level and could not be of much help, so he did not participate in this battle, and asked the patriarch that he was going to go out for a while after suffering the pain of losing his son. However, Ling Yin opened the letter anyway, glanced at it casually, and asked, "Grandpa, Uncle, what does this mean? Why did you decide to go out to relax at this time?" Ling Lai's eyes darkened, and he said calmly, "Yuner, although Ling Hao is unfilial and unrighteous, he is your uncle's own son after all, and he was beheaded by your own hands. He suffered the pain of bereavement, and his heart was sad. This is a human being common sense. One more thing, your uncle was the previous patriarch of the Ling family. Now that I have made you the patriarch, he really has no face to meet you, so he chooses to go out to relax. In fact, he deliberately avoids you. The pain of bereavement always takes time to go away, the embarrassment between your uncle and you also takes time to wear off. For so many years, your uncle has always stayed in the capital, and going out this time is also just for him to relax. In addition, although your uncle has reached the peak of the 7th innate level, his current strength will not be of much use in the next life and death battle. So, when you were retreating, your uncle came to ask me for instructions. After I thought about it, I let him go. Regarding the matter between Ling Zhen and Ling Yun, Ling Lai obviously didn't want to talk too much, so he simply explained clearly in one breath, and then watched Ling Yun's reaction. After hearing this, Ling Yun just nodded his head lightly, but thought about the lightning flash in his mind, secretly thinking about what was going on. Thinking about it carefully, since he killed Ling Hao, except for going to the grave on July 15th, Ling Yun has never seen Ling Zhen again. Moreover, even on the day of going to the grave, Ling Yun and Ling Zhen didn't communicate at all, they just called uncle and the other party nodded. For the next life and death battle with the Sun and Chen families, Ling Yun doesn't need Ling Zhen's strength at all. It can be said that it doesn't matter if one more of him is not too much, and one less of him is a lot. Because now, even Cui Lao is at the peak of the 7th level innate, a Ling Zhen is nothing. However, Ling Zhen actually broke through the realm of the 7th innate level, and even reached the peak of the 7th innate level, which is a bit too fast. On the night of July 14th, the Ling family worshipped their ancestors, and the ghost and Willow mutated back to feed the Ling family. Ling Zhen absorbed a large amount of mysterious and yellow fairy aura. It is normal for Ling Zhen to break through the late innate stage in a short period of time. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao Lingyue and others' deliberate suppression, they would all be able to make a breakthrough. However, in such a short period of time, Ling Zhen brazenly broke through the 5 realms, and cultivated to the peak of the 7th innate level in one breath, so he was a little too impatient. Moreover, Ling Zhen was also the previous head of the Ling family. Now that the Ling family was facing a life and death battle, it was even more abnormal for him to choose to go out to relax at this time. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Ling Yun was very vigilant. In front of Ling Zhen, Ling Yun beheaded his son with his own hands. If Ling Zhen didn't hate Ling Yun, no ghost would believe it. Ling Yun has spiritual consciousness, he has noticed many times. When Ling Zhen faced him, the vicious expression flashed in his eyes. Even before he beheaded Ling Hao, he had seen it many times. Ling Yun didn't know the reason, so he didn't reveal it all the time. He wanted to wait until after this life and death decisive battle, to meet Ling Zhen in person, ask the whole story, bring everything to the table, and let everyone talk openly and clearly. This is a due gift as a junior. But who knew, at this juncture, Ling Zhen found a few plausible reasons, left Ling's house, and left the capital. As for where Ling Zhen went, I don't know. At such a critical juncture, Ling Zhen found a reason to go out and relax, and this reason was too far-fetched. However, Ling Yun was planning in his heart, and he was secretly vigilant, but he didn't say much. He just nodded and said lightly, "That's fine." Ling Lai secretly sighed in his heart, knowing that the rift between Ling Zhen and Ling Yun would definitely not be healed in his lifetime. However, the old man is also very clear in his heart that it is absolutely impossible for such a large family to have no internal conflicts at all. As an old man, he can only try his best to persuade and maintain. It would be embarrassing to say one more thing. Ling Lai and Ling Yun had a tacit understanding and did not discuss Ling Zhen's departure. Ling Lai raised his hand, and handed several sets of keys on the table to Ling Yun. He said seriously, "Yuner, these sets of keys belong to the patriarch of the Ling family, and your uncle asked me to hand them over to you before he left. This set belongs to the ancestral hall of the Ling family, this set belongs to the dungeon of the Ling family, this set belongs to the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, and this set belongs to the secret room of the master of the Ling family. Put it away carefully. Before your uncle left, he made it clear that you are now the head of the Ling family, so he gave up the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, and I will live in it for you in the future. As the head of the Ling family, you always live in the guest room in the seventh courtyard, which is not a solution. During the few days of your retreat, I have asked people to tidy up the third courtyard, and you will live there from now on. As for how you plan to arrange it, and if you need anything, just ask Elder Chui to do it. Getting these keys and living in the third courtyard is in line with your current status as the head of the family. Ling Yin kept silent, nodded frequently, took those sets of keys, and put them all into the Taishu ring, then raised his hand, and took a shot with Ling Kongshu, and put the documents of the life and death battle between the Sun and Chen families into it. Yuner, Grandpa hasn't asked you yet, how is the effective retreat these days? After Ling Lai finished talking about several major events, he finally became concerned about Ling Yun's retreat. Ling Yun smiled and replied, the effect is very good, please don't worry, Grandpa, you can just wait and see on the day of the decisive battle of life and death. I promise that the Sun and Chen families will be defeated, and there will be no return. Hearing this, Ling Lai nodded with a smile, well, since you are so sure, Grandpa will feel at ease. Then he changed the subject, Yuner, you should have heard the matter in the front yard, clearly, how do you plan to deal with it? In Ling Yun's current state, his 5 senses and 6 senses are extremely sharp, even if he doesn't use his spiritual sense, he can hear the leaves falling thousands of meters away, not to mention the noisy quarrels in the front yard. He nodded and said with a smile, Grandpa, I heard it clearly a long time ago. They are just some small families of the 3rd and 4th ranks. They are worried that our Ling family will lose everything. They are afraid that they will lose all their money, so they come here ahead of time to settle with us. Due to the blatant alliance of the Sun and Chen families, as well as the secret stirring up of wind and rain, the current situation in the capital has become one-sided, and no one believes that the Ling family will win this battle. Therefore, the noise in the front yard is caused by some small and medium-sized families that have financial cooperation and business contacts with the Ling family, rushing to withdraw their capital and shares, and dissociate themselves from the Ling family. Ling Lai laughed happily, this situation has lasted for 2 or 3 days, and your second uncle is very busy. Now that you are out of customs, go and help him deal with it. Ling Yin smiled coldly, don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be there right away. To be continued. Let me tell you, now there are more than 2,000 full subscribed book friends, why don't they receive the light of the great God? It's just a matter of raising your hands, everyone speed up. Ling Yin bid farewell to Ling Lai, took Mr. Chui out of the small courtyard, and the two walked side by side towards the front yard. Ling Yin didn't directly use his body skills to go there, because he still has some things to ask Chui Lao. Old Chui, do you know the details of the families who came to make trouble in the front yard? Elder Chui bowed slightly while walking, reporting to Patriarch, these families are all third-rate and fourth-rate families in the secular world. In their eyes, the only word is profit. Whoever can bring them profits, they will curry favor with you. Whoever it is, will sharpen its head and join hands with whomever it is. Elder Chui said angrily, however, once they find out that there is a risk, they will draw a clear line early and sneak away, hiding faster than anyone else. Different from Chui Lao's resentment, Ling Yin nodded and smiled lightly, understood, it's just a bunch of scumbags who follow others. Ling Yin smiled indifferently, and asked again, however, what I'm asking is there details? This. Elder Chui was taken aback for a moment, then blushed instantly, and said in embarrassment, Patriarch, these small families only have some business or business contacts with our Ling family. Usually these things are handled by your second uncle. When I asked suddenly, I really couldn't tell. Ling Yin nodded silently, and continued to walk forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly said thoughtfully, "Old Chui, it seems that our Ling family's intelligence system needs to be focused on." Ling Yin just asked, casually, and he confirmed one thing: the Ling family's intelligence system can actually be said to be very poor. He talked eloquently. Now that communication is advanced and information is transmitted extremely fast, whether it is information about ancient martial arts or information in the secular world, we must find a way to get first-hand information. Only in this way can we achieve predictions. The enemy takes the initiative, counts as exhaustive strategy, so as to be prepared. Otherwise, our Ling family will be blind and controlled by others everywhere. This point, Ling Yin only has a deep understanding of one thing. At the beginning, Ling Lai wanted to look for Ling Yun, but it turned out that the Ling family is such a big family, and all the information about Ling Yun was recorded in the Qingshui City public security system. Didn't even find it. Here, although there are factors that Ling Hao deliberately concealed, from another perspective, it also shows that the Ling family's intelligence system is really too bad. Now Ling Yin just borrowed this incident and asked, casually, as the chief housekeeper of the Ling family, Cui Lao, unexpectedly looked dazed and ignorant, which explained everything. When Ling Yin said this, Elder Cui's forehead immediately burst into fine sweat. "Little old man understands, I was too negligent in the past." However, Ling Yin shook his head and smiled, "I don't blame you either. In the past few years, the Ling family has been declining and their ambitions have been low. They didn't dare to think about making troubles, so they were negligent in this regard, which is normal. But in the future, we must establish our own intelligence system as soon as possible. No matter how big or small, as long as it is related to our Ling family, we must grasp it in detail so that we can respond in a timely manner. What do you think?" Ling Yin gave the order directly. Of course, since the other party was Mr. Cui, he used a negotiating tone. Elder Cui's expression froze, he stamped his feet suddenly, and said in panic, "Yes. It is good." Ling Yin nodded, and said, "In terms of establishing an intelligence system, the Demon Sect's Heavenly Killing Organization has absolutely good experience. If there is anything we don't understand, we can communicate with them more and learn from each other's strengths." Cui Lao frowned slightly, "Looking for the Demon Sect Heavenly Killing Organization, isn't that looking for the Demon Sect Saintish Yi Xingchen?" Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen are now very close. Mr. Cui can naturally see this. He is very worried that Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen will repeat the mistakes of the Ling family 18 years ago. For this point, Cui Lao's worry is the same as Ling Lai's, there is no difference. Ling Yan seemed to see what Cui Lao was thinking. He slowed down a little, put his hands behind his back, and raised his head slightly. "Elder Cui, you have to remember one thing, the relationship between our Ling family and the Mazong cannot be broken no matter what." "A clean break with the Mazong? How is this possible?" Yin Qingxian, the saint of the last generation of Demon Sect, is Ling Yun's biological mother, and now she is still waiting for Ling Yun to go to the main altar of the Demon Sect to rescue her. Looking forward to the family reunion, it is already hopeless. Yi Xingchen, the saint of this generation of Demon Sect, has done so many things for the Ling family and Ling Yun openly and secretly. Even Ling Yun himself admits that his favorite woman is Yi Xingchen. It's a concubine's love, it's a certainty that the two will be together in the future. And Yin Qingshuan's most proud maid, Qing Niao, is Ling Yun's savior, and she lives in Ling's house now. How could such a relationship be broken? Since it is impossible to break, it is natural that the soldiers will unite and fight the whole family. Ling Yun is now the patriarch of the Ling family, and Yi Xingchen is the spokesperson of the previous generation of Demon Sect Saints. These two have made up their minds to be together and cooperate, so what is there to hesitate or cover up? Of course, the current cooperation between the two is being carried out in secret. That's just because the time has not come, and it cannot be made public for the time being. Elder Cui was sweating profusely. What the patriarch taught me is that the little old man understands. Then let's go. Ling Yan smiled slightly, and strode forward again. In the front yard, the first courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, in the north room, in the living room. It's brightly lit. Mr. Ling, you don't need to explain anything to me now. I'm here this time and I don't ask for anything. I just ask you to let our Zheng family withdraw their capital smoothly. Mr. Ling, our Feng family is the same. I beg you to raise your hand and withdraw our Feng family's shareholding in the Ling family, right? Mr. Ling, the project that our Lu family cooperated with you, I think it will be terminated. In the living room, beside an oval conference table, not including Ling Yu, who was sitting at the main seat, there were 12 people sitting in total at this time. Each of them looked at Ling Yu anxiously, expecting Ling Yu to be merciful, so that they can take the money tonight, take the money, withdraw the capital, withdraw the shares. In short, they want to immediately terminate all cooperation with the Ling family. Break up the relationship, break up the partnership, and let go of the relationship. At this moment, they only hope that the farther away they can hide from the Ling family, the better, and the cleaner the relationship, the better. Because the Sun and Chen families have publicly announced their alliance, and they will have a decisive battle with the Ling family at the end of this month. Those who lose will lose everything and become nothing. Now, these small and medium-sized families are already frantic. They are afraid that their investment in the Ling family will not be returned, and they will lose everything, and they will offend the Sun and Chen families because of this. This state has lasted for 3 days, and today, the situation is getting worse. After these people came, they simply stayed at Ling's house and did not leave. Ling Yu had been dealing with them for 7 or 8 hours. Facing the begging or persecution of these people, Ling Yu was like an old monk in meditation, always closing his eyes and meditating, completely unmoved, only occasionally opening his eyes and looking at the other party when the other party said too much. At this time, someone rushed to speak. Mr. Ling, your Ling family is one of the 8 major families in China. At this time, you can't be a rascal, right? Another person continued, yes, your Ling family is going to duel with the Sun and Chen families. You are looking for death yourself, don't hold us back. Speaking of which, it's hard to hear. Hearing these 2 sentences, Ling Yu's face darkened, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The eyes flashed brightly, and he glanced coldly at the 2 people who were talking. One is Han Tiexin from the Han family, and the other is Zhao Jingming from the Zhao family. When these 2 people were stared at by Ling Yu, they felt that Ling Yu's eyes were like 2 sharp swords, piercing their eyes sorely. They were so scared that they quickly looked away. Humph! Ling Yu snorted coldly, and finally said slowly, everyone, it's not that I don't give you an answer, but that I've told you a long time ago that I'm not the head of the Ling family, and I can't do anything about this matter at all. Host. I only heard someone clamoring and asking, you can't be the master, no problem, what about your patriarch? Find your Ling family patriarch and let him solve it. Ling Yu said lightly, our patriarch is currently busy, and we can't make it through for the time being. Han Tiexin spoke again, and he said with a strange expression, hey, what's the matter with the patriarch? Could it be that he was scared and had being picked on by him like this? Zhao Jingming and 5 or 6 other people immediately joined in, and the living room suddenly became a mess again. Fart Nima. Just when these people in the house were sarcasm, and even couldn't help but start cursing, they heard thunder in the yard outside the house. Ling Yan walked all the way. The more he listened to it, the more shameful it became. Now that he came to the courtyard, he couldn't be impatient anymore, and finally cast Shenlong Shao and yelled loudly. These 12 people are all mortals, but they are rich and powerful. How can they withstand Ling Yan Shenlongxiao? In an instant, everyone's eardrums were buzzing, and everyone was dumbfounded and petrified. Brush. Everyone felt that there was a flash in front of their eyes, and there was an extra person in the reception room, who happened to appear beside Ling Yu. After Ling Yan came into the room, his gaze was like a cold blade, sweeping across everyone's faces in an instant, and then he raised his hand and pointed at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. He smiled grimly, and raised his hand to point at these two people. You two, did you come to our Ling family to pick trouble on purpose? On the way here, Ling Yun locked onto the living room with his spiritual sense all the time, and saw clearly everything that happened here just now. He instinctively felt that the two were not right. These two people are deliberately instigating and provoking troubles. They have been urging the whole situation to develop in a worse direction. Ling Yun is not as good-tempered as Ling Yu. He sees the problem, naturally he will solve them immediately. You, who are you? Why are you still scolding people? That's right, Mr. Ling, who is this person next to you? We are discussing things with you, why should he come and interrupt? Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming spoke successively. When Ling Yun came, Ling Yu naturally felt much more relaxed. He smiled, stood up, and let Ling Yun sit in his seat. Let me introduce to you, this one is the patriarch of our Ling family, Ling Yun. To be continued. Cough cough, remember to vote for the monthly ticket if you enjoy it. Book friends who have fully subscribed, remember to quickly claim the light of the great God, join the die-hard fan group, and don't miss the event at the end of the month. The method of receiving the light of the great God and the verification method are all in the top post in the book review area. Please go and see for yourself, it is very simple. What? He is the head of the Ling family? This, how is it possible? Isn't the head of the Ling family Ling Zhen? Isn't it too young? This, looks like only 20 years old. Isn't it too foolish? Ling Yun, the name is so familiar, where do I think I heard it? It seems to be in the south, which city is it from? In the living room, after Ling Yu announced Ling Yun's identity, there was an uproar in the room, and everyone was dumbfounded. Ahem. Ling Yu raised his hands and pressed a few times in the air. Please be quiet, everyone. When everyone calmed down, he said with a smile, you don't have to doubt, anyone in our Ling family who is over 18 years old is qualified to be the head of the Ling family. Now that Ling Yun has turned 18, it is indeed our Ling family. Homeowner. Ling Yu was simply explaining that he officially announced Ling Yun's identity to outsiders for the first time, and began to push Ling Yun to the front of the stage. Now that Ling Yun has already left the customs, he must have already prepared all the things that should be prepared, and of course there is no need to hide behind the scenes. In the face of those people's doubts and guesses, Ling Yun was very calm. There was a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth, his legs were crossed, his upper body was completely leaned back, and he leaned against the back of the chair with one hand outstretched. Gently pressing the smooth and translucent tabletop, the index finger tapped the tabletop one after another, very rhythmically. Ling Yun's gaze was no longer as sharp as electricity, but radiant and introverted, as indifferent as ordinary people. He looked at these people casually, feeling very ridiculous in his heart. Only to hear Ling Yu say again, please rest assured, now that our patriarch of the Ling family is here, he will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to your requests. Of course, Ling Yu couldn't explain more about Ling Yun. The people in front of him were not qualified to understand Ling Yun's origin, so he only needed to push Ling Yun to the front of the stage. Cut. It's such a joke, the Ling family actually let a young child handle such a big matter, are you sure you're not joking? After being shocked, Han Tianxin jumped out again, and sneered at Ling Yun, completely ignoring Ling Yun. Yeah, it's so funny, Ling Yun? Is he from the Ling family? I've never heard of it. Is there really no one in the Ling family? Zhao Jingming followed closely, and immediately echoed his words, as if he was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. After the Sun and Chen families publicly announced their alliance, they found two third-rate families, the Han family and the Zhao family, and allowed them to take the lead in making trouble for the Ling family with great profits, causing trouble for the Ling family, and forming a one-sided situation in public opinion. However, the Sun and Chen families only used them as spearmen, But they didn't tell them that the Ling family now has Ling Yun and the true strength of the Ling family. Regarding the fact that Ling Yun successfully rescued Ling Xiao and turned the Sun and Chen families on their backs on July 15, there were no more than a dozen factions in the entire capital who knew the real details. How could these third-rate and fourth-rate families know the truth? Therefore, Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming were being used as spearmen without knowing it. I'm afraid of picking everything. One thing can be easily solved by sitting down and talking slowly, but once someone stirs up the flames and maliciously provokes it, it will definitely cause side effects and become troublesome. Someone was full of anxiety. That's right, second master, don't prevaricate us here. Your Ling family has a great career and dare to fight with the Sun and Chen families, but we put all our belongings in your Ling family. We can't afford to lose. Someone clasped fists at Ling Yu, second master. Please hold your hands high and terminate our cooperation first. Even after the life and death battle between you and the Sun and Chen families is over, can we cooperate again? The other 10 people didn't know what was going on at all. They were already extremely panicked, worried that their investment in the Ling family would be lost, and now they were provoked by these 2 people with ulterior motives, so naturally they exploded at once. For a moment, the living room was noisy again, everyone was discussing, the focus was on Ling Yu, and they didn't even look at Ling Yun who was sitting in the main seat. It's really noisy. Ling Yan's complexion suddenly darkened, but then he grinned again, with red lips and white teeth, his eyes swept over Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. You too, don't you think you've talked too much? After asking these 2 people a question, Ling Yun turned to Elder Cui beside him and said, Elder Cui, give me a slap. As for whose mouth to hold? Do you still need to ask? Yes, Patriarch. Cui Lao has long been impatient. He received Ling Yun's order, he strode forward directly, and came to Han Tiexin first, stretched out his rough hand, and grabbed Han Tiexin by the collar. Then, the other hand was raised high, and he swung the bow left and right. Crack! 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 Crackling, 8 slaps came up, and the sound of the slaps could be heard throughout the Ling family's ancestral house. After Mr. Cui finished slapping Han Tiexin, he immediately came to Zhao Jingming again. He couldn't help but slap Han Tiexin 8 more times. Silence. There was complete silence, and the entire living room could hear a needle drop. Really smoke? Slap in the face for a disagreement? This time, the other 10 people all looked dumbfounded, and this time they were really scared dumb. Looking at Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming again, they were beaten in a daze on the spot, gold stars burst out in front of their eyes, blood oozes from their mouths, their brains are in chaos, their faces are covered with layers of fingerprints, and they swell up very quickly. It turned into a pig's head. Ah! Ah! After Mr. Cui finished his slap, 10 seconds later, the 2 of them seemed to have just reacted from the shock and fear, felt the pain, and let out a miserable cry like killing a pig. Ling Yun still had a smile on his face, his eyes were indifferent, he said softly, still shouting? Shout again and smoke again. Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming were filled with unspeakable fear at this time. They would fight as soon as they said they wanted to. Who are they who don't follow any rules? They held halfway, and when they heard Ling Yun's words, they shut up tightly without hesitation, swallowing the second half of howling back into their stomachs. They stopped yelling, and they were determined not to yell anymore. They knew that if they dared to yell again, they would definitely be beaten again. Look, Brother Yun's solution to things is that simple. Ling Yun chuckled. He raised his hand and pointed at the 2 pig heads. I'm telling you too, if you dare to make trouble again before I finish solving the matter, I'll take your jaws off. At this time, the entire living room became completely silent, no one dared to speak anymore, they turned their heads mechanically, all turned to Ling Yun, and looked at that handsome, outrageous, but extremely terrifying young man. Now, no one dared not to take Ling Yun seriously anymore. Ling Yu watched all this with a smile, and kept silent all the time, saying to himself, "The wicked will be punished by the wicked. Where's your ability to talk about me just now?" This slap in the face is really a relief. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he scanned the audience again to see if anyone dared to jump out, but those people were frightened by his glance and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Snapped. There was another loud bang in the silence. Ling Yan suddenly raised his hand and slapped the table hard. The crowd, who were already terrified, couldn't sit still for a long time. When they heard the loud noise, they all trembled and almost jumped out of their chairs. Then they noticed that there was an extra notebook under Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan took out a checkbook and held it under his hand. He grinned and said, "I don't like to talk too much. Let's solve the problem if we have any problems." He glanced at everyone and said lightly, "You came to my Ling family in such a hurry, because you want to terminate the cooperation with our Ling family, right?" Everyone was silent, so frightened that they didn't dare to answer, for fear of saying a wrong sentence and following in the footsteps of those two pig heads. Seeing this, Ling Yan was speechless, thinking that he was too frightened just now, and was too frightened to speak. He smiled wryly and said, "Now I'm going to solve the problem for you. Why don't you talk anymore? Yes or no? Say." Ling Yan yelled again, but it was like 5 thunders roaring, exploding in everyone's ears. All 10 of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice, their clothes already drenched in cold sweat. "Very good." Ling Yan nodded with a sneer, and asked again, "Then you must already know that 3 days later, our Ling family will have a decisive battle with the Sun and Chen families?" Everyone nodded again. "Are you so sure that our Ling family will definitely lose?" "I can tell you in advance, if you are on the wrong team this time, if our Ling family accidentally wins and you want to cooperate with us in the future, you will never again chance." At Ling Yan's words, no one nodded, let alone made a sound. However, most of the people lowered their heads, but there was a look of disdain in their eyes, and their lips sneered slightly. They obviously scoffed at Ling Yan's statement that the Ling family would win, and they didn't believe it at all. In the eyes of these people, the Ling family is the last of the 8 major families. In the past, it was far from even giving shoes to any of these 2 major families. Now that the Sun and Chen alliances are fighting against the Ling family, does the Ling family still have a chance to win? Unless the Sun comes out in the west. If they really believed that the Ling family would win this battle, they wouldn't be sitting here now. Regarding the expressions of these people, Ling Yan saw everything in his eyes, and he didn't mind. He knew that even if he said something against the sky, these people were determined to make a clean break with the Ling family and draw a clear line. Ling Yan said with a smile, "I would like to advise you one last time, when it comes to major events, you should think more carefully, and don't be taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives. In the end, you will be the one who suffers." As for what to make these people think, Ling Yan didn't say much. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Ling Yu, "Second uncle, please ask someone to bring the account book and settle the accounts with them." Ling Yu smiled and said, "There is no need for any account books, those accounts are all in Erbo's mind." Ling Yu nodded and opened the checkbook on the table. To be continued. The second update. Friends who have fully subscribed, remember to receive the light of the great God, and don't miss the many activities at the end of the month. The way to get it is on the top post in the book review area, please go and see for yourself. Really clear the account? Representatives of more than a dozen small families present here, after seeing Ling Yan beat Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming into pigs' heads at a single disagreement, they themselves fell into great panic and deep despair, thinking that their investment in the Ling family definitely don't want it anymore. This time I will definitely lose everything. They thought that because of Ling Yan's domineering and unreasonable behavior, it was a blessing among misfortunes to be able to leave the Ling family safely this time, but they didn't expect that after Ling Yan finished playing with his prestige, he actually wanted to settle accounts with them. After being amazed and astonished, those people hesitated at first, looked at each other in disbelief, until they saw Ling Yun open the checkbook. Everyone suddenly burst into ecstasy. As for the meaningful reminders and advice that Ling Yun gave them before they settled the accounts, they had already thrown them out of the blue, and didn't even bother to think about them. But Ling Yun opened the checkbook, took out another signing pen, raised his head suddenly, and changed the topic. I can settle the accounts for you, but since you are in the process of cooperating, you will unilaterally tear up the contract, so whether you vote the money in the Ling family, or the equity of the cooperation, or any cooperation project, can only get back your capital, and we must give our Ling family a certain amount of compensation according to the provisions of the contract. This point, everyone is a person with a head and a face, so I don't think I need to explain more. Clearing accounts belongs to clearing accounts, but there are procedures and methods for clearing accounts. When did Brother Yun ever make a bad deal? Aren't you going to break up with the Ling family? Don't you want to draw a line with us? Well, then you have to afford the loss. Anyway, Ling Yun has money now, so he can definitely afford it. He wants to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Ling Yun was smiling, and no matter how you look at it, there was a sense of cunning. He glanced at everyone and said seriously, no matter what the cooperation project is, our Ling family will take over it all, and you can only take the money and leave. What Ling Yun said was very reasonable and legal, and those people nodded their heads frequently after hearing this. They only needed a part of the compensation to get their money back, and they already felt that the Ling family was kind enough. These people are all followers of power. No matter how weak the Ling family is, it is still one of the 8 major families in China. They used to rely on the power of the Ling family to make money. Now that the Ling family is in trouble, they dare to unilaterally terminate the cooperation. This is called adding insult to injury. But they didn't expect that they could still get their capital back. What's not to be satisfied with? Patriarch, we also understand that we did something wrong. You are right. This is indeed a unilateral breach of the contract. According to the contract, we will accept the compensation we should have, you needless to say. Finally someone dared to speak. It was a member of the Zheng family. He was embarrassed. He didn't expect that Ling Yun would really settle the accounts with them. Ling Yun smiled and said nothing. He was scanning the others. The others didn't dare to talk too much, but they were busy nodding. When they met Ling Yun, the evil star, they would have to burn incense if they could leave the Ling family safely, and they would have to burn incense when they went back. Not to mention they could successfully take the money away. Can you disagree? Very good. That's it. Let me tell you the total principal you invested when you first cooperated, and then calculate how much you need to compensate our Ling family, and calculate it according to the proportion. Your principal will be deducted from the due compensation. Take the money, right? Ling Yun said with a smile, his abacus clanging. Ling Yun next to him, after hearing what Ling Yun said, the corners of his mouth kept twitching, and he finally understood why the old man was so eager to let Ling Yun take over as the head of the Ling family. Frankly speaking, the Ling family's own financial resources are not considered as Ling Yun's own assets. If they really want to settle the matter with these dozen or so families, even the Ling family can't afford it. Ling Yu was in charge of the Ling family's finances, and he knew very well that in the past 18 years, the Ling family had been weak for a long time, gradually unable to make ends meet, and had already become an empty heir. The Ling family was just struggling to support it, tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall, trying their best to maintain it. Now these partners have to settle with the Ling family all at once. In financial parlance, this is called a run-on. If you really want to agree to them all at once, not only will the Ling family's property be completely emptied in an instant, but all businesses will be immediately stagnated, the equity will be taken away, and the ongoing cooperation projects will be directly collapsed. To sum up this kind of thing in 2 words, it is bankruptcy. After the Sun and Chen family signed the life-and-death decisive battle document, they publicly announced the alliance, and then released the wind to make these small families panic, just to make them run, to suppress the morale of the Ling family, so that the Ling family did not wait to start the war. Break down financially first. This is called a soldier who surrenders without fighting. How insidious and vicious. However, it is true that the Ling family has no money, but Ling Yun has money. Ling Yu doesn't know how much Ling Yun has in the bank now, but Ling Yu knows that Ling Yun is in Qingshui City, but there is a Tiandi group. Within 100 billion, Ling Yun can afford it. Therefore, not only did Ling Yun not reject these people, but instead came along, taking the opportunity to clean up these people. In this way, the projects that the Ling family cooperated with these small families, including all the investment and equity, can all be taken back, and become the Ling family to control it alone. In other words, for so many years, the cooperation between these families and the Ling family is tantamount to serving the Ling family for nothing, letting the Ling family spend money for nothing, working for the Ling family for nothing, and giving all the profits generated by those projects in the future. The Ling family made money. And according to the contract, these people can only get back 60% of the money after compensation, and even 40% of their initial investment will be given to the Ling family for nothing. That's without interest. The most important thing is that these families, knowing this, but eating Coptis chinensis, dumb, can't tell the pain, but it's their fault. The Ling family settled their accounts with them, and they still have to be grateful to the Ling family. This is a lucrative deal. Such a great bargain. If Ling Yun missed it in vain, then he would not be Ling Yun. The Sun and Chen families had a wishful thinking and wanted to defeat the Ling family first financially, but in the end they gave the Ling family a big gift invisibly, which can be described as extremely generous. Ling Yun's hand is so beautiful that it is indescribable. Yes, just do it. Thank you, patriarch of the Ling family. The Ling family did this beautifully, leaving me speechless. After Ling Yun clarified the liquidation plan, members of the 10 small families all laughed and nodded in haste, praising Ling Yun one after another. At the same time, a big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. They don't think about profit at this time. It would be nice to get back half of the capital. Anyway, the Ling family will perish in 3 days. Ling Yun smiled brightly at the moment. Very well, then let's settle the score. He raised his hand and pointed at the Zheng family. It starts with your family. When the Zheng family heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his face burst into a smile. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, and immediately said, our family has cooperated with the Ling family in 5 oil fields, all of which are in the northwest. Bien, the original investment was 2 billion, according to the contract. We unilaterally terminate the agreement, and we need to compensate the Ling family with 1 billion. 5 oil fields in the northwest? When Ling Yun heard this, he was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that the Ling family had an oilfield business in the northwest. He immediately turned to look at Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled, and said through voice transmission, Yuner, this is the oil industry of our Ling family back then, and now it is the only fruit left, only these 5 small oil fields are left. Although the oil fields are there, they are in the desert. The Ling family was unable to develop, so they let some of the equity go out, and it was invested by the Zheng family. Oh. After hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Ling Yun nodded, and then asked, is what he said right? Ling Yu smiled and said, that's the number. At this time, the Zheng family member said with a sneer, invest 2 billion yuan, compensate the Ling family for 1 billion yuan, you only need to give us 1 billion yuan. As for the divestment contract, I have already prepared it here, and I will sign it as well. I have finished writing, please read it over. Then he was full of anticipation, looking eagerly at Ling Yun, with a smile on his face, for fear that Ling Yun would suddenly change his mind. But what he didn't know was that Ling Yun's heart burst into laughter. It was really happy. Almost holding back his smile, Ling Yun filled out checks worth a total of 1 billion yuan, signed them and immediately handed them over to Mr. Cui, asking him to send them to the Zheng family. Elder Cui went over with the check, handed it to the Zheng family, took the contract back, and handed it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun scanned it with his divine sense and found that there was no problem, so he directly signed the contract and handed it over to Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked at it seriously, then nodded with a smile. No problem, it's settled. Money and goods cleared. In this case, the 5 oil fields of the Ling family finally returned to the Ling family and became wholly owned by the Ling family. Over there, the members of the Zheng family were holding the check, with ecstasy flashing in their eyes, but soon, he began to murmur in his heart, Ling Yun is so happy, it can't be a bad check, right? He pursed his lips, wanting to ask the question in his heart, but he glanced at the 2 pig heads. He hesitated to speak. Seemingly seeing through what he was thinking, Ling Yun said with a disdainful smile, don't worry, you can send someone to check if it's a bad check right now, I won't mind. 1 billion, even for these big families, is not a small amount. Ling Yun can't be so domineering that people don't even worry about it. Not counting inflation, not counting interest, not counting the future ownership of the 5 oil fields and all profits, even if the compensation of 1 billion yuan is all for nothing, how can Ling Yun not be a little more magnanimous? Hearing the words, the member of the Zheng family smiled awkwardly, raised his hand to wipe off his sweat, and said embarrassingly, how can you not believe it? The Ling family knows everything they say, and everyone in the capital knows it. After speaking, the man stood up and wanted to say goodbye and leave. He has achieved his goal, and he is satisfied at this moment. Facing the evil star of Ling Yun, even if he sits for a second longer, he will feel uncomfortable. Of course, he wants to run away. Ling Yun said lightly, sit down and stay still. Since you came here together, of course you have to go together. To be continued. The 3rd update. Ask for a full subscription, and ask for the light of the great God. Don't miss the various activities at the end of the month. C-League and Ma League will give out a lot of benefits, hee. Ling Yun's business has not been finished yet. How could the Zheng family leave after taking the money? If these people were just allowed to take the money and leave one by one, who would Ling Yun perform the next play for? Hearing this, the member of the Zheng family's expression froze immediately, and he didn't dare to say goodbye when he left. He immediately sat back in his original seat obediently, trembling, and smiled embarrassingly. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, and he raised his hand to point at the members of the Lu family, it's your turn. The members of the Lu family raised their hands to wipe the sweat off their faces, and said honestly, our Lu family and the Ling family are cooperating on a relatively large water conservancy project. While talking, he picked up the pile of contracts on the table, stood up actively, and walked carefully to Ling Yun. He put the contract in front of Ling Yun, then turned to look at Ling Yu. Second Master, the water conservancy project on the Yellow River, the 2 of us can only cooperate so far. You see, it is only half a year away from completion, what a pity. The Lu family was really unlucky. The Ling family is in charge of Huaxiao's water conservancy department. The Lu family carefully drilled their business and curry favor with the Ling family. They finally managed to cooperate with the Ling family. In order to build this water conservancy project, more than 3 billion has been invested in it. Now it is about to complete and make a profit, but they had no choice but to terminate the cooperation. So much money, so much hard work and energy, all wasted. Ling Yu just smiled lightly, and looked at the Lu family with a trace of pity. Old Lu, don't say such things, the termination of cooperation was proposed by you. Then he sent a secret voice transmission, Old Lu, it's still too late for you to regret it now. If you trust me, Ling Yu, I suggest you not to terminate the cooperation. The members of the Lu family looked bitter, and struggled violently in their hearts. Finally, they shook their heads and said, "Hey, it's better to stop. It's better to get half of it back then. It's much better than going down the drain." But no one from the Liu family dared to say this sentence even if they were killed. "Doesn't he say that the Ling family will lose in 3 days?" Ling Yu sighed in his heart. No more words. The road of life is very long, but at critical times, there are often only a few steps. The choice is the hardest. If you make a wrong choice, take the wrong path, or stand in the wrong team, you must pay the price. It is impossible for Ling Yu to dissuade the other party, because the future is uncertain, although Ling Yun is defiant enough, but he is afraid of what happens. What if the Ling family really loses this battle? The decision made by that family now is simply extremely wise. So even though Ling Yu has a good relationship with the Liu family, he can only say that. Right or wrong, ecstasy or regret, 3 days later, the decisive battle of life and death will be announced, and naturally everything will become clear. Since the cooperation is terminated, let's just say it, how much? Ling Yun doesn't care what the members of the Liu family think, he is busy making money for the Ling family, but at this moment he is worried that the other party will suddenly change his mind. The members of the Liu family wiped off their sweat and said cautiously, a total of 3.6 billion has been invested. According to the agreement in the contract, if we terminate the cooperation, we can get half of it back. Ling Yin smiled and said, "That's 1.8 billion? I'll give it to you." Swipe. Ling Yunbi took the lead, and soon signed a check totaling 1.8 billion, a thick stack, and threw it into the hands of the Liu family. Then he glanced at the divestment contract, and immediately signed his name on that contract, and it was decided that it could not be changed. The members of the Liu family took the check and watched Ling Yun sign the divestment agreement. His heart was bleeding. The 1.8 billion was just for naught, it was like giving it to the Ling family for nothing. Their Liu family worked hard and tossed for 4 years, but they still haven't earned a penny. However, a drop of blood is a drop of blood, but it is better to get half of the money back than to lose all of it. Thank you to the patriarch of the Ling family, thank you to the second master, my old Liu is very grateful. The members of the Liu family nodded and bowed, clutching the stack of checks tightly, and quickly returned to their seats and sat down. With these two families taking the lead, the courage of the other 8 small family representatives gradually grew stronger. They found that as long as they did not make trouble or speak rudely, Ling Yun was actually easy to speak. Naturally, it will be very soon after that. These people have prepared their contracts, they are called by Ling Yun one by one, the number is calculated, and then they all get their own money. In less than half an hour, the liquidation work of these 10 families was all over. Ling Yun signed a check worth 9 billion within half an hour and went out. Investment funds, controlling shares, cooperation projects. Ling Yun signed a check for 9 billion yuan, which is equivalent to earning at least 9 billion yuan for the Ling family. He made a fortune. Moreover, from now on, all these joint venture projects have completely become the exclusive property of the Ling family, and the Ling family will have the final say in the future. The profits from these projects in the future will naturally belong to the Ling family. After finishing the liquidation with these 10 families, the big stone in the other party's heart fell to the ground, and Ling Yun let go of a big stone in his heart. Well, fortunately, no one changed his mind halfway, otherwise, how much less money I will make. On the contrary, Ling Yun was very happy in his heart. If the members of these 10 small families knew what Ling Yun was thinking, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. After finishing the important matter, Ling Yun looked relaxed. He put down the signature pen, flicked his wrist, and finally looked at the 2 pig heads who were still afraid to speak. Now, the faces of these 2 people who had been slapped had swelled to the color of a pig's liver, their teeth were loose, and they were struggling to speak, humming in pain, but they didn't dare to speak out. Ling Yun looked at their pitiful faces, and couldn't help but laugh. Now, it's your two's turn, hand me the contract, tell me directly, how much do you need to pay? Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming looked at each other in blank dismay, never expecting that Ling Yun would settle their accounts after beating them. The next moment, they were ecstatic, got up quickly, handed their contracts to the people beside them, and asked them to hand them over to Ling Yun. Zhao Jingming hesitated again and asked cautiously, can I speak? It was so frightening. Ling Yun laughed and said, look at your cowardice. How can I settle the account with you if you don't talk? I taught you just now, so that you can remember it. Misfortune comes out of your mouth. Zhao Jingming didn't dare to say a word. Ling Yun glanced at the two contracts, asked for the exact amount, and then signed the check without hesitation. The two companies have a total of 1.8 billion. So far, among the 12 families who came tonight, Ling Yun signed a total of 10.8 billion. Of course, he also earned more than 10 billion for the Ling family. However, the money is just recovered assets and cooperation projects, which is tantamount to investment, but there is no cash in sight. Even so, Ling Yun is still very happy in his heart. He has now recognized his ancestors and returned to his ancestors. He has Tiandi Group in Qingshui City and Ling family in Beijing. Today, cash is useless to him. He can take this opportunity to help the Ling family transfer these assets. Taken back, it can be said that good steel is used on the blade, which is just right. Ling Yun looked at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming indifferently, but he was silently calculating in his heart, 10.8 billion, the money in the bank should be enough, right? Don't really write a bad check, if that is the case, I will be ashamed, but it's a big loss. At the beginning, Ling Yun once cut out the Emperor Green Stone King and sold the Emperor Green Jade worth 15 billion to various jewelers at one go. Since then, he has 15 billion in cash and has truly become a local tyrant. Coupled with the large amount of cash collected from the opening of the ordinary clinic and the addition of miscellaneous small money, there is also a deposit of 20 billion. However, Ling Yun also spent a lot of expenses, especially before the establishment of Tiandi Group. He spent 5 billion to buy dozens of large and small enterprises, and paid for more than 1,000 mu of land in Qingshuiwen. 7 or 8 billion. Damn it, don't really have enough, that would be a shame. Ling Yun has not worried about money for a long time. He has never looked at how much money is stored in so many bank cards. But that's not the point. The key point is that the checks he used today were all drawn from China Merchants Bank. What if the money in that card is not enough for 10.8 billion? Not knowing how much money they have is really a trouble for rich people. Boom. Suddenly, Ling Yun slammed the table, thinking how he forgot about this. Some time ago, when the Tiandi Group opened, Chao Tianlong gave him 10 billion. The money had already been transferred to China Merchants Bank. Enough is enough, plus the 10 billion, no matter how you calculate it, it is enough. After Ling Yun finished the calculation and confirmed that the check was not a bad check, he felt at ease. The members of the 12 small families all got the money they wanted, and they couldn't help being dumbfounded, thinking that the Ling family had become an empty shelf. Why did they pay more than 10 billion all of a sudden? Why is the young patriarch not blushing or panting? Is the Ling family rich or not? They were muttering in their hearts, thinking that when the bank opened tomorrow, they would go to the bank to cash the check as soon as possible, when they heard Ling Yun slapping the table. A loud noise startled everyone. They immediately gathered their minds, looked at their noses, and hearts, and sat down obediently. At this moment they dare not even breathe. One is that they have already received the money, so the ugly things they said before will be ignored. The other one is that I am afraid that Ling Yun will change his mind suddenly, and then take back these checks. After Ling Yun finished taking pictures of the table, he suddenly smiled, and then he looked at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. My surname is Han, let me ask you, is our Ling family playing a scoundrel? Zhao, our Ling family, did we pull your back? Having just signed contracts with these two, Ling Yun naturally already knew their names. Han Tiexin was so frightened that he closed his eyes, his heart was finished. Zhao Jingming was so frightened that his calves twisted, his face turned into a pig's head was even more purple, and his whole body was like chaff. Because the Ling family gave money. The check is in their hands. Ling Yun is settling accounts after autumn. However, when Ling Yun asked them something, they still dare not answer. Han Tiexin was sweating coldly, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Master, I'm born with a bad mouth and can't speak. If I offend you, please." Zhao Jingming was also in a hurry to explain, and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow to Ling Yun. Ling Yun sneered, and asked, casually, "Then tell me, I hit you just now, was it right or not?" The two sat like pins and needles, and nodded like pounding garlic. "Yes, yes, we should fight, we should fight." "Good fight." Snapped. Ling Yun slammed the table again. He suddenly yelled and asked, "Is it more than just a fight? You two were obviously trying to provoke trouble just now, lest my Ling family will not be chaotic. Who instructed you to come here, and what are your intentions, tell me." To be continued. Say. When the word came out, Ling Yun used Shunlong Shao. The sound was like a tiger roaring and a dragon chant. It made the eardrums of the representatives of the 12 families in the living room hum. It was deafening. This time, Han Tiexin was frightened, his whole body trembled, his back tightened, and beads of sweat oozed out of his face all at once. Boom. Zhao Jingming was even more unbearable. He was so frightened that he leaned back and couldn't hold back his momentum. He knocked down the chair, and fell to the ground with the person and the chair at the same time. The representatives of the other 10 small families were all silent, wiping their sweat non-stop, not even daring to breathe, for fear of getting into trouble. Because they all came together, they asked for money, Ling Yun gave it, and had already agreed to all their requests. After giving the money, the Ling family will take over. Now Ling Yunqiu will settle the score. If there is any blame, these people will have a share, and no one can escape. Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help sneering, and he became more certain in his heart. These two people must have been instigated by others to stir up trouble here just now. If not, it is impossible for them to risk that the Ling family will not agree to their request to terminate the cooperation, or even anger the Ling family, and stir up trouble here. As for who is instigating them behind the scenes, Ling Yun doesn't even have to ask. At this time, who else could it be besides the Sun and Chen families? However, no matter what the guess is, Ling Yun must let them speak out by themselves now. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up into a playful smile. He slowly got up, first glanced at Han Tiexin, who was dripping with sweat, and then looked at Zhao Jingming, who was lying on the ground curled up in a ball. "Get out." Zhao Jingming had never seen such a battle before. After being slapped 8 times by Mr. Cui just now, he was already scared out of his wits. Zhao Jingming's face was pale, his whole body trembled, a surge of heat gushed out, and he was so frightened that he lost control of his urine. "The smell is tangy." Ling Yun frowned, raised his hand to cover his nose, and said disdainfully, "Look at your talent." Then he turned his head, waved to Cui Lao and said, "Throw him out first." Cui Boss stepped forward. As soon as he reached out and grabbed Zhao Jingming's arm, he dragged him out of the living room like a dead dog and threw him into the yard. "Han, tell me, who ordered you to come here?" Ling Yun stared at Han Tiexin again, and he said with a light smile, "Of course, you don't have to tell, but I can guarantee that if you don't tell, you will definitely not be able to leave the gate of my Ling family alive." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun lifted his chin and asked slightly teasingly, "Do you believe it?" Han Tiexin's complexion changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembled, he was extremely nervous, and he was struggling violently in his heart. Finally, he stood up abruptly, pushed away the chair, walked to Ling Yun in a few steps, and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. "Please forgive me. I say it all." Immediately afterwards, Han Tiexin knelt on the ground, and told them all about how the Sun and Chen families found them, how they promised them huge profits, and let them take the lead in making trouble in the Ling family. Following Han Tiexin's narration, the representatives of the other 10 families understood what was going on, and they couldn't help but stare at each other, all dumbfounded. After Han Tiexin finished speaking, he raised his head cautiously, and said with a sullen face, "Master, the Chen family told me that your family will definitely lose in this battle 3 days later. From now on, there will be no Ling family in Huaxia. As long as I promise them, after your Ling family collapses, your family's properties will be handed over to our Han and Zhao families to take care of." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing up to the sky. He quickly withdrew his smile, looked down at Han Tiexin at his feet and asked, "So you believed what they said, and started to stir up troubles everywhere, bringing these people to our Ling family to make trouble gone?" Han Tiexin didn't dare to look directly into Ling Yun's gaze. He suddenly lowered his head, which was a tacit acquiescence. "Humph." Ling Yun snorted coldly from his nostrils, and said with a sneer, "What a bunch of pig brains. I really don't know how you have been messing around in the capital for so many years. Don't you think about it, if the Ling family is still the original Ling family, would it be worth the Sun and Chen alliance to deal with it? Why do they want an alliance to deal with us? Looking at China, what kind of family is worth joining forces with these two?" Ling Yun's words were not only for Han Tiexin, but also for other family representatives present here. He scans the audience, trying to see you. "You idiots, you only saw the alliance between Sun and Chen, but you didn't know how to use your brains more. Think about why they formed an alliance, and why they would remind you so kindly before the decisive battle of life and death. Come to our Ling, the family wants money. In the next life and death battle, if the Sun and Chen families win, then all the properties of the Ling family will naturally be divided up by them. Our family has such a large property, and they can't wait for it to be monopolized. They will kindly distribute it to you to take care of it. We'll let you terminate the cooperation project in advance, and empty out our Ling family first." All dumbfounded. In the living room, the representatives of the 10 families sitting on the seats listened. Each of them opened their mouths enough to put a duck egg in, and they were all stunned. Han Tiexin raised his head abruptly, looked at Ling Yun with his neck up, his eyes were blank, and he felt a chill running down his back. Because what Ling Yun said is really not difficult to understand. Now, each of them seems to have just woken up from a dream, and each of them remembered the words Ling Yun repeatedly advised and reminded them before they settled the accounts. What Ling Yun said was right. If the Ling family was really so weak, why would the Sun and Chen families need an alliance to deal with them? There is always a chance. What if the Ling family wins? At present, it is recognized by China that apart from the unfathomable power of the Longye family, the Chen family ranks third and the Sun family ranks fourth. If the Ling family wins, it means that with the power of one family, they have trampled over the families of the Sun and Chen alliances. What kind of existence is that? Even if it can't be tied with the Longye family, at least it will be promoted to the top 3 in China, right? So what kind of existence did these 12 families offend? Moreover, looking back, Ling Yun was rushing to settle accounts for them just now, and he always acted so forcefully. If the Ling family really didn't have any confidence, how could they behave like this? Thinking about it this way, the representatives of the dozen or so small families finally started to feel hairy in their hearts, as if a basin of cold water had been poured from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, and their hearts were completely chilled. They began to have some regrets in their hearts. Someone looked at Ling Yu. It was from the Lu family just now. 36 billion. Money, time, hard work, and energy have all been invested in, and it will start to reap in half a year. But now, in order to protect his capital and get back 1.8 billion, He is willing to terminate the cooperation project and pay for breach of contract. The Ling family lost 1.8 billion. If there is anyone in this world who sells regret medicine, let Lao Lu re-bet. He will definitely buy the Ling family to win without hesitation now, and will definitely not terminate the cooperation with the Ling family. In case the Ling family really wins this battle, Lao Lu can't even imagine that scene at the moment. Lost his wife and lost his army, lost his money, lost his relationship, and completely offended the Ling family. There will be no chance of cooperation in the future. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The divestment contract has been signed, the money has been refunded, and the coffin is settled. It's too late. The look of pity in Ling Yu's eyes was even heavier, but he just sighed in his heart, shook his head slightly, and said nothing. Who to join and what team to stand on is your own choice. These families have cooperated with the Ling family, so naturally they all have a close relationship, but after this incident, they all exposed their true nature. They are all scumbags, and the Ling family can no longer cooperate with them. It's not just the people of the Lu family who think so, the members of the Zheng family, as well as the representatives of other families, now have more or less remorse on their faces. Humph. Ling Yin snorted and sneered, and he said lightly, just now, I repeatedly advised you to think about it. What if our Ling family wins, but you don't listen? It's a joke when I, the head of the Ling family woolen cloth? Of course, I can tell you frankly that my Ling family will definitely win this battle, without being sure. Your decision tonight may be correct. After hearing Ling Yin finish this sentence, the expressions on the faces of the representatives of the 10 families visibly softened. Now their brains have long been confused, they have no independent opinions and judgments at all, and they were completely taken away by Ling Yin. Ling Yin chuckled, however, one thing is certain, that is, you don't have to wait too long. 4 days later, on September 1st, you will know who wins and loses this battle. After saying this sentence, Ling Yin suddenly shouted, come on. Cui Lao responded. Ling Yin put his hands behind his back, looked at Han Tianxin who was already slumped on the ground, and said indifferently, Old Cui, Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming openly came to my Ling's house to make trouble, you break their legs for me as a warning. Yes. Mr. Cui picked up Han Tianxin from the ground, strode out of the house, came to the courtyard, and threw him and Zhao Jingming together. Then Mr. Cui sneered, and regardless of the pleadings of the two people for mercy, he suddenly raised his foot, stepped on their knees, and stepped on them. Only 2 sounds of click and click were heard, and the sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by 2 people howling like killing pigs. Resound through the night sky. If you dare to come to the Ling family to make trouble, this is the end. I will give you the money that I owe you, as much as you want, but if you provoke the Ling family, if you dare to come to the Ling family to pick trouble at such a time, breaking your leg will be easy. Because of the involvement of the Long family, Ling Yin just explained a lot of truth to Ling Lai in the backyard, and now he put it into practice immediately. Give what you deserve, beat what you deserve. The representatives of the other 10 families could no longer sit still at this time, and they all stood up in fright, with extremely terrified expressions. Ling Yin waved his hand, as if to repel flies, and said indifferently, pick up those 2 pig heads, and get out. To be continued. Ling Yin treated the representatives of these 10 small families without any hesitation. It's just a group of stubborn grasshoppers. When they see the benefits, they will rush to them. They can flatter you and please you. But once you encounter difficulties, they will hide faster than anyone else. It's these people who will get you down first. Interests come first. This is their rule of life. They dare to do this to the Ling family, and even more so to others. Ling Yin opened his mouth and told them to get out of the way. Those 10 small clansmen, like being forgiven, kept silent and complicated, walked out of the living room cautiously, lifted Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, and left the Ling family in such a dejected manner. They came with anxiety and panic, and now they leave with absolute fear and a trace of unspeakable remorse. The only thing they got was half of the principal invested in cooperating with the Ling family. Whether this matter is right or wrong, just as Ling Yin said, everything will be decided after 4 days. After dispelling these disgusting flies, Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and old Chui immediately left the living room. Zhao Jingming was so frightened just now that he lost control of his urination. The whole living room smelled so bad that he could no longer stay. Ling Yun and Ling Yu walked side by side, followed by Lao Chui. "Yuner, you saved our Ling family once again." Ling Yu smiled and said slowly, "To tell you the truth, without you this time, our Ling family would go bankrupt without having to wait for the decisive battle of life and death in 3 days." Ling Yin heard it, he smiled and said, "Second uncle, what are you talking about? I am the patriarch of the Ling family now, and my money is not all our Ling family. If our Ling family goes bankrupt, my patriarch will still be, are you not allowed to drink the northwest wind?" Ling Yin said it was playful, Ling Yu just smiled slightly. After a pause, he said again, "Yuner, Uncle Heir, could not have imagined that you would have so much money. It seems that you made a lot of money in Qingshui City?" 12 families, with a total of 10.8 billion checks, Ling Yin signed it out in half an hour, without even frowning. This financial strength and courage, even Ling Yu, who was used to seeing big scenes, was not enough. Stunned for it. Ling Yun listened with joy, then scratched his head again, and said with shame, "Heir Bo, when I was in Qingshui City, I did get a lot of oil and water, but I also spent a lot of money. If it weren't for the opening of Tiandi Group, the Chao family asked Chao Tianlong to send me 10 billion as a gift. Today's matter would still be more troublesome." Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu was responsible for the accounts and money of the Ling family. He told the truth and did not hide anything from Ling Yu. Ling Yu laughed and said, 10 billion congratulations? I think it's a dowry, given by the Chao family in advance, right? Being teased by Ling Yu, Ling Yun was very helpless. He scratched his head and said, "Second uncle, don't make fun of me, let's get down to business now." However, after Ling Yu mentioned this, Ling Yun suddenly remembered that Ling Yun had never contacted Chao Shanshan since they were separated from the courtyard after he rescued the Chao family and brought them back to normal. These days, since he rescued his father Ling Xiao, he has been busy with non-stop work, and he is so busy that he can't take care of it at all. Now, the Ling family is going to have a life and death battle with the Sun Chen family. Ling Yun raised the idea, and quickly dismissed it to the back of his head, no longer thinking about it, because the Chao family couldn't help him at all in the battle 3 days later. The strongest person in the Chao family is Chao Juanxiong. It turns out that he is not only the 4th level strength of the ancient martial arts. Even if they want to help the Ling family, it is only a drop in the bucket. At present, the power of the Chao family is more reflected in the secular power, and their family was almost wiped out by the Chen family, and the control of power has also been greatly discounted, which is not as good as before. From Ling Yun's point of view, in the current situation in the capital, for the Chao family, it was the most correct choice to choose to stay dormant and restore strength in secret. At such a critical time, the Chao family can guarantee their own safety, even if they help Ling Yun invisibly. Okay, let's get down to business. Brush. A folding fan appeared in Ling Yu's hand, and he unfolded it casually, fanning the wind for himself lightly, with a leisurely expression on his face. Ling Yun glanced at the ring on Ling Yu's hand, and asked with a smile, "Second uncle, how is it, is this ring useful?" Ling Yu laughed and glanced at Ling Yun, "Anyway, whoever wants to give me 10 billion, I will never change it." Ling Yun's face suddenly became bitter, "Second uncle, don't bring people who make fun of people like this. Is there any end to it?" After the grandpa sent away the people from the small family, they looked relaxed and went for a walk and chatted. The two of them walked to the 3rd courtyard without knowing it. The entire courtyard is built with grand momentum, simple and elegant, and cleverly combined with the simplicity and liveliness of modern buildings. The layout concept is very ingenious. In the past, this courtyard was owned by the previous Ling family's patriarch Ling Zheng, so Ling Yun had never entered it. Now, he is the Ling family's patriarch, and the entire first-level courtyard belongs to him. When he came to the front of the courtyard, Ling Yu suddenly stopped. "Yuner, your uncle has resigned as the head of the house and went out to relax. In the future, this courtyard will belong to you. Your grandfather should have given you all the keys, right?" Ling Yun nodded. Ling Yu pointed at the courtyard door with a folding fan. "Open the courtyard door and go in to have a look." Ling Yun took out the key, opened the lock on the door, and walked in first. Ling Yu and Cui Lao followed closely. They took Ling Yun around the yard a few times. Ling Yu gave a general introduction to the layout of the yard, and then urged Ling Yun to open the door of the main house, and the three entered the house. After entering the house, Mr. Cui immediately turned on the light, and the room was instantly bright. The entire third courtyard is actually a standard courtyard. The area of the courtyard and the main house is very large, and the house is very spacious. The facilities in the room are also a combination of ancient and modern. Facing the door, there is the 8 Immortals table, with Taisher chairs on both sides. It looks very simple, but there are brand new sofas and coffee tables in the living room for the host and guests to drink tea and chat. Such an arrangement may seem a bit nondescript, but because the room is large enough, the position of each piece of furniture is clever and reasonable, but it gives people a feeling that it should be. After the three of them entered the room, Ling Yu took Ling Yun around again and introduced the use of each room to him one by one. Finally, the three returned to the living room and sat down. Ling Yu said first, "Yuner, this yard was originally where your father lived." He talked eloquently. The third courtyard of the Ling family is for the past generations of patriarchs to live in. Your father is a genius in the sky. When it comes to ancient martial arts training, since your grandfather's generation down, he is the first member of our Ling family. After he finished speaking, Ling Yu immediately added with a smile, "Of course, you are too defiant, so naturally you can't be included in it. Before the Ling family accident, your grandfather appointed your father as the future head of the Ling family, so he left this yard to him. However, after the accident happened to our Ling family, your father was completely disheartened and asked to stop living here. So, your uncle took over as the head of the Ling family, and this yard belongs to your uncle. Now, your uncle is gone, and you have taken over as the head of the Ling family. This yard will naturally belong to you in the future." Having said that, Ling Yu sighed, and then smiled. "Let's talk about it. We still can't escape the second child as the head of the Ling family." Ling Yun was a little embarrassed after hearing this. He scratched his head and said, "Hey, uncle, I didn't want to do this position as the head of the family. If you're willing to do it, I'll give it to you now." Ling Yun wished he could be the big shopkeeper. Who knew that Ling Yu shook his head sternly. "Yuner, the position of the head of the Ling family can't be changed at will. Even if you all want me to be the one, I can't be the one. Because with Bo's realm strength, he can't stand on the outside at all. For example, the people who came today, they are all small families of 3rd and 4th grades. Of course I can handle it, but think about it, if the people from the Longya family are present, their realm is higher than me. How to deal with them? In that case, our Ling family will be bullied, and it will be our Ling family's face." Ling Yu's reasoning is very simple. As the saying goes, magistrates are worse than current ones. If the head of the family is not strong enough, even if your family is strong, on a special occasion, when only people at the head level are present, if you are not strong enough, just it's normal to be bullied and bullied. Yes, as long as you have the strength, of course you can bring someone back to get the lost face back, but at the time it was a big loss, so what's the use? In short, the head of the family is the face of the family. How strong the head of the family is, the stronger the family will be. Therefore, your grandfather asked you to be the head of the Ling family for this reason. Ling Yun nodded straight after hearing this, and said nothing more. He said in his heart, let's do it for a while, anyway, at least so far, it feels pretty good. Look, Yuner, everything in this yard, the personal belongings that originally belonged to your uncle, have all been removed. I just had them cleaned up, and then simply arranged them for you. If you need anything in the future, you can reacquire at any time according to your personal living habits. Just tell me at any time. Ling Zhen's personal belongings had already been moved away. At this time, apart from some necessary facilities, the entire room could be said to be empty. Of course, Ling Yun needed to buy some more. Okay, second uncle, I know. Ling Yun was also not polite, he nodded with a smile and responded. After saying this, Ling Yu asked Ling Yun about the retreat situation in detail. The three of them began to discuss secretly. Of course, the main theme was the battle of life and death 3 days later. This chat took nearly 2 hours. After the secret discussion was over, Ling Yun and Ling Yu asked about the place where the remaining hundreds of large shot putes were stored, and then asked Ling Yu and Cui Lao to take a rest. As it approached midnight, Ling Yun left the Ling family's ancestral house alone. He went to collect the hundreds of large shot puts, and then went straight to the Heavenly Kill branch in Beijing. According to the old rules, in the early morning of tomorrow, the Ling family must inform the Sun and Chen families of the location of the battle of life and death. Therefore, taking advantage of this evening, Ling Yun must prepare the battlefield and make final preparations for this battle. To be continued. Ling Yun went to the junction of Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain, and went to the Tianxia branch in the capital, to set up the battlefield. This is not listed in advance. It was said that the representatives of the dozen or so small families who were making trouble in the Ling family were swept out by Ling Yun. They carried Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, who had broken legs, carefully and silently left the Ling family. It wasn't until they walked out of the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house and came to the side of the road that the sense of panic in these people's hearts subsided a little, but instead they were filled with more and more heavy regrets, and the slightest anger that gradually rose in everyone's heart. These anger, of course, were aimed at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. In the living room of the Ling family just now, the last words Ling Yun said always echoed in their ears, which made them feel as if there were 15 hammers beating in their hearts, and they were anxious. Just because Ling Yun's clearing process was too quick and straightforward, his whole person was too strong from beginning to end, and he was too confident. Although these people tended to be aggressive, they were not stupid people. On the contrary, they were all monkeys and monkeys. They could naturally sense that Ling Yun's confidence was definitely not false. Moreover, although they only got half of the money back, it was more than 10 billion. If a family really had a premonition that they were about to perish, they could not give away more than 10 billion so happily before they perished. The Ling family should leave a way out for themselves, at least part of the property should be transferred away, and the descendants of the family should be in charge, in order to make a comeback. Because 3 days later, the Ling family will have a life and death battle with the alliance of the Sun Chen family. For a family as big as the Ling family, if they want to show that they know they will lose, but they don't give themselves a way out, no one will believe it even if they tell it to anyone. However, in the living room just now, how could Ling Yun's actions leave the Ling family retreat? Not a shred of it. This shows what? This can only show one point. For this battle, at least from the Ling family's side, they have the confidence to win. If you think about it further, the Ling family and the Sun Chen family are in a life and death battle. The Ling family never sent people to the Sun Chen family to make trouble. Instead, the Sun Chen family found Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming and asked them to take the lead. To encourage these people to come to the Ling family to make trouble. Which side is more guilty? And which side lacks confidence? If you are sure you can crush your opponent, why use such inferior means? Therefore, after these people walked out of the door of Ling's house, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that they were trapped by Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. Especially that old Lu, after listening to Ling Yun's words, his whole person was a little lost, and he even looked completely lost. He didn't help the two disabled people whose legs were broken. Bang! In this mood of worrying about gains and losses, after walking out of the Ling's gate more than 10 meters away, someone just let go and threw Han Tiexin directly on the ground. It was Zhang Xiaodong, the representative of the Zheng family, who quit first. Bang! Since someone started, the representatives of the other small families also let go and threw Zhao Jingming to the ground. Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming, who had already broken their legs, were thrown so hard that they suddenly let out two mournful howls under severe pain. Everyone was indifferent, especially Zhang Xiaodong. He looked down at Han Tiexin, who was lying on the ground and howling. His face was very bad, and said coldly, "Han, I solemnly warn you, listen to me. This time you came to the Ling family to clear the account, but you ran to my house in person and urged me to come here, telling me that the Ling family would lose. 4 days later, if the Ling family really loses, I will definitely come to the door to thank you in person, and I will apologize to you, and the benefits will also be indispensable to you. But if the Ling family wins, I swear by Zhang Xiaodong, I will definitely initiate all the relations between our Zhang family and make your Han family pay a heavy price." Speaking of the end, Zhang Xiaodong almost gritted his teeth, wishing he could kick Han Tiexin again. The people from the Feng family immediately followed. Yes, our Feng family is the same, the surname is Han. If you hadn't come to my house to tell me, I wouldn't even know there is a life and death battle. Originally, we Feng, the family, cooperated well with the Ling family, but now you are all ruined. Yes, our Wang family is also. It's also a part of my family. In an instant, Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming became the targets of the other 10 small families. This is human nature, and it is related to the key interests of one's own family. How can there be any friends or loyalty? It's all selfish. But at this time, Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming almost fainted from the pain. They only cared about howling. How could they even think about arguing for themselves? The other 10 people from the family gritted their teeth and finished scolding these 2 people. After uttering harsh words, they went straight into their car and left, ignoring the life and death of these 2 people. In the end, it was the drivers and bodyguards brought by the 2 who found them and ran over, carried them into the car respectively, and sent them directly to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Han Tiexin endured severe pain, took out his mobile phone, found a number, and dialed it directly. He called someone from the Chen family. The plan failed. Yes, the Ling family has already cleared the account for us. In addition, I would like to trouble you. Tell Mr. Chen that our Han family will no longer be involved in this matter. The new head of the Ling family is too fierce, we can't afford to offend. Han Tiexin didn't even dare to mention the broken leg of the Ling family, because the Ling family couldn't afford to offend him, and he couldn't afford to offend the Chen family either. On the other side, Zhao Jingming also made a phone call, and what he said was similar to that of Han Tiexin. Today, they all understand at least one thing: even if they are gunmen, they still need qualifications. Facing the behemoths like the Ling family and the Chen family, their qualifications are far from enough. It was the same night, in the south of the capital, in the Chen family's ancestral house. Different from the 9-layered courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house, the Chen family's ancestral house is a huge courtyard. Of course, although there is only one courtyard, the courtyard is terrifyingly large. Moreover, the entire 1,000-meter radius around the Chen family's ancestral house is the Chen family's property. Of course, it is far away from the bustling urban area, and most of the buildings are mainly used for the Chen family to live. At this time, in the courtyard of the Chen family's ancestral house, the dead soldiers of the Chen family were heavily guarded, and the security was heavily guarded, like an iron barrel, not even a sparrow could fly in. In the large living room of the main house, the lights are bright, and there are many people sitting in it. They are dressed in different clothes, and they are discussing secretly. The leader of them is the first member of the Chen family, Chen Jingxian of Huaxia's group, and behind him is the current owner of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng. Chen Jingtian, the old owner of the Chen family, did not appear here. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, he was smashed by Ling Yan's right elbow outside the gate of the cemetery. He also had 7 or 8 ribs broken, and was seriously injured. Recuperate. Looking at the whole of China, apart from Ling Yan's Qinghe talisman, no one could heal within 7 days, even if Chen Jingxian knew many people. However, Chen Haipeng only suffered internal injuries at the time, but he was cured by Chen Jingshuan's infuriating energy. After 6 or 7 days of recuperation, he was no longer in serious trouble. Across the coffee table, across from Chen Jingxian, sat Sun Jinwu, the head of the Sun family, and behind Sun Jinwu, stood his best son and grandson, Sun Tianluo and Sun Ju. In the face of Chen Jingxian, the 3 grandpas of the Sun family behaved somewhat cautiously, even the head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, because Chen Jingxian was a member of the Huaxia group, a master of the first level of supernatural power, and the gap between the two sides was too great. In addition to the Sun Chen family, there are 2 people in the living room at this time. The 2 parties belong to the Sun Chen family, and their number is more. On the Chen family's side, there are 5 other people, all wearing black clothes and masks. Even in this brightly lit living room, they refused to take off the masks on their faces. These 5 people are all Toyo ninjas, the 5 shadow ninjas from the Tokugawa family. One of them, Shadow Ninja, sat beside Chen Jingxian with a golden sword. Although he was under the light, he seemed to be in a phantom, so it was impossible to see it at all. This Shadow Ninja is the ninja leader sent by the Tokugawa family this time, called Tokugawa Xiongfeng, who is a 3rd-level Shadow Ninja. Behind Tokugawa Xiongfeng, there are also 4 Shadow Ninjas standing in a row. They are not tall, they look very thin, but they contain amazing explosive power and fighting power. The names of these 4 Shadow Ninjas are Tokugawa Takashi, Tokugawa Takiaki, Tokugawa Takashi, Tokugawa Takashi. This time, in order to deal with Ling Yun, the Tokugawa family of Toyo has made a lot of money. They actually sent 5 Shadow Ninjas to help the Chen family in a decisive battle of life and death, and they are determined to win against the Huaxia Shenongding. On the other hand, there are 9 people in the Sun family, including 2 old people, 4 middle-aged people, and 3 young people. If Ling Yun saw these 9 people, he would have recognized them immediately. He had seen these 9 people who were dressed in unusual clothes at the Capital International Airport when Ling Yun first came to the capital. These 9 people, it was the Sun family who heard that Ling Yun came to the capital for the first time, worried that Ling Yun would violently attack the Sun family, and specially invited him to help deal with Ling Yun. They are the hidden family in the East China Sea Sanctuary Alliance, the Bailey family. The 2 old men were also masters of the supernatural powers. They were called Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu, respectively. However, apart from the Toyo Tokugawa clan and the Bailey clan of the East China Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance, no one was here, whether it was the Sun clan or the Chen clan. None of the experts in the Huaxia group were here. The Heaven group protects the country, the experts of the Heaven group in China, although they may not necessarily be united with each other, but they have their principles and rules. Otherwise, when the people from the Tian group and the people from Dongyang meet, they will look at each other unpleasantly, and if they disagree, they will fight, and Chen Jingxian will not be able to stop it. In that case, Chen Jingxian would have shot himself in the foot. Before he could fight for life and death, the people who he invited to help him would fight first. At this time, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and the Sun Chen Alliance and the 4 major families had been discussing secretly for more than an hour. The theme of their secret discussion tonight, without a doubt, is 3 days later, the life and death battle with the Ling family. To be continued. The living room in the main house of the Chen family's ancestral house is really too big. At this time, there are about 20 people sitting or standing in the house. It doesn't seem crowded at all, and it is still very spacious. After the secret discussion just now, I think everyone has a thorough understanding of Ling Yun's true strength and the current overall combat power of the Ling family. Zhenwu, as to how to fight this battle, you can tell us yours. Opinion? Qin Jingshuan's hair was disheveled, his eyes were sharp like eagles, his aura was restrained, but he looked at Sun Zhenwu and said. This evening, after the Sun Qin family met here, they immediately began to exchange information. Since this time, the two sides have inquired about and learned about Ling Yun and the Ling family. Come out to share, and conduct a thorough and comprehensive analysis of Ling Yun and the entire Ling family. Now that the Sun and Qin families have publicly announced their alliance, they will have a life and death battle with the Ling family at the end of the month. At this time, there is no need to hide and tuck each other. It can be said that these two alliances have taken out all the information they have collected about Ling Yun, and after they communicated with each other, it means that they have checked all the strengths and abilities that Ling Yun has shown since his rise, as well as his past experience. Upside down. Ling Yun is a cultivator, and it is very likely that he is the third cultivator of Buddhism, Taoism and demons. The true strength he showed can definitely kill the peak of the 8th level innate masters in seconds, and he can even easily defeat the masters who have just been promoted to the 1st level supernatural powers. Ling Yun can kill, by leaps and bounds. Ling Yun is not only amazing in divine power, but also has superb dexterity, and his body is almost teleported. Ling Yun has a lot of dragon saliva, many magical talismans on his body, and is proficient in formation techniques. In Xianrenling, Ling Yun once killed more than a dozen Oriental ninjas sent by the Chen family, as well as hundreds of viscounts, marquis, earls and viscounts of the Blood clan, including Chen Jianhao of the Chen family, Dongyang Shengren Tokugawa Mudo. In Longmen Mountain, Ling Yun once fought against the 8 major sects in China with the strength of one person, causing dozens of peerless masters to return. Even the trouble that Grand Duke Dracula went to Qingshui City to find Ling Yun was gone forever, and he must have been beheaded by Ling Yun. After returning to the capital for the second time, Ling Yun rescued Ling Xiao immediately. No one knew how he found it, no one knew how he was rescued, let alone who his opponent was. Beside Ling Yun, there are also 5 powerful blood clans. They are willing to be his servants, and they are loyal. Now, the Ling family got an inexplicable opportunity, and everyone's realm advanced by leaps and bounds. In particular, Ling Lai from the Ling family has truly advanced to the 1st level of the supernatural power realm. In Qingshui City, Ling Yun was accompanied by a beautiful girl named Bai Xianer, whose strength was unfathomable, but this battle, I don't know if she would come. Also, it has now been confirmed that Ling Yun is the son of Yin Qingxian, the saintess of the previous generation of demon sect, so it is unknown whether this generation of Saintishi Xingchen will help Ling Yun in the decisive battle of life and death. And so on and so on. In short, everything that Ling Yun has not deliberately concealed, the Chen family and the Sun family have been investigated clearly. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy in 100 battles, you won't be imperiled in 100 battles. Ling Yun is like this, and the Sun and Chen families are facing a decisive battle of life and death. Naturally, it is the same. Of course, the information collected by the Sun and Chen family can only end on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. As for Qin Jingshuan's battle with the Ling family, all the preparations that Ling Yun made, as well as the trump cards that he has always hidden, these two families still know nothing. For example, Ling Yun has been promoted to the 2nd level peak of Qi training, and he already has divine essence. For example, the inheritance of the Ling family, the ghosts and God's willow, can already feed back the Ling family. For example, Ling Yun cultivated the yin and yang infuriating chain magical powers, and refined various 7th-level talismans in retreat. These key information are all top secrets that Ling Yun strictly guards against, and it is impossible for the Sun Chen family to inquire. As for the fairy-level magic treasures of the human emperor's pen, the emperor's book, the Badizi, the magical gourd, the blue lamp, and the bead, it is even more impossible for outsiders to know except for the limited number of people that Ling Yun trusts the most. At this moment, facing Chen Jingshuan's inquiry, the expression on Sun Jinwu's face was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a long time, he pondered and said, "Old Chen, to tell you the truth, you also understand the current situation of my Sun family. We really have no choice but to fight the Ling family 3 times. Sun Jinwu called Chen Jingxian Old Chen, and he used you. There is no way, his own strength is not as good as others. The Bailey family he invited has a total of 2 masters of the supernatural power, plus the one who did not come from the heaven group. There are a total of 3 supernatural powers. But looking at the Chen family, Chen Jingxian himself is a master of the supernatural powers, plus these 5 Toyo shadows, and the 4 masters of the sky group who have not come. The Chen family has 10 supernatural powers. Although they are also the 8 major families in China, it is really at the critical time of life and death, and everything is still the strength." Chen Jingxian nodded. He glanced at the 2 elders of the Bailey family nonchalantly, and then said lightly, "Jinwu, look at this, since the 2 of us are already allied, we will fight the Ling family for 5 battles. Your family plays 2 games, our family plays 3 games, how about 3 wins in 5 games? Although the Sun Chen alliance worked together to fight the Ling family, they were all for themselves. It was impossible for the Chen family to take over the Ling family because of their strength, and fight the Ling family alone. In that case, what should the alliance do?" After finishing speaking, Chen Jingxian smiled slightly. According to the current information, in the decisive battle of life and death, the Ling family can participate in the battle, but only 2 people, Ling Lai and Ling Yun. If we consider the possible factors, it is nothing more than that Ling Yun called by Xiener from Qingshui City, and there is also a demon sect saint, Yi Xingchen. There are only 4 of them at most, but the 2 sides have to fight 5 battles. Whether it is in terms of overall combat strength or in terms of number of people, we can crush his Ling family. After hearing this, Master Sun Jinwu's faces were a little ugly. If their family had to play 2 games, they would definitely be in the top 2. If Ling Yun took the shot personally, they might become cannon fodder. After all, the battle of life and death never had a fixed formula. Even if Ling Yun wanted to fight 5 battles alone, it was understandable. "Old Chen, this." Sun Jinwu wanted to bring this up, but he didn't want to destroy his own prestige, because if he didn't dare to fight, he would be admitting that he didn't believe that the members of the Bailey family could rival Ling Yun. "In that case, why would you please come to the capital from the East China Sea?" Chen Jingxian was a master of the supernatural power, and he naturally sensed the strength of the 2 masters of the Bailey family. He understood the worries in Sun Jinwu's heart. So he glanced at the 2 elders of the Bailey family again, and said with a playful smile, "Jinwu, since you are worried, I won't force you, so it's better to win 3 out of 5 games, no matter how you fight, as long as Ling Yun plays. If so, how about leaving it to my Chen family? Ling Lai has just been promoted to the supernatural power realm, and his realm is unstable, so I will leave it to your Sun family to deal with it. Isn't this too much?" Chen Jingshuan's eyes swept across Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu, and said lightly, "Humph." Sure enough, when Chen Jingxian used his aggressive tactics, the members of the Bailey family quit. It turned out to be a young man. His name is Bailey Lei. This young man was the one who had confronted Ling Yun at the Capital International Airport. At that time, he had told Ling Yun that there would be a fight when he met Ling Yun again. Bailey Lei was short-tempered and arrogant. He grew up on an island and was extremely proud and conceited. In his heart, he despised the ancient martial arts schools in the mainland, and of course he despised Chinese secular families like Sun Chen. Just now, he heard that the Sun Chen family said Ling Yun was so awesome, and he couldn't hold it back for a long time. After Bailey Lei snorted coldly, he immediately ignored it and said, "A mere Ling Yun, what kind of thing, isn't it a cultivator? We also have it in the East China Sea. It's just a kid who doesn't know how high the sky is, but he scared you all like this." Could it be that the ancient martial arts world of China mainland has not fallen to this level? 3 days later, on the day of the decisive battle of life and death, the Ling family will be handed over to our Bailey family to deal with without your Chen family's actions. I guarantee that they will be beaten. Bailey Lei is a peak innate 7th layer expert. 2 months ago, he had met Ling Yun and took the initiative to provoke him. He almost wanted to fight with Ling Yun at the airport, but he was stopped by Bailey Tianzhua. He would never believe that Ling Yun could grow to this level in less than 2 months. Therefore, he felt very unhappy when he saw the Sun and Chen family, who were on the verge of a formidable enemy. Chen Jingxian was waiting for this moment. When he saw that Bailey couldn't hold back, he took the initiative to speak, smiled secretly in his heart, and simply stopped talking. "Lei shut up." Bailey Lei's grandfather, Bailey Tianzhua, shouted in a deep voice, and sure enough, Bailey Lei shut up obediently with a single word. Then, Bailey Tianzhua looked at Chen Jingxian. His eyes were very meaningful. After a long while, Bailey Tianzhua suddenly smiled. "Mr. Chen doesn't need to be aggressive." Bailey Tianzhua looked at Sun Zhenwu calmly again. "Elder son, don't have to worry. Our Bailey family has lived in the East China Sea for a long time. In any case, we are now one of the big families in the East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. At the invitation of Elder Sun this time, our Bailey family came to the mainland just to repay a great favor from the Sun family back then. Since we are here, our Bailey family is not afraid of anyone." Bailey Tianzhua's eyes swept across Chen Jingxian and Sun Zhenwu again, and said confidently, "I think so. In the first 2 games, no matter who the Ling family played, my Bailey family would take over." "It is good." After Bailey Tianzhua finished speaking, without waiting for Sun Zhenwu to speak, Chen Jingxian immediately took the lead in applauding, and he did not give Sun Zhenwu a chance to go back. "Mr. Bailey is happy. That's it." Sun Zhenwu was secretly complaining in his heart. The Bailey family has lived overseas for a long time, and they don't know the situation of the ancient martial arts world in the mainland. They are acting crazy. At this time, Bailey Tianzhua said again, "However, I will put my words first. If our Bailey family killed Ling Yun in the first 2 games, then everything on him will belong to us Bailey. Family owned." "No." Before Bailey Tianzhua could finish speaking, he heard a negative sound. "It is Tokugawa heroism. I just heard Tokugawa Xiongfeng say coldly, Ling Yun has killed too many of us in the East, and we have nothing to do with our Tokugawa family. This Ling Yun can only be killed by my Tokugawa family, and his things must also belong to me. Chuan family. Tokugawa is majestic." To be continued. In reality, there was such a joke. It was about a couple whose husband was a lottery fan and insisted on buying lottery tickets every day, but it was a pity that they never won the 5 million prize. One night, the couple could not sleep in the middle of the night, so they were lying in bed chatting. The husband said that if they hit 5 million one day, they could buy whatever they wanted. The wife was very excited when she heard this, and asked hopefully, "Husband, if you really won 5 million, how are you going to spend the money?" As a result, the husband broke his fingers and said that he should first buy himself a good car, then buy himself a good mobile phone and a good computer, and leave some for his parents and other relatives who are a little more difficult. Then, the house you can also consider changing it. The husband talks so much that his wife is not satisfied. How can there be such a stingy person in the world? I have worked so hard for this family, and you don't even give me anything. You really have no conscience at all. Unexpectedly, the husband was furious when he heard it, and retorted, "I just don't give it to you. The more you scold me, the more bad I will treat you. As a result, the couple had a big quarrel, and finally even fought, and finally the wife called the police. It was not until the police arrived that the matter subsided. In reality, the couple actually fought because of the fantasy of winning the grand prize, but because of the uneven distribution, this is a real thing. At this moment, in the living room of the Chen family's ancestral house, how similar is the scene between Tokugawa Xiongfeng and Bailey Tianzhua to the situation in the joke. The life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sun Chen family has not yet begun, but the people from the two families who invited to help fisted, but because of how to distribute the things on Ling Yun after killing him, they began to quarrel. If Ling Yun saw this scene, I really don't know if he would laugh on the spot. Different from the worries in Sun Jinwu's heart, Bailey Tianzhua is very confident about the decisive battle of life and death in 3 days, and firmly believes that their family can easily kill Ling Yun. It's just that they have strong confidence in killing Ling Yun, but Tokugawa Xiongfeng, the Oriental ninja, is more confident in killing Ling Yun, and his performance is even more arrogant, which is simply incredible. This is because Tokugawa Xiongfeng is a 3rd-level shadow ninja. Dongyang Shadow Ninja, like Huaxiao's supernatural powers, is also divided into 9 levels and 3-level shadows, which correspond to Huaxiao's 3-level supernatural powers. And among the 4 shadow ninjas he brought, Tokugawa Takashi and Tokugawa Takiaki are 2nd-level shadow ninjas, and the other 2 are also 1st-level shadow ninja peaks. Tokugawa is arrogant because he has arrogant capital, and his personal realm is there. It is natural to see that in the huge living room at this time, their Toyo ninja is the most powerful party. Seeing that under his own provocation, the Bailey family and the Tokugawa family were quarreling, the corners of Chen Jingshuan's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and a sly smile appeared in his eyes. Just now, they have analyzed all the combat power Ling Yun showed in detail, but they did not expect that the Bailey family was not afraid of Ling Yun at all, which made Chen Jingxian a little surprised, knowing that the Bailey family must still have him as bottom card. The Bailey family is not afraid of Ling Yun, plus the 5 stronger Toyo ninjas on the Chen family's side. In this way, the grasp of the life and death battle with the Ling family is naturally greatly increased. No matter how strong you are, Ling Yun, you are only a cultivator in the early stage of qi training. With these 2 forces rushing to take action, even if it is hard consumption, you will be able to consume Ling Yun to death. Chen Jingxian is indeed an old fox, and the abacus in his heart is crackling. However, the Sun and Chen families are now in an alliance state. Of course, it is impossible for Chen Jingxian to let the people they invited to fight before the war, so he quickly put on a friendly attitude and persuaded, Mr. Tokugawa, by Mr. Li, I now absolutely believe that both of you have the strength to kill Ling Yun. However, the real battle is still 3 days away, and the battlefield is changing rapidly. At this moment, there is no need for us to quarrel over things that have not yet happened, but instead hurt our own peace, am I right? As for how to distribute the things on Ling Yun's bastard's body, I think it's better to wait. After killing or capturing him alive, or after the battle is over, how about everyone sit down and discuss slowly? Having said this, Chen Jingxian spread his hands with a smile. However, my Chen family can express our attitude first. After the victory, our Chen family will not want anything on Ling Yun's body. Then, Chen Jingxian looked at Sun Jinwu, the meaning was obvious, and Sun Jinwu also followed suit. Sun Jinwu invited the Bailey family to come, originally to protect the Sun family from being destroyed by Ling Yun. Although he also coveted the things on Ling Yun's body, he deeply understood that before these 3 aspects, their Sun family had no qualifications to share the spoils. So he simply nodded and said with a smile, as long as we can win, kill Ling Yun, defeat the Ling family, and let our Sun family get out of this bad breath, we are already very satisfied. As for the things on Ling Yun's body, my grandson don't even want a home. The Sun Chen family invited the Bailey family and the Tokugawa family to help out. Of course, they paid a great price, but what they wanted was more importantly, after defeating the Ling family, to keep their position in Huaxia, and to conspire against Ling family. Home industry. As for the others, they can't think about it at this time, and they don't dare to think about it at all. The purpose is to entice the wolf to drive the tiger away. If you still want to grab meat from the wolf, you will be too greedy. Bailey Tianzhua and Tokugawa Xiongfeng, after hearing Chen Jingxuan's persuasion and the respective statements of the Sun Chen family, finally did not continue to quarrel. They each snorted and gave up. Dongyang is just above the East China Sea. The East China Sea Loose Cultivator Alliance is inextricably linked with the entire Dongyang. They have various cooperations, and of course they are deeply afraid and guarded against each other. Chen Jingxian calmed down the quarrel between the two parties. His own goal had been achieved, so he looked at Sun Zhenwu and said, "Zhenwu, then this matter is settled. 3 days later, the two of us and the Ling family have won 3 of 5 games. Your Sun family will play the first 2 games, and our Chen family will play the last 3 games. With so many of us, we will start a wheel battle, and even if it is exhausting, we will be able to beat Ling." That little bastard at home was consumed to death. At the end of the day, Chen Jingxian had a vicious expression on his face, his eyes were bright, and he said fiercely, "The Bailey family is all rushing to fight, what more can Sun Zhenwu say?" He bowed slightly, "That's all, according to Chen Lao's arrangement." Chen Jingxian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and stood up amidst the loud laughter. His aura suddenly exploded, and he said ruthlessly, "Little bastard Ling Yun, I really don't know how high the sky is. How dare I go against our Sun Chen family at the same time, 3 days. After that, it's time for your Ling family to perish." After he finished speaking, his smile faded, and he looked at Sun Zhenwu again, and said sternly, "Zhenwu, according to the old rules, tomorrow we can ask the Ling family to tell us the location of the life and death battle. Why don't you and I go to him in person? How about the family walk? I just happened to inquire about the truth of the Ling family." Sun Zhenwu had already stood up. He said with a smile, "Just follow what Chen Lao said." Sun Zhenwu wanted to come, now that he had a thorough understanding of Ling Yun's combat power. Since the Bailey family still had the certainty of winning, the Ling family would definitely lose in this battle, and he was greatly relaxed. So he said easily, "But I think, the current Ling family should be all overwhelmed?" Ha 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 ha. The Sun and Chen two open alliances created a huge momentum like thunder on the ground. They have already formed a one-sided crushing situation against the Ling family. The Chen family arranged for Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming to take the lead in the Ling family to make trouble. Sun Zhenwu naturally already know all about it. This is just the first step for the Sun Chen family to deal with the Ling family. When they wanted to come, the Ling family simply couldn't handle it at this step. The Ling family must be in a mess now. But at this moment, a descendant of the Chen family in the yard hurriedly came to the door and stopped, with a strong anxiety and deep sense of frustration evident on his face. Chen Jingxian turned his head suddenly, looked at the junior Chen family outside the door, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Uncle, Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming called separately just now, the Ling family." Halfway through the man, looking at so many people in the room, he stopped abruptly, hesitating to speak. Chen Jingxian knew something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Haiming, everyone in this room is his own people, but it doesn't matter what you say." I saw Chen Haiming standing outside the door with a bitter face, and whispered, "Uncle, we just received the news that our first plan has failed. The Ling family has already settled all the accounts of the small families that cooperated with them. Everyone only got half of their money back, and Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming, who we sent to lead the trouble, were also broken by the Ling family." "What? This?" After Chen Jingxian and Sun Zhenwu listened to Chen Haiming's narration, they were both shocked, and their faces showed disbelief. Where did the Ling family get so much money all of a sudden? This is absolutely impossible. Moreover, this is not the key. The key is that in 3 days, the Ling family will have a life-and-death battle. How can they be willing to settle accounts with these small families at this time? Didn't the Ling family even leave a little way for themselves? After Chen Haiping and Sun Tianluo looked at each other, they asked the questions in their hearts almost simultaneously. I just heard Chen Haiming say with an extremely ugly face, "Report to the patriarch. Now Ling Yun is the patriarch of the Ling family. He actually used his own money to clear the account to the Ling family, a total of 10.8 billion. When the Sun Chen family heard this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces, but they were also shocked by Ling Yun's courage and financial resources. Ling Yun's hand is simply a face slap in the air. In this way, as long as the news spreads tomorrow, the momentum created by the Sun and Chen alliances will be discounted in an instant. Chen Jingxian snorted coldly and said angrily, "Humph, the 10 billion from the Chao family helped that little bastard a lot." However, Chen Jingxian didn't care about money matters. The expression on his face was so gloomy that water almost dripped, and he asked in a deep voice, "You said just now that Ling Yun became the head of the Ling family?" Chen Haiming lowered his head and answered honestly, "Yes." To be continued. Ling Yun was already the head of the Ling family. Of course Chen Jingxian knew about this. On the afternoon of the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, at the gate of the cemetery, Ling Lai personally announced that Ling Yun was the head of the Ling family, and officially pushed Ling Yun out in front of the people of the Chen family, as well as the open and dark lines sent by various forces. At that time, this announcement shocked the Chen family members present, as well as everyone who was following the movements of the Ling family. However, Ling Lai announced the incident at the time, but it was forced by the situation, because Chen Jingtian was talking to Ling Lai couldn't stand it. Ling Yun suddenly stood up to take the attack. Chen Jingtian caught the reason to attack, saying that Ling Yun had no sight, "Sir, do not follow the rules." In the face of Chen Jingtian's attack, Ling Lai had to temporarily find a reason to hold back in order to protect his grandson, and also took the opportunity to push Ling Yun to the center of the game whirlpool in the capital. The heads of the various forces, after thinking about it carefully, all felt that the Ling family just gave Ling Yun a false name, just to push him out, and it was impossible for him to fully take over the Ling family. Announcement is one thing, but whether it is true or not, whether Ling Yun really takes charge of the Ling family and begins to handle all matters inside and outside the Ling family, is another matter. Is it for the convenience of doing things, just put on a false name? Or really have real power? There is a world of difference here. It is for this reason that Chen Jingxian asked this question. What the hell is that old man doing, Ling Lai? Could it be that he lost his mind and went crazy? After being confirmed again, the expression on Chen Jingxuan's face became even more ugly. In fact, Chen Jingxian knew in his heart that Ling Yun's current strength was definitely the best of the Ling family. According to the realm's strength, it was naturally the most suitable for him to be the head of the Ling family. However, Ling Yun was only 18 years old after all, and he had just recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan. As soon as he recognized his relatives, Ling Lai couldn't wait to push him into the position of the head of the Ling family, which was too impatient and hasty. This is really too much of a child's play. Even if Ling Zhen didn't become the head of the Ling family still had Ling Lai, Ling Yu and Ling Xiao, and Ling Yun would not be able to take the seat. He is too young, he is a genius in cultivation, and his realm is advancing by leaps and bounds. It is the time when he should concentrate on cultivation. How can he be distracted to deal with the trivial affairs of the Ling family? When things go wrong, there must be demons. Chen Jingxuan's thoughts flashed, and he immediately realized two things. First of all, around the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, there must have been a great change in the Ling family. Otherwise, Ling Zhen would not be able to step down from the position of the head of the family. Secondly, the current Ling family has undergone profound changes from the outside to the inside, and the spies sent by the Sun and Chen family were completely unable to inquire about these huge changes. From these 2 points, it can be concluded that the current Ling family has undergone earth-shaking changes, compared to the original Ling family. On July 15, in order to save Chen Jingtian and Chen Haipeng, Chen Jingxian once rushed to the cemetery and met with Ling Yun. Moreover, he was also there and met all the descendants of the Ling family. Of course, Chen Jingxian already knew what the Ling family deliberately revealed, but now, he felt that he could not understand the bottom of the Ling family. This made him feel a deep fear in his heart again. Quack quack. Just as Chen Jingxian was thinking hard, what changes had taken place in the Ling family in the past 7 days, and what preparations had Ling Yun made to deal with the battle of life and death, Tokugawa Xiongfeng, who was beside him, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, cracked, hoarse, and sounds extremely penetrating. Mr. Chen. Tokugawa Xiongfeng suddenly stopped his laughter, a pair of small eyes flashed with a hint of disdain and ridicule, and said lightly, Mr. Chen, you Chinese people really like to calculate too much, too fond of doing these little tricks behind the scenes. He raised a hand, raised the tip of his nose, stretched out his index finger and swayed it a few times, and then said, we Orientals are completely different. If we find someone who dares to oppose us, we will always crush it directly and ruthlessly. At this moment, Tokugawa Xiongfeng, whether it is his eyes or the expression on his face, is full of pride and self-confidence. Mr. Chen, please rest assured, you don't have to use any intrigues. After 3 days, no matter who the Ling family sends to fight, it's all up to our Tokugawa family to help you solve it. Being despised by Tokugawa Xiongfeng face to face, Chen Jingxian was very upset, but he was the one who invited the Tokugawa family to help the fist. He could only suppress his anger at this time, and said calmly, in that time of life and death, there is Lao Dechuan. Sir. Chen Jingxian not only promised that after Ling Yun was killed, Huaxia Shinongding would belong to the Tokugawa family, but also promised the Tokugawa family a huge amount of benefits that are worth astonishingly. The reason why Chen Jingxian did this was because he not only needed the Tokugawa family to help him kill Ling Yun in the battle of life and death, but also to leave a way out for the Chen family. Chen Jingxian can cultivate to the peak of the first level of supernatural power, and of course he is also a genius. As the saying goes, there are 3 caves for cunning rabbits. Even if Chen Jingxian is confident that he can win, he must be prepared in case of failure. Now, Chen Jiangui is over, and there are no dead or dead. The Chen family of the Western Blood clan must not be counted on, so they can only rely on the Tokugawa family of the East. These days, while the Chen family was making various preparations for the decisive battle of life and death, they also successively arranged for some important figures in the family and juniors with outstanding performance to go to the East Ocean to seek the protection of the Tokugawa family. Of course, due to national restrictions, it is impossible for the Chen family to transfer huge amounts of property abroad in a hurry. This is the way back for the Chen family. Therefore, before the victory of life and death is revealed, even if Tokugawa Xiongfeng behaves arrogantly, he can only choose to be patient. The Chen family is like this, and the Sun family is naturally the same, but the Sun family's back path is the East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, which is the Bailey family. In this way, the Sun and Chen family were already at a disadvantage, compared to the Ling family. Ling Yun didn't think of any way out at all. He was just preparing to fight with all his strength. Ling Yun firmly believed that he would win. Due to the news brought by Chen Haiming, Chen Jingxian knew that the first plan against the Ling family had completely failed. They were hit by Ling Yun head-on, and they no longer had any interest in continuing to talk. Next, after everyone chatted for a while, Chen Jingxian started to get up to see off the guests, and asked the servants at home to take the Tokugawa family to the guest room to rest, and told them to entertain them well. On the other hand, Sun Jinwu also asked Sun Ju to leave with the Bailey family and go back to Sun's house to have a good rest. In the end, Chen Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, and Sun Tianluo were left in the living room, and they had to have a secret discussion. Of course, with Chen Jingxian and Sun Zhenwu around, Chen Haipeng and Sun Tianluo were naturally not qualified to intervene, they only had to listen. Zhenwu, I have met Master Lu Mingjiu from Huaxia Group once or twice, and we can be considered acquaintances. Lu Mingjiu is a true disciple of the Arhat Hall of Shaolin Temple. His realm is in the middle stage of the first level of supernatural power. He possesses 9 Shaolin 72 stunts. This person is born with divine power. Brilliant. The Huaxia Group has only a few hundred people in total. Except for the younger generation who are still being cultivated deliberately, the rest have basically reached the realm of supernatural powers. But these people, who joined the Huaxia Group, are only to protect the country. Only when the country faces huge disasters, including huge natural and man-made disasters, or foreign enemies invade, they will be urgently called together to fight for the country. Usually, these people are very free. They all have their own sects or families, and they also have their own cultivation places. They have not seen each other for almost 10 or 8 years, or even 20 or 30 years. For example, Chen Jingxian, although he belongs to the Huaxia Group, has not performed the task of the Tian Group for more than 10 years. And even if they occasionally carry out the country's secret missions, it's just a group of 3 or 5 people. Now that China is prosperous and the world is peaceful, there is nothing too big, and it's worth these people to dispatch together. In the Huaxia Group, internal members may become mortal enemies due to conflicts between sects and families. This kind of thing is very normal. There is personal or family hatred between them. Usually don't intervene. However, the interests of the country are paramount. Once the country is in trouble, these people will be summoned together. All personal and family feuds must be thrown aside. Otherwise, whoever refuses to listen to the greetings, the old man of the heavenly group will take action in person. Repression. This is the management method of the Huaxia Group. When it is necessary to fight for the country, other things must be put aside. But when the country doesn't call, as long as you don't endanger the country, it doesn't matter whether your internal members are enemies or friends, even if you are disabled, no one cares. It is precisely because of this that the Chen family and the Ling family have a life and death battle. This is a solution that mixes the world of the world and the world of ancient martial arts. Private affairs, family affairs, and state affairs are clearly divided. Of course, there are many benefits to joining the Sky Group. First of all, members of the Sky Group will have terrifying privileges, and the other is that they can get the training resources they need at regular intervals. Horror privileges, plus training resources that can be received by time limit. For these 2 reasons alone, many people who have reached the conditions for cultivation are very willing to join the Huaxia Group. And the Master Lu Mingjiu mentioned by Chen Jingxian was naturally the one who came to help the Sun family to deal with Ling Yun and fight the decisive battle of life and death with the help of their ancestors. That's why Chen Jingxian said that he and Master Lu Mingjiu have only met once or twice, and they can only be regarded as acquaintances. Huaxia Group is not a military unit, a company or a squad is like a close brother. Sun Zhenwu is the head of one of the 8 great families in China, and he can invite Lu Mingjiu. Of course, he knows the situation of the Tian Group very well, so he nodded. Chen Jingxian simply entered the secret through voice transmission. Just now, due to my limited identity and responsibility, I didn't say much in front of the Bailey family and the Tokugawa family. Sun Zhenwu nodded again and expressed his understanding. Chen Jingxian said, Zhenwu, I can tell you the truth now. I am sure that if Ling Lai of the Ling family goes to battle, with the strength of Master Lu Mingjiu's cultivation, he will be able to easily defeat him. To be continued. It's the end of the month, please check the ticket warehouse and cast your precious vote for the Dragon Emperor Wushan. Thanks a lot. Ask for a monthly pass. In the decisive battle of life and death, after agreeing to win 3 out of 5 games and let the Sun family play in the first 2 games, Chen Jingxian clearly saw that Sun Zhenwu was always unsteady in his heart, so he was boosting the morale of the opponent. Sun-Chen alliance. Even if the Chen family really used the Sun family as a gunner, he at least had to make the gun sharper and be able to cause more damage to the Ling family. Even if the Sun family was really cannon fodder, Chen Jingxian had to let the sparks of the cannon fodder splash out a little more and burn the Ling family a little more. Chen Lao's words are true? After Sun Zhenwu heard Chen Jingxuan's words, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked for confirmation. Frankly speaking, the Sun-Chen alliance and the Sun family are just relying on the Chen family. These 2 families are well aware of this. The Sun family is attached to the Chen family and joins forces to fight against the Ling family. It is hard to say, but if the Sun family does not join forces with the Chen family, then if the Chen family loses, the Sun family will definitely be directly crushed by the Ling family. Don't think about it. Therefore, although Sun Zhenwu knew that the Chen family had been used as a gun, he could only swallow his anger and accept it. He had no choice, because he had no idea whether the person he invited could win against Ling Yun. This is only because Ling Yun is too heaven-defying. This point has been fully verified outside the gate of the cemetery. When Ling Yun raised his hand, he swept the entire Sun family. A family of dozens of people faced Ling Yun, unable to fight back. The Sun family has been completely frightened by Ling Yun. Moreover, the Sun family not only could not understand Ling Yun's strength, but it was also inconvenient to ask the Lu Mingjiu and Bailey family that they had invited, whether they were sure they could win. The Sun family invited others to come, originally, to help with boxing. If you ask the other party directly like this, doesn't that mean you don't believe them? That's hitting people in the face. What's more, even if you ask, it's a vain question. First of all, the battlefield is changing rapidly, fists and feet are blind, and the outcome is unpredictable. Every ancient martial artist has his own unique skills and trump cards when he reaches the realm of the first 9. This kind of top secret is related to the life of the family, who will take it out and say it. Another, the strongest member of the Sun family, is Sun Zhenwu. He is not only the strength of the 7th level innate realm, and he does not understand the terrifying strength of the first 9 realm. It's like an ordinary person. We all know that Tyson's fist is terrible, but as long as you don't fight Tyson, you will never know the power of Tyson's punch, a truth. And even if you experience it yourself, you still don't know, because Tyson knocked you down with a single punch. Do you know how hard he used? Therefore, when Sun Zhenwu faced Ling Yun, Chen Jingxian, Bailey Tianzhua, and Lu Mingjiu, he could only sigh and sigh. He had no idea about the battle between these people. If you are not strong enough, you will not have enough confidence, and you will inevitably suffer grievances. This is true everywhere. That's why Ling Yun cultivated every minute and every second, improving himself all the time, so that no matter where he went, no matter when he was, he would not be bullied by others. Chen Jingxian nodded with great determination. Zhenwu, please rest assured, because Master Lu Mingjiu and I are both Shaolin martial arts practitioners, we have had a lot of discussions. At that time, the 2 of them won't decide whether to win or lose. I can tell you clearly, I kill Ling Lai like killing a chicken. Hearing this, Sun Zhenwu was stunned. It took him a long time to figure out what Chen Jingxian meant, and he couldn't help but get excited. But soon, his mood dropped again, his face slumped, and he sighed, I'm afraid that little bastard Ling Yun will fight in person as soon as he comes up. These days, my eyelids are twitching, and I always have a feeling that Ling Yun must have cards that we don't know about. Today, in the eyes of the Sun and Chen family, Ling Yun is a demon. He is powerful, and he never plays his cards logically. Otherwise, they would not be so laborious in secret discussions, guessing, and discussing how to fight. Chen Jingxian smiled indifferently, that's okay, if Ling Yun starts playing from the first game, we have 13 supernatural power masters in total. No matter how many cards he has, he will definitely not be able to make it to the 5th game. Speaking of this, the expression on Chen Jingxuan's face became strange, and he smiled grimly. Don't forget, in addition to these people just now, I also invited 4 experts from the Sky Group to help. Shenwu, since we're going to ask about the location of the decisive battle tomorrow, I'll tell you today that the 4 masters of the heavenly group I invited all have a grudge against that little bastard Lingyun. One of them, 1 monk, 2 swords. 1 monk is the master of Jianhao and Jianjia of my family, and Master Zhikong of Shaolin Temple. The other is the fire priest of Longhu Mountain Tianzhi Mansion, 2 swords. One of them is Diyutong of Tianshan Tianjian School. The other is the Kunlun sword sect Ziyu real person. Lingyun killed 2 of my best grandsons. They are also the proudest disciples of Master Zhikong. Master Zhikong has long wanted to seek revenge on Lingyun. In the Battle of Longmen Mountain, Lingyun defeated the Tianzhi Mansion of Longhu Mountain. The 4 heavenly masters of the 8th level innate in Longhu Mountain were all wiped out by Lingyun. At the same time, Lingyun also killed Zai and Zheng of the Kunlun sword sect, and also seriously injured Zheng and Li Kunwu, thus forging a life-and-death feud with the Kunlun sword sect. As for Tianshan Tianjian sect, Shenwu, I don't need to tell what happened to the Qin family back then. I have the exact information here. Ling Yan's adoptive mother, Qin Qiuyue of the Qin family, is now suffering in Tianshan Tianjian sect. And Diyutong is the cousin of Qin Qiuyue's rival in love. You said, can he not do his best to fight against the Ling family? After Sun Jinwu heard this, he was horrified and moved, and stood up from the sofa excitedly. No wonder Chen Jingxian was so sure. It turned out that the people he recruited to help in the battle all had a life-and-death feud with Ling Yun. Master Zhikong from Shaolin Temple, real man of raging fire in Longhu Mountain, real man of Ziyu from Kunlun sword sect, Diyutong of Tianjian sect. Chen Jingxian grinned and said, in this way, Ling Yan's enemies are gathered in one place. Do you think the Ling family still has a chance of winning? How can Ling Yan survive this August? He looked up at Sun Jinwu and said with a gloomy smile, Jinwu, if I say this, you should have a bottom line, right? Sun Jinwu's lips trembled with excitement, and he actually bent over to Chen Jingxian. Chen Lao, you have no last resort. After this battle, my Sun family is willing to join the Chen family, but Chen Lao Ma will follow suit. Sun Jinwu said this, not because he was excited and said it out of his mouth, but he finally understood how terrifying energy Chen Jingxian has as a member of Huaxia Group. The Sun family used all the ancestral shadows, but they only invited Lu Mingjiu and the Bailey family, but what about Chen Jingxian? With just a little bit of lip service, so many forces can be brought together to deal with the Ling family together. Shaolin Temple, Longhu Mountain, Tianshan Tianjian sect, Kunlun sword sect, this is almost half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world. Sun Jinwu finally understood the real gap between his family and the Chen family. Although speaking of them, they were the 8 great families in the Chinese world, and one ranked 3rd and the other 4th, but the real gap was 100,000. 8,000 miles. If this battle is won, the Sun family will take this opportunity to join the Chen family, and they will definitely only make a profit and not suffer a loss. He. Chen Jingxian was very satisfied with the effect of this secret discussion. He stood up with a smile and said, if that's the case, we don't need to talk too much. Everyone rest early today, and we'll go to Ling's house together tomorrow. Sun Jinwu also knew that there was no need to talk anymore. He took Sun Tianluo to say goodbye and quickly left the Chen family's ancestral house. Uncle, the Sun family has finally taken the bait. It's really not easy. After Sun Jinwu and his son left, and returned to the living room, Chen Haipeng said to Chen Jingxian with a smile. That old fox Sun Jinwu is also the master who doesn't see rabbits and doesn't scatter eagles. If he doesn't show a little strength, how could he be so happy to take the bait? Qin Jingxian sneered and said casually, but after he finished speaking, his expression soon collapsed. He looked worried, and he was completely different from the one he had just now. Chen Haipeng asked in surprise, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Qin Jingxian said in a secret voice transmission, "Haipeng, you don't understand. Of course, our own strength is very important in this battle between the Sun Chen family and the Ling family, but there is another factor that even I am not sure about now." Chen Haipeng moved in his heart and immediately asked, "That's?" Qin Jingxian didn't sell off. He said directly, "The attitude of the Long Yi family. Punger, you have to know that our Qin family has been planning for many years, and in the last year or two, we have begun to really exert our strength. We originally planned to fight with the Long family, but who knows that something went wrong in the middle of the road, and you got into trouble with Ling Yun. Fiend. This little bastard, with the strength of one person, destroyed all the strength we accumulated from the open and the dark, and this is not enough. He is still aggressive and insists on destroying my Qin family. Our Qin family members have already reached the time of life and death. As a last resort, I decided to fight the Ling family's life and death battle. I must not watch the Ling family continue to grow. But in this way, invisibly, our Qin family was used by the Long family as spearmen. Our Sun Qin family fought against the Ling family, and the Long family just took advantage of the fishermen. The background of the Long family is unfathomable, and there are many eyeliners everywhere. They must have noticed the actions of our Qin family against the Long family, but their family is hidden because of their power. To be honest, your calculus was right. First turn the Chao family into a puppet, then force the Ling family to become our vassal, and then deal with the Long family. But what is it now? The Ling family has Ling Yun, and it happened. The earth-shaking changes. The strength has not lost to our Qin family, and he saved the Chao family, plus his parenting relationship with the Qin family, and his power in Qingshui City. Now the situation of the big Huaxia family has formed an implicit alliance of the Ling family, the Qin family, and the Chao family, to deal with our Sun and Qin alliances. At this time, you say, what is the key to the attitude of the Long Yi family? Therefore, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, after the battle between the two sides, the Long Yi family will help whoever rises, and whoever is destroyed will perish. That's the real worry in my heart. After Chen Haipeng heard this, he took a deep breath and felt a chill all over his body. To be continued. Big. Uncle, what should our Qin family do? Although Chen Haipeng is the head of the Qin family, his energy-raising skills are far from enough. After understanding this deep-level family game, he stammered a little. After all, even Qin Jingxian was worried. This was a matter of life and death for the Qin family. Qin Jingxian looked at Chen Haipeng and sighed slightly in his heart. He waved his hand and said, Haipeng, what I said just now is just Uncle's worries. In fact, it doesn't matter. Uncle here, there are still some backing hands. Qin Jingxian has no plans, and even now he still has a backer. It can be seen how deep and treacherous the game between the big families in the capital is. Without outsiders, Qin Jingxian asked Chen Haipeng to sit down, thought for a while, and then said, Punger, you think, Ling Yun's at the head of the Ling family, so why did Ling Zhen retreat? Where is he now? Ling Zhen? After being reminded by Qin Jingxian, if Chen Haipeng suddenly realized something, he immediately thought about it. Don't worry, the Yi family will not take action against our Qin family. Their family has the handle in my hands. The problem of the Yi family is whether to help the Qin family or not. Tonight, I will repair a book. When the time comes, you can take it and send it to the Yi family. This letter has two purposes. First, if our Qin family can win this battle after 3 days, we need the Yi family to restrain the Long family, lest the Long family take the opportunity to attack our Qin family. Second, if our Qin family really loses, this letter will allow the Yi family to save the lives of those of you who didn't participate in the war, and leave a bloodline foundation for our Qin family, so that Ling Yun won't be killed. Having said this, Chen Jingxian paused slightly, and then said, "As for the Long family, they also have the handle in my hands. Punger, you should understand that we want to deal with the dragon family because the dragon family has dragon blood, and our Chen family has blood orbs. Once these two are used together, our entire family can change their fate against the sky and have the same bloodline as the dragon family. But now, our Chen family's blood orbs have been given to Ling Yun, and the Long family is absolutely determined to win the blood orbs. And according to Ling Yun's temperament, he would definitely not give this blood orb to the Long family, because the Long family already knew that Ling Yun had dragon saliva, and had sent people to ask for it many times, but they didn't get a drop. Therefore, it's really unpredictable what decision the Long family will make when our two families are in a decisive battle of life and death. But when I think about it, this time the Long family should want to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, waiting for us and the Ling family to lose both, and then they can reap the benefits of the fishermen." Chen Haipeng already knew about Chen Jingxuan's later analysis of the Long family, so he was not surprised at all. However, he still froze and asked in shock, "Uncle, you have invited so many people, do our Chen family still lose?" Chen Jingxian said deeply, "Be careful sailing the 10,000-year ship. Crazy words are all for outsiders. You have to understand that Ling Yun is a cultivator, just like Sun Jinwu said, who knows how many trump cards are hidden on him." Then, he glanced at Chen Haipeng, and said in a secret voice, "A person who can cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, and demons is an ancient divine body, which is rarely seen in the world for hundreds of generations. This son of Ling Yun is a person who defies the sky. You have to be clear, where does Ling Yun come from, Qingshui City? Don't forget the Chinese proverb. The emperor and the emperor came out of the clear water, and Huaxia should rely on one person." Chen Haipeng was shocked. He never imagined that in the heart of the uncle, Ling Yun was so terrifying. With a pale face, he asked, "Uncle, if he is really that person?" Chen Jingxian sighed in the sky, "Our Chen family is more fortunate. Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort and invite so many people to help?" Chen Haipeng nodded blankly. Infected by Chen Jingxuan's low mood, he felt an unspeakable frustration in his heart. "But what does it have to do with Ling Zhen when we asked the Yi family for help?" Chen Haipeng remembered what Chen Jingxian had said at the beginning, and he asked with doubts. Chen Jingxuan's expression became solemn, and the voice transmission said into the secret, "Punger, this has to do with the two koan cases in Huaxia. A koan case is naturally that 20 years ago, the Ling family was besieged by both the righteous and the evil, and the family was almost wiped out. I don't know if your father told you that the initiator of that battle was actually related to Ling Zhen, the Yi family, and the Long family. As for the other koan case, it happened 40 years ago. At that time, the uncle was still in his prime. Although he had already emerged at the time and was called a peerless genius, at that time, the uncle's cultivation aptitude was very similar to that of the Long family and the Ling family. Compared with the real geniuses of the Qin family, they are simply not enough. It was the koan case 40 years ago that made Long Ling and Qin's three peerless geniuses dispatch one after another, and they are gone forever, and their life and death are unknown. And the initiator of that koan case is the Yi family." After listening to the koan case 20 years ago, Chen Haipeng didn't do much, but when he heard Chen Jingxian tell about the koan case 40 years ago, he was stunned, his mouth was open enough to shove a big duck egg. The koan case 40 years ago can be said to be extremely secret. Even the uncle was in the fog at the time, and he didn't know what happened. It was only later that the uncle became successful and joined the Huaxia group. Gradually I came to know some bits and pieces of secrets, and only then did I know that that koan case actually involves a terrifying secret of the earth. Punger, let me tell you. In fact, the Yi family is the spokesperson of Shushan in the secular world of China. Next, although Chen Jingxian still used voice transmission to enter the secret with Chen Haipeng, he lowered his voice very carefully, as if he was afraid of being heard by the gods above his head. Not to mention the shock that the koan case brought to Chen Haiping 40 years ago. Just because of that koan case, every little thing involved can be described as a shocking mystery. And the more Chen Haiping listened, the more surprised his face became. In the end, his eyes almost popped out. 40 years ago, the whereabouts of the people dispatched by the Long family, Ling family, and Qin family are still unknown. If those people can't be found one day, the incident will not end in one day. Also, 20 years ago, the Ling family's koan case, in fact, has a lot to do with the koan case 40 years ago. At that time, Yin Qingxian, the saintess of the demon sect, deliberately approached Ling Xiao, originally to find out some secrets of the koan case, with a very big purpose, but she actually did it and really fell in love with Ling Xiao, and gave birth to this son for Ling Xiao. Who knows? Who would have thought that this Ling Yun would become the enemy of my Qin family's life and death? In the end, Qin Jingxian looked resentful, almost gritted his teeth, and almost beat his chest and feet. Then, there is endless loneliness. Chen Haiping looked at the expression on his uncle's face that he had never seen before, and he had an illusion in a trance. Just when Qin Jingxian said those words to him, it seemed that he was explaining his last words. Even if Yu Lingyun is the third cultivation of Buddhism, Taoism and demons, what's the matter? What's wrong with the ancient divine body? What's wrong with the person who defies the sky? I want to compete with you for luck. As long as you kill you after 3 days, your luck, and the luck of the whole world, will naturally be transferred to my Qin family. In the end, Qin Jingxian suddenly stood up and roared like a mad beast. Beijing, northwest, near the edge of the 4th Ring Road, there is a beautiful high-end villa area. At this time, in a luxury villa with a single house, Qin Dongxue was wearing a snow-white lace pajamas, wrapping her delicate body in a delicate and graceful manner. At this moment, she was lying barefoot on her back on the large and comfortable sofa, staring at the dragon-patterned sword on the coffee table in front of her, dazed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly blushed and spat lightly. After another long time, Qin Dongxue waited for her mood to calm down again, and then said to herself, think about it. I've been thinking about it for more than a week, and I still have to think about it. No, if I let him think about it again, the two families will start a war, and Qin Chongqing must make a decision tonight. After talking to himself, Qin Dongxue immediately reached out and picked up the communicator beside him. The phone got through quickly. Hey, Qin Chongqing, how long do you have to think about it? In 3 days, the Ling family and the Sun Chen family will have a life-and-death battle. For Qin Dongxue to call his own name, Qin Chongqing has long been used to it, and he doesn't care at all. Qin Chongqing said with a smile, Dongxue, this matter has been considered for my father. We and the Ling family will not be allied for the time being, and our family will not participate in this battle. What? As soon as Qin Dongxue heard it, she jumped up from the sofa, and her voice immediately increased an octave. Don't make an alliance with the Ling family? I said Qin Chongqing, are you confused, are you crazy? Why? I can tell you, if you don't tell me a reason today, I will unilaterally announce for you tomorrow that the Ling family and the Qin family are officially allied, and I will play on behalf of the Qin family. Qin Chongqing was very helpless, so he had to laugh with him and explain to Qin Dongxue patiently. Dongxue, there are 3 reasons why I choose not to join the Ling family for the time being. First, with Ling Yun's current strength, the battle between him and the Sun Chen family must be a battle at the level of supernatural powers. Except for Ling Yu, no one in our Qin family can intervene at present. Second, I know what you mean, I want me to announce the 2 alliances, in order to build momentum for the Ling family, so as to suppress the arrogance of the 2 alliances of Sun and Chen, but, do you know that our Qin family and Ling family were in huaxia status? Once we openly announce the alliance, will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Long family and the Yi family. If they get involved, we will be doing Ling Yun a disservice. As for the third, the matter of our Qin family has reached the most critical time. As long as half a year later, it will be done. You said, in this situation, how can you tell me to stand up for Ling Yun and announce the alliance of Qin and Ling? Qin Dongxue lost her temper in an instant after listening, especially after listening to the third point. The third one is about the top secret of the Qin family. She did not expect that the matter had progressed to such a degree. In the end, Qin Dongxue said helplessly, well, it's always up to you, so let's do it with you, but I personally have to help Ling Yun participate in the war. Qin Chongqing saw that his daughter rarely compromised. He laughed and said, of course there is no problem with your participation in the war, it is up to that kid Ling Yun to let him go. Qin Dongxue was teased by her father, and she quit immediately. She raised her voice again, you can do whatever you need to do. Call me Ling Yu, and I want to talk to her. To be continued. The capital, outside the West 5th Ring Road, is the mansion of the Chao family. 10 days have passed since Ling Yun successfully treated the Chao family members, and the Chao family members returned to their homes, collectively. Now, the 10 Chao family members who have been successfully treated and recovered from blood clans to normal people have long returned to normal, and they have readjusted to normal people's lives. The entire Chao family has naturally returned to the previous life track, but the pain they have experienced, the pain of losing their loved ones, and the humiliation they have endured, everyone is deeply in their hearts, like a brand, eternal life. Do not forget. Under the leadership of Chao Zhuanxiong, the Chao family returned to the Chao family's mansion openly, but after they returned home, for 3 whole days, no one of the Chao family left the gate. During those 3 days, the whole house was terribly peaceful. On the 20th of August, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the Chao family finally made their first public appearance. 12 members of their family, men and women, young and old, went out together and went to the grave to worship their ancestors. They not only pay homage to ancestors, but also pay tribute to newcomers. On the ancestral tomb of the Chao family, nearly 20 new tombs were filled. Of course, the ancestral tomb of the Chao family is also a famous national cemetery in China, but it is in another feng shui treasure in the capital. That is to say, after the day of ancestor worship, the Chao family began to show up frequently, and their family's performance has never been higher. Some leading figures in the 3 realms began to enter and leave the Chao family frequently, almost stepping over the threshold of the Chao family. Mr. Chao has been in business for many years, and the power of the Chao family is mainly reflected in the secular world of China. Once he decides to act, the impact on the capital can be imagined. Of course, the influence caused by these actions is only between the high-level and top-level forces in Huaxia, and it has not spread, will not affect ordinary people, and is even less likely to be reported by major news media. It turned out that during the 3 days when the Chao family was extremely peaceful, the Chao family's mansion was actually extremely unsettled. The Chao family used the secret method to interrogate Chen Jiangui, who was brought back, and tortured him to extract a confession. They asked what secrets he obtained from each Chao family by using the evil eye. And after learning the secret, the actions of the Chen family, and then the Chao family made remedies one by one and began to fill the holes. It can be said that the process of interrogating Chen Jiangui by the Chao family is also the process of their revenge and venting. Chen Jiangui was tortured, and the pain he suffered was not much worse than that of Si Kong Tu in the Ling family dungeon. In particular, the Chao family have been blood clansmen. Everyone knows what the weaknesses of the blood clan are. Therefore, the torture Chen Jiangui endured can be imagined. Even to this day, Chen Jiangui is still not dead, and is still locked in the secret room of the Chao family. This is a real bloody feud. The Chao family has cut Chen Jiangui's hatred with thousands of cuts. How can they let him die so easily? The interests of the world are nothing more than power and money. Old Master Chow was still alive, and he personally took action. The power was amazing. Soon, the Chow family regained a lot of power, gradually regained control of the situation, and regained some vitality. At this time, the Qin family had already formed an alliance with the Sun family, and was fully preparing for a decisive battle with the Ling family. The Chow family does not have any masters, and its influence is only in the secular world. The biggest worry of the Qin family now is the Ling family. As long as the Ling family is successfully destroyed, even if the Chow family has tossed hard, what can they do to the Qin family? The big deal is that they will destroy the Chow family one more time. However, for the past 10 days, although Chao Juanxiong has made great moves and Chao Xingcheng has been active everywhere, Chao Tianlong, the only remaining male of the third generation of the Chao family, has never been seen. The Chao family experienced a disaster, and Chao Juanxiong finally realized that there is no real powerful person in the family, and all the power he has is nothing but a mirror. Therefore, after returning home, he only made one request to his grandson, Chao Tianlong. Practice, crazy practice. This is all the current situation of the Chao family. That night, another important person in the Chao family, and the most idle person in the Chao family, Chao Shanshan, was sitting in her boudoir, holding her cheeks, staring at a mobile phone in front of her in a daze. She was stunned. Trance. It has been 10 days since Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun were separated. During these 10 days, she has been thinking about it day and night, but she has not received a call from Ling Yun. She misses Ling Yun and worries about Ling Yun. Of course, Chao Shanshan tried to call Ling Yun more than once, but Ling Yun kept her cell phone in the space ring all day. How could she get through? Chao Shanshan even thought about going directly to the Ling family to find Ling Yun, but she knew the current situation of the Ling family. She was afraid that if she went rashly, it would cause chaos for the Ling family and Ling Yun. And Chao Juanxiong specifically warned that without his permission, Chao Shanshan could not go to Ling's house without permission. Really? Thinking about it, Chao Shanshan showed a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but said to herself, is it so difficult to make a phone call to someone? It only takes a minute or two at most. After complaining about Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan bit her lower lip lightly, and blamed her grandfather again. Grandpa is also true, now in the capital, who doesn't know the relationship between me and Ling Yun? Why don't people let others go to Ling Yun? Cough cough. There were 2 coughs outside the boudoir, and a slightly old voice sounded, yo, I said why I have been sneezing these 2 days, it turns out that this girl is talking about grandpa behind her back. Of course the speaker was Chao Juanxiong. When Chao Shanshan heard this, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly left her seat and ran over to open the door. Then she was stunned. Standing outside the door was not only Chao Juanxiong, but also Chao Xingcheng and Lu Qiongfang. Grandpa, Mom and Dad, why are you all here so late? Chao Shanshan asked, and quickly let the 3 of them enter the boudoir. Chao Juanxiong received the nourishment of the 1,000-year-old ginseng and the 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum sent by Ling Yun. Now his body is not only restored to its original state, but also better than before. His face is red and his voice is like a bell. After the old man entered the room, he directly sat on the sofa with a golden knife, and then looked at Chao Shanshan with a smile, with deep meaning in his eyes. Chao Shanshan's heart suddenly burst, knowing that her grandfather was looking for her tonight. She must have something to say. Sure enough, the old man spoke quickly, and he joked, why, are you thinking about that kid Ling Yun again? Still blaming grandpa behind your back for not letting you go to him? Chao Shanshan blushed with embarrassment after being heard by old man Chao. After Chao Juanxiong made fun of Chao Shanshan, he immediately looked straight and cut to the point. Shanshan, these days, it's not that grandpa doesn't let you see Ling Yun, but you can't go. Even if you go, that kid Ling Yun won't do it. free to accompany you. The Sun and Chen families are already allied, and the Ling family is going to have a life and death battle with these two families. This is a critical juncture. If you go rashly, wouldn't it cause chaos for Ling Yan? Chao Shanshan naturally understood Chao Juanxiong's painstaking efforts, so she had to nod lightly to show her understanding. Hey! Chao Juanxiong suddenly let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, actually, Grandpa and your father have been busy these days. One is for our Chao family to regain control of the situation, the other is to wait for the Ling family to come and find us. Chao Shanshan wondered, take the initiative to find us? Chao Juanxiong nodded, yes. Before going home, Grandpa had asked Ling Yun to agree to the engagement of the two of you. In fact, he clearly told him that our Chao family and the Ling family will be a marriage alliance in the future. After he finished speaking, Chao Juanxiong sighed and said, however, since the 15th day of July, Ling Yan crushed the Sun Chen family, Chen Jingxian proposed to fight the Ling family in a life and death battle, and then the Sun Chen family announced an alliance. Until today, the Ling family doesn't even want to ask our Chao family for help. This shows what? Mr. Chao was a little angry, frowned and said, this means that after Ling Yan returned home, he didn't even mention the marriage between the two families. Chao Shanshan hurriedly argued for Ling Yan, Grandpa, isn't Ling Yan busy? And he still has to practice, he must have forgotten. Humph. Chao Juanxiong felt a little funny in his heart, and said, that is, you stupid girl, you are still saying good things for that bastard boy at this time. Immediately afterwards, Chao Juanxiong said absent-mindedly, Ling Yan is not busy, he is aware of the battle between the Ling family and the Sun Chen family, our Chao family can't help him at all. People don't need us at all. But soon, Chao Juanxiong laughed again, with a look of relief in his eyes. However, although this kid is doing things a little bit, he really thinks about our Chao family, this battle, he doesn't want us the Chao family is involved. Hearing that the old man praised Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan was overjoyed. In fact, Chao Shanshan and Ling Yan had been together for so long, she didn't need to say anything from the old man, she understood what Ling Yan was thinking. But Chao Juanxiong glared and said, the bastard doesn't look for us, shouldn't we look for him? According to Huaxia's old rules, tomorrow is the day when the Ling family will tell Sun and Chen the location of the decisive battle. Then our Chao family must make a gesture tomorrow, so that all the forces in China will know that we will fight with Ling. The family alliance fully support the Ling family. Chao Juanxiong knows that with the current strength of the Chao family, he can't help the Ling family at all, but he can build momentum for the Ling family. Chao Shanshan covered her mouth in surprise, and she said in shock, Grandpa, what do you mean? Chao Juanxiong laughed. He glanced at his son and daughter-in-law with his eyes and said with a smile, Grandpa means that tomorrow is August 28th. On a good day, our family will go to Ling's house, collectively to propose marriage for you. At this time, Chao Shanshan noticed that her parents were holding things in both hands, one was holding an antique Nanma box, the other was holding a silk bag. Chao Xingchong and Lu Chongfeng looked at each other and smiled, and opened the wooden box and burden at the same time. Phoenix Crown. Xia Yu. To be continued. August 28th, a rare good day. This day was cloudless, the blue sky seemed to have washed away, and the thick smog that shrouded the capital on weekdays had all disappeared. At this time it is the end of the summer solar term, the weather begins to change from hot to cool, and the capital gradually has a hint of autumn air. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan had already arranged the battlefield for the decisive battle of life and death. He checked it carefully and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Then he left with Edward and returned to Ling's house from the Heavenly Killing branch in the capital. Ling Yan took what was supposed to be collected, and what was supposed to be taken. The current Jingqing Heavenly Killing branch, it seemed, was just a deep house compound in the deep mountains and valleys. Other than that, it was empty and nothing special. The battlefield has been arranged, and Edward will no longer be guarded here, so Ling Yun simply took him back to Ling's house. In order to prevent people from being followed, Ling Yun deliberately made a big circle. He first went straight to the southwest of the capital from outside the 6th Ring Road, and then drove the van to the ancestral house of the Ling family. This detour was delayed for half an hour, and they did not enter the gate of Ling's house until after 6 o'clock in the morning. When he entered the house, Ling Yun habitually used his divine sense to scan it, and found that everyone in the family, men, women, and children, who practiced ancient martial arts, had already woken up early to practice. In the entire Ling family's ancestral house, people were meditating cross-legged, closing their eyes, and exercising in the backyard. There are also dead soldiers of the Ling family in the competition, and there are shouts from time to time. Ling Yun smiled. He was very satisfied. This is what a Guwu family should have. The Ling family is prosperous. Of course, Ling Yun also saw Ling Xiao and Cui Lao. At this time, the two were in the Ling family's practice room, and they were also fighting against each other. Phantom Fish and Dragon Steps. These two people, Ling Xiao is currently the peak of the 6th floor of the innate, and Cui Lao is the peak of the 7th floor of the innate. Well, it's still my father who is great. He is a big step behind old Cui, and he is not lost to old Cui. Ling Yun only swiped with his divine sense, and saw that the real combat power of the two was similar, and neither of them could do anything about the other in a short period of time. Unless they use their own ultimate moves, of course that's impossible. Ling Yun took Edward and went straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. At the same time, he entered the secret through voice transmission, and informed Mr. Cui to come and meet. Soon, the two came to the 8th courtyard, stood at the door of Ling's dungeon, and met Jester, Pierce, and Els who came out. Boss. Ling Yun nodded, and without waiting for everyone to speak, he once again entered the secret through voice transmission, and also called out Paul in the dungeon. At this point, Edward, Pierce, Els, Jester, Paul, and the 5 blood clans finally got together again after the night of rescuing Ling Xiao. Jester and the other 4 blood clans, after greeting Ling Yun with great respect, all focused their attention on Edward. Their faces all showed expressions of shock, astonishment, and envy. Big Grand Duke Peak. Pierce and Els both looked at Edward in surprise, with unbelievable expressions flashing in their eyes, and stammered out. Yes, after last night, Edward has successfully advanced from the peak of the Marquis to the Grand Duke of the Blood Race. Before being embraced by Ling Yun, Edward was originally a high-ranking Marquis. After he was embraced by Ling Yun, he directly reached the peak of the Marquis. However, Ling Yun's bloodline and the power of the Dark Storm, the combined effect of the two is too powerful. The peak of the Marquis is just the beginning. After another 2 months, Edward already felt that he could advance at any time. Especially the night Ling Yun rescued his father, after he had a flash of inspiration, he put the blood orb into Edward's body. For the past 10 days, Edward has guarded the Deep House compound, where he can concentrate on his cultivation, plus the magical effect of the blood orb. He has long been unable to suppress his realm. At midnight last night, Ling Yun rushed there at the right time. He climbed over the mountains and reached the deep mansion compound, but found no trace of Edward. Ling Yun immediately maximized the range of his consciousness and quickly circled the valley. Then he discovered that Edward was on the top of a dangerous peak in the south of the valley. He had completely transformed, with blue-faced fangs, purple wings spread, and was being baptized by the moonlight, roaring at the waning moon in the sky. Of course Ling Yun knew what this meant. He immediately reached the top of the peak at the fastest speed, and his toes came to the top of Edward's head. Dying gathering star treasures. The power of the moon's lunar yin, in the form of moonlight, turned into a rainbow like a train, as if it formed a hanging tianhe, and instantly descended, covering the two of them. Immediately after that, Ling Yun was dual-minded, and ran the xuanhuan again, releasing the xuanhuan from his body continuously, a part of which was directly poured into Edward's body, and the other part turned into a thick yellow mist, which completely enveloped the two people. In an instant, Edward's tall figure like a demon was shrouded in Yuehua's training like moonlight and Lingyun's xuanhuan, and he also got a lot of xuanhuan in his body. Yuehua and xuanhuan, to the current Edward, are both nectar and jade liquid, almost like magic medicine. He bathed in them in an instant, and the tear-like pain, caused by the huge body's promotion and breakthrough, also disappeared immediately. No, it has become indescribably comfortable. That kind of feeling, as if the immortal brew is for the wine fairy, and as if the drug is for the addict, can only be described in case. Ow! As Edward let out a long howl, his demon-like stature soared by as much as 2 feet again, his body almost reached a height of 3 meters, his wings grew again, and his wingspan expanded by 2 meters, reaching a distance of 10 meters. Edward succeeded in the promotion in an instant and became the Grand Duke, and broke through one after another within an hour, reaching the late stage of the Blood Grand Duke in one fell swoop, just like the original Grand Duke Dracula. But this way, Lingyun was not satisfied. He smiled slightly, and simply did not do it again and again. Edward, you've already advanced, I'll give you another drop of blood, can you bear it? Now that Lingyun's treasured body has been completed, he has reached the peak of the second level of Qi training. In addition to his own mysterious bloodline, the blood in his body not only contains countless spiritual Qi, but also contains various immortal spiritual Qi, such as the golden immortal of the human Emperor Pen. Reiki, Xuanhuan, Immortal Reiki, of Earth Emperor Book, Dragon Reiki, etc. As long as Edward can handle it, he will benefit immensely. Edward's state was at its peak. He was full of confidence and said with gratitude and respect, "Master, Edward is willing to try." Well. Lingyun smiled, he bit his fingertips, squeezed out a drop of blood, and directly penetrated into Edward's dantian. Lingyun knew how domineering a drop of his own blood was, so he didn't dare to punch the blood directly into Edward's heart or the top of his head, for fear that he would blow Edward alive and there was no way to remedy it. At the same time, he said, "If you can't absorb it all, put the rest of the blood into the blood orb, store it, and I will help you when that happens." If it was Edward before the promotion, Lingyun would never dare to play like this, but now that Edward has been promoted to the late Grand Duke, his own blood control power is at least 3 times stronger, and with the help of the blood Yuan Zhu, Lingyun is responsible for protecting the law. He felt no problem. This is indeed the case. After Edward got this drop of Lingyun's blood, although his body was almost burst by the powerful force in his blood, he still endured the pain, survived, and successfully absorbed and fused the drop of blood. Half of his power, his realm has been improved again, and finally stabilized at the peak of the Grand Duke. The remaining half drop of blood, Lingyun helped Edward, and the two worked together to put it into the blood orb, allowing Edward to slowly absorb it. As a result, Edward directly crossed a major level in less than 2 hours, from the peak of the Marquis to the peak of the Grand Duke. His body has changed so much that Edward is at a loss. Edward is now in the state of a humanoid bird, with a height of more than 3 meters, and the purple wingspan is spread out, which is a full 12 meters. The purple wings have a metallic texture, like a demon in the dark night, standing on the dangerous peak. Bang bang bang. This is the sound of Edward's heart beating, strong and powerful, like a drum, more obvious than the heart beating of ordinary people. Moreover, his body really has a temperature, the blood is no longer cold, but hot. Edward's originally cold and indifferent eyes, even in the state of complete transformation, can be seen full of human emotions, and they are not blood red, but blue, like sapphire. "Master, I feel that I am alive, it is a real resurrection." This is Edward's true feelings, and he said it directly. Lingyun's thoughts moved, and there was a sterling silver arrow in his hand. He shook it in front of Edward's eyes, and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid?" Edward shook his head and said helplessly, "Master, don't talk about me. After our blood clan is promoted to the Grand Duke, the sterling silver that ordinary blood clans are afraid of, and the sun and flames, we are not afraid anymore. It's like a mouse is afraid of cats, but a huge mouse will never be afraid of a house cat. This is the change brought about by growth." Ha ha. Ling Yun laughed happily, immediately put away the sterling silver arrows, then took out a fire talisman, and called out. A fiery big fireball appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. Edward backed away instinctively, but he stopped immediately, and then, without even blinking his eyes. Not afraid of sterling silver, not afraid of flames, and certainly not afraid of sunlight. Brush. Qingying Feijian appeared. Ling Yun looked at Edward, smiled, and said, "Try your defense?" Edward's eyes were full of loyalty and respect. "Master, please do as you like." "Go." Ling Yun urged the Qingying flying sword to stab Edward's wings like lightning, only to hear a sound of gold and iron, and with a clang, the Qingying flying sword was blocked. Very good. Ling Yun had used 50% of his strength just now, but he exerted his strength again, using his divine sense to 70%. Chi-chi. Qingying Feijian could finally pierce Edward's wings, but it was very slow to use a dagger to pierce the hide with ordinary people. Ling Yun's spiritual sense moved, and the Qingying Feijian flew back, and then with a light drink, he used 90% of his power. Laugh. This time, Qingying Feijian pierced Edward's wings, without any suspense. Very good. Very powerful. In the next battle, you can help me. This is the whole process of Edward's promotion to the Grand Duke of the Bloodline. Next to Ling Yun, there is a loyal servant of the peak of the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. And now Edward's strength has far surpassed that of the original Grand Duke Dracula. To be continued. Now Edward, in the state of being completely transformed into a big humanoid bird, Huaxia's first-level supernatural power master, holding an ordinary sword, it is difficult to break through his natural defense. Because just now, Ling Yun was experimenting with the Qingying Feijian, and the Qingying Feijian was a low-grade spiritual weapon, and its sharpness was now almost the same as that of the underworld blood demon sword. The Blood Clan is inherently powerful, and his movement is as fast as lightning. Edward has such defensive power again, and the Blood Clan secret techniques possessed by the Blood Clan Grand Duke. These abilities add up. Ling Yun knows that Edward's strength will definitely be able to easily crush supernatural powers. A real master. Edward can definitely match the second-level master of the supernatural power level. As for the third level of the supernatural power level, whether Edward has the strength to fight, then Ling Yun is not very sure. With such strength, Edward could of course help Ling Yun in the next life and death battle. Edward now seems to be a living devil. Originally, Ling Yun did not intend to let the 5 blood races participate in the battle of life and death. He wanted to use his own strength to crush the Sun and Chen alliances. Because Ling Yun always felt that since the Blood Clan relies on absorbing the essence of the moon to grow and improve their level, then in a year, the moon is the most prosperous on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ling Yun vaguely felt that on the day of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 5 blood clans were very concerned about these 5 blood clans. There is a big chance. He wanted to wait until that night to help the 5 blood clans collectively advance to a breakthrough. But last night, after Ling Yun arrived, he found that Edward couldn't hold back his realm any longer and had to break through. He had to help Edward advance with all his strength. Although these 5 blood clans were all Ling Yun's servants, even if they were servants, Ling Yun didn't want to treat them indifferently. As long as they were all loyal, of course, this was the biggest premise. Ling Yun wanted to train them seriously. For Ling Yun, this was a brand new field. He was also very curious and wanted to see how far these 5 blood servants who had merged with his blood could grow in the future under his deliberate cultivation. That's why he would consider their clothes, and would go to Yixingchen to ask for Wu Jing demon silk cloth for them. At this moment, the Grand Duke Edward looked at the shocking and envious gazes cast by the other 4 blood races. He smiled gracefully, and said in a voice full of absolute respect, "Thank you, boss, for letting me spend the most wonderful night." Depend on. When Ling Yin heard this, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. He raised his hand to touch his forehead, almost crying without tears. Edward said, "What do you mean I made you have a wonderful night?" Sure enough, without waiting for Edward's voice to fall, Jester chuckled, showing a wicked expression, and said strangely, "Boss, I want you to give me the most wonderful night." When Ling Yin heard this, his forehead was filled with black lines, and his head felt as big as a bucket. "Patriarch, are you back?" Fortunately, at this time, Cui Lao rushed over from the practice room. He greeted Ling Yun, interrupted the conversation of the 6 masters and servants, and rescued Ling Yun from the embarrassment. "Well, I'm back." Ling Yun nodded towards old Cui, and gave him a reassuring look. Cui Lao immediately understood that Ling Yun had already set up the battlefield for the decisive battle of life and death. Ling Yun said with a smile, "Old Cui, I asked you to come here this time to ask if the 5 sets of clothes for these 5 guys are ready?" Cui Laoi Lu nodded quickly. "It's been done a long time ago, it's all done according to your requirements, and it's all here with me." As he spoke, old Cui moved his mind and took out all 5 sets of glowing black gold silkworm clothes. Now that Cui Lao has his own space ring, everything is as Ling Yin expected. It is too convenient to do things. "Come on, this is the clothes I have prepared for you. You will be in 1 set for each of the 5 of you. You won't have to worry about transforming in the future." The 5 sets of clothes for the Blood Clan were specially made, fully taking into account the situation that the 5 blood clans would transform at any time. With tight backs, the Wu Jing demon silk was extremely elastic. Even if they completely transformed into big humanoid birds, it doesn't damage clothes either. Ling Yan's move can be said to be done once and for all. "Thank you, boss." The 5 blood clans all rushed to take their clothes, with happy expressions on their faces, and their hearts were naturally more loyal to Ling Yun. The first embrace only relied on the constraints of the blood alliance to show loyalty, but now, these 5 blood clans are loyal to Ling Yun from the bottom of their hearts, which is of course different. Ling Yun smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, it's none of your business here." He sent the 5 blood clans to stay in the Ling family dungeon. For the time being, this dungeon was the shelter for the 5 blood clans. Ling Yun turned around and went straight to the 3rd courtyard. At the same time, he ordered, "Old Cui, I'm a little hungry now, arrange breakfast for me." "Well." Cui Lao laughed and hurriedly ran to arrange breakfast for Ling Yun. Ling Yun went back to his main courtyard, washed and changed clothes, and after breakfast, it was already past 8 in the morning. After breakfast, the first person who came to Ling Yun's room was Ling Lai. Ling Yun greeted Grandpa, then asked him to sit down, and the two started chatting. Ling Yunxian told Ling Lai in detail about his specific arrangement in the Tianxia branch in Beijing, and Ling Lai nodded repeatedly and smiled. After saying this, Ling Yun asked sternly, "Grandpa, according to the rules, will the Sun Chen family come to our house today to ask about the place of the final battle?" Ling Lai replied with a smile, "That's true, I think they should come after a while. In the battle of life and death, the right time and place are indispensable, especially after the time is determined. The geography is the most important, and they must not wait." When Ling Yun heard this, a look of light flashed in his eyes, and he said thoughtfully, "Grandpa, if I expect it to be correct, this time, the head of the Sun and Chen family should come over in person, and they will definitely take this opportunity to come to our house to inquire about the truth." Ling Lai laughed when he heard it. "You brat, you have thought of everything, that's how it should be. However, Yuner, what are your plans for this?" Ling Yun smiled, "Grandpa, don't worry, I promise to make them vomit 3 liters of blood today. At this moment, Ling Yan's consciousness moved, and he noticed that an old man came to the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, and was being notified that he was going to enter the Ling family. This old man was in his 60s, he was not good at ancient martial arts, and Ling Yun had never seen him before. Cough, it's Dong Xuanhuan here. At this moment, Ling Lai spoke. He stood up and said with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, "This person is Dong Rulan's father, that is, your father's father-in-law." Dong Rulan's father was of course Ling Zhao's father-in-law, but Ling Yun had nothing to do with Dong Xuanhuan. Ling Lai was naturally embarrassed when he introduced it. "Yuner, you sit and rest first, I have to go over to greet you in person." Ling Zhao's father-in-law, of course, is Ling Lai's in-laws. When people come to the door, Ling Lai must meet them in person, so as not to lose their courtesy. Ling Yun didn't care about Dong Xuanhuan's arrival. After all, Ling Lai personally greeted him, and his father Ling Xiao was also at home, so it was not his turn to receive him. He sat on the sofa, pondered for a while, and directly called Mr. Cui over through voice transmission, and told him that with a smile. Cui Lao nodded again, and immediately led the order away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a black luxury Lincoln sedan slowly stopped at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. The 4 people who got out of the car soon were Chen Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Zhenwu, and Sun Tianluo. The Sun-Chen alliance, the 2 of them really came together, and came to ask the Ling family for the address of the decisive battle. Of course, to ask for the location of the decisive battle, there is no need for these 4 people to come forward in person. They came here in person, naturally according to the plan, and took this opportunity to inquire about the truth of the Ling family. Humph! These bastards are really haunted. After Chen Jingxian got out of the car, he glanced up slightly and found that there were all kinds of vendors around the gate of Ling's house, and people pretending to buy things from them and bargaining. It's just that these people, while acting, turned their heads frequently and stared at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Needless to say, this is another clear and dark line shot by various forces in the capital. They knew that the Sun Chen family would come to the Ling family today to ask for the address of the decisive battle, so they came here early to keep an eye on the news. For these conspiracies, Chen Jingxian turned his anger into anger, but he had no choice but to let it go. He raised his head and glanced at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, and then motioned Chen Haipeng to come forward to negotiate with the guards of the Ling family, explaining their intentions. They were going to enter the Ling family. The guards guarding the entrance of Ling's house today are the 2 dead soldiers of Ling's house, Ling Yi and Ling Qi. I saw Ling Yi didn't even look directly at Chen Haipeng. He picked his nostrils with his index finger and said slowly, "I'm sorry, our master is very busy today, and I don't have time to see you." Ling Yi's voice was not high, but he secretly used his inner strength, just so that the spies in the distance could hear clearly. "Meet?" Chen Haipeng was immediately furious when he heard it. He was the head of the dignified Chen family. Today, he came to the Ling family to ask for the address according to the rules, but was turned away by a small guard? Humph! After Chen Jingxian heard it, his face turned cold with anger, he stomped his feet slightly, and the stone pavement under his feet was broken inch by inch. In just a moment, Chen Jingxuan's anger rose from his heart, and his evil turned to courage. Of course, Sun Zhenwu and Sun Tianluo were also furious. The Ling family wouldn't let them in, so they came here for nothing today, and it would be a shame to spread it out. But I can help you spread the word, tell the owner of your intentions, and ask him to decide. Ling Yi glanced at the situation and thought that these few people couldn't help but make a move, and he would have to die on the spot. He immediately said something slowly. Although the dead man is not afraid of death, he cannot sacrifice in vain. That would be stupid. Hurry in and report. Chen Jingxian was full of energy, and he simply spoke directly, with thunderous momentum. But at this moment, a woman in her 50s came out of the door of Ling's house, with a vegetable basket on her arm. She walked to the door, glanced at these people at random, and finally asked Ling Yi, what are these people doing? Ling Yi knew that a good show was coming, and immediately said lazily, Lu Ma, this is what address you want from our Ling family. I'm just going in to report. When Lu Ma heard this, she frowned immediately and said impatiently, oh, come to ask for the address? Is that right? As she spoke, Lu Ma raised her hand and took out a map from the vegetable basket, and handed it to Ling Yi. Then she said, Old Shui said, the address is marked on this map, let them take it away quickly. Net delays me shopping for vegetables. After speaking, Lu Ma glanced at the four of the Sun Chen family with disdain, and then walked away. As soon as Ling took the map, he shoved it into Chen Haiping's hand, and said lightly, the address is right here. Chen Haiping stood stunned, holding the map, he didn't know what to do, his face was blank. Really angry old man. After watching this scene, Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu were so angry that they almost vomited 3 liters of blood. At the same moment, in the third courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Yun, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and others couldn't bear it any longer, and at the same time burst into laughter. I still want to come to my Ling family to inquire about the truth, and I will be mad at you. To be continued. The head of the Sun Chen family personally came to the Ling family to ask for the address of the decisive battle. Who is Chen Jingxian? The ancestor of the Chen family, the peerless master of the Huaxia group. Chen Haiping is also the current head of the Chen family, and Sun Jinwu is the head of the Sun family. Even Sun Tianluo is the future head of the Sun family. Although it is said that asking for the address of the decisive battle, the two families can send anyone, as long as they know the location, but since these 4 people have come in person, according to the etiquette, the Ling family must be at least Ling Lai Lingyue level. The characters are greeted in person. It's a fight, but everyone is a big family, and the ceremony can't be ignored. However, nowadays, the head of the Ling family is Ling Yun, and Ling Yun has the final say, but he never plays cards according to the rules. What will happen in 3 days? Life and death battle. That is your life and death fight. The losing side is tantamount to being completely removed from China. This has already been ripped apart, who is still in the mood to play with you in those vain rituals? Moreover, Ling Yun had already guessed the purpose of these 2 families, and of course it was impossible to let them in. Didn't you come in person? I just asked 2 little guards to stop you, and I asked the grocery shopping aunt to greet you and give you the address. The Ling family only used 1 guard, an ordinary vegetable-selling aunt, to send the 4 away. The disparity in identity is too great, and this face is naturally enough to be ruthless. Ling Yun is now clearly hitting the faces of the Sun Chen family. Anyway, according to the old rules, before the decisive battle of life and death, the 2 sides in the decisive battle cannot shoot each other. Whoever shoots first is regarded as automatically breaking the rules. Moreover, Ling Yun is really not afraid of the 4 people at the door making an angry attack. If they are really dazzled by anger and dare to do something to Ling Yi and Ling Qi, then it will be in Ling Yun's arms, and he will not hesitate. He rushed out and killed the 4 on the spot. You come to ask for the address, I will give you the address. If you dare to do it, I will let you go back and forth, but save the trouble 3 days later. Really? The 4 people at the door, although all of them were shaking with anger and their faces were ashen, but they were all desperately suppressing themselves, and no one shot. They came to ask for the address for the decisive battle, and the Ling family had already given them. In Chen Haiping's hands. Even killing these 4 people would never have imagined that Ling Yun would use this method to give them the address. It was too much of a joke, and at the same time, it made it clear that he didn't care about them at all. Humph. Chen Jingxian suppressed his anger and said with a livid face, Punger, give me the map. Chen Haipeng walked over quickly and handed the map to Qin Jingshuan's hands. Qin Jingxian unfolded the map at will, glanced at it, and immediately saw the clear mark, which was marked with a red color pen, which was very conspicuous. The address is the northeast corner of the capital, at the junction of Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain, a valley surrounded by 5 mountain peaks. However, although the address is clear enough, there is something clearer. It is a sentence written in red on the map. The color is as red as blood, bright and dazzling. 3 days later, the Sun Qin family will be buried here. 12 large character silver hook iron paintings, like swords, show fierce killing intent. Wow, yeah. It's so arrogant, it's really an angry old man. Qin Jingxian was so angry after seeing it that he almost tore up the map and entered the Ling family on the spot. Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, and Sun Tianluo were curious when they saw this, and they came over to take a look. They were also angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, all of them gnashing their teeth. Suddenly, Qin Jingxian suddenly took a deep breath, exhaled, and shouted at the door of the Ling family, Junior Lingyun, I, Qin Jingxian, are here to give you the face of the Ling family, and I will come here in person today. What's the point? Qin Jingxian was so angry that he even directly asked Ling Jiaxing for his guilt. He really couldn't swallow this breath, he had to burst out. Our Ling family doesn't need your two to save face. Since the address has been obtained, get out of here. Oh, I kindly remind you, don't forget to prepare your coffin when you go back, it will be too late. Inside the Ling family's ancestral house, an indifferent voice came out in an instant. Every word was like a knife, rude. Of course, it was Ling Yun who spoke back to Qin Jingxian. This is the main home of the Ling family, so Ling Yun naturally would not let Qin Jingxian take advantage of it. You. Qin Jingshuan's whole body froze, and was about to speak again, but at this moment, he heard a playful voice behind him. Yo, isn't this old Mr. Chen? Who is this with, to make such a fuss? Qin Jingxian suddenly turned his head, his heart suddenly vigilant. He was really attacked by Ling Yun's anger, and he didn't even notice that someone entered within 2 feet of him. Long Haochang? What are you doing here? I saw that the person who came was about 40 years old. He had an 8-backed B waist, thick eyebrows and tiger eyes, and a face with a Chinese character. He was dressed in Xing-yi, and his clothes were not ancient or modern. He wore cloth shoes and walked briskly, but his figure was very stable. However, when this person spoke and behaved, his eyebrows were slightly raised, his eyes were frivolous, and while talking to Qin Jingxian, there was a hint of indescribable playfulness in his eyes. This is the person of the Long family, a cousin of the head of the Long family, Long Haoran, Long Haochang, who is half a step ahead. Long Haochang quickly came to Qin Jingxian, he swept left and right, greeted Sun Jinwu and others with his eyes, and nodded as a greeting. Then he smiled proudly and said, Oh, aren't your Sun Qin family going to have a life and death battle with the Ling family? This matter has been raging at the top, and it's already full of storms in the city. It's not good. I'm here today to represent my Long family, and see if I can be a gentleman for you guys, so that this big thing can be reduced to nothing, and everyone might as well turn battles into jade and silk. How about it? Long Haochang was straightforward, and what did he say? In front of the 4 most important figures in the Sun and Qin family, he told his intentions. Long Haochang's words revealed 3 meanings. The first is to criticize the 3 Sun Chenlings by name, saying that they are playing the game of life and death, which is not right at all. The second is to say that he is here to do peace and old affairs, and I hope that the 3 companies can sit down and negotiate, and they will not fight if they can. Finally, of course, it is also the most important. He said that he came on behalf of the Long family. His words naturally meant the Long family. This. Qin Jingxian heard a move in his heart, immediately raised his eyelids, and exchanged glances with Sun Jinwu next to him. In this look, too much information was exchanged. The Long family really intervened, and it was blatantly interfering. And looking at the meaning of the Long family, this is to play 50 big board games against the Ling family and the Sun Chen family, intending to let both sides die. Frankly speaking, if the Chen family is left aside, there is only Sun Zhenwu at this time, and he really wants nothing for the Long family to intervene. The current Sun family, relying only on their own strength, obviously only has the share of being crushed by the Ling family, and they wish that someone would come forward to suppress this matter. Because the Sun family did not have much hatred with the Ling family, their hatred with the Ling family was mainly concentrated on Ling Yun. Moreover, the cause of the incident was that Sun Xing, a playboy of the Sun family, provoked the evil star Ling Yun first. Now that the Ling family is too strong, for the sake of the 5 members who died, they put the fate of the family and the lives of dozens of members of the family in the water and fire. They had already confessed their cowardice, and they were all hiding from Ling Yun, but they were blocked at the entrance of the cemetery. The whole family was crushed and humiliated by Ling Yun. Their Sun family didn't dare to fight, they didn't want to fight, they were forced to do so, so they chose to form an alliance with the Chen family and fight the Ling family to the death. But the Chen family is different. The feud between the Chen family, Ling Yun, and the Ling family is too deep, and there will be a battle between the two. The only difference is time. Sure enough, after Qin Jingxian and Sun Zhenwu looked at each other, he sneered, raised his hand and threw the map in his hand to Long Haoqiang. Humph, Long Haoqiang, since your Long family wants to take care of this, you might as well look at this map first. Qin Jingxian is worried about not being able to enter the Ling family. Now that Long Haoqiang is here, don't you want to meddle in your own business, then kick the ball to you to see if you have the ability to let the Ling family show their faces? Long Haoqiang took the map suspiciously, opened it and glanced at it, his face suddenly gloomy. Who wrote this? How can you be so arrogant? Before he finished speaking, he heard a lazy voice from inside the Ling family's ancestral house. I wrote it myself, sir, what's wrong? Whose dog is this not on a leash, and it dares to run to the door of my Ling's house? When Ling Yun saw Long Haoqiang's appearance, he immediately took Ling Yu and Lao Chui and walked out of the Ling family's ancestral house. Besides Long Tianjiao and Long Tianyu, this was the first person from the Long family that Ling Yun met in the capital. Of course he had to meet Long Haoqiang for a while. Ha 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 ha. Qin Jingxian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, glanced at Long Haoqiang at random, and said jokingly, I see, Long Haoqiang, the Ling family doesn't buy your Long family's account at all, and they call you a dog. Ling Yun wants to destroy the Chen family, why doesn't Qin Jingxian want to destroy the Ling family? The book of life and death has already been written. Of course, it is impossible not to fight just because Long Haoqiang said a few words. Now he seizes the opportunity and plans to pull the Long family into the water. As long as the Long family is also provoked by Ling Yun, the Ling family will definitely fight this battle. Undoubtedly defeated. Crap, when did the Ling family become so arrogant? How dare they talk to me like this from the Long family? Could it be that they can't find death? Sure enough, Long Haoqiang was furious on the spot. Brush. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Haoqiang, and the man suddenly raised his hand. Crack. Crack. Facing Long Haoqiang's face is a crisp, positive and negative slap in the face. Long Haoqiang instinctively raised his hand to block, but the opponent shot too fast, he actually blocked it. You dare to come to my Ling family to pretend you are courting death. After Ling Yun finished slapping Long Haoqiang, he suddenly used Shun Long Howl and shouted, and then raised his foot again. Bang! Crack! This kick directly hit Long Haoqiang's knee, breaking Long Haoqiang's leg abruptly. To be continued. Would Ling Yun dare not show up? What an international joke. He was waiting for Long Haoqiang. Ling Yun was so angry with the Long family that he said he would break Long Haoqiang's leg, and he did what he said. As soon as Long Haoqiang appeared, before he could see Ling Yun's appearance, he was slapped twice by Ling Yun, and he also broke a leg. Ow! Long Haoqiang was inexplicably slapped twice, and he was stunned. Before he could react, his left leg was kicked off by Ling Yun. Under the severe pain, Long Haoqiang let out a miserable cry and fell directly to the ground. Crack! Ling Yun's second foot came again. He stepped on Long Haoqiang's other leg, and broke his second leg abruptly. He was talking about breaking Long Haoqiang's 2 legs, not even one less, otherwise, he would be in vain today. With these 2 slaps and these 2 kicks, Ling Yun's speed was really too fast, and even, except for Chen Jingxian, no one else could see Ling Yun's movements clearly, they just felt a blur in front of them. Chen Jingxian, who had seen clearly from beginning to end, was stunned when he saw that Ling Yun had discounted Long Haoqiang's legs as soon as he came up. The people of the Long family had their legs broken by the people of the Ling family? And still have 2 legs? Is the sun coming out from the west today? Chen Jingxian was shocked on the spot. Sun Jinwu, Chen Haipeng, Sun Tianluo, and the bright and dark lines sent by various forces in the distance were all stunned and dumbfounded. Not to mention outsiders, even Ling Yu and Cui Lao, who followed closely, were all stunned when they saw this scene clearly, and the 2 of them only felt their brains buzzing. Ling Yu closed his eyes and finished speaking. Elder Cui staggered abruptly and almost sat on the ground. It really broke Long Haoqiang's legs. Living ancestor, really living ancestor. At this time, Cui Lao's heart. There were only these 2 sentences over and over, and he was at a loss on the spot. Ling Yi and Ling Qi at the door kept rubbing their eyes. They looked and looked. After confirming several times, they finally confirmed this scene. It wasn't dazzling, it wasn't a dream, it was real. Family, the owner of the house, is not afraid of the Long family? The 2 dead men looked at each other, and both saw shock, consternation, and excitement in the eyes of the other. Court death. Bold. In the distance, 2 people came flying and whistling, their movements were shocking, they appeared in the field almost like lightning, and landed in front of Long Haoqiang, one left and one right, blocking Ling Yun, preventing him from continuing to shoot. These are the 2 spies sent by the Long family, both of them are congenital 6th-level experts. After they were shocked, they finally understood that the members of the Long family were beaten by Ling Yun, and they could no longer hide their identities, so they hurried over to stop them. Ling Yun was already angry, and naturally he would not take action again. He didn't even look at the people around him. He just smiled calmly and looked at Long Haoqiang, who was lying on the ground and howling miserably. The surnamed Long wants to walk sideways at the gate of my Ling's house. You are not qualified. Yesterday you came to my house to show off your power, that's because I wasn't there. If I were here, your legs would have been broken. Let me tell you, we don't need your Long family to make irresponsible remarks about our Ling family and Sun Chen's family. You can go to me wherever you come from. After you go back, tell Long Haoran for me that the current Ling family is no longer the previous Ling family. Let him be more polite to our Ling family in the future. My Ling family, don't bully. Epic. Ling Yun actually announced in public that if Long Haoran dared to be rude to the Ling family, he would even beat Long Haoran. That Long Haoqiang was beaten today is really not wrong. Ling Yun is really doing one thing and another, it's too strong, and he is so strong that he doesn't care about the Long family at all, and it's still before the battle of life and death with the Sun and Chen alliances. Isn't he afraid that after openly offending the Long family, will the Long family join forces with the Sun Chen family and directly destroy the Ling family? At this moment, this is the true thought of everyone present except Ling Yun. So, is Ling Yun afraid? The answer is of course not afraid. If afraid, Ling Yun will not come to the capital. When he was on Diaoyu Island, Ling Yun was not even afraid of the 9-colored robbery, let alone the Long family. Is the Long family stronger than Jiuzai Jieyun? Absolutely impossible. However, after being shocked, Chen Jingshuan's thoughts flashed, and after he quickly figured out some things, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Ling Yun offended the Long family. Sure enough, he is a young man, he is really crazy. The Ling family made Ling Yun the chief, but he still made a monstrous mistake. Brush. When Chen Jingxian thought of this, he appeared beside Long Haoqiang in a flash. He leaned down and immediately pretended to be concerned and asked, "Mr. Long, are you all right?" Then, Chen Jingxian turned his head and shouted to Chen Haipeng, "Punger, what are you still doing? Why don't you help save people? If your Ling family offends the Long family, then my Chen family will naturally take the opportunity to curry favor with the Long family and take the initiative to show goodwill to the Long family. This is ready-made cheap." Humph, this old man will pick it up cheap, but it's a pity that the hot face is put on the cold butt, and the scheming is in vain. Ling Yun didn't mean to stop Chen Jingshuan's acting, he just watched this scene with a sneer and didn't say anything. At this moment, a tall figure rushed out of the Ling family's ancestral house. It was Ling Lai. As soon as he went out, he looked up and suddenly stood still. Originally, Ling Lai was in his yard, chatting with Dong Shanchuan, but he did not forget to pay attention to everything that happened at the door, until he heard Long Haoqiang appear. Ling Lai could not sit still, and then heard Ling Yun go out. He started rushing out, who knows, hurry up, or come a step late. Ling Yun, this child, is good everywhere, but one thing is that he is too lawless. No matter who it is, as long as it provokes him, don't think about it. The Long family provokes Ling Yun even wants to beat Long Haoran, so Long Haoqiang is a fart? This time, the Long family was completely miscalculated. They wanted to do things for the elders, and wanted the Ling family and the Sun Chen family to turn their battles into jade and silk. As a result, not only did they fail, but their own family was brought in. In this way, who can intervene in the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sun Chen family? Who dares to intervene? Don't worry, Grandpa, I have my own measure. When Ling Yun saw Ling Lai coming out, he hurriedly transmitted the sound to the secret, so that Ling Lai could rest assured. Overcorrection must be overcorrected. If Ling Yun didn't play such a hand, the Long family would always think about riding on the head of the Ling family, and they would always be aloof. Even though Ling Yun knew that this battle was not easy to fight against the Sun Chen family, he knew that the two families were already at the end of the fight, and there was nothing to worry about. But the Long family is different. The people of the Ling family can't let go of the Long family. They always feel that they are inferior to the Long family. Any character from the Long family can point fingers at the Ling family. This is absolutely impossible for Ling Yun. Endure. He must change this situation, and today is the best chance. Because he did this in front of the Sun Chen family, this was just to create momentum for the Ling family and let all the forces in China know that the Ling family is not afraid of the Long family. In this way, coupled with Ling Yun's settlement of the dozen or so small families last night, adding the two together is equivalent to turning the entire capital's one-sided situation over. After this incident, the limelight and morale of the Ling family must have reached a peak in an instant. Don't be afraid of the Dragon family, or even the alliance of the three of you. As long as you dare to provoke me, I will beat you all. That's why Ling Yun didn't give anyone a chance. He stepped on Long Haoqiang as soon as he came up, and said something like that. Domineering enough. Arrogant enough. The Ling family can't be bullied. After talking to Ling Lai, Ling Yun smiled at the two Long family spies in front of him with red lips and white teeth. If you want to do something, just do it. If you don't dare, just carry Long Haoqiang and get out. The two Dragon Clan spies looked at each other and saw the deep fear in each other's eyes. They held back their breath and did not dare to attack Ling Yun. Long Haoqiang's half-step and first nine were all blown up, and they shot, only to be killed in seconds. Really boring. Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and there was an envelope in his hand. It was the letter from Long Hauran. He held the corner of the envelope with his 2 fingers and threw the letter on Long Haoqiang's face. Return the original. Remember what I said, get out of here. After speaking, Ling Yan put his hands behind his back, Sir Shiran turned around, and was about to return to the Ling family's ancestral house. However, before he could take a few steps, his heart suddenly moved, he stopped, and turned his head to look at the road in the distance. There, several cars were approaching quickly. Ling Yan's consciousness swept away, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be someone from the Chao family. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, Lu Qiongfeng, Chao Tianlong. Of course, there is also Chao Shanshan. This family of 5 actually came in a luxury RV, and the performance can be described as absolutely high profile. And behind this car, there are also 3 large cars, and the back compartments are filled with a lot of things, and they are all kinds of luxurious furniture. Ling Yan noticed that the first big car that followed had an old big bed in the back compartment. The big bed was square and incomparably wide, with 4 pillars at the 4 corners and a flat-top canopy on top. Not only was he carving dragons and phoenixes, but he also felt a kind of spiritual energy fluctuation. Dragon gas. Royal air. This is actually a dragon bed. After Ling Yan saw it clearly, he was also a little stunned. He thought, didn't he? This is too exaggerated. Soon, the 4 cars came to the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house and all stopped slowly. As soon as the luxury RV stopped, the 5 members of the Chao family got out of the car one after another. Chao Juanxiong glanced at the audience. He stayed on Chen Jingxian and Chen Haipeng for a while, then crossed Ling Yan, and finally set his eyes on Ling Lai. Ha 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 ha, Elder Ling, I didn't expect your house to be so lively today. The corner of Ling Lai's mouth twitched, and he thought that it would not be lively. The 7 major families in the capital, except for the Yi family and the Li family, are all here. But Ling Lai still strode up to meet him. Old Chao, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why did it blow you over? Chao Juanxiong laughed loudly and said loudly, Old Ling, didn't you ask this knowingly? Our Chao family has sent the dragon bed to you, so of course we are here to propose marriage to your Ling family. To be continued. The Chao family proposes marriage with the Ling family? And they even sent the dragon bed that was inherited from their family's ancestors? The surrounding Sun and Chen alliances, as well as the people of the Long family, were all shocked and shocked. Even Long Haoqiang of the Long family sat up from the ground in shock at this moment, and he was dumbfounded. Propose marriage? Who is the Chao family trying to propose? Is it to propose marriage to Chao Tianlong? Because according to Chinese marriage customs, generally speaking, it is the man who takes the initiative to come to the house to propose marriage, and few women come to the house with great fanfare and go to the man's house to propose marriage. However, Chen Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, and other big figures in the field just glanced at Chao Tianlong and immediately rejected the idea. Just because Chao Tianlong was dressed too casually today, it wasn't formal at all, and it didn't look like he was coming to propose marriage to him at all. Moreover, if the man goes to the woman's house to propose marriage, how can he send a bed? The bed has been sent to the woman's house. If the bride and groom get married in the future, should the wedding ceremony be carried out at the woman's house? It's impossible. Those who have brains in the field, thinking this way, the answer in their hearts immediately comes to the fore. The Chao family came to the Ling family today to propose marriage to Chao Shanshan. This is a kiss. Humph. Thinking of this, Chen Jingxuan's face was ashen, and he couldn't help snorting coldly. In fact, the Chao family came to the Ling family today, and it doesn't matter who they propose, how they propose, what matters is the timing of the Chao family's choice. 3 days later, the Ling family will have a life-and-death battle with the Sun Chen family. Today, they personally came to the Ling family to ask for the address of the decisive battle. Ling Yan first used 2 little guards to keep Chen Jingxian and others out of the door, and then asked a grocery shopping aunt from Ling's family to send out a map, crushing the face of the Sun Chen family to smashes. It can be said that he severely beat Sun Chen, the face of the League. Then Long Haoqiang came, and before he could say a few words, he was suddenly killed by Ling Yun, slapped twice, and kicked and broke both legs. The Ling family's limelight is unparalleled for a while. The Ling family is the most powerful. At the most arrogant time, the Chao family came to the Ling family to propose a marriage. In fact, it was to marry, and openly announced the alliance of the Ling and Chao too. The Chao family didn't come early or late. The timing was really good. The Chao family is building momentum for the Ling family. At this time, Ling Lai, Chao Ju and Xiong, 2 big hands clasped in one place, clasped each other tightly, and shook it a few times. At this time, others need to guess who the Chao family is proposing to. Does Ling Lai still need to guess? Isn't her future granddaughter-in-law standing there shyly and timidly? In a family as big as the Chao family, the woman took the initiative to propose marriage. How much face did this give to the Ling family? Old Chao, at this critical time, why do you say you are here in this muddy water? Ling Lai held Chao Juanxiong's hand tightly, with a look of gratitude and a hint of apology in his eyes. He said through a voice transmission, I know everything about Yunar and Shanshan's child. Originally, I wanted to let's just wait for this battle to pass. If my Ling family is lucky enough to win, I will personally bring Yunar to the door and go to your house to propose marriage. Chao Juanxiong laughed when he heard it, and he didn't need to transmit a voice to enter the secret, but said directly, Old Ling, our Shanshan and your Lingyun child are a match made in heaven, and these 2 children have been together for so long, their ears and temples are grinding together. The relationship is very deep. I think it's time to decide the marriage for them. As for who will propose the marriage, these are all small details. How old is Chao Juanxiong? Not only did he not cover up the matter of proposing a marriage, but he only used a few words and understated it, and said the matter. However, Chao Juanxiong took the 5 words, now is the time, very seriously. He used internal force to let everyone present hear it. Even while speaking, Chao Juanxiong glanced at Chen Jingxian, intentionally or unintentionally, with hatred and cold hostility in his eyes. The Chao family, specially chose this time to slap your Chen family in the face, and to create momentum for the Ling family. Isn't your son Chen an alliance? Then my Chao family will directly marry the Ling family. Good. It's time. Ling Lai naturally understood the meaning of Chao Juanxiong's words. He couldn't help saying 3 good things in a row, and helped Chao Juanxiong to emphasize again. Now the relationship between Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan has long been known to the whole world. The engagement of these 2 people is a matter of course, and it can be done at any time. However, Chao Juanxiong specifically chose this timing. The purpose is self-evident, and Ling Lai does not understand. On this side, Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong were talking about speculation, and on the other side, Ling Yu couldn't care about others. He had already stepped forward and came to receive Chao Xingchong and his wife specially, and naturally they also exchanged warm greetings. Today, the face of the Ling family has gained a lot. Ling Yu, the real head of the family, must of course do his best as a landlord, and he cannot neglect the Chao family. As for Ling Yun, the focus of the scene, since Chao Shanshan appeared, he has never seen anyone else, and he has left everything behind. Just because today's Chao Shanshan is very different from usual, the 2 haven't seen each other for more than 10 days, she actually gave Ling Yun an astonishing feeling. Chao Shanshan was originally the first schoolgirl of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Even in the beautiful city of Qingshui, her beauty is also top-notch. Today, when she came to propose a marriage, she deliberately decorated her, and her whole person was full of radiance, which is normal. But these are not important in Ling Yun's eyes. What is important is that Chao Shanshan returned to the family. After staying in the family for so many days, as the vitality of the Chao family recovered, the haze in Chao Shanshan's heart was swept away, and her whole body and mind was filled with an incomparable feeling. Her confidence, the aristocratic aura cultivated in the top Chinese family, was perfectly displayed, giving her an amazing charm. Noble princess, glamorous goddess, unattainable. At this moment, this unattainable princess goddess, with spring water in her eyes and tenderness in her beautiful eyes, only looked at Ling Yan alone. If you don't see each other for one day, it's like every 3 autumns, how about more than 10 days? Shanshan. Ling Yan used his body technique to cross a distance of more than 20 meters in one step and came directly to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan didn't expect to see Ling Yan as soon as she arrived at the door of Ling's house, which surprised her inexplicably. She was so excited that she couldn't say 1,000 words in her heart, but she couldn't say a word of excitement at this moment. Chao Shanshan's beautiful eyes blinked lightly, and a layer of water mist covered her eyes. She just said softly, "Ling Yun, you've lost weight." Just this sentence contained Chao Shanshan's all kinds of worries, all kinds of tenderness, and endless concern. It's better to be thin than fat. Ling Yan said something casually, then he raised his hand, wrapped around Chao Shanshan's Ying Lu waist, and walked towards the door of Ling's house with her in his arms. "Come on, let's go home." Now that Chao Shanshan is here, Ling Yan is too lazy to pay attention to those people at the door of the house. Anyway, the address for the decisive battle has also been given, and Long Haoqiang has also been stepped on. The Ling family has earned enough face today. Chao Shanshan was embraced by Ling Yan, but she felt her tender body warmed up in the place covered by the big hands, her mind swayed, her body tightened, and she said shyly, "I haven't said hello to Grandpa Ling yet." "It's rude." Ling Yan smiled and said, "Didn't you see that the 2 old men are busy? It's not too late to say hello when you get home." Then, Ling Yan sent a voice transmission to old Shui, "You don't need to unload the car at the door, let the 3 cars drive directly to the door of Ling's house." Now the core characters of the Ling family all have space rings. Of course, there is no need to unload the car. As long as the vehicle enters the Ling family, Ling Yan will use the space ring to collect the things, and then go back to his room to take it out and put it away. I have to say that having a space ring is really convenient. In this way, Ling Yan actually embraced Chao Shanshan in public, swaggeringly returned to the Ling family's ancestral house, and went straight to the courtyard of his master. As for Qin Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, Sun Tianluo, and others, Ling Yan didn't say a word to them from going out to entering. He chose to ignore these people because in Ling Yan's eyes, these people are already dead. "Shanshan, your waist is thinner." Entering the house, on the way back to the house, Ling Yan took Chao Shanshan's big hand, and began to be dishonest, rubbing and wandering for a while. Although Chao Shanshan was shy in her heart, she enjoyed Ling Yan's tenderness very much. She didn't resist at all, she just said shyly, "People are exercising." Ling Yan nodded, staring at Chao Shanshan's chest with a pair of thief eyes, and solemnly said, "The chest is bigger." "Fuck you. You've already become the head of the Ling family, but you're still so rude." Chao Shanshan's heart was beating wildly, and she was almost unable to walk. "It's too slow." With the jade man in his arms, Ling Yan felt that walking slowly like this was really too slow. Before he finished speaking, he squeezed Chao Shanshan into his arms with a slight force on his left arm. Chao Shanshan shyly whispered. Ling Yan laughed, and with a change of shape, he came to the 3rd courtyard of the Ling family, and then flashed back to his room. "This is my own yard, or it's quiet here." After entering his room, Ling Yan did not put Chao Shanshan down, but sat directly on the sofa with her in his arms. He lowered his head, looked down at Chao Shanshan's extremely beautiful face, and said with a wicked smile. Chao Shanshan's heart was beating wildly, her glamorous face was flushed red, she breathed quickly, and said, "You, what are you doing?" Ling Yun didn't speak. He lowered his head, aimed at Chao Shanshan's lips, and kissed it hard. Chao Shanshan let out a snort, and a pair of pink arms wrapped tightly around Ling Yun's neck, warmly responding to Ling Yun's kiss. The entrance of the Ling family's ancestral house. This kid is really... Ling Lai originally planned to call Ling Yun over and ask him to greet Chao Juanxiong, but who knows, before he could speak, he saw Ling Yun go in directly with Chao Shanshan in his arms, and he felt helpless. Instead, Chao Juanxiong laughed and said, "Old Ling, we are all old, those old rules are useless to these children now." Ling Lai laughed and said, "Anyway, it's your granddaughter who abducted, as long as you can see." Then he took Chao Juanxiong's hand, and said arrogantly, "This is not the place to talk, let's go home, I will entertain you today." Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong, under everyone's attention, the two giants held hands and entered the door of the Ling family side by side. This iconic scene instantly spread to all the major forces in the capital. The Ling family and the Chao family got married and officially formed an alliance. To be continued. Brother Chao, my third brother Ling Xiao, is at home right now. How about we go into the house and talk? Ling Yu saw Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong entering the gate of Ling's house, and immediately suggested to Chao Xingcheng with a smile. The Chao family came to propose marriage today, and it was for Chao Shanshan, so Ling Xiao and Chao Xingcheng were the real masters, and Ling Yu was not. Chao Xingcheng laughed, "That's how it should be." At this moment, Cui Lao also came over and reported to Ling Yu, "Second master, the owner just said that these cars should be driven directly into the yard." When Ling Yu heard this, he instantly understood Ling Yun's intention, so he smiled and nodded. Chao Xingcheng also turned his head and said to Chao Tianlong, "Tianlong, I'll leave it to you, and take care of driving these cars into the yard." Chao Tianlong nodded and smiled, "Please rest assured, father." Therefore, Ling Yu took Chao Xingcheng, Lu Qiongfeng and his wife and immediately entered the Ling family's ancestral house. At the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, now only Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong are left, as well as the Chao family's cars and drivers. Chao Tianlong, under the command of Lao Cui, began to greet the drivers to drive the 3 carts full of things into the Ling family's ancestral house. Chen Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, and the others always stood at the gate of the Ling family, watching all this silently. Even Long Haoqiang, whose legs were broken by Ling Yun, did not leave immediately, but after a simple healing, he endured the pain and observed everything in front of him. The Ling family has changed, it has really changed. And it's an earth-shaking change. Once upon a time, as long as the people of the Long family came to the Ling family, no matter who came, the people of the Ling family would sweep the couch and greet them with respect. Even when Long Haoqiang came to deliver the letter last night, this was still the case. But what about today? Long Haoqiang had just arrived at the gate of Ling's house, and before he could say a few words, not even 2 minutes, Ling Yin rushed out and slapped him twice, and even broke both legs. This is in broad daylight, at the gate of the Ling family, and in front of the most important person in the Sun and Chen family. Just now, Long Haoqiang was lying on the ground, his leg was broken and howling. However, the 2 core figures of the Ling family, Ling Yu and Ling Lai, rushed out of the Ling family one after another. There is no meaning at all, not even the surface effort. They didn't even say anything about Ling Yun's actions. The Ling family obviously acquiesced in all this. How dare the Ling family acquiesce to all this? Dare to be rude to the people of the Long family? Where did the Ling family come from? Where did the foundation come from? Is it because there is one more Ling Yun in the Ling family? Mr. Long, Ling Yun's younger generation, is so arrogant and domineering, and his actions are so extreme. You should have a deep understanding of it now. I wonder if your Long family is still willing to mediate for our life and death battle? Chen Jingxian suddenly spoke lightly, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his words, and he was trying his best to provoke. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Humph. Long Hao snorted coldly, but did not answer directly. He deliberately avoided this topic. Frankly speaking, Long Haoqiang is just a cousin of Long Haoren. His status in the Long family is not very high, and he has no right to speak about such important decisions. Yesterday he came to deliver the letter, and today he came to ask for the result. The reason why he is so tyrannical is only because he is from the Long family, and he just borrowed the power of the Long family. Until he was beaten, he still maintained his past to the Ling family. Thinking inertia and attitude. However, now that he has been beaten by Ling Yun, Long Haoqiang has no idea whether the Long family will stand up for him because of this. Not to mention, will the Long family directly tear up their face with the Ling family for him? What's more, the Chao family has already married the Ling family, and the two are openly allied. Although the Chao family's status in the ancient martial arts world is not a big deal, when it comes to power in the secular world, even the Long family and the Yi family can't be underestimated. The marriage of the Chao family and the Ling family had a huge impact on the secular world in China. Because the current Ling family is essentially no longer the original Wu Shaman, and no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can come and pinch twice. Otherwise, how could Ling Yan not say anything, and beat Long Hao violently when he came up, and he dared to speak out? If Long Haoren dared to treat the Ling family as before, Ling Yan would even beat him. How much confidence and strength does it take to be able to say this? It's absolutely impossible that it's just because of arrogance. Sure enough, Long Haoqiang's idea was immediately verified. The communicator he was wearing rang, and a text message came. Long Haoqiang quickly took out the communicator and glanced at it, only to see only 2 words on it. Return. Long Haoqiang's mouth twitched, like an eggplant hit by frost, wilting. Because he had a vague premonition that he might have been beaten today, and it was really a waste of time. In this situation, it would be very difficult for him to get back in a short period of time. Long Haoqiang squeezed the letter that Ling Yun threw to him. He raised his head silently, stared at the word Ling Zhai on the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house again, and said to the 2 spies of the Long family in a low voice, "You two help me back. This gate, he came yesterday, and was treated as a guest, he could show off his power and show his power, but today, not only did he not even enter the gate, but his legs were broken at the gate. It's only been 1 night." The 2 spies took the lead, immediately helped Long Haoqiang, got him back to the car, and drove away quickly. Humph. The Long family is just like that. Chen Jingxian found that he really had a hot face and a cold butt, and couldn't help but look ashen, looked at the shadow of the car that Long Haoqiang quickly left, and said coldly. Sun Jinwu asked in a low voice, "Old Chen, what should we do now?" Now, the 3 big cars of the Chao family have entered the gate of the Ling family one after another, and Lao Chui and Chao Tianlong have also entered the Ling family. At the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, there are only 4 people from the Sun and Chen family. They are always left aside. How embarrassing it can be. Humph. Chen Jingxian snorted again. He suddenly clenched the map in his hand into a ball, and said angrily, "What else can I do?" 3 days later, the battle of life and death. Punger, let's go. Ling Yi folded his arms and stood at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, smiling as he watched the Sun and Chen family go away. He suddenly turned his head and asked, "Ling Qi, are you having a good time today?" Ling Qi laughed directly, "Boss, do you still need to ask?" "Today is really cool, our Ling family has never been so proud." Ling Yi laughed and said, "Looking to make you happy, where did this go?" "The more fun is yet to come. Let's go, the show is over, and our mission has been completed. Go back and report to Mr. Chui." At this time, the Ling family was extremely lively. Ling Lai invited Chao Juanxiong to the backyard alone, and went to his own small courtyard. The 2 were talking alone, of course, having a secret discussion. For the time being, Ling Yu invited Chao Xingchong and Lu Chongfeng to his own yard. In the best of the landlord's favor, he invited them to drink tea and chat. Of course, what he said mainly revolved around the marriage between Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. At this time, Dong Xuanhuan had come to the fourth courtyard of the Ling family, which is Ling Zhao's courtyard, and was sitting there drinking tea slowly. Facing Ling Xiao, who was always silent, and Dong Rulan, his daughter, who was happily running, Dong Xuanhuan opened his mouth several times, but held back. He hesitated, not knowing where to start. Because at the beginning, Dong Rulan wanted to marry Ling Xiao, and Dong Xuanhuan considered his daughter's lifelong happiness, and he strongly opposed it. If it wasn't for Dong Rulan's begging and even pushing each other to death, the marriage between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan would not have been possible at all. In the past 18 years, apart from the day his daughter got married and the day Ling Shui was born, Dong Xuanhuan had never been to the Ling family again. Today, this is the third time he has climbed the door of Ling's house. This is because the person Ling Xiao deeply loves is another woman, Yin Qingxian, the saintess of the demon sect. Every father who loves his daughter and is responsible for his daughter will not agree to his daughter marrying a man who does not love her at all. This is human nature. However, his daughter was looking for Ling Xiao, and even knowing that Ling Xiao didn't love her at all, she was willing to marry him. Dong Xuanhuan, a father, could do anything but accept it reluctantly? In the capital, the Dong family is a small family. In terms of size, it is even worse than the families who came to the Ling family to make trouble last night. Dong Xuanhuan is upright, and he never wants to be high on others. Therefore, because his daughter married into the Ling family, he did not curry favor with the Ling family, and used the power of the Ling family to develop his family. This is extremely rare, and only such a father can cultivate such a virtuous daughter. I'm here this time for two things. Dong Xuanhuan was silent for a long time before finally speaking, breaking the embarrassment in the room. I never paid attention to the disputes between your big families. It was only late last night that I heard that your Ling family was going to have a life and death battle with the Sun Chen family. I also knew about those families who wanted to terminate cooperation with your Ling family. Having said that, Dong Xuanhuan took out a bank card from his body and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. There are 700 million in it. I put it together overnight. When your Ling family uses the money, use it first. Ling Xiao felt like he was struck by lightning, his heart was full of blood, and there was a loud bang in his forehead. Dong Xuanhuan has not been to the door of Ling's house for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, when he heard that the Ling's house was in trouble, he would visit the door immediately, and he would give money as soon as he came. Ling Xiao, of course, knew Dong Xuanhuan's worth. Their family's property, movable and immovable properties combined, would definitely be less than 500 million yuan. The extra 200 million yuan must have been temporarily raised by Dong Xuanhuan. The Ling family is in trouble. At the juncture of life and death, some people fall into trouble, and some people help in the snow. Not for you. Ling Xiao was about to speak, but he heard Dong Xuanhuan say again, I did this for Rulan and for my precious granddaughter, Xiaoxue. As for the other thing, I have been holding it back in my heart for more than 10 years, and I have to say it today. No daughter Mo Ruafu, my daughter, follows you Ling Xiao. I know exactly what kind of life she has been through for more than 10 years and what kind of grievance she has suffered. My Dong family has never coveted anything from your Ling family. I only hope that no matter what happens to your Ling family in the future, you will be worthy of the 18 years my daughter has paid for you. Ling Xiao lowered his head. In the bedroom, Dong Rulan looked up to the sky, her hand suddenly covered her face, but she couldn't stop the hot tears rolling down. To be continued. Hold back for a week. I thought about this plot for a long time, wasted millions of brain cells, and finally wrote it out. I am very satisfied with the writing. If you don't like this chapter, you can smack me. It's cool to vote for the monthly ticket. At this moment, in Ling Yan's room, in the third courtyard of the Ling family, the room was full of spring, and the sound of singing and whispering could be heard from time to time. Chao Shanshan lay on her back on Ling Yan's legs. Her clothes were already disheveled. She let Ling Yan's big hands move around her satin-like smooth body. Her face was flushed, and she was out of breath. Suddenly, Ling Yan's mouth left Chao Shanshan's snow-white plump chest, and he suddenly raised his head. Ling Yan listened intently, and couldn't help a helpless bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. Hey! He suddenly sighed deeply. Ling Yan, what's wrong? Ling Yan stopped what she was doing, and Chao Shanshan finally got a chance to breathe. She sat up quickly, blushing, and hurriedly arranged the messy clothes, and asked Ling Yan doubtfully. The two reunited after a little farewell. Just now they had a warm and tender moment. Today they are officially engaged. There is no barrier between the two of them. They are only one step away from the last step. Unexpectedly Ling Yan stopped at this moment. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral house, and he could have a panoramic view of everything that happened in the Ling family's ancestral house at this moment. At the same time, he silently recited the Qingxin formula to extinguish the rising flames in his body. It has been nearly 2 months since Chao Shanshan was rescued, and now Chao Shanshan has recovered to her peak both physically and mentally. Long before the Chao family's accident, when they were in Qingshui City, Ling Yan and Chao Shanshan had crossed the defense of men and women. Now that they are engaged, Ling Yan can certainly eat Chao Shanshan at any time. Anyway, the goddess in her arms did not show any refusal. She was enjoying Ling Yan's caress to the fullest, and responded enthusiastically to everything. However, it is okay to eat Chao Shanshan, but not now. It has to wait until night. Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan must have thought the same in her heart. It has nothing to do with us, it's my father. Ling Yan frowned. With a helpless face, he said with a wry smile. Now, his father, Ling Xiao, was sitting in his home silently, being outnumbered, but Ling Yan couldn't help at all. It's just because the person who scolded Ling Xiao was his father-in-law, and what he said was very reasonable. My father, it's really. Ling Yan frowned, pinching his teeth, feeling very helpless, swallowed back half of what he was going to say later, and replaced it with another sentence. It's really good for my mother. The mother in Ling Yan's mouth is of course Yin Qingxian, the saint of the previous generation of demon sect. Ling Zhao's affection for Yin Qingxian was too deep, but on the other hand, of course, he was too cold-blooded and cruel towards Dong Rulan. This made Ling Yan feel helpless. Anyway, after all, Ling Xiao married Dong Rulan, and she was married by a bright matchmaker, and the two also gave birth to Ling Shui. After all this, why did they still keep away from Dong Rulan for so many years? At this point, Ling Yan can naturally understand that Ling Xiao has too much affection for his biological mother, and he even admires his father's choice from the bottom of his heart, but he really can't imagine that this pair of two normal people who live together every day is so different. What a torture. It's totally wrong. After all, Ming Media is getting married. Ling Yan even thought that even if his biological mother Yin Qingxian knew about it, she would not agree with Ling Zhao's actions. I can't go on like this. After the decisive battle of life and death, I have to find a way to enlighten my father. However, I still have to ask my mother for her opinion first. Ling Yan muttered secretly in his heart. While Ling Yan was thinking, Chao Shanshan had already arranged her clothes. She got up from Ling Yan's body and stood in front of Ling Yan. I was bullied to death by you just now. Chao Shanshan still feels delicate and soft until now. She blushed, bit her lip and said angrily. You're hitting back. Ling Yan made a lot of money. He laughed and said, why do I feel that I was bullied by you just now? Screw you. Embarrassed, Chao Shanshan stomped her feet and said coquettishly. Ling Yan laughed aloud. He stopped mentioning this, and asked with a smile, what happened to those 3 big carts? your family gave you the dowry in advance? You say yes, but that's only a small part, just let's use it first. Chao Shanshan blushed and twitched, and finally her voice was as quiet as a mosquito humming. Appreciating Chao Shanshan's shy expression, Ling Yin asked with a smile, let's use it first? Including the dragon bed, too? Chao Shanshan snorted, and simply covered her face with her hands. Ling Yin's question was too direct and embarrassing, how could one answer? Shanshan, I happen to have something for you too, take a look. While Chao Shanshan was covering her face, with a thought, Ling Yin took out a space ring and held it in front of Chao Shanshan's eyes. Hearing that Ling Yin had something to give, Chao Shanshan immediately withdrew her hand, and then her delicate body froze suddenly, endless surprises flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is a ring. The Chao family came to propose marriage suddenly today and did not inform the Ling family. Unexpectedly, Ling Yin had already prepared the ring. How could Chao Shanshan not be excited? Chao Shanshan stared at the ring without blinking, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. After many hardships and twists and turns, she finally waited for this day. Although the ring was only a platinum ring and there were no diamonds on it, as long as it was a gift from Ling Yin, it was enough. Ling Yin smiled affectionately, this is the engagement ring, come, I will put it on for you. While speaking, Ling Yin took the initiative to hold Chao Shanshan's beautiful plain hand, and put the interspatial ring on Chao Shanshan's right middle finger. Chao Shanshan smiled coquettishly, and reminded Ling Yin, the finger is right, but it should be the left hand. Ling Yin smiled mysteriously, and said indifferently, you are used to the right hand, and the right hand is convenient. This is the space ring. What? Chao Shanshan was dumbfounded. Ling Yin already knew that this would be the effect, he smiled slightly, and without further ado, he directly explained the usage of the space ring to Chao Shanshan, and when Chao Shanshan had almost understood it, he suddenly stood up. Come on, let's go experiment now, just move all the things sent by your family into the house, and arrange the bridal chamber for tonight by the way. Ling Yin has just moved into this courtyard, and everything has not yet been arranged. Now that the Chao family has sent so many luxurious furniture, it is easy to save money and buy them. Don't be too stinky, who said I'm going to have a bridal chamber with you? Chao Shanshan's heart trembled, and she said coquettishly. Ling Yin smiled casually, without arguing, he took Chao Shanshan's hand directly, and the two walked out of the yard to the place where 3 large carts were parked. The 3 large carts were filled with all kinds of luxurious furniture and supplies. It can be said that all the things that ordinary people can think of and unexpected things that need to be bought for a wedding have been prepared. Shanshan, find a few light things first, and practice your hands before you talk. I'll take care of the big things. As Ling Yin spoke, he flew directly to the first big car. This car was full of big items, from sofas, to wardrobes, to refrigerators and color TVs, including the huge dragon bed. In the car, it stands out from the crowd and is the most eye-catching. Ling Yin was not polite, he accepted everything with a smile, and took all the orders, first put the dragon bed into the taishu ring, and then swept away all other large pieces of furniture on the car. The space of the taishu ring is really too big, so many things can only occupy a corner of the ring space. Over there, after a few experiments, Chao Shanshan quickly mastered how to use the space ring. She happily put some important things that belonged to her, such as underwear, dressing table cosmetics, etc., into her space among the rings. The two quickly put all the things on the 3 cars into the space ring, and then returned to Ling Yin's room. Shanshan, this is our room, you look at the layout, tell me, I'll arrange it. It is good. After hearing this, Chao Shanshan smiled like a flower. For the whole morning, Ling Yin and Chao Shanshan were busy in the house, discussing and decorating their new house carefully. This was a happy time for the two of them. It wasn't until noon, when Ling Lai sent someone to call the couple to attend the engagement luncheon, that they had just arranged everything. So far, Ling Yan's new house has been filled to the brim with these furniture, and it has a completely new look. There are not many things that should be there, and everything is there. At noon, the engagement luncheon of the Ling family officially started. From top to bottom, everyone in the Ling family was beaming with joy and congratulations, all celebrating the official engagement of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan. Because it happened suddenly, and because it was a special period, no outsiders were notified of this engagement banquet. Only the Ling family and the Chao family were present, and it was held internally, and the scale was not large. But Ling Yun is now the head of the Ling family, and everyone in the Ling family regards his engagement banquet as the top priority, so the scene is naturally very lively. Of course, besides the members of the Ling family and the Chao family, several outsiders also participated in the banquet, such as Qingyao, Mo Wudao, and even Dong Xuanhuan, who was forced to stay. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the banquet finally came to an end. During the banquet, Chao Shanshan was coaxed by others, and she drank some wine. At the end of the banquet, she took advantage of the alcohol and secretly said to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, you promise me that from now on, you are not allowed to use your spiritual sense to observe our room." "Oh?" Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly smiled and agreed straightforwardly. Brother Yun said in his heart, "If you don't watch it, don't watch it. I want to see what tricks you are playing tonight." After the afternoon banquet, the core members of the 3 generations of the Chao family were all invited to the courtyard by Ling Xiao, accompanied by Ling Yu, and they chatted secretly again. However, Ling Yu's wife Li Xinmei, Ling Xiao, and even Ling Zhao's wife Dong Rulan and other members of the Ling family came to Ling Yun's room. They all took the initiative to get to work, helping Lu Qiongfang make the bed and tidy up the room. According to the customs in most places in China, engagement is actually more important than marriage. As long as they are engaged, the young couple can live together generously, which is normal. Especially in the case of Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun, the two are like-minded, and once they get engaged, it is impossible to change it. Therefore, even if they live together tonight, no one will say anything. As the evening approached, the Chao family left, and all the direct descendants of the Ling family came out and sent them to the gate. After dinner, Ling Yun went to Ling Lai's yard, and had a secret discussion with Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Mr. Cui for a long time. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that he ended his day's work and returned to his courtyard. Ling Yun remembered Chao Shanshan's instructions. After the afternoon, he restrained himself all the time, and never swept across the yard with his spiritual sense. Pushing open the door, Ling Yun's heart suddenly became hot. He knew that in this room, Chao Shanshan was waiting for him and would surprise him. After Ling Yun entered the room and closed the door, he followed the sound of breathing and went straight to his bedroom. The bedroom door was ajar. Ling Yun came to the door of the master bedroom, took a deep breath, and suddenly pushed the door open. Fuck! After seeing the scene in the bedroom, Ling Yun was so shocked that he almost sat on the ground. The room was brightly lit. Under the light, a pair of fiery red candles were burning on the table. There were also exquisite dishes, melon and fruit snacks, a pure gold jug and wine glasses, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. But these are not important, none of them are important. The most important thing is Chao Shanshan. She is wearing a phoenix crown, a chape, a red hijab on her head, and red embroidered shoes, just like a real bride, sitting quietly on the edge of the dragon bed. Dragon bed? Fengguan chape. This shocked Ling Yun too much. Our ancestors of the Chao family once had a queen. Hearing Ling Yun coming in, Chao Shanshan under the red hijab spoke softly. Her voice was like a yellow warbler, and her tone was filled with endless embarrassment and joy. Although this phoenix crown and chape are new, they are completely made according to the queen's standards. This dragon bed is a real dragon bed. It was the imperial bed of Emperor Qianlong when the Qing dynasty was at its peak. Ling Yun, tonight, you are my king, and I am your queen. Ling Yun was dumbfounded, he was stunned, his Adam's apple twitched violently, he knew there must be a surprise tonight, but he didn't expect that Chao Shanshan would give him such a big surprise. Chao Shanshan coquettishly said, "What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you come here and lift the hijab?" Boom. Ling Yun slammed the bedroom door shut, and the bedroom was instantly separated into an independent world. The world of two people, bridal chamber festivities. Ling Yunfei stepped forward, raising his hand to lift off Chao Shanshan's scarlet hijab. Chao Shanshan shyly reminded, "Use a scale." It was only then that Ling Yun noticed that beside Chao Shanshan, there was a steelyard on the dragon bed. The beam was made of agarwood, and the hook was made of pure gold. "That's right, you should use a scale. It's called wishful thinking, and it's really wishful thinking." Ling Yun chuckled, immediately picked up the steelyard, picked it lightly with the scale hook, and uncovered Chao Shanshan's red hijab. The red hijab was uncovered, and Chao Shanshan under the light, wearing a phoenix coronet and chape, was glamorous and thrillingly beautiful. Chao Shanshan pursed her lips slightly, smiling like a flower. "Like it?" Ling Yun nodded stupidly, he had already forgotten everything at this moment, only Chao Shanshan was in his eyes. I like it so much." Ling Yun was about to jump on Chao Shanshan while talking. Unexpectedly, Chao Shanshan blocked Ling Yun with a coquettish smile, and said shyly, "What are you in a hurry for? Have a cup of wine first." "Depend on. This is to go through the procedure of the bridal chamber again?" "Chun Chao is worth $1,000 at a moment." Brother Yin changed his shape and shadow, filled 2 pure gold wine glasses with wine like lightning, and then flashed back, without spilling a single drop. With a smile on her face, Chao Shanshan took the wine glass, glanced at Ling Yun with her soul-stirring eyes, the two of them crossed their arms, and drank the wine in the glass at the same time. "Go." At this moment, the fire in Ling Yun's heart was burning, and it had already reached its peak. He almost arbitrarily snatched the wine glass from Chao Shanshan's hand, and casually threw the 2 wine glasses back on the table. Then he suddenly leaned forward, about to throw Chao Shanshan onto the bed. "Do not move." Chao Shanshan smiled coquettishly, and pushed Ling Yun away again. Ling Yun was so teased by Chao Shanshan that he was going crazy. He asked helplessly, "I said queen, what else is there? I really can't wait." Chao Shanshan stood up with a smile, raised her hand to take off the phoenix crown, and then, when Ling Yun was stunned, she bent down, took the hem of the chape skirt, and lifted it up inch by inch. With the lifting of the big red skirt, Chao Shanshan's delicate ankles, crystal round calves, and round and slender thighs began to be exposed to the air little by little, showing wantonly in Ling Yun's eyes. Chao Shanshan is still moving up. Ling Yun's mouth also opened wider and wider, because he was shocked to see that under the scarf made of red silk and satin, Chao Shanshan was not naked. When Chao Shanshan lifted the chape above the snow-white and slender willow waist, Ling Yun only felt his brain thump, he couldn't care about anything, and suddenly pushed Chao Shanshan down on the dragon bed. This night, Chao Shanshan is really Feng Guanxia serving the king. I solemnly recommend a book Intelligent Medicine by a friend. Introduction: It is not war that can destroy mankind, but disease. When medical student Zhu Xiaojun graduated, he only wanted to go back and fool the neighbors with his father who ran the clinic, but he never wanted to be involved in the vortex of a power struggle in the hospital, which started his extraordinary medical career. At the same time, there are still a large wave of traversers from other worlds preparing to conquer the Earth by means of controlling human health. Zhu Xiaojun finally has the opportunity to cheat, a medical tycoon? World's richest man? And supersized heroes who save Earthlings? Well, you can have all of these. The book is very good, book lovers who like to read can read it. To be continued. The dragon bed given to Ling Yun by the Chao family is 2.85 meters high, 2.7 meters wide, 2.6 meters deep, and weighs 2 tons. Hollowed out in high relief, the raw material of the whole bed is Hainan Wangwali heartwood. There are 99 dragons of different sizes and shapes carved on the bed, and each dragon is carved vividly and vividly. The appearance of the dragon bed is black and bright, the workmanship is fine, and the overall appearance is grand and majestic. In addition, the dragon bed is hung with a yellow curtain, and the quilt on the bed is also a dazzling yellow color. Therefore, Ling Yan's bridal chamber looks like a real royal atmosphere. The key is to be strong. At this time, the bed curtain fell naturally, completely isolating the space in the entire dragon bed from the bedroom. On the dragon bed, the scarlet scarf has been completely lifted. Chao Shanshan's snow-white body is half covered by the red scarf, like a white lotus root just dug out of the mud, snow-white and crystal clear, her delicate skin smooth as satin. The yellow quilt, the bright red scarf, and Chao Shanshan's exquisite snow-white body constituted an absolutely gorgeous picture. This is really Feng Guanxia serving the king, and only Ling Yun can enjoy this kind of treatment. With a deliberately suppressed scream, Chao Shanshan quickly experienced the pain of breaking the melon, and then Ling Yun began his endless conquest. A moment of spring festival is worth 1,000 gold. When Chao Shanshan was sent to the peak of joy by Ling Yun for the first time, Ling Yun did not hesitate to use the I Chi Yin Yang Ju, and began to practice double cultivation with Chao Shanshan. The heaven and the earth meet, and the yin and yang meet. So Chao Shanshan, in the extreme joy of her body, began to break through the realm one after another. She broke through the innate all the way, and she broke through the innate directly. She didn't stop until the peak of the 3rd level of innate. So strong? Ling Yun was also a little dumbfounded by Chao Shanshan's improvement. Now Ling Yun is at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi training. It is of course within his expectations that Chao Shanshan can break through the innate realm by taking advantage of the opportunity of the two of them. If Ling Yun hadn't expected this, he wouldn't let Chao Shanshan wait for so long, and wait until Chao Shanshan's physical and mental state reached the peak before doing double cultivation with her. However, after Chao Shanshan broke through the innate realm, her realm was raised all the way to the first 3 peaks, which greatly exceeded Ling Yun's estimate. Ling Yun was very pleasantly surprised, but he was undoubtedly very satisfied with the effect this time. It seems that the immortal aura of the human emperor's pen has completely transformed Chao Shanshan's body during this period of time. At the beginning, when Ling Yun rescued Zhuang Meifeng for the first time, facing the 3 heaven-level killers, he had been poured with the immortal aura of the human emperor's pen. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Ling Yun had injected a large amount of immortal aura into many people present in vivo. And Chao Shanshan was present at the time. She was one of the biggest beneficiaries, besides Ning Lingyu and Qin Chouyue. Chao Shanshan's self-cultivation aptitude is already extraordinary, coupled with the long-term transformation of the body by the fairy spirit energy in her body. Her physique has already undergone earth-shaking changes. That's fairy energy. If not, it is impossible for Chao Shanshan to be favored by Grand Duke Dracula, and for this reason, she went to Qingshui City to deal with Ling Yun. It's just, where did the fairy aura go in Chao Shanshan's body? Why isn't it coming out at this time? Is it all used up? Impossible. Ling Yun was a little puzzled at this moment, because he hadn't sensed the fairy aura in Chao Shanshan's body yet. It can be said that at that time, Ling Yun injected immortal spirit energy into the bodies of Chao Shanshan and the others, one purpose of which was to allow this immortal spirit energy to continuously transform their bodies for a long time, but he also had another purpose. Shuang, the method of cultivation, and the body of the Taoist companion are the cauldron of the other party. Chao Shanshan is just an ordinary person, so she will be able to enjoy the nourishment of this fairy aura for the rest of her life. That fairy aura can make her get rid of all diseases, prolong her life, and her physical fitness will be far better than ordinary people. If Lingyun didn't do double cultivation with her, even Chao Shanshan would not be able to consume that immortal spirit energy all her life. Therefore, the immortal aura that Lingyun injected into Chao Shanshan's body can not only help Chao Shanshan improve her physique, but also has another function, that is, the storage effect. Now, Lingyun has reached the peak of the second level of qi training. All kinds of real energy and spiritual energy in his body are huge and vast. This fairy aura is used to improve the realm. Without this fairy aura, even if Lingyun could get the supply of purine qi in Chao Shanshan's body, but with his current state, that little purine qi would be of no use to him at all. Layers are simply impossible. But Lingyun didn't expect that he had reached such a level of cultivation, yet he still hadn't activated the fairy energy remaining in Chao Shanshan's body. This was really beyond Lingyun's expectation. Chao Shanshan's crazily improved state just now was all due to Lingyun's sky-defying strength and her own physical changes. Ren Huangbi, is it so difficult to use your fairy energy? I don't believe in evil. Lingyun's thoughts flashed, he observed carefully, and found that Chao Shanshan could bear it, so with a thought, he took the magic gourd out of Taishu's ring. Try it with some ambergris. Lingyun thought about it, and immediately shook the magic gourd, smiled at Chao Shanshan and said, Shanshan, take a few sips of this. After all, Chao Shanshan is a modern woman raised by a super big family. Although she is experiencing human affairs for the first time, although she is shy, she does not have the pretentiousness of ordinary girls at all. She had been waiting for this day for too long, so from the beginning to the end, she was very bold and let go. Moreover, Lingyun had told Chao Shanshan many times about xuanhuan. When she was in Qingshui City, Chao Shanshan had secretly asked Tiao about it. She was fully prepared for this. Regarding the improvement of her realm just now, Chao Shanshan could clearly feel the huge changes in her body. Therefore, when Lingyun asked her to drink the dragon's saliva, she immediately opened her eyes, obediently drank the dragon's saliva, and drank 7 or 8 mouthfuls in a row. After Chao Shanshan finished drinking, Lingyun took more than a dozen mouthfuls of ambergris without hesitation, and then put away the magic gourd again. Boom! As soon as the dragon's saliva entered his stomach, Lingyun felt that his body was immediately filled with a huge amount of dragon spirit energy, which made him feel so refreshed that he almost screamed up to the sky. Lingyun let go of his consciousness in an instant, looked inside himself, and found that in his magical dantian, the dragon-shaped curve, and those vertebrae that were dyed golden were shining brightly at the same time. Especially the dragon-shaped curve, the golden light was shining at this time, and it turned the entire magical dantian into a golden color. The golden light shining in the dantian is simply amazing. However, I always feel that something is missing. Lingyun sensed the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and without hesitation, he took out the jade bottle containing the dragon spirit pill, poured out 3 pills at once, and swallowed them all. The dragon spirit pill melted at the entrance, and instantly turned into a large amount of dragon spirit energy, which made Lingyun's dantian and golden spine even more radiant. At this moment, the dragon aura in Lingyun's body was extremely blazing, and it began to overflow out of his body, soon filling the entire space in the dragon bed. And the dragon aura in Lingyun's body began to surge out from the dantian, and soon followed the dragon aura in the meridians, and rushed straight to Lingyun's eyebrows. Lingyun's brow center porch had already been opened, and in just a split second, those dragon auras entered Lingyun's brow center consciousness sea, and flowed rapidly. At this moment, the dragon saliva that Chao Shanshan drank also had an effect, and turned into a huge dragon aura. Under the deliberate urging of Lingyun's double and cultivation skills, it also rushed towards the center of Chao Shanshan's eyebrows, helping her break through the gap between her eyebrows. The gateway to the sea of consciousness. Only when the sea of consciousness between the brows is opened, can one possess spiritual consciousness and be regarded as a cultivator, otherwise, it is just the opening of Rendu's 2 veins, which is nothing more than the innate realm. Shanshan, the critical moment has come, bear with it. Before Ling Yin finished speaking, the dragon aura in Chao Shanshan's body had already exploded, breaking through the entrance between Chao Shanshan's brows in an instant. Chao Shanshan has Ling Yin protector at the moment, so of course there will be no health problems. Brush. The moment Chao Shanshan's entrance between her eyebrows was broken through, a violent fairy energy swept down from between her eyebrows. Ling Yin sensed it instantly. It was the fairy aura of Renhuang's pen. Sure enough, it's hidden here. Ling Yin was inexplicably pleasantly surprised. He immediately speeded up the operation of the dual and cultivation skills, guiding the fairy aura to circulate rapidly in the great cycle formed by the two bodies. When the fairy aura circulated in Ling Yin's body for a week, a sudden change happened. Brush. Ling Yin only felt the sea of consciousness move between his brows, and the Renhuang brush flew out from between his brows. Boom. The Renhuang pen hovered over Ling Yin's head, and suddenly released a large amount of golden fairy energy, directly covering Ling Yin and Chao Shanshan completely. Fuck. There is no reason to hesitate. The human emperor's pen was generous once at last. Ling Yin knew that the opportunity must not be missed, and he immediately performed the yin and yang art crazily, and began to attack the third level of qi training. Boom. Boom. As soon as the Renhuang pen came out, it caused various changes one after another. That huge dragon bed suddenly released a lot of dragon energy and imperial energy. Shrouded by Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness, he was overjoyed, and he began to use his heaven-defying physique without hesitation to absorb the dragon and imperial energy released from the dragon bed. This is the imperial bed of Qianlong, the dragon spirit and the emperor spirit, the combination of the two. This is the spirit of the emperor. However, this is not the end. Brush. At this time, another thing suddenly flew out from Ling Yin's Taishu ring. What flew out turned out to be a big seal, Tianqi. This is the token of love given to Ling Yin by Morong Feishue from Tianqi Pavilion before going to Hong Kong. The Tianqi flew out, and immediately released a large amount of dragon energy and imperial energy. These breaths were all absorbed by Ling Yin, and all of them were inhaled into the body. This time, Ling Yin was really royal. Boom. Under the immortal aura of Renhuangbi, the dragon aura and imperial aura of Tianqi, and the dragon aura of Longxi, Ling Yin made a breakthrough in an instant. Advanced to the third level of qi training. To be continued. The moment he broke through the third level of qi training, Ling Yin felt so refreshed that he almost wanted to scream to the sky. This time, Ling Yin really made a lot of money. Not only did he break through the third level of qi training, he also got infinite benefits. The Renhuang brush was very generous this time. It was first touched by its own fairy aura, and flew out from the center of Ling Yin's eyebrows, releasing a large amount of golden fairy aura. These golden fairy auras not only helped Ling Yin successfully break through the third level of qi training, but also further transformed and strengthened Ling Yin's precious body, making his body, dantian, and meridians and acupoints stronger. What's more, what Ling Yin didn't expect was that in addition to the emperor's pen, that big seal, Tianqi, flew out inexplicably, and also released a lot of dragon energy and imperial energy, which also contributed to Ling Yin's breakthrough this time. Very busy. The Tianqi seal is a jade seal, square, 9 centimeters in length, width and height, with a lifelike flying dragon handle on it, exquisitely carved and natural. It is carved from a whole piece of flawless jade. At the beginning, when Ling Yin saw this celestial seal, he felt that it had a powerful and pure aura. He knew that this celestial seal was extraordinary, but he did not expect that it turned out to be a real magic weapon. No wonder it has to be called Yushi, but Tianqi. After Ling Yin made a breakthrough, his mind wandered off at this moment, and Morong Feishue's peerless appearance appeared in his mind. Morong Feishue's face appeared in front of his eyes, causing Ling Yin's mind to tremble, and his body moved unconsciously, causing Chao Shanshan, who was once again in the process of improving her realm, to suddenly let out a coquettish cry. Ling Yin immediately restrained his mind, and while urging his hands and exercises, he began to use his powerful spiritual consciousness, which had skyrocketed again, to check himself. After advancing to the third level of Qi training, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness has reached the limit of 3,000 meters away. Under the cover of spiritual consciousness, within a distance of 3,000 meters, everything is as clear as what he saw with his own eyes. Under the refinement of a huge amount of dragon energy and dragon spirit energy, Ling Yan's spine and 8 thoracic vertebrae were dyed pale gold, and those vertebrae that had already been dyed gold were further sublimated and turned into the color of pure gold. So far, Ling Yan's 12 thoracic vertebrae have all been dyed golden, of which the upper 8 are pale gold, and the lower 4 are pure gold. In addition to the 5 lumbar vertebrae, as well as the sacrum and coccyx that have already been dyed pure gold, Ling Yan now has a total of 19 vertebrae that have been dyed golden. The human spine consists of 26 vertebrae. Now, Ling Yan's thoracic spine, lumbar spine, sacrum and coccyx have all been dyed golden, only 7 cervical vertebrae are missing. Inside the spine, there is the spinal cord, which is where blood is made. Ling Yan discovered that among the 11 vertebrae that were first dyed pure gold, the color of the spinal cord inside also began to change, and it also turned pale gold. This scene is really too heaven-defying. Let's see what changes will happen after the 7 cervical vertebrae also turn golden. Ling Yan knew that turning his spine into a golden color would definitely be a great thing for him, but he hadn't figured out what kind of improvement this miraculous change would bring him. However, Ling Yan already has a vague guess about this now, but this kind of guess is too bold and against the sky, he dare not think too much. Now, Ling Yan finally confirmed that the aura he felt in that tianxia was a very special kind of aura among the various auras between heaven and earth, and it was the aura of the Son of Heaven. The Renhuang pen was willing to come out today, and was willing to donate generously, releasing a large amount of fairy spirit energy. It should be because it sensed the dragon energy and imperial energy released from the dragon bed that it was willing to fly out. Because Ling Yan felt just now that the Emperor's aura released by the dragon bed and Tianqi has also been absorbed by the human Emperor's pen, and this pen is not bad. Damn, what kind of weapon spirit is this? It doesn't even suffer at all. It's really whoever's baby is whoever is, the spirit of the human Emperor's pen. Although he has never communicated with Ling Yan can feel that this human Emperor's pen will not do a loss-making business. From this point of view, the human Emperor's brush is much more stingy than the Earth Emperor's book. But fortunately, this time the human Emperor's pen finally released a lot of fairy energy, enough for me to use it for a long time. At this time, the immortal spiritual qi, dragon spiritual qi, dragon qi, and imperial qi, composed of the Emperor's pen, together with Ling Yan's own yin yang true qi, etc., these breaths are circulating in the great Zhou Tian, composed of Ling Yan and Chao Shanshan. Among them, they traveled rapidly, further transforming the bodies of the two, and improving their realm. However, after the initial violent breakthrough, the next breakthrough was naturally much slower. Ling Yan understood the truth that haste makes waste, so he also slowed down the operation speed of dual and cultivation methods. Everything comes naturally. However, Ling Yan has not been idle either. Now that his realm has broken through to the third level of Qi training, the speed of condensing the divine essence in the center of his eyebrows has been accelerated by 6 or 7 times compared to before. At the peak of the second level of Qi training, 3 drops of divine essence can be condensed in an hour, that is to say, in the natural state, it takes an average of 20 minutes to condense 1 drop of divine essence. After reaching the third level of Qi training, the speed of condensing the divine essence is accelerated by 6 or 7 times, and about 20 drops of divine essence can be condensed in an hour, and Ling Yan can condense 1 drop of divine essence in 3 minutes on average. One day can condense 480 drops of divine energy. This is really enough for the current Ling Yan. It can be said that it can't be used up even if it is used up. Boom. Ling Yun burned 3 drops of divine energy without hesitation, making his spiritual consciousness suddenly stronger. He operated his yin and yang eyes, and began to observe the celestial seal hovering in the air. There are so many space formations? This careful observation didn't matter, it shocked Ling Yun, because he found that the inner and outer surfaces of the celestial seal were carved with dense cloud patterns, and those cloud patterns actually formed various space formations. This celestial seal has no space inside, but it can be changed in size at will. Ling Yun could tell at a glance that this was a magic weapon that could change in size at will. Try. Ling Yun's heart moved, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue, and with a poof, he sprayed his blood on the tianxia, and then tried to communicate with the tianxia with his spiritual consciousness. The celestial seal quickly absorbed the essence and blood on the surface, but it still didn't establish any connection with Ling Yun. Ling Yun understood that the blood essence just now was not enough. However, not enough is okay, as long as it can be absorbed. This time, Ling Yun simply, with a thought, took out the Qingying Feijian, directly cut through the palm of his hand, then raised his hand, and grabbed the celestial seal, allowing the celestial seal to absorb his blood as much as possible. Now, Ling Yun has been promoted to the flawless treasure body, and the blood in his body has long been far superior to the blood of ordinary people, so if he wants Tianqi to recognize the master, only the blood in his body is enough. After all, when Ren Huangbi recognized the master back then, it was just the blood absorbed from Ling Yun's body. Sure enough, a large amount of fresh blood flowing from Ling Yun's palm poured into the tianxia and was completely absorbed by the tianxia. Gradually, Ling Yun began to feel that he had established a spiritual connection with this celestial seal, and he felt that he could control this magic weapon. Grow bigger. Ling Yun began to give orders to this magic weapon in his heart. And then, that tianxia really suddenly enlarged, and suddenly turned into a big seal measuring 1 foot square. Fuck, this shouldn't be the heaven-shattering seal, right? Ling Yun's brain was wide open, and he immediately thought of a super magic weapon in the list of gods. But soon he was relieved, knowing that this is absolutely impossible, because how powerful the Fantian seal is, it is a magic weapon not weaker than Shinnon Cauldron, how could it be this celestial seal? Big again. The celestial seal suddenly enlarged again, this time, the celestial seal became 1 meter square. Not only has it become bigger, but it has also become extremely heavy. Ling Yun can feel that Tianqi is as heavy as a mountain. Moreover, Ling Yun also felt that this celestial seal could become even bigger, but now that he was on the bed, he didn't dare to let it change anymore. Ling Yun, what's going on here? Having been by Ling Yun's side for a long time, Chao Shanshan has long been familiar with Ling Yun's various magical abilities, but now the two of them are in the bridal chamber, and suddenly a big seal with a size of 1 meter is crushing Mount Tai, and Chao Shanshan can't help but exclaim. Haha, it's okay. Ling Yun made Chao Shanshan fall in love with her, and at the same time, the big seal began to shrink. In the end, the tianxia turned into a small d that was hard to see with the naked eye. Receive. With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, he directly put Tianqi into the center of his eyebrows, and let the various auras in the center of his eyebrows begin to nourish it. It cannot be called the Fantian seal. But since it is a magic weapon, it must have its own name, then. Ling Yun thought about it in his heart, and when he thought of the Dragon Emperor Qi released by this tianxia, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Just call you Ren Wang Yin. Seal of King. This is Ling Yun's other magic weapon that can be manipulated at will with his divine sense, besides the Qingying Feijian. Looking back, after seeing Fei Xue, I have to thank her well. I never thought that the Morong family would have such a powerful magic weapon. But at this time, under the effect of double and cultivation skills, Chao Shanshan's realm has reached the peak of the 6th level of innate, and has been completely stabilized. Of course, this is from Gu Wu's point of view, because Chao Shanshan has broken through the entrance between her brows, and with her divine consciousness, she is now a late-stage practitioner of qi training. A cultivator in the qi refining period who doesn't know any exercises. Chao Shanshan's state is established, but she still doesn't know any cultivation skills and combat skills, which is also a miracle. Thinking of this, Ling Yan smiled in his heart, then he bent down and began to really make love to Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan, should I take off this scarf? It's so troublesome to wrap it around my body. Chao Shanshan enjoyed Ling Yan's conquest, her beautiful eyes were full of spring, and she suggested in a low voice. Ling Yan was occupying his mouth, he replied vaguely, no, it looks good and feels good. If not, I'll change myself. That's fine. This night just passed away. After this double cultivation, Ling Yan successfully broke through the third level of qi training, and firmly stabilized his realm at the middle stage of the third level of qi training. To be continued.